My name is Chu Young. I fished and pulled nets to fish for Rex, and accidentally became a fishery tycoon. Chapter 1, Rebirth of My Sister Can't Be This Cute. Chu Yang heard that it was very noisy outside, and there was vaguely the sound of crying death. Hold a cone of incense in your hand, Ohu. Cigarettes rise to the 9 heavens, ah ah ah. Hang the paper on the front door. Hanging white streamers at the second gate. Brother returns to heaven to go. Your sister kneels on the ground and cries to her brother 7 off. It's annoying. He hated dogs that disturbed people's dreams. Sitting up in a prancing manner, Chu Yang's gaze looked around angrily, only to see a few men and women with some familiar faces sitting sparsely inside the house arranged as a spiritual hall. Right in the center, a short, fat woman in a white hat was staring at him with her mouth open and a look of horror on her face. Beside the woman, another little girl with a mourning belt knelt on the futon, her dark eyes darting around to stare at him as she opened her mouth crisply toward him. Brother! Brother? Chu Yang was happy. Did not expect his 30 small people can still be treated as a brother by a little girl. He opened his mouth and just answered hey. The next second, the white-hatted woman was heard screaming, Mama, yes, swindle. Immediately afterward, his teeth closed up and down, his eyes rolled upward as hard as he could, and he passed out with a cackle. Am I that scary? Chu Yang is not happy. He is a good socialist youth who is suave and elegant. Could it be a prank? But judging by the messy hearth, it clearly didn't look like it again. Oh dear, Chu Lalio's family has swindled the corpse. Oh my god, Mamma mia, bless me. Don't let this deadbeat get to me. Daba. Chu Yang suddenly thought of a possibility, and an ominous premonition surged to his heart. No way? Mirrors. Where are the mirrors? Chu Yang flipped down the rectangular wooden box in a single bone, finally finding a mirror covered by a red cloth in the bedroom inside the hearth. Lifting it to see his reflection in the mirror, a thunderbolt struck him on the head. I'm a mud horse. Abnormal host emotional value detected. System activated. Hey, did you hear? The Chu Laolu family swindled. It's strange. It can still jump up in a coffin. It scares the hell out of people. That's not true. I'm telling you, He Dong is freaking out. I saw his wife washing his boxers in the middle of the night. I thought the old Chu family was so extinct, but I didn't expect it. TSK. If you ask me, the old He family, there's no show now. Inside the small fisherman's hall house in Natudu on Sunfall Island, Chu Yang was paralyzed on a recliner, letting the passers-by outside the yard point at him with a lifeless face. It shouldn't be. How could this crossing over thing happen to him? As the first batch of the second generation of the demolition of the deep city, Chu Yang's life can be said to be smooth sailing. His parents are alive and well. He is in good health. He is rich in many billions of dollars. And he is neither green by his wife's wife nor oppressed by his mother-in-law's family. The only thing that fits the traveler persona is being 185 tall and 18.5 long. How can you wear this? Chu Yang's mind directly exploded through. And according to the memory of this body, it is now the year 2007, and the unlucky guy he crossed over to, also called Chu Yang, lives in Natudu, a coastal fishing village on the island of Kwanchung Falling Sun. This Chu Yang's life is quite a protagonist. His parents went out to sea a few years ago and both fed the fish, leaving him and his younger sister, Chu Shi, who was not yet in school. With the money from the insurance payout, I went to college, got a job as a social animal in the city, and thought I would just live out my life in peace. Little did he realize that a phone call about demolition would completely change his fate. Xiaolu, I'll tell you good news. The town has brought in a seafood processing factory to build a plant, and it's looking at the land in your house. So come back and sign the demolition contract. In this way, Chu Yang rushed back to his hometown on his ass and signed the demolition agreement on the same day, but not yet waiting for the demolition money to account for it. In the middle of the night when you get up to pee, but a slip of the foot fell into the sea, directly transformed into a ghostly shadow of the bloody port. Further on, it's the storyline of Chu Yang's soul-wearing, coffin dancing, heart bouncing, and to think that fate has treated me well, a two-time demolitionist. Chu Yang lamented, not knowing whether he was considered lucky or unfortunate. Just as he was still despondent, there was a bloody light that almost didn't blind his dog's eyes. Please note that today's first brush has been updated. Please draw the treasure chest in time. In front of Chu Yang, on a translucent screen visible only to him, a line of red characters with an exclamation mark popped out. This was the benefit of his crossing over. An unknown 3-less system with no manual, the exact use of which was purely by manual figuring out. The current feature is that you can refresh and draw one treasure chest per day. Extract it. Chu Yang resigned himself to his fate. Since he had already come to this world and had been thoughtfully assigned a system, he couldn't let down God's good intentions. Congratulations on winning the Black Iron treasure chest. The location of the treasure chest has been refreshed. Please go to collect it. A map similar to the lack of virtue navigation interface appeared in the screen. Throw. Chu Yang was furious. And you have to walk over to open the treasure chest yourself? Just as Chu Yang looked at the poisonous sun outside the window and hesitated to go out, a girl with a ponytail and somewhat dry and thin poked her head through the door. Argo. The girl cried out timidly with her hands behind her back. Chu Shi. Chu Yang stood up and looked at the slightly dry little girl in front of him with a somewhat complicated expression. Chu Creek, A.K.A. the House of Representatives. As the only son of his family, in his last life he was especially envious of others who had siblings, not realizing that by some misadventure, it was now a dream come true. Brother, are you hungry? I brought you something to eat. Seeing Chu Yang looking at herself without speaking, after hesitating for a while, Chu Shi gently opened her mouth. It was then that Chu Yang noticed that the little girl's hand on her back was filled with 3 buns in a small white plastic bag. Oh, thanks. For a moment, Chu Yang didn't know what to say, and took the bun from the girl's hands and said thanks. Brother, you eat first. I'm going to my great-uncle's house. Chu Yang then remembered that in this world, after his parents left, and he was studying and working outside, the lonely Chu Shi was received by his great-uncle He Dongnan's family to raise, and stayed for several years. As for the 2 siblings, they only stay together for a few days every year during the new year. Well, there you go then. Chu Yang nodded. When the girl turned and walked to the door, he couldn't help but add, be careful on the road. Auntie. At those words, Chu Shi stopped her steps, turned around, and smiled sweetly at Chu Yang. Got it, Argo. Perhaps it was the influence of blood kinship. After Chu Shi came, Chu Yang's mood also improved dramatically. Opened the plastic bag 3 or 2 times to finish the 3 cabbage and oil dregs filled buns. Chu Yang touched his belly and burped. Eat, drink and work. Chu Yang thought clearly, people have to live in the present. Since the fact of being reborn can't be changed, let's take our own little aim and live well in this new world. First, go check out the treasure chest to see how much gold the tundra can actually pop. Adjusting his mindset, Chu Yang put on his sweatshirt and put the bucket hat over his head again, pushed open the courtyard and walked out. Outside, the sun is shining and the view is just right. Chapter 2 saw margin green crab. Turn left ahead. 1. 5 kilometers to the treasure chest refreshment point. With a 35-degree sun overhead, Chu Yang felt that the fishing village paths paved with crushed shells were extra hot to step on today. Holy, it's hot. After only half a mile, Chu Yang was already sweating all over. He was kind of regretting it now. He should have waited until nighttime to come out. But it's not a good idea to just go back. You can't sweat for nothing. The village of Nutudu is not big, just 100 or so households with 1,000 or so people, and no one is a stranger to it. As Chu Yang walked down the road, many people recognized him, but no one came up to greet him. After all, something like a spirit house swindle is still very explosive in today's small fishing villages. Chu Yang was happy to take it easy and didn't take it seriously, continuing to walk forward. Soon he was through the village and on the beach on the north side of the island. It's a tidal flat. And unlike the golden sandy beaches that the average person imagines, it's more of a dark brown silt. However, for the fishermen on the island, the tidal flats in the north can be much more useful than the sandy beaches in the south, where you can count the tides to catch the sea. Finally, Chu Yang raised his eyes and looked around, and finally saw a silver-white ball of light at the northern corner of the tidal beach and the junction of the mangrove forest. That should be the treasure chest refreshed by the system. In order to confirm whether or not this treasure chest could only be seen by himself, Chu Yang's eyes rolled back in his mind. He greeted toward an older middle-aged woman who was bowing and digging for snails. Auntie Zhang. Hearing someone call out to her, Auntie Zhang straightened up. Yo, it's Chu Lalio's family. Why are you running here? You're the oldest 6. Your whole family's oldest 6. Chu Yang secretly slandered in his heart. Nothing. I was bored at home so I came out for a walk. Cope with chatting for a couple of sentences. Chu Yang suddenly pointed towards the treasure chest refreshment place and said in a shocked voice, Chapter Auntie. Look at what's bright over there. Auntie Chapter looked over smoothly. Nothing. It's just a mudflat. You're blind, aren't you? Really? You really didn't see anything? After confirming that Auntie Zhang wasn't pretending, Chu Yang also stopped acting. Then it could really be that I'm really mistaken. After saying that, he lifted his leg and left. But Auntie Zhang was the one who called out to him again. Hey, wait for Chu Yang. Something? Yes. Great thing. Xiaoyang, you are not yet no object, and just have a niece also single. You see. Aunt Shang's mind is very penetrating, although Chu Yang's parents are gone, but also with a small sister, but after all, is a college student, has a job in the city. Now it is going to be demolished and relocated. When the time comes to take the demolition money, you can go back to the city to buy a house, have a family and have a job. Then it will be a serious city people. These days, city accounts are still worth quite a bit of money, but Chu Yang is not stupid. Your niece what grade? And I meet the same pro. That's Auntie Zhang. I suddenly remembered that the family dog is going to give birth first left. Farewell, do not send. Where's a dog when you can starve cockroaches to death in your rice bowl? Feed. Without looking back, Chu Yang shook Auntie Zhang off and slipped to the treasure chest refresh point. The refresh point is under a small patch of mangroves. Chu Yang put his hand inside the light mass, and a cold touch immediately came between his fingers. Immediately after that, a black treasure chest silhouette exploded with a bang. The black iron treasure chest has been opened. Reward, randomly refreshed marine economic creature, common, *5. Capture limit, 60 minutes. Marine economic biology. Chu Yang understood that he often ate. This common with brackets isn't hard to understand either. It should be similar to the equipment attributes in the game. It was that capture limit that depressed him. What the hell? This thing still disappears if you don't eat it, just like the Canyon Vanguard? Chu Yang didn't bring any tools with him. Did he let himself catch the sea empty-handed? Mind-blowing. Chu Yang could only hope that the system wouldn't be so doggy. Thinking so in his heart, Chu Yang didn't dare to delay it all in his hands, and immediately searched under the soles of his feet. After all, time was limited, and he would like to see what rare creatures the treasure chest gave a refresh to. A few minutes passed. Silt tree root small snail shell hermit crab has turned out a lot, but rare creatures, Chu Yang really did not find. Just as he was about to angrily spray the unreliable Unity Sun, he suddenly realized that a faint mass of white light was flickering inside a rotten hole under his left foot. Could it be in here? Chu Yang's mind moved. Whatever, try it. But really squatting in front of the fist-sized oval mud hole, Chu Yang was a bit hesitant again. His predecessor is a male. Catching the sea live is to see a lot, but also served as a list of big brother, but really did not move their own hands off. With a hole this big, who knows which big brother lives inside? Put your hand in to touch it, in case a tattooed chili bar gives him a bite. It's not ruined. I also wonder if sea snakes count as marine economic organisms. Looking around, Chu Yang still folded a red tree branch, intending to test it first. Chu Yang took a deep breath and stretched the branch along the hole, while leaning his body back, ready to catapult start. Well, the mud hole is deep. Chu Yang slowly entered inside. Finally, the bottom. The marvelous touch that suddenly came from the tip of the rod made Chu Yang instantly come to life. This pokes up like the armor of something. Chu Yang pushed against it 2 more times. Lie down and go, Chu Yang exclaimed. It turned out that just now there was a sudden strong force coming from his hands, like something was tugging wildly at the branches inside. He didn't hold it steady and it almost came off. Chu Yang subconsciously held the branch with both hands and then pulled it outward with force. Immediately afterward, he felt something fly out after him and snap to the ground. Upon closer inspection, I realized that it was actually a large crab with a sawed edge and green back, white belly and yellow cheeks, lying on its back. Big green crab. Chu Yang was excited. This was a good deal. Green crab, as a kind of pike crab, has tender meat and delicious flavor, especially the crab paste, which is called pronounced. In his previous life, as an old Thai, Chu Yang also ate a lot of green crabs, but they were all between 3 tails and half a catty. But this one in front of him, the crab shell is bigger than his face. A pair of crab keely and baby arm like, at least 1.5 kilograms, is absolutely unattainable goods. Clam. Still trying to run? The big green crab moved quickly, and with the top of its side feet, it rolled over and stood up a pair of big crabs, with 8 crab legs flipping and running towards the crab hole. But Chu Yang moved faster, stepping forward and stepping on the crab shell, then cupping the lid with both hands and picking it up. Looking at the big green crab that was still flailing, Chu Yang was beautiful. He caught this with his own hands. A green crab this big can blow for years when he talks about it. After admiring for a while, according to the technique of tying crabs from memory, Chu Yang tore a tough red tree bark and tied the big green crab's big oyster first to avoid pinching himself. Then all 8 of its long legs were gathered together again, and then 3 times horizontally and 3 times vertically for a solid Asian bondage. Saw margin green crab. Beautiful. Chu Yang was generally satisfied with his craftsmanship. It's still a long way from being ropey. After all, It's the first time, but he believes that as long as he keeps on tying, sooner or later he will become a rope art immortal. Chapter 3, Chu Yang blew up. With the first experience, novice fisherman Chu Yang quickly found a second crab hole. The cave was hidden away, the narrow opening covered on both sides with dark, hairy flotsam-like algae. That is, there was the system's light mass to guide the way. Otherwise Chu Yang would definitely not be able to find it. Not to mention him, it's probably hard to spot such a private place, even for an old driver. Of course a breakthrough had been found, and things went smoothly from there. Soon, another large green crab was pulled out, smaller than the first, but a pound or so, and along with the second victim falling into the net, the number of marine economic creatures in the system had become *3, and nearly half of the capture time had passed. Gotta hurry. Chu Yang took off his top and stuffed the 2 bundled big green crabs into it and wrapped it up, then tied it with his sleeves to his waist so that his hands were free and it was easy to move around. 5 minutes later, a third large green crab was spotted. It was that skate crab, and instead of hiding in a hole, it hid under a reef to cool off. Chu Yang's quick eyes and hands, directly from the back of the raid, held down its crab shell, and then a set of gradually skillful Asian bondage. Holding that slipper crab in his hand, he looked at it and weighed it. Not bad, even bigger than the first one, with a smooth greenish-black crab shell, over 15 centimeters wide at the back alone, and weighing at least 2 pounds. Even in farmed crabs, it's definitely called a giant. As the sun rose high, the last 2 green crabs did not escape Chu Yang's clutches, but there was a bit of a mishap when it came to catching that last green crab. The bark that Chu Yang tore was too thin and was broken free when he tied the big AO. Green crab wasn't polite either, and he gave Chu Yang the middle finger that he had raised. With 10 fingers, the pain was so intense that he let out an ow on the spot, barely able to cry. It was hard to pull his hand out of the crab's pincer, and when he looked at the belly of his middle finger, a 2-centimeter-long hideous wound had been torn open. Mud. Chu Yang spat hard. Although catching the sea is good, there are also risks. After slightly treating his wounds, Chu Yang wrapped a large bag around his waist and wandered towards home. I didn't expect to run into Auntie Zhang at the head of the village, who had returned from digging snails. Chu Yang, what Auntie said to you? Go back and think about it. My niece is very good looking. Quar. Auntie Zhang, don't bother with that. I'm fine on my own. In his previous life, as soon as he graduated from university, he was coaxed by his family to take the red book with the only daughter of the boss of a listed company, and stepped into the grave of marriage early. In this life, Chu Yang would not fall for it again. Marriage? What marriage? Are the ladies on the air not looking good anymore? Or is the game just not fun? Seeing Chu Yang's resolute attitude, Auntie Zhang had no choice. Her gaze flickered and she saw again the large lump bulging out from Chu Yang's waist. I mean, what the hell is that strapped to your waist and mumbling? After that, he went up to his hands to pick and pull. Chu Yang was careless, mainly because he had never dealt with this kind of countrywoman before, and was surprised that she got the better of him. Snap! A big guy leaked out. Auntie Zhang's eyes went wide. Ouch! So big. There's more than one. Where did you get it? Chu Yang glared at the impolite woman in an unfavorable manner, tucked the large green crab back into his waistband, and quickly walked away. Hey! Go what ah! College students, how so petty? Auntie Zhang shouted after her, showing no shame whatsoever. For her, what does it mean to be ashamed? Can she eat? On the contrary, this kid, after a while of not seeing him, he got so many big green crabs, he must have found a crab nest. No, I've got to check it out. Thinking of the bulging bundle hanging on Chu Yang's waist, which must be worth at least 1,000 or so, her eyes flushed red. Over here, Chu Yang had already arrived at the door of the house. Of course he didn't know that Auntie Zhang had gone back to the mangrove edge to look for crabs again, and even if he did, he didn't care. There's such a thing as a big green crab, and you can't get one. That beach is even plowed 800 times a day. Without the system as a cheat, she could find a deus ex machina. Squeak! The old wooden door crawling with green moss was gently pushed open with a toothsome sound, crashing and tinkling against wind chimes made of shells. Chu Yang entered the yard and first unraveled 5 large green crabs and dumped them into the fish pond. Said fish pond, in fact, is dug a 1 meter wide 2 meters long and 1 meter deep pit, and then next to the stone base. Many fishermen's home yard have this thing. He padded over to the water press again, took a shower, filled his belly with water, and felt the heat being pushed down before he slumped into the tree-vine recliner and rested. Running out in the middle of the day, walking several kilometers back and forth, and digging for crabs for an hour almost didn't tire him out. For the first time, Chu Yang experienced how difficult it was for the bottom fisherman. Dragging my tired body, I lay down on a chair, blowing the salty sea breeze, listening to the ding-dong wind chimes, and without realizing it, I fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was sunset. Outside the courtyard wall, a large orange-red fireball hung in the sky, reflecting on the microwave jagged surface of the sea, like gilding the sea with a layer of broken gold. Amazingly beautiful. Probably that's where the name Fallen Sun Island came from. Chu Yang took a long breath and suddenly felt that this leisurely fisherman's life seemed to have a different flavor. Of course, the view is beautiful, but it's not a meal. Seeing that it was already mealtime, Chu Yang was in trouble. He can't cook. The predecessor was good at it. But cooking is not something you can do from memory. You have to see it in action. Otherwise, with so many recipes online, everyone would be a chef. Forget it, go out and look for it. Chu Yang had no choice but to go out and take his chances. But I walked from the beginning to the end of the village and couldn't find a single restaurant. Yes, Natudu is a small fishing village. Not many tourists. Open restaurant who come to patronize. As for the fishermen, it's all in the family business. Instead, there were a few households that knew each other and greeted Chu Yang to eat some together. But Chu Yang is not stupid. People are just polite. You want to take it seriously, then it will attract suspicion. After a few dozen more meters, passing a yard surrounded by a wooden fence, he stopped abruptly. From memory, this was the yard of his great-uncle He Dongnan's house. Why don't you go in and rub it in? As the old adage goes, a mother's uncle is a great-uncle. Going to his own uncle's house for a meal. Chu Yang felt that there was still no problem. But before he could make a move, he suddenly heard a frightening curse from inside, accompanied by the sound of dishes hitting the floor. Eat, 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 just know how to eat. 3 meals a day still can't feed you, a money loser, right? This braised meat is roasted for my hang to eat. You stinky girl is also worthy to lay chopsticks. The few buns left over at noon. Also you steal food. Right. Small does not learn to be good. But also with your deadbeat old man like to learn to steal things. Get the hell out of here and don't come in the house tonight. Immediately after, Chu Yang saw that a thin and dry figure hobbled out from within the hall. With tears hanging from his eyes, he twisted his hands around the corner of his coat and crouched under the eaves of the house, as if he were a weed that had fallen in the wind. Chu Yang's mind exploded with a bang. Chu Shi, Chapter 4, Tanks. Argo. Chu Shi looked up, saw Chu Yang who was standing in the doorway, and shouted in a kitten-like manner. The teardrops that were in his eyes could no longer be stopped and overflowed like pearls. Chu Yang also followed a sour nose. 2 steps rushed to her front. Will cry and small flower cat like Chu Shi picked up. At this time, the people inside the house heard the commotion outside and also came out from inside the hall. Yo, isn't this our old Chu family's college student? What? No dinner again? The speaker is an old rural woman in her early 50s, with dark skin and wrinkled skin, a short and fat figure, and a shiny gold necklace tied around her oily neck. The woman's name is Lu Chui Xian, and by rights, Chu Yang has to call her a great aunt. But the moment he saw this face of Lu Chui Xian, the dead memories unexpectedly began to attack him. According to the memory of the predecessor, this great aunt is definitely a superb. When Chu Yang's parents were there, they brought the whole family to the house to dabble in food and drink twice a day. One time on his birthday, Mom and Dad prepared a nice table to celebrate, and even killed 2 kuan. As it turned out, before the cake was served, my great aunt arrived with my great uncle's family. Chu Yang remembers very clearly that night's chicken. He was divided into a chicken wings and a chicken head. The great aunt beautifully said that eating the wings can spread their wings and fly high, and eating the head of the chicken can be exclusive. As for the big chicken thighs, Chu Yang's 2 dirt-poor cousins said it tasted beautifully juicy. The latter was explicitly mocked by Chu's mom a few times, and the 2 families made a scene, finally gradually estranged. But I did not expect that later Chu dad Chu mom accident. Lu Chui Xian and stick up, but also took the initiative to raise Chu Yang's siblings. Of course it wasn't because she had a clear conscience, but the insurance paid out a large sum of money to the Chu family at the time. As a condition of support, the money had to be held by her for support. As to whether or not it's used for fostering in the back or not, who knows? Anyway, her family's 2 dirt-fat rounds were rounder, and Chu Yang, his post-college living expenses were earned from his own predecessor's summer job. Standing next to Lu Chui Xian, is 1.7 meters or so, the body of some hunched thin tall. This is his pro-great-uncle He Dongnan. Ho Southeast was injured at sea in his early years, and his left foot is a bit lame, so he has a somewhat inferior character, and he has no power of speech in the family. To the right of Lu Chui Xian, There is a height 140 weight 140 brat He Yuan Hang. He is the second in the Earth Fat Round duo. The eldest He Young fan is not at home. Went to the county to go to school. Is this dumb or what? This is how you react when elders talk to you? Seeing that Chu Yang was focused on hugging his sister and even dared to ignore himself, Lu Chuixian immediately became angry and said with a gloomy face, Chu Yang but laughed. For this kind of extreme relatives, predecessors in the way of sex dare not offend. But what character he is ah. You're a second-generation son of a rich man. Can you take this kind of heat? Yo, great aunt. Look at me. When this stomach is hungry, my reaction is half a beat slower. Just now you can ask the right question. I really haven't eaten. So I came to your house to see what's good to eat. While talking, Chu Yang had already carried Chu Shi into the hall room by himself. Seeing a few plates on the table, fried cabbage, peanut rice, seaweed soup and braised pork. The food is good. He nonchalantly pinched a piece of red meat and put it in his mouth. Well, it tastes good too, I have to say. Although Lu Chuixian was ugly and bad, her handiwork was really good. Chu Shi come. You also taste great aunt's handiwork. Grow so thin. You should eat more meat. Another side of chunky pancetta was picked and stuffed into Chu Shi's mouth. Is it good? Yummy. Argo. Chu Shi carefully replied back, and then looked at Lu Chuixian who was already so angry that her face was black, and hurriedly shrunk into Chu Yang's arms again. Against the grain. Really against the grain. Reacting. Lu Chuixian's fat chest rose and fell violently, like an inflated tiger tank. When did this parentless brat dare to be so reckless in front of her? Who gave you permission to eat my red meat? Put it down. The tank rumbled and crushed into Chu Yang. But Chu Yang was prepared. Holding Chu Shi in one hand and red meat in the other, he leaped back and landed firmly on the ground with a set of silky small moves. If any foreign martial arts enthusiasts saw this, they would definitely applaud and shout Kung Fu Nyobi. On the contrary, Lu Chuixian, torque has more brakes than enough, actually crashed headlong into the wooden wall panel. Dang! Live next door to Lu Chuixian chapter Ant's family is also eating. Suddenly heard a loud bang, followed by the ceiling floor cracks actually rustling down ash. Frightened, she exclaimed, Mama earthquake, then jumped up and ran out of the hall, but back to look carefully. What ah! It turned out to be the next door Lu Chuixian practicing Iron Mountain leaning, so angry that she cursed the dead servant street Sai Lin mother. Lu Chuixian were willing to suffer, immediately returned the mouth. You are a big pillock, you are a big stupid X. Stick plug stick a gauge collar pants, asterisk 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 to a crotch. A rice with dog plug, eat with dog. Cursing to the end is not too much. The two people simply directly move their hands. This one yanked his hair, that one yanked his pants, and the omens all flew out a few meters. And as the initiator of Chu Yang, after enjoying the tank battle for a while, he hurriedly took advantage of the chaos to hold Chu Shi and skipped away. On the contrary, He Yuan Hang, seeing Chu Yang carrying the roasted meat to leave, tugged on his pants leg and cursed aggressively. Red meat, stinky sabi, you return my roasted meat. As a result, he was slapped by Chu Yang and kicked over on the ground. So uneducated at such a young age. Then I'll educate you for your father. This brat wasn't a good thing either. Relying on Lu Chuixian to back him up, he usually didn't bully Chu Shi much. Chu Yang, that's your brother. Seeing his son being beaten, He Dongnan, who had been silent, also became anxious. Brother? Chu Yang sneered. I only have one sister. No brother. When he finished speaking, he lifted his leg and walked away. On the way out the door, Chu Yang turned back to look at He Dongnan again. Great uncle, don't blame me for being desperate. Think about how your family has treated my siblings over the years. Think about what you said and what you did in the first place. Can you afford my dead mom and dad? And can you afford the $300,000 that you took from my family? He Dongnan's figure stiffened, and his face went a shade of red and white. After mouthing his mouth for half a day, he couldn't squeeze out half a fart, and could only watch Chu Yang leave. Instead, it was He Yuan Hang again, seeing that Chu Yang had already gone away, lying on the ground while rolling and crying. Red meat, I want red meat. Oh, useless punk, you don't help me grab the red meat. I don't want you to be my dad. Angry, he southeast corner of the eye straight twitching. Backhand is a slap, and another slap. Seems to be to these years suffered from the nesting gas, completely vented out. I'll make you red meat. I told you not to be big or small. I'll let you talk with your mouth full. Chapter 5, the village clerk comes to the door. When he returned home, Chu Yang still had a cloudy face and hadn't lost his temper. There is still this kind of uncle in the world. It's really both pitiful and hateful as well as a wimp. Brother, don't be angry. I won't eat the red meat. Shi pulled the hem of his shirt and said softly. She thought she was being greedy and made Chu Yang angry. No, it's none of your business. Chu Yang casually returned, abruptly realizing that his tone was a bit heavy. He squatted down and stroked Chu Shi's head, laughing. A brother is not angry with you, but, forget it, from now on you will go home to live. After such a mess today, Chu Yang could not possibly let Chu Shi go back to Yidongnan's house to be a parasite. Otherwise the tank mother and son too may not know how to abuse her. Really? You're not leaving, Argo? Hearing Chu Yang's words, Chu Shi's eyes immediately lit up. She may be small, but the children of poor families are early adopters and know a lot about things. Chu Yang was her own brother, and this was her home. Of course she was happy to live in her own home. Well, not for a while. Chu Yang smiled, then began to prepare dinner, but after half a day's work, there wasn't even a fire. Ah, I'll do it. Chu Shi also saw that his oldest brother was a war veteran and offered to help. Use matches to light the dry leaves, then the twigs are set up a little bit, and finally the firewood is enlarged. When she had finished building the fire, she began to brush the stovetop again, tiptoeing to pour water into the iron pot, which wasn't much shorter than she was. Looking at Chu Shi's busy and skillful appearance, Chu Yang was even more distressed. In his impression, such a big girl is the treasure of parents. Carrying a school bag is afraid of getting tired, let alone doing these rough work. Well, Aggie, when the water boils and the meat is racked up and steamed hot, it will be ready to eat. Good. Seeing that he could not help much, Chu Yang went out to the yard and fished the second largest green crab from the fish pond, brushed and cleaned with a loofah sack and taken into the kitchen. Steam this one too. Yikes, such a big green crab, Chu Shi exclaimed. As a chick who grew up on the beach, her experience in catching the sea was much richer than Chu Yang's, and she understood how rare green crabs of this size were. If you take one of these to a restaurant in town, you can sell it for at least $200 or $300. Ah, this is expensive. After swallowing, Chu Shi still opened his mouth. Chu Yang smiled and touched her little brain. It's fine. Steam it. This is what our brother caught today when he rushed to the sea. There are still several of them in the pool. Well, you're awesome, Argo. Only then did Chu Shi nod vigorously and put the tied-up big green crab belly up, took a plate and set it up in the pot to steam. Not having eaten anything for the afternoon, Chu Yang was hungry and hard, fiercely adding wood to the stove and burning the fire vigorously. Soon the pot was misting and steaming. Okay, Argo, it's time to eat. Chu Shi picked up the lid of the pot and looked at it, saying, holler. Chu Yang dropped the fire poker in his hand and rushed to serve the plate. A plate of red roast pork and a big orange green crab. Just the two siblings. Chu Yang is also too lazy to serve on the table, directly set on the stove. A piece of braised pork with chopsticks of crab meat. Moist and fresh. How delightful it is. You eat quickly too, Chu Yang urged. Okay, Lua brother. Chu Shi smiled sweetly and buried her head to deal with the crab legs. Is it good? Yummy, Argo. In the future, our brother will catch crabs for you to eat every day. Okay. Well, that's nice of Argo. After eating, Chu Shi began to clean up the dishes, while Chu Yang lay under the eaves of the door to cool off. It's not that he is lazy. Well, it's that he is lazy, but with 2 plates, Chu Shi can handle it. After sitting for not more than 2 minutes, Chu Yang suddenly saw to the outside of the courtyard there are 2 light flashes, followed by the sound of the wind bell. Who? It's me, your big grandpa. An old man in his 60s or 70s, wearing a blue Indeed shirt, pushed his way in. He was followed on his hip by a middle-aged man with glasses, a flashlight in one hand and a briefcase under his armpit. Chu Yang recognizes these 2 people. The old man called Hibagwa, who has been the old branch secretary in Nitudu for decades, and the man with glasses is Shiongakue, the village accountant. Counting, Hibagwa still had some kinship with Chuma's side of the family, so there was really no problem with him claiming to be Chu Yang's big grandpa. But Chu Yang did not climb up the pole. According to memory, this Hibagwa and his own family relationship has not been close. This sudden recounting of kinship must be something else. It's the secretary and accountant Xiong. It's a big night. What are you guys? Chu Yang opened the door and asked. Xiongdakue pushed his glasses, smiled and opened his mouth. It's like this, Chu Yang. Didn't you sign the demolition agreement yesterday? The secretary and I came to ask to see when you can move away from the house. The village can also give you money. Chu Yang then remembered that the predecessor home is to sign the demolition agreement to come, but that was the predecessor, bent on getting the demolition money to buy a house and go be a city dweller, now in his place. That's different. Oh, that's something. I'm still on the fence about it. Hearing him say that, Hibagwa frowned slightly. You child, The agreement has been signed. Why are you still hesitating? Can Grand Auntie still harm you? Chu Yang was unmoved. Such a big thing. I have to discuss it with my sister. She has a share in this family as well. She's a girl's family. What are you discussing with her? Hibabwa disdainfully said. Besides, you signed. In today's rural areas, the phenomenon of son preference is still very serious. The general family, regardless of the demolition and distribution of houses and fields, is to look at the male child. A girl? Even if you run into a distressed parent, you'll have to pay a little money to get rid of them. Chu Yang certainly did not take Hibabwa's words seriously, but for the urgency he showed, Chu Yang was on board. According to the theory that the demolition of this kind of thing is the investor anxious and the village has anything too relevant? Unless, combined with the predecessor's encounter of signing the agreement on the same day and accidentally falling into the sea on the same day, Chu Yang suddenly felt that things might not be that simple. I did not say not to move, but there was an accident. My brain is a bit confused. This signed what agreement have forgotten? How to move it? Chu Yang said with a show of hands. What kind of memory do you have? Falling into the water can still soak your brain? Hibabwa was dissatisfied, thinking that Chu Yang was deliberately pushing the issue. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders, making it clear that he wasn't going to eat him. Why don't you show me the agreement again so I can refresh my memory? This, Xiong Dakue glanced at Hibabwa, who could only nod his head when he saw that Chu Yang was soft and hard. Okay then. Xiong Dakue opened his briefcase and took out an agreement. Chu Yang took it and read it carefully through the slightly dim light. As a former second-generation demolition man, he was no stranger to demolition agreements, and quickly discovered several problems. First of all, the area of the eaves of this house, surprisingly, does not count towards the main floor area. Secondly, the yard is hardened, but the agreement is based on the price of demolition compensation for vacant land. The key thing is that this agreement, surprisingly, was signed with the village, stamped with the village council's seal. That is, it is equivalent to the village expropriated Chu Yang's house, and then take it to talk to the investors. Chu Yang put down the agreement, stared at the two, and slowly spoke. Clerk, Accountant Xiong, this isn't right. When did the village council get to expropriate land without authorization? As I recall, the expropriation of homesteads requires the approval of the local people's government, but I don't even see the township government's stamp on the agreement. This is an invalid agreement without the official seal of the township government. Chapter 6, The Silver Chest. This, that, this, being pressed by Chu Yang one after another. Xiong Dakue this that half a day. Also did not pop out a fart. Of course, this is mainly because he also knows that he has no reason. Plus Chu Yang is the first serious college student in the village, has seen the world in the city. Those bluffing villagers' words to him is simply useless. On the contrary, it was Hibabwa who directly sank his old face and put up the stance of a village branch secretary come elder. Invalid? How can it be invalid? It has your signature on it and the stamp of the village committee. Who dares to say it's invalid? Let him come to me and turn against him. Besides, I'm your big grandpa. Can I still harm you? Well, you don't want to think of anything else. The words are signed. Hurry up and move out. The demolition money will naturally hit you then. After he finished speaking, his eyes stared intently at Chu Yang. Ha! Chu Yang smiled contemptuously. What the hell? A fart of a village secretary. To pose in front of himself, simply laugh off. You know that in his previous life and he played with the group of second generation. There are a lot of family can be the provincial hall of high cadres, and he is all to uncle. What did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? Hearing the words from Chu Yang's mouth, Hibabwa first froze, a bit unable to believe that he had been scolded, followed closely by raging anger. Chu Yang, how can you talk to the branch secretary like this? No matter how to say that he is also your big grandpa. Xiong Dakue persuaded on the side. Cut the crap and get the hell out of here. I'm not tearing down the house. Chu Yang calculated that the house with a yard, the area of less than 400 or 500 square feet. There are a lot of appendages. The results of the agreement counted only 200,000. A square meter paddle 500 are less than. This is 2007. But the Quan City prices have broken 8. The suburbs a square meter to 4,000 or 5,000. The countryside less than $1,000 or more. Not to mention the demolition of the city. Where did the missing part go? Chu Yang looked at this big agong of his and his face grew more and more disdainful. Fine. Brat, you've grown up. Your wings have hardened, haven't you? Hibabwa stared at Chu Yang with hatred and pointed at him fiercely with his hand. Don't you regret it? Get lost. If it wasn't for your age, I'd break my fingers. Chu Yang didn't care about his threat and waved his hand as if he was chasing flies. Angry Hibagwa's lungs were about to explode, and his breath almost didn't come up. When he left cursing, Chu Yang closed the door, embedded the bolt in his hand, and continued to cool off in the yard. At this time, Chu Shi walked out from the kitchen and squatted by the recliner. Argo, won't our house be torn down? She was hiding inside just now, but she heard the commotion outside clearly. No more demolition. This house Mom and Dad built with great difficulty. It's too bad to tear it down. Chu Yang swept Chu Shi over and made her sit on his lap, pinching her cheeks and laughing. But, the great-grandfather is very powerful. Chu Shi was a little worried. I'm better at this. Argo, do you believe me? Believe it, you're the best. Argo, Chu Shi said back earnestly, word by word. Ha ha, come on, let's go and show you the big green crabs that I caught today. Ah brother, wow, what a big green crab. You're the best. Aggie. That night, at 9 o'clock, Chu Shi had already showered and climbed into bed to go to sleep. Chu Yang, however, did not have the habit of going to bed early and lay in bed playing Snake on his cell phone. His cell phone is the big name of the year Nokia N95. As Nokia's new flagship, the N95 comes with a dual slider design that makes it easy for users to switch easily between entertainment and calls, as well as a wealth of multimedia features, including music, video and games. With a phone like this, the price is naturally high, going for $6,288 when it was launched at the beginning of the year. Of course Chu Yang this one only needs 628 on the line, because he bought it in Huiqiangbai, the king of cottage machines. Once again biting his own tail, Chu Yang simply threw his cell phone to the side and lay down on the bed to conceptualize his life in this world. The demolition of the matter is now out of the question. The city that not code of the social animal work he cannot do. The main he does not understand the computer. There is no memory of the actual operation is not useful. Thankfully, he's got the hang of it. Unico is still relatively reliable, and he can live in this world by relying on the treasure chest. So what he had to do next was to stabilize his foundation first. In a word, screw the money. What to do for money in 2007? Going to the capital to buy a courtyard house? To make waves in a crazy stock market that is experiencing the biggest bull market in history? To get ahead of Bitcoin? Don't kid yourself. What can he do with the capital he has now? Still have to get back to the reality of the moment and fight the fish. With the tutelary, this infinite sea was an inexhaustible treasure trove for him. He, Chu Yang, was the man who wanted to become the king of the seven seas. It was night. Chu Yang had a dream that he really became the Sea King. Under his royal command, there are countless mermaids, mussel spirits, abalone spirits. Hey, Argo, don't sleep. The house is leaking. Wake up! Chu Yang was in the middle of an in-depth exchange with the abalone spirit when he was suddenly awakened by a coolness. He opened his eyes to see that the seagrass-covered roof already had rain running down the cracks and was dripping onto his pants. No wonder the dream was so wet just now. What did you say? Ago? Chu Shi said suspiciously. Oh nothing. I said how the bed is so wet. It looks like our roof should be repaired. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and said, aha! Chu Shi nodded very seriously, climbed up and changed into dry clothes. To the hall. Chu Yang saw that a large and a small bowl of thin rice and a small dish of pickled vegetables had already been set on the 8 immortal table. Where did that come from? He asked. The rice was borrowed by me from Sun Agong's house next door, and the pickles were given by Sun Ema. Chu Shi replied. Chu Yang nodded and didn't ask anything else. Sit down and eat. The rice porridge is smooth and thick, and with the crunchy and savory pickles, a bowl of thin rice goes down in 3 or 2 bites. After eating breakfast, Chu Yang observed the outside. It's still raining, but not much. Occasionally, I see villagers draped in straw raincoats plowing through netting rakes and sand shovels, heading for the beach. Today is the first day of the year, a big tidal flood. The village people all go to catch the sea. Chu Shi explained. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Great tidal flood? Isn't it going to refresh the good stuff? He couldn't wait to open the system. And sure enough, the treasure chest had been refreshed. Draw today's treasure chest. Congratulations on winning the silver treasure chest. The location of the treasure chest has been refreshed. Please go to collect it. Look at the treasure chest refresh point. It's not far from yesterday. Still on the beach. Sure enough, Chu Yang got excited. Silver, which stands for high and unyielding. On first listen, it's much more than the stubborn black iron bull approved. Just like Chu Yang, who in his previous life was a high and unyielding silver. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Chu Yang pulled Chu Shi with a single pull. Come on, Mei, let's go catch the sea too. Okay Lu brother. I'll go get the equipment. Chapter 7, Dog Claw Snail. Hurry up. Go. Take it easy. It's coming. On the path of the village road, there appeared a tall and a short figure wearing a straw raincoat. Xu Yang has experienced this time. In the house changed into shorts undershirt, outside and then set a straw raincoat, so that neither sweltering, but also do not have to be rained on. As for sea catching tools, he had brought enough plunge nets and irons and 5-toothed rakes and shovels and urea bags and bundles of rubber bands. Plunge nets for fish, irons for crabs, 5-tooth rakes and shovels for shellfish, and urea bags for catches. That way he can deal with whatever the system flushes out for him. Almost to the beach, there was a dark-skinned old couple in front of the siblings, also carrying buckets and walking quickly towards the beach. A dozen meters away, Chu Shi shouted, "Sun Ah Gong, Sun Ah Ma." It turns out that this old couple is Chu Yang's neighbors, and the rice that Chu Shi cooked in the morning was borrowed from their house. It's the creek. When Sun Ah Ma heard Chu Shi's words, she slowed down her pace. "You're going to catch the sea too? Well, my brother is taking me." Chu Shi's eyes narrowed into a small crescent moon, her face with shallow pear swirls, and she proudly returned. Fine, let's go together then." Sun Ah Ma glanced at Chu Yang and smiled again, stroking Chu Shi's brain. Chu Yang fished out the packet of soft red from his pocket and scattered one for Grandpa Sun. "Yo, that's a good smoke." Sun Ah Gong grinned, showing yellowed teeth. Obviously an old smoker too, but he is just a fisherman. Plus he is old and can't make much money, so usually he can only smoke dry tobacco shreds that cost more than $12 a caddy. For him, it's rare for him to mix up a pack of 14-pound packs of 7 Pearly Wolves soft red. In fact, Chu Yang usually smoke is also 5 pieces of Goudian, but also this time home, bite the bullet and take a soft red. The two smoked cigarettes and made small talk along the way. "Ayo, why did you fall out with the branch secretary?" Sun Ah Gong asked. Last night Chu Yang told he Bagua to get lost, but he heard it clearly in his own yard. "Nothing, it's not just the demolition bit." Chu Yang flicked the cigarette and said back, "Just my house, plus the yard light area are 400 or 500 square feet, and fish ponds, trees, stone tables and chairs and these appendages. The result is only to give 200,000 or so, but also urging me to move. Really think that I have not seen the money," he said angrily. "Clam, that's not bullying." Before Grandpa Sun could say anything, Grandma Sun had already taken a stand and snorted. What Chu Yang wants is this effect. He believes that once he says this, without going to tomorrow night, the news that he Bagua wants to demolish his house at a low price will spread throughout the village. Never doubt the speed at which gossip spreads in the countryside, and that it is accompanied by distortion of information. And often, when a sample is lost in the east, it spreads to the west as someone's family's dead mother. The demolition of this matter was originally in the village attracted attention. Coupled with Chu Yang's siblings have no father and mother, is the vulnerable masses. In this way, even if he Bagua wants to make some underhanded moves behind the scenes, he has to consider the impact of public opinion. As they spoke, several people had already arrived at the northern shore of the island. Chu Yang looked around and saw that the yellowish-white seawater was lapping at the coast in waves, only that the waterline of each wave had faded a few percent from the previous wave. Thus when the waves faded, the fish, shrimp and crabs that had been brought up were stranded on the shoals. Some of the villagers ran after the waves with a plunge net, specializing in fishing for those stranded tide fish. Some plunge into the tidal flats with rakes, plowing for those shelled crabs hidden among the mud and sand. "Ayo, then we'll go over there first." Sun Ah Gong already had the plunge net in his hand, and it was clear that his main search target for the day was fish. Generally speaking, sea fish are more valuable. Fishing tails slightly larger can be sold for tens of hundreds, and shells and stuff, unless you can find the more valuable varieties, like jade snails, cat's eye snails, pike crabs and such, but even then there's not a lot of them. The more common and commoner ones, like the white snail and sharp snail hair crabs, are collected at the dock for a couple of dollars, making hard money at best. "Ayo, Creek, why don't you guys just come with me and pick up some snails? I know a beach with quite a lot of spicy snails," Lola's son kindly invited. She was afraid that her siblings didn't have much experience in catching the sea and wanted to bring them along. "You know, the price of spicy snails is not cheap. Those aquatic merchants on the pier to receive the price are going to go to $5 or $6. A beach like this one, which often produces good stuff, is not something that people would normally share." But with these good intentions, Chu Yang was destined to only politely decline. The refreshment point of the treasure chest is not in the direction of the beach that Sun Ah Ma said. "No need, Sun Ah Ma. You go and get busy. There are too many people here. I'll take Chushi to look elsewhere. Alright then you two pay attention. Just pick it up by the beach. Don't go far. Sanama admonished and also rushed off to get busy. When she walked a little farther away, Chushi tilted her head and asked, brother, why don't you go with Sanama to pick up spicy snails? Chu Young touched her head and smiled. Brother will take you to pick up a better one. Continuing north through the mangroves, we finally reached our destination. It's a reef beach, usually submerged by water, and only when the waterline recedes during high tidal floods does it reveal a patchwork of jagged reefs. And the refreshment point was on a reef that was more than half a man high. Once he was back, Chu Yang smoothly opened the treasure chest. Silver treasure chest has been opened. Reward, randomly refreshed marine economic creatures, rare. Capture limit, 120 minutes. This time, there was no display of the number of refreshes, but in front of Chu Yang's eyes, a band of light appeared, reflected on the reef beach. What do you mean? Is it a refresh range? Shaking his head, he put the extra speculation behind him. He had to catch a fish. Chu Yang began to search under the reefs in the light zone, but after looking for a while, he still didn't find any rare seafood. Apart from some small mussels, clams and oysters, there were small fish and shrimps and various sea vegetables. It was still Chu Shi, who painstakingly broke off a small piece of dark brown stuff from the rock and exclaimed, "Yeah, why are there so many sea chicken feet here?" Chicken feet? Chu Yang took over, carefully examined, found that the so-called sea chicken feet is actually a kind of 3 or 4 centimeters long conch. Cylindrical conch shell is greenish-brown, the top of the outstretched rows of trailing feet, the shape of the animal's claws. These small snails are clustered together, growing between the crevices of the reef, usually trailing feet retracted, and the reef as one, cannot be seen. Wait, this isn't. When Chu Yang thoroughly looked at this cluster of chicken feet of the sea in his hand, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Dog claw snails, dog claw snail, chicken feet, unsettled. Staring at it again for a closer look, Chu Yang finally determined that this was the kind of top-quality seafood he had eaten in his last life. He's excited. Looking at the densely packed dog claw snails between the crevices of the reef, Chu Yang had only one thought in his mind. Get rich. Chapter 8 Dig. 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 Let's dig this today. Do it. Chu Yang couldn't wait to take out the short-handled shovel. This shovel is more slender than the kind of shovels used in construction sites, similar to the Luoyang shovel, but flatter, specifically for prying oysters, abalone, shellfish, etc., attached to the reef. Driven by money, Chu Yang Power Unlimited. Along the reef seam, a shovel down as a whole piece of dog claw snail was warped. Chu Shi also took a pointed hoe and dug on the tiny reef. With the two siblings working together, the large urea bag was soon half filled. Chu Yang tired enough. Dog claw snail, this thing hiding in the rock crevice. Adsorption of the extremely firm. Have to use all their strength to shovel down. And easy to accidentally shovel broken snail shell. Bad appearance. Looking back at Chu Shi, he was also sweating profusely and his slightly dry face was flushed, but he was still holding the pointed hoe and concentrating on digging out the snails. Pursing his dry lips, Chu Yang called out to Chu Shi, "Creek, stop digging and go home and get another urea bag and a jug of water on the way." "Hey, okay." Got Chu Yang's command. Chu Shi found a flat reef to put the sharp-spouted hoe, and then spread his feet. The hair seemed to run away in a puff of smoke. Chu Yang whacked the sore waist. Secretly think of their own, this system is really not powerful. Other protagonists are mermaid line male dog waist. Physical strength is not moving as a humanoid Gundam, which is like their own, so bitter, tired to death. But there was no use complaining. A glance at the clock showed that a little more than half of it had passed. Keep digging. Lots of chops. Lots of chops. Lots of chops. Shovelful after shovelful of dog claw snails were plowed from the reef to the beach. By the time Chu Shi came back with the kettle, the 50-pound bag of urea was mostly filled. Have some water and rest. I'll dig for a while. Good. Then be careful. Take your time and don't bump your hand. Chu Yang was also tired and still thirsty. He took the army green water bottle from Chu Shi's hand and slammed down half a pot, which made him feel like he was finally alive again. After a 2-minute break, he looked at Chu Shi and thought that he had to keep working. Now he wasn't the second-generation splitter who always had 7 figures in change on his card and had to earn money to support himself and his sister. Burying his head in the sand, he soon had a good portion of the second urea bag filled as well, and only half an hour remained of the remaining capture time given by the system. At this time, Chu Yang heard someone call out to him. Looking up, it was Sun Ma. After hesitating, Chu Yang still waved his hand towards Sun Ma. "Sun Ma, this way. Why are you over here?" The The waves are big in the reef area. You need to keep an eye on your sister, Sun Ama chanted as she walked. But when she got a little closer and saw what the two had in their hands, she stopped talking. Seared chicken feet. This stuff is 30 to 50 a pound when it's hauled to the docks. Not to mention a few waves. Even if it comes to the wrath of the Dragon King of the Sea, you have to scrape some and hide it in the bag. Sun Ama, what are you waiting for? Dig quickly. Later the water will rise up and be gone. Seeing that Sun Ama was still dumbfounded, Chu Yang smiled and invited. Then, great-grandmother will not be polite to you. Sun Ama rubbed his hands together, a little embarrassed. There are rules for catching the sea, and generally speaking, others have to steer clear of areas where others are already active. It's like fishing. You can't just see a fish in someone else's nest and run over to the pole without saying a word. You'll probably get your ass kicked. Of course, when encountered the kind of shameless another, and Sun Ama is obviously not this kind of person. What are you talking about? You didn't take care of Xiao Shi and I in the past. The rice I eat in the morning is still borrowed from your house. Dig in. Chu Yang waved his hand and continued working. Hey! Sun Ama smiled and also started digging. Time passed quickly, and after half an hour, the originally dense dog claw snails were gone in a matter of seconds. Strange. Obviously there were plenty just now. Sun Ama muttered under his breath, obviously also a bit puzzled. Then who can say? Perhaps the weather has changed and shrunk into the cracks of the rocks. Chu Yang casually explained. Also, Sun Ama nodded and accepted Chu Yang's statement. The sea is like this, the same sea, the same shoal, today out of good goods, tomorrow not. This is all too normal. I've been very lucky to have stumbled upon the next best thing, although there are some regrets. But Sun Ama is very satisfied with today's harvest. She dug for half an hour, even with the grass with a dozen pounds. Wash can have a 10 pounds. Pull to the pier at least can sell several hundred. These days, the average monthly salary of an employee with a decent job in the city is just $1,500 or $600. However, compared to the harvest of Chu Yang's siblings, this point of hers was nothing. Holy, that's heavy. Chu Yang tied the mouth of the urea bag, and once he carried the bag, he found that it was amazingly heavy. Dog claw snails are heavier than urea, and a 50-pound bag of urea is at least 70 or 80 pounds when filled with dog claw snails. Gritting my teeth, I used all my strength, and finally carried 2 urea bags of dog claw snails back home. When moving the second bag, Sun Gong also came to help change the shoulder. Otherwise Chu Yang would like to throw the road and forget about it. Roadside, there are resting villagers. Saw him carrying a big bag. Curious, what the hole so much? Nothing, just picked up some snails. Chu Yang casually coped. What kind of snails? Taking such a big bag for them, they can't be garbage snails. Another old lady snickered with acidity. Garbage snail is also a kind of snail. Scientific name what Chu Yang do not know. Anyway, the locals are pissed so shouted. The reason is that this kind of snail meat less shell big. A catty of snail is half a 2 meat. Boiled taste is also similar to rubber. Aquatic business are too lazy to accept. Over time fishermen are this kind of snail discarded as if it were a shoe. Chu Yang didn't bother. He was already somewhat accustomed to the ethos in the countryside. It's hard to dislike people who are good and hope for people who are not. And it's harder to see people making money than it is to lose money yourself. If they knew they had picked up so many dog claw snails, they would probably be pissed off several times that night. That way I don't know if it counts as removing harm from the people. Chu Yang suddenly thought in his heart. Back in the yard, Chu Yang poured the dog claw snail into the fish pond with seawater soaking, so that even if you put 2 or 3 days is not a problem. After packing up, he went next door to Grandpa Sun's house. Pushing open the door, I saw the old couple washing the seafood they picked up today, among which the biggest head, naturally, is the dog claw snail. Ao is here. Have a seat. I'll pour you a cup of tea. When Sun Ama saw Chu Yang he was about to get up and make tea, but was stopped by his open hand. Ma, don't make the tea. I came to ask if you could help talk to see if anyone has a boat I can rent for a day. What's the point of renting a boat? You're leaving the island? Well, I'm going to pull the snails I picked up today and sell them. And on the way, I'm going to the city to buy some things. Chu Yang didn't plan to hide it either. Selling snails? The dock receives them every day. Sun Agong said. Sell it to them? That's how much they pay. Chu Yang bristled. He had already inquired about it. And a month ago someone in the village had also fished for dog claw snails, and the seafood collector had given a price of 35 a catty. This is not a joke. The price of seafood in '07 has been up. Dog claw snails do not say in the latter days like thousands of tens of thousands of pounds, but more than 100 is certain. Can it really be sold for a corrugated price in the city? Grandpa's son was also a bit moved. After receiving Chu Yang's affirmative answer, he clenched his teeth. Chang, Xingjun has a boat. I'll talk to him and ask him to send you to the city. But, he rubbed his hands together. It's when you sell them, can you bring the ones your great-grandmother picked up as well? So what's the problem? I've got the bag. Chapter 9 Selling Snails. At noon, it was still Chu Shi who was in charge of the kitchen, burning seafood casserole. This is simple. The rice-soaked pot bottom, and then catch the sea by hand shrimp, spicy snails, small 8 claws on the top. Cover the fire simmering for 10 minutes, and then out of the dripping soy sauce can be eaten. Not too many fancy seasonings, eating is a seafood flavor. After finishing the midday meal, when Chu Shi went to wash the dishes, Grandpa's son came over with a dark and sturdy man. The man's name is Sun Qingjun, the nephew of Grandpa's son's own family, also from this village. Ayo, my uncle said you want to rent my boat? Yes, Uncle Qingjun, please take me to the city. Chu Yang unwrapped the packet of soft red and scattered one to each of his uncle and nephew. Nice smoke. Sun Qingjun's eyes lit up as he took the cigarette and put it under his nose, inhaling deeply. 4 men. Sometimes the distance between stranger and friend is just a cigarette away. This is particularly evident when it comes to Sun Qingjun. Where's the cargo? My tricycle is parked outside. Let's go early and come back early. Sun Qingjun held a cigarette and took the initiative to urge the loading road. Chu Yang laughed. There's no rush. Just finish this cigarette. After a smoke, Chu Yang renewed it, which brought Sun Qingjun to the fish pond, pointing to the 2 urea bags. Here, just these 2 bags of snails. Sun Qingjun hid his eyes and his eyes glazed over. Crouch go. This is a dog claw snail, so much. And this big green crab. He was so scared he almost dropped his cigarette. Did you pick all this up in the sea today? No, the snails were picked up today. And the green crabs were caught yesterday. Chu Yang spat out a smoke ring and said, Ox pen, really ox pen, worthy of being the first college student in our village. Nearly 10 years, I still see for the first time that someone can pick so many good things in 2 days. I'm also lucky. Chu Yang gave a self-effacing smile. No more talk. Load the truck. After saying that, he took the initiative to pick up the urea bag that was a little bit full and resisted to the tricycle carriage. Chu Yang tied the urea bags in plastic buckets containing green crabs tightly with rubber bands, and instructed Chu Shi to guard his home, before climbing onto the tricycle and sitting next to Sun Qingjun. Hold on tight. Let's go. It's not far from Chu Yang's house to the pier. The tricycle drove for 7 or 8 minutes. The 2 men huffed and puffed again and moved the goods to Sun Qingjun's boat. Said boat, in fact, is just a 7 or 8 meters of wooden sampan, hanging a motor on the back of the ass. The key is still the noble Z type, can be used as a weapon in case of war kind of thing. Pepe Peppa Peep. Sun Qingjun is worthy of being an old fisherman. The tendon flesh on his arm is not covered. After inserting the key into the hole, he grabbed the crank and rotated it frantically, and managed to set the motor on fire in one go, thus unhooking the cable. The motor propelled the small sampan slowly toward the sea. After the boat accelerated to about 10 yards and began to move at an even speed, Chu Yan leaned against the side of the boat and sat down. Sun Qingjun maneuvered the motor while looking for Chu Yang to make small talk. Yang, isn't it especially easy to make money in the city? I heard someone say that collecting rags in the city can earn tens of thousands of dollars a year. Where is the matter? We're all the same. Mixed well of course make a lot of money, but not as good as you. Get a boat to the sea. How comfortable. In case you get lucky one day and encounter a school of wayfish, you won't have to worry for 6 months. It's not that simple. Sun Qingjun shook his head. You think everyone is as lucky as you are. Besides, where are the schools of fish offshore now? The two chatted along the way, and soon Falling Sun Island was a small black dot. After a bit more, the coastline was in sight. When you get to the harbor, go into the fishing dock area. Sun Qingjun maneuvered the sampan boat, found an empty space, and began to stop the boat. But before the cable could be tied, the janitor with the red armband on his arm appeared. Pay the berthing fee. Chuyo asked how much. $5. Well, as soon as I got into town, I hadn't even made any money yet, and I'd already gone for $5. Of course the money, it should be strung. Fishing a purple $5 bill out of his pocket, he handed it to the janitor, who took the money and handed over a ticket. It says the amount of money received and the time of entry. $5 is for 4 hours. It's 1:30 now, and if you continue to park at 5:30, you'll have to pay again. The administrator reminded. Understood. Chu Yang nodded and collected the ticket. When Sun Qingjun tied the cable, Chu Yang moved the urea bag to the bow. Soon, some fishmongers collecting seafood at the pier noticed the small sampan. Shipping? A middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a floral shirt and sunglasses and carrying a bag in his hand, stood by the bow and asked. Chu Yang nodded. Of course, who's wasting their time here if they don't ship? Take a look. He poked his head into the cabin. Success. Chu Yang smiled. But in advance, you don't ask if the price is given low. When he finished, he opened a corner of the urea bag and showed it to the fishmonger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The man only looked at it and reacted in the same way as Sun Qingjun, his mouth opening like a toad. Did I read that right? Dog claw snail? Chu Yang smiled smugly. It's not wrong. Do you accept this? Take it. Take it for sure. Fishmonger pushed sunglasses from the handbag out of the packet of blue cover hibiscus king, scattered to Chu Yang, and took the lighter to give him a cigarette. Fawning smile asked, Little brother, are these 2 sacks full of these snails? Chu Yang took a drag and beautifully exhaled a smoke ring. Sure enough, this $30 smoke just tastes better than the $14 one. Soothing. Of course a cigarette to try to get close would be too much. It's all dog claw snails. Just tell me how much you can give. Little brother, let me get a little closer to see if it's okay. Anyway, as long as the stuff is good, dude sure won't let you suffer. The fishmonger said and tried to get into the boat, but Chu Yang stopped him. There's no rush. I'll take it out and show you. With that, he took a stainless steel tub and poured a small half tub out of the urea bag and set it on the side of the boat. See, they're all over 3 centimeters in size. And with that quality, where are you going to find a second one? Not bad indeed. The fishmonger grabbed a handful of them in his hand, looking and smelling them, almost as if he had stuffed them in his mouth to taste them. It was a long time before he spoke. Tell you what, let's not be false. 45 for a pound. I'll take it all. Hearing the offer, Sun Qingjun was staggered inside his heart. According to this price, Chu Yang, these 2 bags of dog claw snail shall not sell on the big thousands of tens of thousands, are up to a fisherman half a year income, but for what he thought was a high price, Chu Yang was too lazy to listen, and directly peeled back the dog claw snail in his hand. Hey little brother, don't the price is not satisfied. We can still talk again not. The fishmonger smiled. Don't negotiate. You'd better look elsewhere at that price. Are you kidding me? 45? The man thinks he's an unseasoned fisherman trying to slaughter him like a pig. That's right, old you're also too uncouth. 45 can even shout out. At this time, another young man in a purple polo shirt and jeans also crowded to the side of the boat, holding a huazi to Chu Yang's scattered cigarettes. Pretty boy, come and support huazi. Sell me the stuff. I'll pay 80. Chapter 10, Making a Fortune, by Pengfei. You fart. I haven't finished talking to little brother yet. Do you know the rules? Halfway through, the sunglasses fishmonger cursed in anger. The young man named by Pengfei didn't show weakness either, glancing at the sunglasses fishmonger and snickering. You Chuanda. I think it's better if you're called you lack of virtue instead, spouting in front of little master. Tell you, I don't eat your set. Have the strength to shout the price. No strength to get out before it's too late. Who stipulates that the first to arrive is the first to get? Right on. So right on. Chu Yang couldn't help but give by Pengfei a thumbs up in his heart. Bidding is good. Bidding is what sells. People watching, the nature of the country is engraved in the bones. See this side of the conflict. Hula, a surge over a dozen people. Many on the pier were fishmongers who had come to watch the action. But after realizing the reason for the dispute between the two, they were instantly moved to do the same. Dog claw snail? This is a rare good thing. Resale. Profit greatly have. That's right. Old you. Are you going to buy it or not? If you don't buy it, I'll get down to it. Someone coaxed. There were also impatient ones that directly opened their mouths towards Chu Yang. Little brother. I'll give you 85 bucks. Sell it to me. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who says I'm not buying? Sunglasses fishmonger Yu Chuanda said in annoyance. This would gather over so many peers that he knew he couldn't even think about not bleeding. If ordinary seafood is okay, maybe people will give themselves some face. But when it comes to something as good as dog claw snails, his face, that's worth a few bucks. Can he eat it? 90. I'll offer 90. Yu Quant quoted as he looked around the crowd, hoping to hold them down, but immediately Bai Pengfei picked up the conversation. You lacquer. I'd say you're really stingy too, adding $5 and $5 up. Mocking Yu Quan de, he turned to Chu Yang again, stretching out first one finger and then two fingers. Pretty boy. 120 bucks. I'm covered. When he finished, he added, $120 is not low enough. Pretty boy, you can ask around at the marina market. Shu Yang took a look at the few people who had participated in the bidding just now, and now they had stopped talking, so he knew that his words were true, and he was quite accepting of the price. 2. It's more than tripled from the village pier. Of course it would be nice to get another higher price. Boss you. Mister. I offered 120. Are you still bidding? Out of a hooker. Sellin' wood. Yu Kwanda glared at Bai Peng Fei, then looked at Chu Yang, and finally twisted his head away with reluctance. At $120. It's close to his asking price, and he won't make much money reselling it. This stuff has to get to Port City to really sell, but the business of crossing the sea, that doorway is not something that ordinary people can touch. After another session, still no offers, Chu Yang extended his hand to Bai Pengfei. Mr. Bai. Deal. Ha ha ha, cool. Bai Pengfei smiled and shook his hand. Negotiating a price. He took out his cell phone and made a call, using a Nokia N95 as well. Genuine, of course. Not long after, a young man wearing a rubber jacket and rain shoes arrived in a tricycle. A fellow of Bai Pengfei. The young man brought down a scale from the back of his tricycle, put the basket on to tear it first, then dumped the dog claw snails from the urea bag into the frame to cross the scale. There are so many snails that you can't fit them in one basket. It was weighed a total of 3 times to arrive at the final total weight. 102. 5 kilograms, 205 pounds. It was quite a bit heavier than Chu Yang had expected. Elder brother Chu, 205 pounds, 24, $600 in total. You count it. Bai Pengfei handed over a stack of red tickets. Chu Yang took it and didn't politely, dabbed his fingers on his tongue and counted them one by one. It's better to get this money thing right in front of you so you don't have to pull the wool over your eyes afterward. 243, 244, 245, 246, 24,600. Yes, it is true that you still have to cash money. This solid more than 200 big red bills pinched in the hand. Chu Yang feels solid. Unlike his previous life, when he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars a night out at the bar, it was just a drop of the payment code, and he didn't feel it at all. Took the money and put a plastic bag over it, fitted close to the body. Chu Yang to Bai Pengfei to inquire where there is a farm bank. After writing down the address, he spoke to Sun Qingjun and prepared to go and deposit the money, but the latter called out to him. Ayo, there's still this. He pointed to a plastic bucket by the cabin. Chu Yang slapped his head and almost forgot about it. He carried the bucket to Bai Pengfei. Mr. Bai, there are still a few green crabs here. See if you want to take them. Bai Pengfei opened the lid and looked at it, and the smile on his face became even wider. Such a big wild green crab. You're netting a good deal here, old brother. He paused, then spoke. The price of green crabs on the market now is around 60 for a half pound or so, and going to 100 for a pound. You've got all 4 on the pound, and they're wild, like this, so I'll give you all of them at 200. Okay? Okay. Chu Yang didn't hesitate this time. The price he gave wasn't low. For green crabs, the biggest one nearly 2 pounds, and the other 3 were over a pound, adding up to 5 pounds, 7 taels, for a total of $1. 140. Bai Pengfei directly counted another 12 red tickets to Chu Yang. Older brother, leave a phone number. Remember to look for me next time you have good goods. Chu Yang did not refuse. He now lacks a powerful underling like Bai Pengfei. After the two left each other's phone numbers, Chu Yang made sure that he didn't miss any more, and only then climbed onto the pier, found a farmer's bank branch and deposited 22K, leaving 3K8 in cash on me. Chu Yang checked the balance on the card, 50253, 18. Not bad, and the predecessor left himself 28K in savings. These days, a young man can have $50, 000 in savings and mix it up pretty well. Another decade or so, most young people are not yet so rich. Back owed to the bank online loan tens of thousands of dollars are abound. Hiding his card and money and walking out of the bank, Chu Yang stood on the side of the road waiting for a car. But suddenly, a red and black motorcycle stopped in front of him with a giggle. Where to, pretty boy? Chu Yang looked up at the sound and just happened to see the scene. The rider in flip-flops has one foot on the ground, his open shirt flapping in the wind, and he's holding the handlebars in one hand and bending his elbow to brace himself on the gas tank spray-painted with DIYUN. Chu Yang was instantly happy. What a dashing motorman. With this motorcycle, it would be a colorful addition. There was a time before he was reborn. Chu Yang also chased after stars. He liked to watch Hong Kong movies at that time, and he was madly obsessed with Hong Kong movie heroines, especially Cecilia Chung in The King of Comedy. That's why she is remembered fondly for her endorsement of the DYM motorcycle. I never tire of hearing the classic windchill, DYM motorcycle, especially before the weather forecast starts each night. I wish you all good luck, ha 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 hiccup. Handsome oh, Chu Yang praised. The motorman was full of excitement when he heard someone praising him. I knew you'd have an eye for a pretty boy like you, but don't think that if you compliment me on my good looks, you'll get a free ride. At most you'll get a 20% discount on the fare. Make it quick. Get in the car. Chapter 11, The Wadu Handsome Motorcycle Man. Sitting on the back of a Grand AM motorcycle, the two men were also not wearing helmets. These days, no one cares at all. You don't even see a traffic cop on the road. On the contrary, I heard this motorcycle guy say that the motorcycle ban has been fully implemented in Huadu since New Year's Day this year, and he ran from Huadu. No wonder you're a pretty boy. Man, you're good looking and talk well. You must be doing well, right? Chu Yang flirted loudly. I can't help it. It's windy on the back of a motorcycle and I can't hear you at all without talking loudly. Sprinkle water. $3,000 to $5,000 a month, just to get by. The motorman returned bullishly. Also, Guangzhou in 2007 is considered to be a better developed city. The average salary per employee is only 1,500 or 600. He makes 3,000 or 5,000 a month, and that does qualify him as a high earner. This situation is quite normal. Clothing, food, housing and transportation. Transportation is one of the 4 basic needs of human beings, even though it is at the end of the list. A few years earlier, many of the glamorous stewardesses in the big cities, many of them married cabbies. In a decade or so, there will still be a lot of people relying on online car rental to support their families. Chatting for a while, this motorcycle man rode very fast. Chu Yang feels that as long as he opens his mouth, the wind is violently pouring into his mouth. He simply closed his mouth. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the motorcycle finally stopped in front of a 4-square building. Here it is, pretty boy. As soon as Chu Yang looked up, he saw the dark blue sign of Dehuai Plaza. This is the most luxurious shopping plaza in Shishir today. Opened in 2005. With a height of 8 floors, covering an area of 50 acres and a construction area of 139,000 square meters. Adjacent to the municipal government, it is one of the most prosperous large-scale commercial complexes in Guangzhou. Even after being placed in 10 years, Chu Yang came here, of course, to shop. How much is the fare? Getting out of the car, Chu Yang asked. It was $20, but since you're so pretty, take 15. The motorman stroked his bangs, which had been cocked by the wind on his forehead, and returned. Chu Yang thought for a moment and fished out a 50 bill from his pocket. I'm going in to do some shopping. I'll be out in a bit, so wait for me and drop me off at a couple places later, okay? The motorcycle man gave Chu Yang a slightly surprised look, took the bill, and held it in his hand and twisted it. After making sure it wasn't counterfeit money, he put it away and smiled. I get it. It means chartering a car. No problem. Go ahead, pretty boy. I'll be right at the door. Walking into Dehuai Plaza, Chu Yang went straight to the clothing area. As a second generation in his previous life, his pursuit of quality of life was still very high. It doesn't have to be name brand, but it has to be comfortable to wear, doesn't it? In the men's clothing area, Chu Yang saw a lot of familiar brands: Kai Z, Jinba, Jaeger, Heelan House. Finally he went into the man's closet and picked out 2 sets of the most popular polo shirts with jeans, the same kind of Lu Tao and struggle. Took another leather jacket. It's not like that storyline of being looked down upon by the salesman and then pretending to punch him in the face happened during that time. After all, it was an upscale mall, and all of these salespeople were at least high school students, so the quality was still there. A little impatient, but well hidden. When Chu Yang came out from the fitting room after changing clothes, a few young salesmen were even more bright-eyed. Wow, look, there's a handsome man. It's true that people rely on their clothes and saddles, and with this change of clothes, why do they look similar to the stars on TV? I think it kind of looks like Kid Dawai. More like Juju, I guess. These two are both actors in this year's hottest TV series, one playing the main character Lu Tao and the other playing the third male character Hua Zi. Chu Yang didn't hear them discussing it, otherwise he would definitely disagree. It's obviously Timothy Koo. He looked into the fitting mirror, and the body was actually pretty good on the bottom. 182 height, although on the thin side of the black a little, but the features of the long using the novel's vocabulary to describe, that is called the sword eyebrow star eyes. Not to mention, what's a black spot? It's called a bronze color. It's sexy for men. Does a big man still have to pursue white skin and soft body? It's not like he's selling his ass in an ancient greenhouse. Go to the register and pay for 2 polo shirts and a leather jacket for a total of $1,688. After letting the cashier lady get a discount and erasing the change, Chu Yang counted out 16 red bills and handed them to her. Sir, would you like me to load up the clothes you changed out of? The salesman asked as she chased after him. Chu Yang waved his hand. No need. Throw it for me. When he finished, he turned to leave. That's a shame. Would have liked to leave a number. The 34C salesman said. Yo, someone's on the fritz. I know who it is but I'm not telling. Someone next to me teased. You're the one with a fever. Your whole family has a fever. A couple of youthful girls were in an uproar. On the other side, Chu Yang wasn't idle either. He ran to the Samsonite store and bought a couple of cotton long sleeves, and went to the children's clothing section and bought 2 outfits for Chushi. A dress. When I passed KFC, I stopped again and went in to get a family bucket, so that by the time he got back to the motorman's car with a big bucket in his arms and a row of shopping bags on his arm, it took him by surprise. I'll go, pretty boy. I didn't even recognize you when you wore these clothes. Why did you buy this much stuff? What's this about me being an exhibitionist before? Hurry up. I want to get in the car. The motorcycle man straddled the big transport, 2 feet to support the car right. By the way, the open flower shirt buttoned up too, and fiddled with 2 slanting bangs, obviously facing Chu Yang's sudden upsurge in face value. Feel the pressure. He slapped the cushion behind his butt. Come on up. Back at the marina. It was 5 o'clock out. The motorman helped Chu Yang carry his things onto the boat before he left. On his way out, he left a business card with his name and phone number on it. Hongtao Zhang, telephone, 134. Obviously, he was treating Chu Yang as a big customer that could be developed in the long run. Sit tight, Ao. I'll start the boat. Sun Qingjun gave a reminder, then took out the boat key and began to dislike the motor. Pepe Peppa Peep. The sampan boat then sailed away from the harbor to the sound of motors and rejoined the island of fallen sun. Hey, Argo. When the boat was far away, Chu Yang saw Chu Shi standing on the pier waving to himself. I thought I told you to stay home. Why are you here? I looked at the time and thought that you and Uncle Qingjun should be here by now. Go, so I came to pick you up. Chu Shi lowered her head and returned with some vocal timidity. Chu Yang then realized that his sister was hanging on to him. Gently rubbing her brain, she quipped with a smile. That's a good boy. Look what I brought you, said, handing over the KFC in his hand. Wow, it smells so good. Did you buy this for me? Chu Shi was on the verge of gluttonous tears. Sure enough, no kid next door can arrive at the charms of fried chicken. Well, we'll make do with this for the evening. No need to cook. Chu Yang turned back and settled the bill with Sun Qingjun, counting 2 large 100 bills. Uncle Qingjun, you've worked hard today. Sun Qingjun didn't reach out and frowned. Say yes to $100 for half a day. What are you taking so much for? Take it back, take it back. Chu Yang smiled and stiffly stuffed the money into his pants pocket. Uncle Qingjun, don't pull any punches with me about the $100. Besides, I couldn't have sold it for that price without you running this trip, couldn't I? That won't work either. What was agreed upon? Sun Qingjun still has to push back. Chu Yang is most annoyed with this pushing around. Simply pretending to be angry. Being so disrespectful. Is it that you don't want me to come back to you for anything in the future? He then put the money away with some embarrassment and patted his chest. Which, if you need anything in the future, just come to me. That's right. Chu Yang dispersed a soft red to him. There is also one thing. That Qingjun uncle. If someone asks about what I went to the pier to sell, how much money I sold. Sun Qingjun understood Chu Yang's implication after a slight thought. Don't worry. Over 100 pounds of spicy snails, sold for $700 or $800. Chu Yang satisfiedly lit the fire for him. It's still Uncle Yu who is reliable. Then I'll leave first. Chapter 12, Utter Madness. Brother, you're not selling dog claw snails. Why do you say they're spicy snails? When he left the dock and there were only 2 people, Chu Shi suddenly raised his head and asked. Chu Yang smiled and rubbed her head. Silly. I'm doing this for the good of others. What do you think your great aunt would think if she knew we made a fortune selling dog claw snails? Then she must be pissed off. After saying that, seemingly imagining in her mind the way Lu Chui Xian's mouth curled up and her eyes went white when she was infuriated, Chu Shi pigeonholed laughed. So yeah, in order to prevent this world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, and to carry out the evil of love and truth, we must tell this good lie, okay? Oh, Chu Yang nodded seriously. but after not taking 2 steps forward, she suddenly let out another pft of laughter. Ah, actually you're worried about the village people committing red-eye and gossiping behind your back, aren't you? Also, did you just do a Team Rocket impression? Musashi, Kojiro, and Meow. Chu Yang rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Are kids so precocious nowadays? It's really not annoying at all. Back home, Chushi couldn't wait to open the Kentucky Hug Bucket, bury her head in it, and inhale so deeply that the tip of her little nose was covered in oil. Ah, it smells good. Eat up, it's getting cold. There's something for you later. You eat first, Argo. Chushi picked up the biggest fried chicken leg and took one, handing it to Chu Yang. No, you eat your food. I'm going out first. Chu Yang came back to the house next door. Pushing the door, Grandpa's son was collecting bamboo plaques for drying salted fish. Seeing Chu Yang come in, he smiled and greeted him, at the same time greeting son Ama who was cooking in the kitchen to make tea. No tea, I just came home with a belly full of water. Stopping the 2 old men from being busy, Chu Yang fished out a stack of red tickets from his pants pocket, and stamped a brown lotus $20 head at the top. Ah gong Ama, today I went to sell snails. Your share is also out. The price is unified as 120 a caddy. You are 11 caddies. This $1,320 you point. Both old men were pleasantly surprised to hear the 120-pound price. Grandpa's son laughed. Grandpa still can't believe you. What else to order? Son Ama nodded. That's right. It's better to order it. I'm afraid that if I furtively count too much, you guys can't rely on me for money. Chu Yang laughed. Son Ama smiled and gave him a light pat on the arm. You sonny, then take it as your filial piety to your grandpa and grandma. After delivering the money, the 2 insisted on keeping Chu Yang at home for dinner. No need. I went into the city today and bought delicious food. Chushi is still waiting for me at home, so I'll leave first. When he finished, he slipped away first. Seeing Chu Yang's gaze disappearing in the doorway, son Ama murmured, what an understanding and clever child. Just a bit of a bitter fate. She picked up the snail weight at home, 10 pounds out. From 11 pounds is still most of it. Who says it's not? I didn't see it when Chu Lao Lu was there, but now I see that it's better than his old man. Grandpa's son took a drag on his cigarette and agreed. Chu Lao Lu didn't give him a few cigarettes in the first place. His brother and sister are not easy. In the future there is something. We can not just watch. Son Ama said. Seeing that the old man was still squinting and smoking, his voice rose. Do you hear me? I hear you. I hear you. You're the one with the big throat. I'm not deaf. The old man got up and skipped out of the yard with his hands behind his back. Hey you dead old man. On the other side, Chu Yang and his sister were eating fried chicken together. Kentucky, this kind of foreign fast food. Chu Yang cannot say that I like, but also do not hate. When the stomach is hungry is still very fragrant. Once in a while to eat a very powerful. But for Chushi, or for the vast majority of the common people nowadays, it's actual high-end Western cuisine. At $79 a barrel. It's already worth 2 days' pay for many people. Chu Yang remembers that when the first Kentucky Fried Chicken opened in Kwanchung, it caused quite a stir, and the store entrance was lined up in a big long line, with a sea of people, and it was also on the local daytime news. Wait until the later Texaco, Wallace, Jingshin and other national brands rise. The status of foreign fast food is slowly down to the common people. Ah, why don't you keep eating There's plenty more. Seeing Chu Yang stop after tasting 2 chicken nuggets and finishing off a burger, She urged. No, I'm full. This deep-fried stuff is flavorful, but it's easy to get tired of it. After making himself a cup of green tea to relieve his fatigue and waiting for Chushi to finish eating as well, Chu Yang took out the new clothes he bought for her. Go wash your hands and come over here and try to fit. Wow, so many new clothes. Is this all for me? Chushi felt like she had been in a dream for the past 2 days. First, Agu came back and took herself away from her great-aunt and uncle's house. Now we're eating KFC again, and Ago has bought himself a lot of new clothes. The only time I remember having such happy times was when Amma was around. Watching Chushi excitedly try on her new clothes, Chu Yang suddenly felt a wonderful sense of accomplishment. It was as if there was an invisible string holding between the two, being slowly plucked. Does it look good? Argo. Chushi changed into a new set of floral dress and walked to Chu Yang. It's pretty. My sister is the prettiest girl on the island. Hearing Agao say that, Chushi pinched the corner of her coat in some embarrassment. Argo, can I go out for a while? Chu Yang of course understands the little girl's mind. How can you not go out and show off in front of your buddies with new clothes? Go on, take the uneaten KFC with you and share it with your little buddy. He was too much older than Chu Shi after all, and his mindset was more like that of a daughter. Foreplay, it's better to be the same age. Okay, Argo, I'll be back in a bit. After saying that, he saw Chu Shi run out like a gust of wind. Chu Yang began to clear the table. There's not really much to clean up, just a little chicken bone. Sweep it right at the door, and the village cats and dogs and ants will clean it up for him in the morning. After playing snake in the yard for a while, Chu Shi hadn't come back yet. Chu Yang was a bit uneasy, so he went out to look for her. 15 minutes ago, the village square. Up against the edge was a small grassy slope that resembled a natural slide, thus becoming a gathering place for the village children. The sun wasn't too warm in the evening, and there was a group of little kids gathered on a small grassy slope. He Yuan Hang, naked as a Michelin tire, occupied the middle of the grassy slope. Every time this little AC cub slid down the grassy slope, all the other waifs rushed away for fear of being accidentally held hostage by a tiger tank. While the little tank tumbled by the grassy slope, a little beanstalk with a double ponytail sat alone and played. Kelp, kelp. Suddenly, little Bean Sprout heard someone calling his name. She looked up and saw a pretty girl in a floral dress waving at her. Did you call me? The little bean sprout named Kelp asked, pointing to his nose and blinking. I'm Chu Shi. Don't you recognize me? Creak. The kelpie stared for a few seconds to get a closer look, finally confirming it and excitedly rising from the grass in a heap. It's really Creak. Is this your new dress? It's so pretty. Feeling the envious eyes of her little friends, Chu Shi's eyes bent into a crescent moon and said proudly, well, my brother bought it for me. Along with KFC, I brought you spicy chicken wings. Look. Receiving the chicken wings, the little bean sprout's kelp are given to the aroma of confusion. Carefully bite a mouthful. Is it good? It's so delicious. It's the best thing I've ever eaten. The little kelp nodded frantically. Then eat it. I have more. Look, my brother bought me a lot more. Chu Shi flaunted. That's very nice of your auntie. Kelp gave an envious look. The two little girls were giggling over their fried chicken. However, they didn't realize that they had been targeted by the fire control radar. He Yuan Hang, the little tank who was rolling down the grassy slope, exposing his two ass cheeks, had just climbed up when he saw what was in the hands of the two men. Kentucky. He Yuan Hang went completely crazy. Chapter 13, Violent Shooting Small Tanks. Kentucky. This thing He Yuan Hang ate once, is Lu Chui Xian took him into the city to see his brother when he ate. Although the three of them only ordered a special set meal at that time, and He Yuan Hang only shared a few fries and half a chicken nugget. That kind of deliciousness was still deeply imprinted in his CPU, and also took up a large amount of memory. Now that the memory was activated, the memory capacity of his brain was suddenly insufficient, and it went down on the spot, and all that was left in his mind was eating. I want KFC. Give it to me. He Yuan Hang whistled and crushed his way through. Don't look at his tonnage, but he wasn't really slow, rushing to Kelpie in a flash, snatching her chicken wing with a split hand and shoving it into his own mouth. Oh whoa, clicky clicky clicky. Ooh, my chicken wings. The little kelpie froze at first, then cried out of sheer terror. The little tank didn't take it seriously at all, and after swallowing the chicken wing with its skin and bones, he stared at the chicken nuggets in Chu Shi's hand again. Give it to me, I want more. He pounced and grabbed it. Chu Shi's physique is not much stronger than the kelp, which can be defeated by the small tiger style. The hand of the chicken nuggets directly be gripped away. The person was also knocked over on the ground. The new skirt are spent. Woo. She sat down on the floor and sobbed sadly. Not far away, Lu Chui Xian looked at the scene in front of him, and his greasy, fat face couldn't help but reveal a hideous smile. Let's get you a little burnout dressed in flowers. If you have money and don't honor your elders, why are you eating KFC? Dead thing. And that damn little b-boy. Why don't you drown like that deadbeat old son of a... Drowning is good for something. Just as Lu Chui Xian was secretly cursing in her heart, her afterglow suddenly saw something flash past her. Immediately afterward, her precious little tank took flight, and 2 seconds later was airborne in a clump of bushes at the edge of a grassy slope. Chu Yang felt that the quality of his shot was definitely far beyond the national soccer team. As soon as he came over just now, he happened to see the scene of Chu Shi being pushed down by the little tank, and immediately the blood of anger surged to his heart. Quickly, he rushes over and delivers a powerful kick to his ass. Egu, killing people. Lu Cui Xian, who was an afterthought, finally reacted, crying out while jogging to help the little tank up. Chu Yang also helped Chu Shi up and wiped her tears. It's okay, Argo is here. Argo. Chu Shi's mouth deflated even more, bawling. Over the years, similar scenarios have long been known to have happened many times. Shi is somewhat used to it, and just now was only timid and frightened. But the moment Chu Yang stood out to give her a head start, Shi instantly felt that she had a backer, and the aggression accumulated in her heart poured out like a flood. Ooh, ago. Chu Yang gently patted her back while watching the situation on the other side. I have to say, the tank's defense is really not cover. Take a kick and fly a few meters. Patting the buttocks up after surprisingly nothing happened. Noticing Chu Yang's sharp eyes, Yuanhong's frightened body gave a jolt and vigorously shrank towards Lu Chuixian's arms, confirming that the person was fine. Chu Yang was relieved. After all, it is still a society based on the rule of law, and what is against the law is still not something that can be done in the future. At least not in a way that would allow people to catch evidence. A little impulsive today. This time is light. Next time you dare to bully my sister, it will be more than a kick, he said coldly. And you? He turned his gaze to Lu Chuixian's face. Mind your son, and if you don't know how, it's okay, I'll help you. The scene was quiet. No one expected the impression that Chu Yang, who had always kept a low profile, would suddenly explode. It wasn't until after he walked away with the two little girls that a few of the old ladies who had gathered around then murmured, "What's going on? Is the Chu Laolu family's kid eating gunpowder today? He used to look quite honest. Who knows? Didn't he give the village chief and accountant Xiong a good scolding yesterday? What's wrong with honest people? Honest people start fire is only scary. Before the Wang village that Wang heir is not also honest. His mother later stole someone, the mother's family still protect. The result of a family of 8 people were all stabbed to death by him. I don't think he's been quite normal since he fell in the sea, and I've heard that there are drowned water ghosts that look for a double. You guys said, I don't know. Anyway, don't mess with him in the future. Who knows if he'll take a few away one day. Yeah. Listening to their discussion, Lu Chuixian on the side did not howl anymore, and with an iron face, she dragged the small tank towards home. You're not to mess with that girl again. You hear me? Walking farther away, Lu Chuixian admonished. By what right? I'm going to beat that girl to death. The little tank clenched his fists and growled with menace. Chu Yang's kick had made him lose face. Who won't laugh at him from now on? Those little kids in the village? He couldn't get Chu Yang and planned to find a chance to get revenge back from Chu Shi's head. Go if you're not afraid of his brother beating you. Lu Chuixian obviously also knew this precious son of hers, and deliberately provoked. As expected, once he heard Chu Yang, the little tank couldn't help but recall his icy gaze and warning. His body couldn't help but shiver and his eyes became much clearer. Humph, I'm not afraid. Although his mouth was hard like this, the little tank had already decided that that girl would never want to play with herself again. Well, yes, he's a smacker, not a wimp. On the other hand, Chu Yang had already returned to his home with his 2 little girls. Along the way, he had gotten a good idea of the situation from them. Kelp is one of Chu Shi's few friends in the village, and both of them come from similar backgrounds. Her family was also fishermen. Her father lost his father at sea, and she followed her grandmother and lived in the north corner of the village. A widow with a daughter begging for survival is not having a good time, as you can imagine. No wonder she is as hungry as a beansprout. Go play, there's some fried chicken left. Help yourselves if you're hungry. Thanks, Nei. Can I call you Argo? Kelp rubbed her hands together and gathered her courage to speak a little shyly. The scene of Chu Yang's great power just now made her very envious of Chu Shi being able to have such an ajushi. Of course, Chu Yang compassionately rubbed the little Kelp's brain. From now on you're my little Ame. If someone bullies you, tell me and I'll go beat him up. Well, thank you Argo. Kelpie nodded his head with excitement on his face. Great. I'm sister then. Chu Shi also clapped her hands, not feeling the slightest bit that Ah Gao had been snatched away, but instead feeling excited about her status upgrading. By the way Kelp, what's your Ama's name? Since he had already recognized this sister, he felt that he also had the need to understand the other party's family situation. My Ama's name is He Shi Jun. Chu Yang froze. Such a coincidence? He Shi Jun. Is she the one the predecessor remembers? Chapter 14, The Rural Ground is Slippery. 2. As the sky darkened, Chu Yang carried a bucket of water and came to the yard. He took off his shirt and walked over to the water press kuji. In this weather, if you don't take 2 cool showers a day, you're guaranteed to rub QETO the next day. The bucket of water had not yet been filled when, suddenly, the wind chimes at the door tinkled. Chu Yang followed the sound and looked back just in time to see a woman poking half of her body in through the door with a panicked look on her face. The woman was dressed plainly. A cloth coat with orchids on a white background, 2 patches on her shoulders and elbows, and underneath, pants made of earthcloth with black embroidered shoes. But despite this, she still couldn't hide the unique aura that emanated from her. Willow leaf eyebrows, goose egg face, white skin in the fishing village as conspicuous as a street lamp in the dark night. Especially that pair of watery peach blossom eyes, the tip of the eyes upward, with its own powder halo. Ask which man in the village looked not confused? What man in the village wouldn't be confused if he looked at them? No wonder the village people regarded this woman as a foxy girl and gossiped about her indiscretions behind her back. Sister you're here to look for seaweed, right? Chu Yang smiled. The woman is Shi-Jun, who occupies a large memory in the memory of her predecessor, the mother of the kelp, and the former island flower of the falling sun. It's Chu Yang. Shi-Jun also knew the predecessor. After all, a village, and the predecessor was the first university student in the village. It's just that the two hadn't crossed paths much before. More accurately, it is Shi-Jun who is not familiar with the predecessor. But the predecessor is not familiar with this sister. In law, how to say, in the spiritual world, the two people are very familiar with each other and good friends. I heard Auntie Zhang say that Kelp and Xiaohang fought and their heads were bleeding. We're saved by you, so I rushed to your house to pick her up. No wonder it looks like you're in a hurry. Don't worry, the kelp is fine. It's just scared. It's inside eating chicken with Chu Shi. When he finished, he turned around and shouted. The two little girls came out of the parlor with a chicken leg in each hand. Auntie. After seeing her own daughter's hands and mouth full of oil, Shi-Jun was completely relieved, and at the same time cursed Auntie Zhang in her heart for talking like a fart to this old woman. Chu Yang, the money for this chicken leg. Alas, sister don't say that. The chicken leg is what Chu Shi invited her to eat. It has nothing to do with me. Chu Yang knew what she was going to say and interrupted. Well, thanks anyway, I'll be on my way. Shi-Jun took Kelp's hand. Say goodbye to brother Chu Yang in Shaoxi. Bye-bye Ago. Bye-bye Creek. Ugh. Bye. Come play with Creek when you can. Seeing Shi-Jun's back disappear in front of the courtyard entrance, Chu Yang slurped his mouth with intent. It's really, kind of something, yeah. Maybe the predecessor's wish. He could help him fulfill it himself? Brother, what are you smashing your mouth for? Are you hungry? I even hid chicken nuggets. Chu Shi said with concern. No, eat yours and shower and go to bed early afterward. Chu Yang tugged at the waistband of his pants and returned to his room. That night, Chu Yang had a dream with a lot of fire. In the dream, one moment it was the high-flying Stepford wife from a previous life, and the other moment it was the passionate and fiery pretty widow. It was an hour and 18 minutes before he was finally defeated. In the middle of the night, Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and rolled over to get up. Moving his body, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Chu Yang, I didn't expect you to have such a day. But this body of the predecessor was quite good, more than a notch firmer and longer lasting than his previous life, which had been hollowed out by booze and sex. If you go to Bend, which is across the sea, you might be able to make a living at it. I don't know if Meng Ruoyu, Wu Meng, and Xin Zhaorao have debuted yet. Getting up and rubbing my pants together a bit. It was already dawn outside. Argo, why are you so early today? Chu Shi also rubbed his eyes and walked out of the room. I couldn't sleep, so I got up to see what the weather was like today. Chu Yang casually made it up. To catch the sea? Chu Shi's eyes lit up. Yesterday Chu Yang had already told her about the dog claw snails selling for more than $20,000, and now her interest in catching the sea was even higher than Chu Yang's. You little money grubber. Chu Yang smiled and nudged her nose. Go make breakfast. I'm starving. He rubbed his stomach and added, by the way, lay a couple of hoagies. After breakfast, Chu Yang went out to sneak around. On the way, I met a number of villagers returning from the direction of the sea. They all carried buckets with crabs, fish, shrimp and shells caught from the sea. Of course, they are not valuable goods. Looking at a full bucket, to the dock can also be sold for 30-50, hundreds of rare. And for that catch, they had to get up at 2 or 3 a.m., soak in the mud flats and work until 7 or 8 a.m. The life of the fishing village is like this. Like Chu Yang to catch the sea wants to earn a few thousand tens of thousands. In addition to the opening, that can only be explained by the ancestral tomb on fire. Wandering around, we have come to the ferry terminal without realizing it. Chu Yang saw a 12-meter-long tin ship docked at the pier. It was the ship that came to collect the goods. On the side of the boat stood a big, burly man with a brawny demeanor named Gu Yuan, a fishmonger who operated year-round on several nearby islands. At this moment Gu Yuan is surrounded by a group of villagers, clamoring to sell him their own seafood. Chu Yang stood next to look at a while, found that this Gu Yuan pressure price is not generally ruthless. basically in accordance with the city seafood market to take 1/3 of the price to give. Like the Dongfeng snails, he was at the pier yesterday and saw someone take $3 for them, but Gu Yuan just gave $1. Last time it was still $1.02. Boss Gu, raise it a bit more. It's not easy for us fishermen to make a little hard money, a hooded woman begged. Plus, Gu Yuan smiled and stared at the older woman. Folks want to make more money, and I for one understand that, but I'm a businessman, so I can't do a losing business, can I? He took a drag on his cigarette, and the hand holding it pointed to the fishing boat next to him. You tell me, which one of this boat maintenance money, fuel, labor, and the dead fish and shrimp loss that I'm taking back, doesn't cost money? Let's put it this way, business is about what you want, and since Auntie thinks it's too little, I won't force it. With that, Gu Yuan was about to turn around and leave. Don't go, Boss Gu. I'll sell. I don't mind if it's too little. The old woman in the flowery cloth nearest him hastened to pull him back. The rest of the old ladies complained on the turbaned aunt. Aunt Ho-Hot, are you selling? Don't get in our way if you're not. That's right. Bosco worked so hard to collect our goods. And you're still talking about East and West. You really don't know what's good for you. Some people, well, they just don't realize it. Aunt Ho-Hot stood in the middle of the crowd, wanting to cry. Obviously just now they let themselves to bargain. But now, Chu Yang quietly watched the dramatic scene in front of him, feeling quite wonderful. It was true that it was still the rural people who were simple. Hey, Ayo, what are you doing here? As he was watching, Chu Yang heard someone call out to him. He turned around and realized it was Sun Chongjun. Seeing the bucket carried in the other party's hand, Chu Yang smiled and asked, Uncle Ching Jun, you're here to sell goods too? Chapter 15, Fishing at Sea. Yes, your aunt dug up some mud snails in the morning. Sun Chongjun laughed. Chu Yang looked into the bucket. Sure enough, pitch black sticky little half a bucket. This thing is long and rotting black beans like, the surface and mucus, eat with a fishy smell, before no one picked up. The status is not as good as the garbage snail. It's just that in the past 2 years, the economy has developed, and people over in Suzhou, Zhejiang and Shanghai like to eat this stuff, and the heat is slowly being raised. Mud snails are now going to retail in the marketplace for $20-something per pound and $7 or $8 to collect. Take some to taste? Seeing Chu Yang looking carefully, Sun Chongjun thought he wanted it and took the initiative. Don't, I'm not used to eating this. Chu Yang hurriedly excused himself. Sun Chongjun didn't force himself. Then let's talk later. I'll go sell the snails first. After a few minutes, he returned with an empty bucket. Sold? Chu Yang greeted. Well, 12 pounds, sold for $60. Sun Chongjun smiled back, obviously still relatively satisfied. Taking it to the aquatic marina doesn't sell more? Chu Yang asked. There's no such effort. And besides, deducting the cost of gas is about the same. Sun Chongjun replied. Chu Yang nodded. He was the one who took it for granted. Although Natutu is a fishing village, but it does not completely rely on fishing to live. The villagers have mountains, forests and fields need to serve. Who have that effort to go into the city every day? Not to mention that the difference in price isn't enough to pay for gas if you don't sell much. Right, Yang? I'm going to take a trip to the sea later. Are you interested in going to play together? Sun Chongjun suddenly opened his mouth and invited. Chu Yang's heart moved. Going out to sea. He had never done it before in his previous life. It was a few friends meeting a group of ragged girls and sailing a luxury yacht. One trip could make him not want to touch a woman for half a month. But going out to sea to fish, he had never really tried it. Now, is it too late? Chu Yang saw that in his previous life, those sea-catching masters broadcasting the sea all left in the middle of the night. It's fine, just walk around the island, put some long lines, and return in the dark. My boat is small, I can't go far, and I don't dare to spend the night on the sea. Sun Chongjun explained. In that case, then I'll go back and discuss it with Chu Shi, and I'll give you an answer within half an hour. Chu Yang's mind moved and said. Sun Chongjun laughed. Good, then you'll call me later. The two men left the dock with a smile on their faces. When he returned to the courtyard, Chu Yang immediately opened the system. Claim today's treasure chest. Congratulations on winning the black iron treasure chest. The location of the treasure chest has been refreshed. Please go to collect it. Chu Yang didn't continue yesterday's good fortune and drew the black iron treasure chest. And the treasure chest refreshes 7 or 8 miles from the island, right on the ocean. It looks like the system wants me to go to sea. Chu Yang searched. That's fine. Then, just go with it. Argo, are we still going to catch the sea today? Seeing him return, Chu asked with an expectant face, "We're not going to catch the sea today. Uncle Qingjun and I will go out to sea. You stay at home and be good." Sun Qingjun's sampan boat was not big enough for two people to work on, and since she was a little girl, it was even more inconvenient to bring her on board. Ah, out to sea. Hearing this word, Chu's small face couldn't help but show a look of horror. A few years ago, Abba and Abba were the ones who went out to sea once and never came back. Now Argo is going to sail again. Don't worry, it's just along the coast. I'll return when it gets dark. Chu Yang bent down and touched Chu's face and laughed. Okay then. Calling Sun Qingjun to make an appointment to go out to sea, Chu Yang began to prepare. Going out to sea is not the same as catching the sea. Plenty of fresh water and food is a must. Water is simple. 2 jugs of cold white water in a large Coke bottle. The food was boiled eggs in plain water with a small jar of pickles and a Laogan Ma bottle. And then there are the tools. Sun Qingjun went as put longline fishing. Chu Yang ride his boat. The most appropriate is also sea fishing. No sea rods in the house though, only table fishing rods, and that thing doesn't have a fishing reel, so you can't even use it at sea. Luckily, the predecessor's cheap mom and dad had left 2 new pairs of hand silk fishing at home, which Chu Yang turned over, opened the bobbin and checked the line set wrapped around it and it was in fair condition. Then put on long sleeves and long pants wearing gloves, cool hat. The sea is not covered by ultraviolet rays. The sun can be a day to take off 9 layers of skin. Everything is ready. Depart. At 9:30, come to the dock. Sun Qingjun was already waiting on the boat. Uncle, it's been a long wait. Chu Yang scattered over a soft red. I just got here too. Sun Qingjun, with a cigarette in his mouth, helped Chu Yang carry the things onto the boat, checking to see what was missing in the meantime. You didn't bring a life jacket. Luckily I had a spare. Chu Yang touched his head. This was really forgotten. Life jackets are a must, no matter how good you are in the water. There's nothing else to leave out, so let's just get going. Ugh, come on. Chu Yang returned with some excitement. He couldn't wait. Seeing him rubbing his hands together like a fly, Sun Qingjun smiled. Newbies are like that. Let's hope he can keep it up when we get to sea later. With the roar of the motor, the sampan boat rocked away from the pier. Chu Yang noticed that the direction of the ship's travel was in the same direction as the treasure chest refreshment point. This is good. So as to save the time to find a reason to shout Sun Qingjun to change. Sitting on the bow of the boat, blowing the salty sea breeze and looking at the endless azure sea, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of grandeur. Woohoo yeah! But soon, he couldn't get his bravado up. Vom! Chu Yang dry heaved, feeling like his morning hoagie had rushed up his throat and would soar out at any moment. It shouldn't. He hadn't sailed much in his previous life and wasn't seasick at all, so Chu Yang took it for granted that he wouldn't get seasick. But he doesn't think about it. Can that yacht be the same as a small sampan boat? Look at the scene in Charlotte's Trouble where Charlotte and Yuan Hua crash the boat. Charlotte's so small the yacht is stable. And Yuan Hua, the title sea spirit, barely stumbled with his trident. It's okay, if it's hard, just vomit. The wind is not strong today. It will adapt in a while. Sun Qingjun looked like he had expected it. Chu Yang, vomit. After half an hour of puking up the nest of breakfast I had eaten, the boat finally arrived at its destination. Arrived. Sun Qingjun turned off the fire, let the boat drift slowly with the waves, and began to put the long line fishing. Long lining, as the name suggests, is a fishing operation that involves tying a large number of sublines to a long main line. Sun Qingjun brought 2 pairs of long lines, one 200 meters, with a hook every 2 meters, 100 hooks per pair. As for the bait on the hook, he used fish guts. This thing on the pier a lot, by the sun, and fishy and smelly, thrown into the sea is estimated to be able to lure the fish for miles around. Is the nose suffered? Vom! Choyo hit the nest again, this time smoked. But the weird thing is, after smelling the fishy odor and throwing up for a while, he gradually got better. By the time Sun Qingjun put up the longline fishing, he had recovered to the 7th degree. Do it! Do it! Do it! Chu Yang took out a hand silk fishing reel, tied on a 12-lead head hook, hung a section of fish intestines of more than 10 centimeters up, confidently threw out his sea fishing virgin rod. Chapter 16, Red Flute Snapper. Strange, where's the fish? Chu Yang sent his question to the sea. Half an hour had passed since the hook was set, but not a single crab, not to mention fish, had been caught. That's not how it works online. Those anchors are all about hooks in place and bites coming in. Looking at the deep sea water, Chu Yang seriously doubted that what he had watched before was a fake video, and at the loss of his own reward for them. Cam, don't worry. Sea fishing is like that. Maybe there will be a surprise in the next second. Sun Qingjun advised. After another half an hour, Sun Qingjun looked at Chu Yang, who was still like an old monk in meditation, and scratched his head. Why don't we have lunch first? Okay. He established that he really didn't have much of a talent for fishing. Pure and simple air marshal. If it wasn't for the system, he could probably starve to death as a fisherman. In the future should be open hanging or have to open hanging. Have hanging do not use. That does not sand mouth. Chu Yang began to close the silk disc. He had been hungry for a long time and had wanted to catch a fish to prove himself, but now it seemed. In his mind, he was thinking of finding some reason to make Sun Qingjun turn to the treasure chest refreshment point later, and the fishing line in the water was almost collected. But just then, a wave of resistance came from the line. He lifted the line. Hooked on trash? The next moment, the line in his hand was yanked back into the sea with a whoosh, and even the reel was almost carried off. Asterisk 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 is on the fish, Chu Yang exclaimed, his voice trembling. Sun Qingjun smiled and reminded, hold the hand's silk disc steady. Use the gloved hand to reel in the line. The line is very sharp. When you meet a big fish forward, you can cut off your fingers. Chu Yang didn't squeak. He now had to concentrate on the giant thing under the surface of the sea. There is no unloading of the hand silk reel, so there is not much skill involved when you run into a big fish. Just pull and that's it. When you really come across a big fish that you can't pull, either stroke the line and let go a little or cut the line. The one that is hooked now is not too strong, but not so strong that it needs to be let go of the line. Chu Yang steadily reeled in the line and waited until the resistance in his hand became greater and the fish lunged forward. Then he stiffened a bit. When the force became less, he quickly reeled in the line. After about 10 minutes of this back and forth, the line that was let out was finally pretty much retrieved and the fish was exposed. Not much. Chu Yang glanced at it and was a little disappointed. Normal. The strength of the sea fish can be compared to freshwater fish most of the time. Half a pound of sea bass can pull out 7 or 8 pounds of carp feel. Sun Qingjun took the drill sight on the side, smiled and explained. When the fish's strength was almost spent, he saw the right moment to manipulate the fish firmly into the net. Red flute snapper, or red rooster in our vernacular. Good fish. Red porgy, Pagrasomus major. Chu Yang also changed the loss. Full of smiles, this body reddish fish in the hands. Carefully scrutinize. It is seen to have a flat, high body, with a pair of large pectoral fins growing under the gill bones, and a deep red line running parallel to the dorsal fin on its back. That's a red flute snapper. This thing Chu Yang had seen and eaten in his previous life, but that was all boiled. It's the first time it's been as alive as it is now. Quick, take a picture of me. Chu Yang took his cell phone to Sun Qingjun and asked him to help him find a good angle to take a picture. It was only 3 or 4 pounds, but it was a memorable first big sea fish caught on my own merit. Okay, eggplant. Accompanied by a click sound. The image of Chu Yang showing his white teeth and holding the fish was framed within the frame. Taking a good picture. Sun Qingjun took an awl and gave the fish belly a shot. Sea fish have to be caught and deflated or the pressure difference between the inside and outside is so great that it will burst the blisters. I know this one. I've heard it mentioned. Chu Yang nodded his head and observed the big red chicken that had been thrown into the living water chamber. And sure enough, it was alive and well. Of course it's only okay for a short time, and you won't survive being thrown back into the sea again. Still eating? Sun Qingjun asked. Chuyo has rehooked the lead head hook with fish guts. What's the point of eating when you have fish to catch? He threw the hook out with a whoosh. Sun Qingjun said, okay, then I'll fish with you too. Red snappers are schooling, and usually catching one means there is at least a small school underneath. And this fish is thick and tender. Both steamed and braised taste good. And red. The price is always good. Worth fishing. In this way, the two men put down their hand silk jigs left and right. Xing perhaps really ran into a school of fish. Chu Yang's hand soon came again tugging sensation. He took the bobbin and jerked it upward. The force coming from the end of the line suddenly increased, and it was obvious that the fish was in pain and starting to struggle. Ha ha, bring it to me you. Chu Yang grew more and more excited. With the first experience, he wasn't in a hurry, carrying the bobbin and making deep and shallow pulls with the fish. 10 minutes later, another red flute snapper was firmly ashore. This tail was a little smaller than the previous one, but it was over 2 pounds. Farmed red chickens are now picking up 30. Wild ones are estimated to be up to 50. These two, at least worth a small 400. Sun Qingjun was very happy for Chu Yang. After all, it was a boat with him. If he found nothing, then he, the boat captain, would be too disgraced. Of course, while happy, but also a little hot, which is not fish, is clearly a red money. Keep going. Two tails of red chicken ashore. Chu Young cool. This feeling is simply on the head. No wonder it is often said that if you hate someone, then take them fishing. It's too addictive. It's just that Chu Yang's rookie protection period is a bit short, and after two big fish, it's back to the original state. Sun Qingjun, on the other hand, caught a black snapper, a 3 pounds. Although the unit price is not as high as the red flute snapper caught by Chu Yang, it's still worth $100, and today's gas bill is saved. Forget it, let's eat first. After waiting for another half hour, Chu Yang finally gave up on this fishing spot. Peel 2 hard-boiled eggs in white water, 1 bite of egg and 1 bite of pickle, and when you're dry, take water with you. Sun Qingjun brought steamed buns with salted fish. Chu Yang pinched a piece to taste, and almost didn't he get snorted to death. After eating lunch and lying on the boat for a while, Sun Qingjun began to reel in the longline fishing, with Chu Yang helping out on the sidelines. But the two men pulled dozens of meters, and surprisingly, they were all empty hooks. By the looks of it, the situation isn't too optimistic, Chu Yang thought to himself. Sun Qingjun's face didn't look too good either, but he still held himself together and didn't get angry. I can't say it's shallow water with few fish, so I'll wait for it to get deeper. Once the main longline cable was pulled up about a third of the way, the fish finally started coming in, but all the fish that were on were small, worthless fish, like small yellowfin snapper and small rock snapper, and I didn't see a single one of the valuable ones. Until the two sets of longlines were reeled in, it added up to half a faceful of stray fish. ********, a plant. Sun Qingjun finally didn't hold back and grabbed a still struggling Shi Jiugong and wrestled him to the surface. A few seconds later, Shi Jiugong refloated with a pair of dead fish eyes. At this time, Chu Yang spoke. Uncle Qingjun, why don't we go further north? Sun Qingjun think. Anyway, also 2.5. And then under the longline fishing time is afraid of not enough. Why not do a favor? Okay, but not too far. It's fine, just take a chance. Chu Yang said with an indifferent face. Chapter 17, Giant Lobster. Hey stop, 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 stop. Chu Yang commanded Sun Qingjun and parked the ship next to the treasure chest refresh point. That's better. Sun Qingjun squeezed out a smile. He was obviously not in a very good mood with today's lack of harvest. On the other side, Chu Yang took advantage of pretending to observe the seawater to claim the treasure chest. Black iron treasure chest has been opened. Reward, randomly refreshed marine economic creature, common, *1. Capture limit, 60 minutes. Number 1. Is it going to be a giant thing? Chu Yang Pale Fly rubbed his hands together, incomparably excited. Picked the largest lead head hook I could find and picked a palm-sized rock snapper from the loading tub and hung it up. Uncle, count the bait you use up as my purchase and count the money together when you land it. Sun Qingjun waved his hand. A few miscellaneous fish, dead and can't be sold for a good price. Counts for a load of money. Just use it though. That won't work. It has to count. Chu Yang said as he flung the fishing line into the sea while keeping his eyes fixed on the water. Under his careful search, sure enough, in the direction of the stern of the ship, he saw a faint white light that was circling in place. Come on, eat the hook, Chu Yang said with his mouth full of words. He also did not dare to let Sun Qingjun drive the boat to lean over. First, it is not good to explain, and secondly, he was afraid that the sound of the motor scared away the fish. Treasure chests open out things that are not 100% accessible, like the last dog claw snail, although Chu Yang fished out a lot of them, but more of them were brushed away once the time came. It's still up to him to land this big fish, but after waiting for 10 minutes or so, the white light had no intention of moving in his direction. Watching the system's capture limit time pass little by little, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little anxious. What's the best way to draw it in? Right. He tapped his head and remembered that he had watched a video of a gringo fishing for tuna on the internet earlier, and all of them had to use a lot of bait to lure the fish in first. Chu Yang also does not know if the bottom of this is not tuna, but there is no other way. Can only be a dead horse? Taking the fish cutting knife, he chopped the 8 or 9 centimeters long stone 9 male into 2 pieces and dumped them into the sea. Seeing that the target did not move, Chu Yang continued to throw. Sun Qingjun smoked a cigarette on the side and didn't say anything. At the top of the day is also a pot of worthless miscellaneous fish, besides Chu Yang are picking those dead small with. playing down a dozen or so pounds of bait. Seeing that white light finally slowly moving towards his side, Chu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It works! After 7 or 8 more pounds of bait, the bottom of the tub with the fish in it was seeing empty, and the white light had swum under the boat. Chu Yang hurriedly switched to a small white pomfret with better vigor, hung the hook on its dorsal fin, and threw it into the water. Eat quickly. Seeing this, Sun Qingjun was afraid that the young man would not be able to stand the excitement of the Air Force and persuaded him. Ayo! Sea fishing is not like freshwater fishing. The density of fish is small. You hit more nests in the place where there is no fish is also in vain. But before his words fell, he saw Chu Yang stumble and half of his body was yanked out of the side of the ship. The hand silk disc in his hand was tugged, frantically going out the line. Asterisk is on the big fish. As an old fisherman, Sun Qingjun naturally understood, and hurriedly ran over to hold Chu Yang's waist from behind to avoid him being dragged into the sea. Pa! The 200-meter-long fishing line was all ripped into the water. Fortunately the end was tied by Chu Yang with 2 fishing line knots, otherwise it would have definitely come off. At the bottom, I don't know what kind of monster it is. The strength is amazing. Chu Yang hugged the bobbin, feeling that both of his arms were trembling, and he could hear his heart thump 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 thump. I don't believe it. He gritted his teeth and let the fish pull the sampan boat along, but he would not let go. After 10 minutes of this deadlock, the fish underneath finally gave out. Chu Yang also took the opportunity to change hands with Sun Qingjun, who, he took a long breath, feeling more tired than 1,000 consecutive pile drives. Sun Qingjun's physical strength was better than Chu Yang's, but once he got started, it was still unusually hard. He finally understood why Chu Yang was almost dragged into the sea just now. This fish, it must be at least 100 pounds. This way, the fish and man pulled back and forth for more than half an hour. Chu Yang and Sun Qingjun have changed hands several times. The bottom of the fish finally gradually exhausted. Chu Yang began to carefully work his way back up to the recovery line. It's very dangerous to fish for such a giant. Don't look at it as having no strength left. It's possible that a flippant struggle could take the line and cut a finger off a fisherman's hand. It took more than 20 minutes to reel in 200 meters of line with a hand silk reel. Chu Yang was exhausted, feeling that there was no place in his body that was not sore. But his spirit was unusually high, and he had to see what it was that had exhausted him like this. Finally, the back of the fish was exposed. It was a giant over a meter long. Its oval, sideways flattened body littered with small white spots dotted with stars, and its mouth was particularly intimidating, gaping open to the sides of the jaw, kind of like the cracked women from the small days over there. Even though they looked ugly, Chu Yang and Sun Qingjun both got excited when they saw it. Dragon pontoon, lobster. Nowadays a lot of fishing farms keep it for fishing. The hand is very good. This fish is so famous that no one with a little bit of general marine knowledge can mistake it. The price is also extremely high, especially in Hong Kong and Guangdong, where farmed ones cost hundreds per kilogram. Not to mention such a large wild lobster. Asterisk. Ayo. This luck of yours is simply heaven-defying. Sun Qingjun admitted that he was really sour. Looking at the front and fat like a dragon pontoon, he rose the impulse to take it for himself. It took several deep breaths to suppress those thoughts that shouldn't have been there. Ha ha ha, good luck. Chu Yang also knew that this was not the right time to stimulate him anymore, and humbly smiled. Uncle Qingjun, let's get the fish up first. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly when we get back. This time Sun Qingjun didn't say anything. Come on, I'll yell 1 and 2. Let's push together. 1 and 2. Sun Qingjun was in the front putting his arms through the gills of the big pontoon and carrying it upwards, while Chu Yang pushed the fishes but in the back. It took all my strength to get it on board. Then Sun Qingjun rushed to the dragon pontoon tie fish bubble deflation, watering and moisturizing. It's also fortunate that the seawater here is not too deep. Otherwise it would be even more troublesome to bloat to death and have to bleed out immediately. A dragon pontoon took up a small part of the cabin, and the two did not stay long, but returned directly to the ship. Chu Yang lay parallel to the side of the dragon pontoon, took out his cell phone, first took a selfie, and then found Bai Pengfei's phone and dialed out. Hello Mr. White, remember me? At the same time, in room 888 of the Red Romantic Bath Center, Bai Pengfei was enjoying the essential oil back opening of Technician No. 8 while listening to the phone. Hiss. Oh, Remember. Yesterday. At the dock selling dog claw snails to my pretty boy. What's up old buddy? Ow, got another good one? Shu Yang sweated. It looked as if he had made this call at a bad time. But what the heck? Selling fish is important. He was new in this world. And the only reliable fishmonger he knew was Bai Pengfei. So who would he call if not him? I caught a 100 or 200 pound lobster. Do you want it? What did you say? On the other end of the phone, Bai Pengfei's squinting eyes steeply widened, prancing from the massage bed trying to get up. But the result was to forget that the technician was sitting on his waist, and almost didn't give a break. Shu Yang. Chapter 18, Technician No. 8. Too much. He's on the phone. He doesn't have a penchant for listening to walls, okay? Bai Pengfei didn't know that he was misunderstood, rubbing his waist and climbing up, listening to the phone while putting on his clothes. A wild lobster? How big did you say it was? A couple 100 pounds. I can't weigh it at sea. Will you take it? After determining that he hadn't heard wrong just now, Bai Pengfei's head nodded as if he had been electrocuted. Take it in. Of course. Is the fish still alive? Deflated and alive. Alright then, you bring the fish to the pier. I'll wait for you at the pier. Don't worry old brother. As long as the fish is good, my price will definitely satisfy you. After saying that, Bai Pengfei had already put on his clothes and hurried out the door. Even the hand sign was left on the bedside table and forgot to take it. Hey Mr. White, I forgot my hand. Technician number 8 shouted as he chased out of the room. Hang up the bill first and settle it together next time. Bai Pengfei waved his hand and didn't look back. What's wrong Schwer? Isn't Mr. Bai's favorite to order you? Why did he just go in for 2 minutes and then leave? The manager asked with a face full of curiosity. He is not worried about Bai Pengfei reneging on the bill. They are all old customers. And besides, with the value of Mr. Bai, it is not so bad. Hell no. Took a call. I think it was about someone catching a 100 or 200 pound dragon wachamacallit and asked if he'd take it. Technician number 8 mumbled, a depressed look on his face. Is she not more attractive than a fish? What? 100 or 200 pounds? Could it be a wild giant pontoon? The manager is also a fishing enthusiast. Usually have nothing to do. Love to dump a couple of rods. Heard the voices high. Yes. It's the dragon pontoon. Technician number 8 nodded. What kind of fish is that can be more precious than me? She asked indignantly. The manager looked at her and smiled. You don't understand. Cher, if it's really that big of a wild dorado, a single fish can wrap you up for 2 months. And it doesn't mean the same thing. He paused. Let's just say I'd be willing to go a year without touching a woman if I could land such a big fish. Cheryl, I don't get you guys. Fishing is better than that? This side Chu Yang hung up the phone and told Sun Xingjun to drive the boat directly to the pier. After saying that, he ran to the bow of the boat again, took a full-body photo of the fish then sent it to Bai Pengfei by MMS. QQ can also send pictures now, but with the network at sea, it will probably take 2.5 years until you want to send them out. Not more than a few seconds after the MMS was sent, Bai Pengfei returned a message. Too sharp old man. I'll meet you at the dock. Putting down his cell phone, Chu Yan leaned against the bow of the boat and squinted his eyes to rest. With the sea breeze blowing and the setting sun shining, I actually fell asleep without realizing it. When he woke up again, he found that the ship had entered the harbor. They're all here, Uncle Cheng Jun. Why didn't you call out to me? Chu Yang stretched and took a sip from the water bottle. Well, I see you're asleep. After drinking the water, Chu Yang sat on the boat and fumed. He had slept, but he felt even more sore, as if he had been ravaged by 7 or 8 tanks. Only when he found an empty peg position and tied up the cable did Chu Yang force himself to get up, called by Pengfei to report the serial number of the marina, and sat down to wait by the boat. He was soon shouted at, but it was the marina red armband, coming to collect berthing fees. Chu Yang also admires these people. Eyes are really sharp. As long as you stop the boat, within 3 minutes guaranteed to arrive. After paying $5 and getting the receipt, a minivan pulled up to the boat. The door of the car opened and 2 men stepped down from it, Bai Pengfei and his mate. Ha old man, where's the fish? Show me. When Bai Pengfei got off the bus, he first stuffed a bag of soft china to Chu Yang, and only then could not wait to ask, where's the ship? See for yourself. Chu Yang unwrapped the cigarettes, gave Sun Xingjun loose one, and gave the fellow loose one, and he himself then lighted it and smoked it beautifully. Bai Pengfei, on the other hand, jumped off the boat and lifted the tarp covering the cabin. Upon seeing the live, real fish, he was happy to have a smile on his face. Pretty goods. Really pretty goods. You're too good at this, old man. When the big dragon pontoon over here made its appearance, it immediately became the center of attention on the pier, and people within a radius of dozens of meters were all attracted to it. I'll go for a live dragon pontoon king this big. Haven't seen one in years. It looks like it has to be 180 pounds, like a pig. More than that, it should be over 200. It's so pretty. Get such a pretty one and you won't have to worry about food for a few months. There were fishmongers in the crowd, too, eyes darting. Such a big dragon pontoon. It would be great if it was sold to me. Once it changed hands, it wouldn't be easy to earn a few thousand. A peer beside him snickered. Don't dream. Don't you see that, mister? Bai is there. Can you compete with him? Someone else recognized Chu Yang. Isn't this the young man who sold dog claw snails 2 days ago? This luck. TSK. Yu Chuanda was also in the crowd. Saw Chu Yang's fish catch this time. His eyes under the sunglasses were so red that people thought he had awakened some bloodline, and his heart was breaking. Sellenwood stepped in. Getting a dragon pontoon emperor this big, pouncing boy. Chu Yang does not care what the onlookers think. Love what they think. Do not delay him to make money on the line. White Pengfei on the side also finished checking. It is indeed a rare dragon pontoon emperor. The key is still fresh. Lobster pontoons are not uncommon in fishing harbors, with hundreds of pounds often available. And more than 200 pounds. Not uncommon. But 200 pounds or more is still alive. And that's all that's happened in recent years. There is no problem with the stuff. The price. Bai Pengfei opened his mouth. But before he could finish, someone interjected a reminder. Little brother. This wild dragon pontoon is not cheap. I remember the last time it was also a dragon pontoon king. About the same size as you. Sold for 88,000. Bai Pengfei frowned and looked over at the voice. After seeing the person who opened his mouth, he laughed coldly and said, "Who did I think it was? But it turned out to be you. The lack of virtue. $88,000. Are you buying? If you want to buy, I'll let you have it right away." Who does not know on the pier that the Dragon Pontoon Emperor is Wing Fai high price take to open the annual meeting with? People are during the new year, and stock willing to spend money to suck the eyeballs. On the newspaper boarded the TV station. The value of the advertisement are early to return to the capital. These you are not at all mention Yu Chuanda spat, smiled grimly. White total, don't be angry. I don't have any other meaning, just out of good intentions. Who doesn't know on the pier white total you generous? This gives the prices low, not in line with your status is not. After saying that he flicked his gaze to Chu Yang. Ha! Chu Yang didn't pay any attention to him. It wasn't like he had his head caught in a door to fall for this kind of cheap dissociation. Of course he wouldn't exactly listen to Bai Pengfei. Let's see the offer first. Then you can say right. Master is rich and capricious. Do not need you then Nan. This wild dragon pontoon emperor I out of 320 a caddy. You have out of higher despite take. I absolutely do not say a word. After saying that, he looked at Yu Kwanda with a provocative look. The latter was silenced by a direct. At 320, it's almost at the top, and losses and profits are on the line. If you have a channel, or if you meet an old man who is willing to give up his money, you can still turn a profit. But if you smash it in your hands, you will cry to death. Yu Chuanda is considered to be a powerful collector of goods on the pier. He was dried and silenced. The rest of the small fishmongers will be even more afraid to squeak. Any offers? Bai Pengfei stared proudly for a week, the expression on his face denying how infuriating it was. But Chu Yang felt that he was really gorgeous at the moment. After pretending to be B for a few seconds, Bai Pengfei then turned back towards Chu Yang and opened his mouth with a smile on his face. Buddy, do you think you're still happy with the price? Satisfied? Mr. White is pretty. Mr. White is atmospheric. Just as you said. Anyway, polite words don't cost money. Chu Yang is not stingy at all. Ha ha ha. Well, weigh in. Chapter 19, Making a Fortune. Weighing big fish is a pain in the ass. Luckily Bai Pengfei is a pro and surprisingly brought a small crane with him. First put the tarp on the scale to tare it. Then wrap the big dragon pontoon with the tarp and hoist it directly onto the scale. 106. 2 kilograms, 212 pounds and 4 tails. Bai Pengfei took out the computer, crackling a press. At 320 per pound. That's 67,968 bucks. So even if it's 68,000, I'll send it if you send it. Chu Yang of course had no problem with it. Mr. Bai's atmosphere. Bai Pengfei put his face, pretending to be angry. Call what white total? Shouting white brother. The more he looked at this somewhat dark and thin young man in front of him, the more uncomplicated he was. It was only a few days and the dog claw snail and the big green crab and the dragon pontoon emperor, by Pengfei vaguely have a premonition. As long as you can make good relations with the young man in front of you, the future of a variety of rare seafood is bound to be less. People give face. Chu Yang also did not end. Smiled. Good, brother bye. Then from now on, call me old brother too. Just call me AO. That's what all my friends and family call me. Cool, AO. Ha ha ha. Bai Pengfei put his arm around his shoulder. Since you recognize me as your big brother, then I can't not show it. Like this. Later on you don't leave. Tonight I'll arrange a dragon for you at Red Romance. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chu Yang's heart was slightly moved. He certainly understood the meaning of a dragon, and with Bai Pengfei's strength, the quality would definitely not be bad. But after hesitating, he shook his head no. What? Don't give brother face? Bai Pengfei frowned. Chu Yang shook his head and explained. There's still a little Ame at home waiting for me to return. Okay then. Seeing that Chu Yang didn't look like he was telling a lie, Bai Pengfei didn't force himself. Then some other time, you can come back after you've gotten little auntie set up, and make a note of it this time. Success. Then thank you in advance, brother Bai. Making an appointment for the next time, Bai Pengfei began to give Chu Yang the check. 6 turns plus 80 brand new red tickets. Chu Yang one hand is a little unsteady, but also have to use the other hand to support. The onlookers on the sidelines were eyeballing it. If the big dragon pontoon just now brought them shock, what this thick pile of cash brought was a more direct impact. Are fishermen so profitable these days? An unidentified tourist exclaimed. $68,000 is enough to cover a year's salary for him, a white-collar urbanite. There were professional fishermen right next to him, and they too shook their heads and laughed bitterly at the words. Which is not. Fishermen are mostly earn a little hard money. Fishing all year round, the wind and sun can save 2 or 3 million days. Like this young man, not 1 in 10,000 He must be very professional then. It's awesome that he can find such a big emperor dragon pontoon. The tourists praised. The fisherman was stuck. He wanted to retort. Looking at Chu Yang's early 20s, how professional can he be? Can he be compared to them? These old fishermen who have been in the teens in decades. But the catches are there. And he's made a small $100,000 in 2 days. So who dares to say he's not a professional? Humph. I can't tell what kind of luck I stepped on, the fisherman said sourly. On the other hand, Bai Pengfei paid for the fish, and then let Chu Yang ride in his car, piggybacking him to the Harbor Agricultural Bank to deposit the money. The dock is crowded. Chu Yang has exposed his wealth. So much cash. In case he runs into ulterior motives, it is very unsafe. Chu Yang habitually checked the balance on the card again. 115. 253. 18 yuan. He saved 65,000, leaving 3,000 cash to keep close to him. It's not easy. The deposit has finally broken 6 digits. He couldn't help but sigh. Except that no one else knew that. Or those fishermen out there would have to beat him up. He has only been a fisherman for a few days. And he has earned so much money. How many old fishermen bury their heads in the sand for 3 years? Cannot catch up with him for 2 days. After saving money, Chu Yang strolled around the harbor, mainly to Yonghui supermarket to purchase some daily necessities and fishing gear. It wasn't until the sun was going down that I returned to the dock with 2 large shopping bags. Uncle Ching Jun, let's go back. Gotta go. Pepe 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 Pepe. The motor roared to life and the 2 men set off on their return voyage. When he almost arrived at the island of the falling sun, Chu Yang touched a pile of banknotes counted in advance from his pocket and handed it to Sun Ching Jun, who immediately pushed back with a taut face. Ayo, it's too much. This I really can't get want. He glanced at the thickness and it must have been 1,000. He originally thought that Chu Yang would give a 200 or 300 mean. Did not expect so much. Take it uncle. It was your boat today. It was your bait. And you helped skate the fish. Otherwise I really couldn't have managed that big lobster by myself. You deserve it. Only then did Sun Ching Jun take it with some embarrassment. Right Ayo. Just now I saw Boss Bai say that he'll invite you to a dragon next time. What's a dragon? He was also selling fish when he heard Gu Yuan bragging about the top-notch one-stop service at Red Romance in town. It blew his mind. He just didn't know what the hell this one dragon was. It was positively unorthodox. Well, Chu Yang was really asked, not knowing whether he should tell the truth or not. In case it got to Chu Shi's ears and he was asked again, it would not be so embarrassing that he would have to pick his feet. Ask Boss by yourself next time. He could only reply in this way. Oh, Sun Ching Jun didn't get the answer he wanted, but became even more curious about the mysterious one dragon. At 7:30 p.m., Chu Yang finally returned home. Hearing the sound of the wind chime, she scattered her little feet and ran out of the room. Argo, is that you? It's me. Why don't you turn on the light? You're not afraid of the dark when it's pitch black all by yourself? Chuyo fumbled to find the light switch, a dangling knot of rope to turn the light on. I'm the only one in the house. It costs me electricity to turn on the lights, and I'm afraid I'll hide in my room. She replied. Seeing Chu Yang carrying 2 large bags in her hand, she hurriedly took them. Why did you buy so many things again? Go, you spent a lot of money, didn't you? It's all for the family, and snacks for you. Not much money, don't worry. It's nothing compared to what your brother earned today. Chu Yang briefly told Chu Shi about today's dragon pontoon fishing that sold for 68,000 yuan. And he realized that this sister of his was a bit of a money grubber. Maybe kids who've been poor are a little bit. While money isn't everything, having money can give you a bigger bottom line in the face of misfortune. Sure enough, once he heard the number 6W8, Chu Shi's mouth directly turned into an O shape. Really, Argo? You're not lying to me. Only when Chu Yang carried back another red flute snapper weighing more than 2 pounds from outside the door did Chu Shi come out of the shock of the big dragon pontoon. The larger one was shoved by Chu Yang to Sun Qingjun, who has a large family. Steam this fish for dinner. There are scallions, ginger, cooking wine and steamed fish soy sauce in the bag, Chu Yang ordered. In fact, he would like to taste the taste of Long Pontoon King, but as the saying goes, carpenters live in the fall of the house, the doctor to keep a sick mother-in-law, tailors wear rags, planting people drink thin rice soup. Chu Yang, a novice fisherman, could only condemn himself for the time being and take the red flute snapper over the top. Chu Shi inner OS, actually, red flute snapper is quite expensive and can be sold for money. Chapter 20, Night Talk. Brother, let's eat. Inside the hall, there was the sound of Chu Shi summoning. Chu Yang carried a bucket in the yard and clattered it down over his head. The heart source through the heart. Cool, Argo, you're taking a cold shower again. Dry your hair. Chu Shi ran to the restroom to get a dry towel. It's okay, it's so hot. Let's eat first. Chu Yang was unimpressed. I can't. Auntie said that if you don't dry your hair you'll get dampness. You won't feel it now. You'll get a headache when you're old. Chu Shi was stubborn and rambled like an old mom. Chu Yang had no choice but to take the towel and stir a few times on his head carelessly. That's a good boy. Chu Shi stood on tiptoe and touched his hair to check if it was dry. Chu Yang. After taking a bath, the 2 siblings sat down around the 8 immortal table, with Chu Yang sitting at the top spot. The dishes on the table were simple. Just a steamed red flute snapper, a plate of peanut rice, and a dish of marinated pork head. Ah, taste the fish. Chu Shi urged with an expectant face. Chu Yang took his chopsticks and caught a piece of fish face meat, squinting his eyes and savoring it. How to describe it? The meat is tender. The fish is fragrant, without any fishy flavor. Put it in your mouth and gently sip. It melts away. It felt like it tasted better than any red flute snapper I've had in my past life. Well, Chu Shi eyed it. Yummy. Chu Yang gave a thumbs up towards his own sister. As it turns out, it really takes talent to cook this stuff. Although Chu Shi was young, his skill in steaming fish was no better than those restaurant chefs he had eaten in his previous life. Of course, this is also attributed to my great-uncle's family. Before Chu Yang was reborn, the 3 meals a day in his great-uncle's house were all taken care of by Chu Shi, who was not yet as tall as the stove, something he only learned later. Thanks to him, he thought Lu Chui Xian was a good cook after eating the braised pork that day. These dogs, spending his parents' money to buy his family's life, making use of his sister, and beating and scolding her at every turn. Thinking about this, Chu Yang's liver hurt from anger. We'll have to find a way to send them all away sometime, or this breath won't come out. He is not the predecessor. Honest social animal although the heart is angry, but simply do not dare to think of revenge. What's wrong with you, Argo? Chu Shi was startled by the killing aura that suddenly emanated from Chu Yang's body. It's okay, let's eat first. Chu Yang collected his emotions and temporarily held the idea of revenge down. Now that he's just coming over, he's not even on his feet, so take your time with some things. There's no rush. The 2 were eating when Chu Yang heard the wind chime again. Glancing toward the door, it turned out to be Grandpa's son, holding a yellow clay-sealed altar in his hands as he walked in. Ah Yang, Xiao Shi, eating? It just so happens that I have an altar of green and red wine here, so I'll give you guys some flavor. Green red wine is a specialty of this side. Don't look at the name and green and red. In fact, it is glutinous rice brewed yellow wine, fermented by Gutian red quartz saccharification. The color of green with red, shaped like amber. And looking at this altar held in the hands of Grandpa's son, the year is certainly not short. Chu Yang was also a good drinker in his previous life, and he was instantly aroused by the craving at the sight of the situation. He couldn't take it for nothing, though, and got up to go back to the house to get the money, but Sun Agong was faster and held him down. "Ah Yang, last time when I sold the snails gone didn't talk to you politely. Just this jar of home-brewed wine. Don't talk to me out of line, okay?" Seeing the old man's firm tone, Chu Yan haha laughed. "Chang, then Gong you sit down. We have a good 2 mouthfuls of booze, or I can only spend money on it." Grandpa's son also laughed, looking at the steamed large red flute snapper and cold pork head meat on the tabletop, saying, "Success! Then Grandpa will dip into your light to have a good time." After some more pushing and shoving, Chu Yang let Sun Agong to the upper head, while he himself sat in the first left position. It's not that he's preachy, it's that the older generation is very focused on that, and it's important to follow the customs of the country. Is it okay to be a maverick? Sure, but it depends on the strength. A decade later the internet keyboard warriors always liked to take Steve Jobs, saying that no matter when Boss Joe appeared in front of the public, the image of a black polo shirt with jeans, but they don't think about it. Boss Chow was already a top capitalist at that time, and he could talk to the president on an equal footing, and he didn't need to look at other people's faces to act, so he was naturally qualified to do whatever he wanted. And with a little bit of knowledge, you can look up the early days of the business, when Boss Joe also wore an old-school collegiate suit to sell Apple at trade shows. Chu Yang's current state is equivalent to an early Joe boss, so he will first develop peacefully and wait until he is level 16 before he starts to casually wave. "Come on, Grandpa. I'll drink another toast to you for taking care of my siblings in the past." On the table of 8 centimeters, there was a great deal of drinking in cups and plates. Chu Yang raised his cup and tilted his head back, not to be outdone. Sun Agong followed suit and finished it off. At this point, the inside of the 10-pound wine jar had gone down mostly empty, and a blush inevitably spread across both of their faces. Chu Yang quietly surveyed Sun Gong, noticed that his pupils began to lax, reached out to the end of the wine glass enough twice did not touch. "Know that the time is almost up. Here, Grandpa, I'll help you." Chu Yang stood up shakily and picked up the wine glass and shoved it into Grandpa's son's hand. "Good, good, good boy. Drink." But Chu Yang did not clink glasses with him, but sighed sadly. "AI. What's wrong with Hunter?" Sun Agong asked with a tiger's face as he puffed out a mouthful of alcohol. "Is someone bullying you? Talk to Grandpa. Grandpa, I'll do it for you." "Hey, forget it." Chu Yang sighed again and waved his hand. But Sun Agong at this time the wine is on the head. "We're willing to stop." A slap on the table. "Come on, talk fast." Chu Yang had a tangled look on his face and hesitated for a moment before he opened his mouth. "That's fine Gong. It's about the demolition of my house before. The more I search, the more wrong. How to sign the agreement on the same day. The same day to fall into the sea. I didn't drink the night before last. Gong, you're well informed and an elder in the village. Can you help me think about it and see if I've offended someone?" Sun Agong's hand holding the wine glass paused for a moment and lapsed into silence. Seeing this, Chu Yang didn't force the issue and started to persuade the wine again with his wine glass. "If you don't know, forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Come on, let's drink." Sun Agong and Chu Yang clinked glasses and raised their heads to drink. With an open glass, a cup goes down to 3 taels. After drinking it, Sun Gong's face turned even redder, and the scene in front of his eyes turned into heavy shadows. "That night, I seem to have saw the old Lu family's Dagwang coming back in the middle of the night from the piece of seashore where you fell into the water." After saying that, Grandpa's son fell headfirst onto the tabletop. Daiko. Hearing that name, Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. According to the memory of the predecessor, Dagwang, whose real name is Lu Fuguang, is a famous dilettante of Nutudu, who is lazy and usually does not steal chickens and dogs. Why would he go to the beach in the middle of the night for no reason? Thinking again that Dagwang was still Lu Chui Xian's cousin-nephew, Chu Yang felt that he was getting closer to the truth. "Humph, don't let me catch you." Chapter 21, Chu Yang. "You old man." Sending Sun Gong home, Chu Yang sat on a rattan chair in the courtyard to rest, more than 3 pounds of green red wine down, although the degree is not high, but also not the average person to carry. His drunken state just now was not entirely feigned. Hiccup, letting out a long hiccup, blowing on the sea breeze, and getting disoriented. Chu Yang felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and soon fell into dreamland. When I woke up again, it was late at night. "Ha, it's raining." Shu Yang touched the water droplets that fell on his face and looked up to watch, only to see that on the sea in the distance, the dark clouds had pressed down to a low altitude of less than 500 meters, and it was obvious that a rainstorm was about to come. So we're not going to be able to sail tomorrow? Shu Yang was instantly a little depressed. The freshness of him being a fisherman had not yet passed. But that's the ocean. One second it may be calm and the next it's a raging storm. That's why even the most experienced fishermen have to remain respectful enough in front of the temperamental sea. Shu Yang hurriedly moved the chair back to the living room, and before he could close the doors and windows, bean-sized raindrops crackled on the windowsill, and the world outside the window suddenly connected into a blur. Early the next morning, Shu Yang rose from his bed. Outside, the rain had stopped, but the sea breeze was whistling and lifting the waves 2 or 3 meters high. Go, eat. Breakfast was still prepared by Chu Shi. White rice porridge with radish sticks and a little peanut rice left over from yesterday. Chu Yang picked up a bowl of thin rice and 3 or 2 mouthfuls and stood in the doorway to smoke. In the meantime, claim your treasure chest for the day. Congratulations on winning the silver treasure chest. The location of the treasure chest has been refreshed. Please go and collect it. Surprisingly, it's a silver treasure chest. However, when he looked at the refreshed location, it was on the sea, and it was 30 to 40 nautical miles away from Sunfall Island. If only we had a big ship. In fact, this was not the first time Chu Yang had this kind of idea. When he saw Sun Chang-jun's sampan boat before, he thought that he also wanted to get a boat, but the small ones he couldn't see, and the big ones he couldn't afford at the moment. Now it seems that getting a boat is a matter of urgency. Silver treasure chests, or silver treasure chests brushed on the surface of the sea. What will be opened? Bluefin tuna? Schools of greater amberjack? Giant lobster king? School of eastern star spot? Either way, it must be worth a lot of money. Thinking of this, Chu Yang felt his heart dripping blood. More painful than the last life when there was a time when his brain was hot and he bought the whole house. No, gotta get the boat. Thinking like this, Chu Yang immediately took out his cell phone and searched. But after half a day's reading, I couldn't find the information I was looking for. These days the network is far less developed than in later years, but Dunyang's bidding ads have been all over the place. And when you open the web page to see the most is Putian System Hospitals, Renai Hospital, Aurora Hospital, Maria Women's Hospital, a variety of medicine to cure all diseases. Hurry up and turn off your cell phone. Wait one more second. Shu Yang feels like he is going to be wise out. Looks like we'll just have to find out. Shu Yang carried a box of Mengyo yogurt and walked toward Sun Qingjun's house. Thanks to the continued popularity of Supergirl, Mengyo, the sponsor, has enjoyed great commercial success. Accompanied by Zhang Hanyun's sentence, "Sweet and sour is me." How many young boys and girls are embarrassed to go out without a bottle of yogurt in their mouths? To the door of Sun Qingjun's home, Shu Yang saw an 11 or 12-year-old boy is lying on the stone table in the courtyard, drooling to the book of the 300 Tang poems on the chin pad. Ang? Shu Yang called out tentatively. He remembered that Sun Qingjun's youngest son seemed to be called Sun Ziong. The child was very alert, and at the sound of the noise he raised his head like a horse and deer. Who called me? It's me, Chu Yang, your dad's friend. Where's your dad? Sun Zion saw that it was not an acquaintance and put his heart down. Dad, someone is looking for you. He turned back towards the house and shouted loudly, then immediately took the 300 Tang poems and shook his head as he recited them, hoeing and sweating. Soon, Sun Qingjun drilled out of the house, wearing a blue smock with twins, China's No. 1 brand of pig feed printed on it. Yo, ayo, why are you here? Come in, come in. Sun Qingjun hurriedly welcomed Chu Yang into the door. After seeing the yogurt he was carrying in his hand, he chided again. Come as you are. What else do you carry? Chu Yang laughed. The first time I came to the door, and there was nothing. To get boxes of counted yogurt for the children to quench their thirst. Did not spend a few dollars. Sun Qingjun took the milk and moved a stool. Have a seat. I'll wash my hands first. I've just been in there feeding the pigs. Chuyo sat and waited for him. When he reappeared, he had taken off his smock and washed his hands. Here, have some tea. Chu Yang picked up the disposable paper cup and sipped. It was quite fragrant, so he casually quipped, "This tea is good." Sun Qingjun laughed. What is good? Their own fried. Like to take 2 pounds away later. Uncle, you still have this craft. And you go to sea and raise pigs. And you can also fry tea. No wonder the days are prosperous. Chu Yang sincerely sighed. Sun Qingjun waved his hand and said modestly, engaged in play, but also to drink their own drink. Right, you came to find me today is something, right? Seeing that Sun Qingjun took the initiative to mention it, Xu Yang briefly told him about his desire to engage in searching fishing boats. If you decide to stay on the island later, the boat is definitely needed. Sun Qingjun nodded approvingly. But if you want a boat over 12 meters, I don't think there are any in town. You'll have to go to a specialized shipyard in town. Captain greater than or equal to 12 meters. Even if the ocean medium-sized fishing boat can go out to sea in the sea overnight operation, the technical requirements are higher. Not the township workshop can handle. In that case, since the weather is bad and we can't go to sea for the next 2 days anyway, I'll accompany you to the city tomorrow and get to know it. Xu Yang didn't be polite with him. Then I'll trouble you, uncle. What's the trouble? Sun Qingjun waved his hand. After agreeing on a time, Xu Yang got up to say goodbye. Sun Qingjun went back to his room and took 2 pounds of tea, wrapped it in newspaper, and shoved it hard into his hand. Take it and drink it and get it from me. Then I'm welcome. When he left, Xu Yang saw that Sun Xian was still memorizing poems, but what he was flipping over and over again were those 2 lines. Hoeing for the sun, sweating for the soil. He had a sudden bad taste in his mouth. Uncle Qingjun, Xiang is so diligent. He's still memorizing a poem after half an hour. Being reminded by him, Sun Qingjun instantly reacted. With a smooth hand, he copied the chicken feather duster erected on the windowsill and took a big step towards Sun Xian. Fine. I'll let you memorize and you're grinding here. I see your skin is tight again. Soon, Xu Yang, who hadn't gone far, heard the sound of gusting bamboo shoots frying meat coming from behind him. Snap. Ah! Unjustly accused Dad. Pop, pop, Dad, I was wrong. Pop, 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 pop. Fight, fight, fight quickly. I want yogurt afterwards. Slap the out of it. I'll let you drink it. I'll let you drink it all. Slap the out of it. Chapter 22, Golden Beach. We, the people, are so happy today. Xu Yang hummed a song as he walked down the country road of the fishing village. Anyway, he couldn't get out of the sea and the cell phone signal was bad, so he was bored and simply wandered around the village. Walking, without realizing it, I reached the southern edge of the village. The area is near the mountains, where no serious food grows in the soil, so you can only grow cassava for flour. Right now, there's a familiar gourd-like figure standing among the cassava bushes, bent over weeding the cassava. Looking at the taut, smooth and straight pants, Xu Yang suddenly felt that his own pants were also a little taut. It shouldn't. In his previous life, even if he straddled those black silk big waves, Xu Yang felt that it was rare for him to be so tough. Could it be that this body has really been holding it in for too long? Xu Yang ego, why are you here? Suddenly, a clear voice snapped him out of his disorientation. It was only then that Xu Yang noticed that the kelp had, at some point, walked in front of him. The man must have been too short for me to notice when I was just blocked by the cassava pole, he thought to himself. I'm bored and wandering around. Kelp, you're working with Amma. Xu Yang bent down and touched Kelp's brain. Well then, I'll help mommy pull weeds. See, Kelpie reached out and pointed proudly at a small stump of weeds in the clearing. Awesome. Bonus for you. Xu Yang felt a few Su Fuji nougat candies from his pocket, tore open the candy paper and stuffed it into the kelp's mouth. So delicious. The little kelp's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon in happiness. On the other side, He Shi-jun, who was working in the cassava field, also noticed the movement over here and straightened up. Looking at his daughter who was eating sweetly, he spoke with some embarrassment. Xu Yang, look at this. I've broken your bank again. Hey, a few candies have what to break the bank. Sister, he you plant so many cassava alone, can you be busy? Xu Yang changed the topic and said, not bad, take your time, the ground can't be panicked. He Shi-jun pestled the hoe handle and laughed. Presumably people are good looking, and even with such a less than graceful gesture, they look pretty smooth. Can't really hire someone to do it. Xu Yang suggested. Hire someone? That's not as good as letting it panic. Seeing He Shi-jun with a look at a little cutie, eyes at himself, Xu Yang knew he had embarrassed himself. Also, cassava flour is now only more than 1 yuan a caddy. Hire people at least 30 a day. Hire people to plant cassava. The bottom of the pants have to lose. Ahem, so what? Sister, you're busy. I suddenly remembered that there's something else at home, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Xu Yang hurriedly wiped the oil from his feet. It's so embarrassing. Next time it's better to be cautious about speaking in such unfamiliar territory, lest something happen. Leaving from the cassava field, he passed a 2-story bungalow, and Xu Yang knew that this was He Shi-jun's house. In fact, her family a few years ago is still very good. Her husband is hardworking and resourceful. In-laws and young, the family engaged in a 8-meter boat to the sea. Not long after, the village built a red brick building. At that time is considered the first batch of rich people. It's just that when her husband and in-laws' boat capsized during a heavy rainstorm later on, she and the kelp were the only ones left in the house. So the days inevitably fell by the wayside. And now all that's left is this small 2-story bungalow. A situation like Hishijune's family is very common in fishing villages. And Chu Yang's predecessor is not it. Going to sea is tiring and unstable, but overall it is certainly much better than working. And it is not a dream to start a brick building in 5 years. Provided, of course, that nothing happens. Chu Yang circled around to the south side of the island along the foot of the mountain again. It's much cleaner than the north shore, with a rare stretch of natural sandy beach stretching over a kilometer of Philo coast. However, for fishermen, this beach, which can only produce clams, fiddler crabs, hermit crabs, sandworms and other worthless seafood, is much less valuable than the tidal flats on the north shore. But in Chu Yang's opinion, the value of this beach was definitely more than just catching the sea. He bent down and grabbed a handful of sand and clutched it in his hand, letting it leak through his fingers. Such a delicate natural beach. Casually create a little, plant some coconut trees, do some beach volleyball, get some water recreation facilities, is not a pot of gold. In his previous life, there was a second generation of the same level in his circle whose family was in the tourism industry, specializing in the development of medium and large-scale entertainment projects. Chu Yang remembered to drink with him to blow. Then when I heard him say, the water surface project is actually the most profitable, just the cost of land, have left the traditional amusement park hundreds of streets, except, of course, for those running around in the guise of theme parks. Other things, like water and beaches, those costs are extremely low, and just maintenance costs, and there are a lot of profit points for water projects, traditional ones like catering, booth rentals, ticket revenues, not to mention the development of boat rentals, scuba diving, sea fishing, motorboats and other projects. These programs are quite absorbing and young people are willing to try them. After all, if you're going out, would you rather ride a roller coaster with your fat roommate or let a girl in a bikini put her arms around you and drive a motorboat? It seems like it could really be developed when it gets on its feet. Although there are only 100,000 or so in his pocket now, Chu Yang is always brought over. Dare to think and dare to do. Besides, he's a pussy. Who's he afraid of? After strolling all morning, seeing that it was almost noon, Chu Yang moved to go home for dinner. In the small square at the head of the village, I also ran into He Yuanhang, who was leading 2 other young boys to push and shove after a skinny little girl. The little tank tugged on the little girl's ponytail, oblivious to the fact that the other girl had been tugged backward, a smile still on her face. On the contrary, that girl, quite let Chu Yang surprised, neither cried nor begged for mercy, just viciously glaring at the small tank, and a wounded beast. Hey, what's the matter with you brats? You're itching again, aren't you? Chu Yang, which cannot be spoiled, the road to see a roar, scared the small tank hurried to stop. The other 2 naughty little boys also paused in place, their faces so blue that they didn't even dare to run. That day when Chu Yang was so powerful, both of him could be present, and that heavenly flying fairy-like god came with a kick, leaving indelible traces of the avenue in the hearts of the small-armed pups. This is not your average guy who actually beats up kids. Why don't you get lost? Although it was a drinking and cursing voice, to the ears of the several small-armed cubs, it was as pleasant as the sound of immortality. After getting permission from the Demon King, they pulled out their legs and ran. Thanks, the little girl whispered, her head bowed. Nothing. Chu Yang reached out his hand, wanting to touch the little girl's head, but the latter took a step back as if frightened. Then come home for dinner soon. Your family should be worried about you. Retracting his hand somewhat awkwardly, Chu Yang rubbed his nose and admonished. The little girl looked up at Chu Yang, then turned around and trotted away at a fast pace. This girl seems a bit cold, but whose kid is she? How come the predecessor doesn't remember? Forget it. Chu Yang shook his head. Anyway, they're from the same village, so there'll be plenty of chances to get to know each other in the future. Chapter 23. The village branch secretary comes to the door again. When he returned home, Chu Shi had already prepared the lunch. A pot of stir-fried beef with green peppers, a plate of stir-fried spicy snails, and cold wakame and vinegared jellyfish with shredded cucumber. There was still a little bit left of the green red wine that Grandpa's son brought yesterday. Chu Yang took a spoon and scooped up half a cup. Have a peanut and a sip of wine. Suck on a spicy snail and take a sip of wine. Easy as pie. I was enjoying myself when footsteps came from the yard. Chu Yang looked out the window, and his good mood was suddenly colored with a cloud. Why are you guys here again? Didn't you say you weren't going to tear it down? Outside the door, Shondakue's foot that had stepped halfway out was retracted again, and with a smile on his face, he opened his mouth. Ayo, Branch and I came here today because we have good news to inform you. Hibagwa, who was walking behind him, was not so self-conscious and walked straight into the living room. First, he glanced at the dishes on the table and cursed a loser in his heart. 4 dishes for 2 people, and you don't even look at your family situation. Really think that the traitor transported out to sea to earn some money, do not know their own last name? Sooner or later this family wealth will have to give him to lose all. Ahem that. Sayo. Hibagwa put his hand behind his waist, cleared his throat, and put up enough of a fight before he pretended to be mysterious. Your uncle, I came here today to inform you of some good news. Do you want to know? Don't want to. Shu Yang returned without thinking. Hibagwa's face stiffened, as if there was a mouthful of thick phlegm stuck in his throat, neither swallowing nor spitting. Young people just don't know any better. They're still college students. They don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Chu Yang, the prerequisite for honoring the old is loving the young. The atmosphere of the scene was a bit awkward. Or Shondakue spoke out and broke the silence. Chu Yang, I know there are some misunderstandings between us, but I came today because I really have good news to inform you. With Bagwa's example in front of him, he didn't dare to make a show of it and whet Chu Yang's appetite, but directly took out a brand new agreement and put it on the table. Didn't you think the demolition price was unreasonable last time? After the efforts of the branch secretary and I, we've already secured a new agreement for you. You take a look first? Chu Yang expressionlessly picked up the agreement and quickly scanned through it. What can I say? Compared to the last agreement, this compensation package is indeed better. At least it counts the appurtenances in the front and back of the house, like the water pressure machine, the fish pond, the wash basin and whatnot. But on the big end of the spectrum, which is the price per unit for the main area of the house, it still just barely breaks 1,000. The total comes out to a little over 380,000 points. Not quite 400,000 yet. It's worth fighting hard for this program? Chu Yang's tone was yin and yang as he mocked. Then your efforts are really useful. Roar. Chu Yang, how can you talk? I see that you really don't put me as a branch secretary in your eyes. Hibagwa finally couldn't help himself and slammed the table and roared. Chu Yang wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Instead, he was looking at him with some surprise. It's not blind. It's so obvious. Why don't you see it now? Do you still have some sense of collective honor? And are you still not a part of the Nyoto ferry? When the village evicts your house, is that for an individual? It was for the benefit of the whole village. Have you thought about how many villagers will be able to benefit from this when the processing plant is completed? Hibagwa failed to bait and switched his mindset, and began to stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at Chu Yang. These days, most of the country is still relatively simple and shameless, with a strong sense of collective honor. That's why moral abduction works very well at the moment, and Hibagwa uses it very well. But he never thought that within Chu Yang's body, there lived a soul from more than 10 years later. Having experienced the baptism of the internet, he was still afraid of this hand of Hibagwa. As the saying goes, as long as you don't have morals, you won't be kidnapped. So? Chu Yang asked back with an indifferent face. So, Hibagwa stuck phlegm again. For a moment unexpectedly did not know how to speak. Just staring at Chu Yang's eyes became more and more red. Another bloodline awakening? Chu Yang laughed. Just this much battle power? Jag. Ugh. Well, don't talk to me about all this nonsense. I'm not tearing down this house and I've already decided to move back to the island to live there permanently. So you can let the developer pick another location. Are you kidding? What does it have to do with him if the villagers benefit? He can't take his own interests and bleed them out in exchange for the interests of the villagers. Not to mention that this blood could possibly be drunk by someone like Lu Chui Xian. Thinking about it made Chu Yang even more determined. Well. Hibagwa was directly exasperated and let out harsh words. It looks like we can't get through to you. Don't tear it down? Can you say you won't tear it down just because you want to? Chu Yang had no waves in his heart and even wanted to laugh a little. Oh so? There it is again. Hibagwa felt that his chest was a bit on fire. His temples were bulging, and his eyes were a bit dark. I'm not mad at the kid, trying to do half a day's thought work in his heart. Hibagwa only then stabilized the blood pressure that soared to 180. I tell you, this house you demolish also have to demolish. Do not demolish also have to demolish. My words put here. Give you 3 days time. Hurry to sign an agreement to move away, or when the accident cannot blame me. After saying that, he turned around and left, not giving Chu Yang another chance to speak out and dislike him. The old thing has learned to be smart, and he didn't know to pop some gold coins on his way out. Chu Yang snorted. Aya, why is this so hard? We are all on our own. Can't we sit down and talk it over? Xiong Dakue pretended to persuade a couple of sentences on the side, and when he saw that Chu Yang had no intention of taking care of him, he also left. Argo. Chu Shi walked out of the kitchen. As soon as Hibabwa arrived just now, she hid in the kitchen, but kept her ears open to eavesdrop. Chu Yang stroked her hair and laughed. Don't worry, a small village secretary. The weight isn't as big as a fart I put out. Ah brother, Dad also elected the village secretary, and he hasn't been elected yet. Chu Shi interrupted slyly. Chu Yang's words ended abruptly. Well, just don't worry about it anyway. Chu Shi nodded and pressed her face against Argo's hand. It's okay, as long as it's with Argo. Having been disgusted by Hibabwa, Chu Yang's good appetite was also affected, and he only ate 2.5 bowls of rice before putting down his chopsticks. I was also too lazy to go out in the afternoon. Stayed home and slept until the sun went down. By the time I opened my eyes again, it was a moonlit night. Chu Yang stretched a long, lazy back. This sleep was so comfortable that it felt like all the remaining fatigue in his body had been swept away. Smoothly touching the cell phone by his pillow, Chu Yang took a look at the time. Yo, it's 12:30. No wonder. Getting up was out of the question. It was the middle of the night, so I might as well go back to sleep. I still couldn't sail anyway. Still, the treasure chest must be claimed. Chu Yang had gradually indulged in the fun of opening treasure chests. Congratulations on winning the black iron treasure chest. The location of the treasure chest has been refreshed. Please go to collect it. Again the black iron. Again brushed against the sea. Cam. What a broken system. Chu Yang secretly spat. His 2 days of luck is what? Poop did not wash their hands? Bridge bean sacks. Suddenly, Chu Yang realized something was wrong. Wait, why are there 2 points of light on the map? Chu Yang rubbed his eyes and after making sure he didn't see any flowers, he got excited. So this treasure chest won't be refreshed and dropped without opening it. Unicorn is still giving it away. System, you're a dog, aren't you? Changing your face so fast? Chapter 24 Yongsheng Shipyard. After discovering that the unopened treasure chests wouldn't be brushed away, Chu Yang's worries immediately disappeared without a trace. He had thought about it before. In case Yatsuko got a cramp one day and refreshed a gold diamond treasure chest or something tens of thousands of miles away, then he wasn't just going to take a break. In hindsight, Unico is still quite humane. In the future, he can draw a prize every day, and then save up the treasure chests at sea and open them together when the weather is good. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. Chu Yang was so excited that he couldn't sleep while lying on his bed, and simply conceptualized his future business empire in his head. Set a small goal. Make him $100 million first, then seafood and tourism are developed together with both hands, aiming to be the industry leader within 10 years. Compete cross-country again, screw the little days and the sticks, and squeeze the U.S. and Canadian markets. Finally investing in starships, building cosmic fishing wheels, storming out of the solar system, storming out of the galaxy, storming out into the great cosmos. After thinking beautifully for 2 or 3 hours, Chu Yang went to sleep with a peaceful face. The next morning, it was Chu Shi who woke him up. Brother, Uncle Qing Jun has come to see you, saying that he has asked you to go to the city with him today. Chu Yang rolled over and got up from the bed, put his clothes on in 2 seconds, jumped out of bed and pushed the door. Sun Qingjun sat on a rattan chair and drank tea, saw Chu Yang come out with a chicken nest head and asked with a smile, "What did you do last night?" These days, it's not unusual for fishermen to go to bed at 8 and get up at 3, and if they're usually up past 6 o'clock, they'll be fingered by others. If you are so lazy and late, you will have to lose your home sooner or later. Cough cough. No, a mosquito bit me last night, didn't sleep well. Chu Yang casually made it up. He couldn't tell Sun Qingjun that he was too excited about YY and didn't sleep for half the night. Wait here uncle, I'll go wash my face. Soon, Chu Yang said walking towards the courtyard. It's okay, it's early. It's only 7 o'clock. His appointment with Chu Yang was actually at 7:30, but habitually he came half an hour earlier to wait. Chu Yang's action is very fast. The pressurized water machine directly clattered to the head. Take a towel to wipe, and then use the toothbrush in the mouth to poke and coo. Spit out the white foam. 2 minutes or less then. The whole person will be refreshed to stand in front of the Sun Qingjun. Go. Oh, you're really fast here. Just don't know if your face is wet. Sun Qingjun teased. Chu Yang didn't care. Don't get hung up on so many details. GKD. What the hell? Sun Qingjun had two confused faces, unable to understand Chu Yang's words. Nothing, hurry up and get going means. Oh, when they arrived at the pier, Chu Yang went to untie the cable, while Sun Qingjun sold out and rocked. Peep, the motor roars as the sampan boat slips through the water and pushes forward. At 8 o'clock out, the two men arrived at Merlin's harbor. Although they are not here to sell fish, the two still parked their sampan boat at the fishing pier because it is cheap over here. $5 for the morning and $10 for a day's parking. Over at the cruise ship terminal, it's like $10 an hour. When you do the math, it's still a good deal for SFO yuck. Skewering the station. After paying the money, Sun Qingjun led Chu Yang out of the harbor. How much farther is it? Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, Chu Yang hurriedly pulled him back and asked. It's not that far. 5 or 6 kilometers. Walk for a while and you'll be there. Sun Qingjun returned with a bashful face. 5 or 6 kilometers is not that far? Chu Yang almost didn't spray out. In his previous life, the heaviest thing he had ever carried was his thighs in Valentino. This life is limited. But it's not like you can't even afford a cab. Take a cab? That's so expensive. It's just a couple steps away. Sun Qingjun was a bit reluctant to give up. If it weren't for the lack of public transportation where he was going, he would have disagreed. Rentals are $6 to start and $12 for 5 kilometers, which is more expensive than parking a boat for a day. Don't worry. No taxi. Moto okay. Chu Yang felt out his cell phone, found Zhang Hongtao's number and dialed it. After explaining his intentions, Zhang Hongtao said that he just happened to be hitchhiking in this area of the pier and asked him to wait. Soon, the motorman in a pink floral shirt, riding a big motorcycle, winds up killing the two men. Get in the car, pretty boy. Chu Yan looked at Sun Qingjun and smiled. Uncle Qingjun, you go first. Don't ask. Asking means you don't want to be caught between the front and back chickens. Sun Qingjun didn't doubt it and directly stepped up. Chu Yang sat at the end, his hands propped up on the luggage rack behind him. Buzz buzz. Zhang Hongtao twisted the throttle, then released the brake, and the motorcycle shot out like an arrow. Ouch, I'll be damned. Sit still in the middle, dangling hair. You're on top of me, and don't put your arm around my waist, he said angrily. Sun Qingjun hurriedly moved his butt back and somewhat awkwardly let go of the hand that was hitting Zhang Hongtao's waist, but on his mouth, he disliked back nonchalantly. Who told you to suddenly accelerate? Chu Yang almost didn't hold back his laughter and sprayed. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had the foresight, or else he would be the one who was suffering from the enemy on his back right now. When he reached his destination, Sun Qingjun hurriedly rolled over and got out of the car. Zhang Hongtao, on the other hand, was loosening his crotch and just braked too quickly and got stuck in the ditch. Chu Yang didn't care about the two men and walked straight inside. This is a harbor industrial park backed by Xinhu Bay, where dozens of large and small shipbuilding and accessories factories stand, including the famous Chuanzhou shipyard. It is one of the top shipyards in Asia, with two 100,000-ton shipyards. Two new 300,000-ton shipyards were built later. As we all know, once the dock is on 100,000 tons, then it has the possible factors to become a platform for building an aircraft carrier, especially in such an oriental country that is good at concentrating power to do big things. For megadocks to build ocean-going giants in peacetime and launch carriers in batches in wartime is by no means an empty phrase. Of course, Chu Yang's target today was not him, but a medium-sized shipyard called Yongsheng Shipyard. The security guard at the door made a phone call when he learned of several people's intentions. He was soon greeted by a man of medium build with a general's belly. My name is Huang. I am the manager of Yongsheng Shipyard. Manager Huang was very polite. First led a few people to the reception room, let the receptionist make tea, and scattered a circle of cigarettes, and only then opened his mouth to ask with a smile. I don't know what kind of boat a few bosses would like to order, or are there any specific requirements? You can put them forward so that I can recommend a few products for you. Chu Yang had done some basic homework last night, so he wasn't the least bit flustered when he opened his mouth at this time. The size of the boat is around 18 meters, preferably made of aluminum, and should be equipped with both trawling and long-lining equipment. As Chu Yang made his request, the smile on Manager Huang's face grew even wider. He is not afraid to ask for more. He is afraid that the guests do not ask for enough. The more requirements and the more complete the equipment, the higher the cost of this one, isn't it? When Chu Yang finished, a Huazi has been in the end. Huang manager hurriedly renewed him again. Mr. Chu, what about your requirements? I've already written them down. Please wait a moment. I'll do the math so I can give you a quote. When he finished speaking, he took out his calculator and crackled to operate it. Return to 0. After almost 5 minutes, Manager Huang put the calculator in front of Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, sorry to keep you waiting. This is our company's offer. Please go through it. Chu Yang took a sweep of his eyes, and his fingers that were clamped on Huazi couldn't help but tremble. 486,800. Little $500,000. So expensive? Farewell. Chapter 25. Buying a ship? Chartering a boat. Chu Yang has learned. Sun Qingjun that sampan boat more than 7 meters long. When new to buy only more than 30,000 yuan. With an 18-meter boat, he thought that at best it would be a 5-fold increase. To the day it would be more than $200,000. But he didn't expect it to be more than double what he expected. Mr. Chu, that's not the way to calculate the account. The captain of the ship is twice as long, and the requirements for the materials in all aspects are more than just doubled. And the facilities on board, the fishing equipment, the refrigeration equipment, the power facilities, the helm, those are the big ones. And as per your request, this trawler will also need to be equipped with a long line starter and dry line release. That set alone is over $30,000. If you don't want to install it, then you can take it away for $450,000. Manager Huan broke his fingers and explained to Chu Yang. I understand the reasoning, but I only have 100,000 in my pocket right now. Chu Yang spread his hands and said, that's fine. We can look at something else. In fact, for offshore operations, a 12-meter single trawler will suffice. That one is cheaper. Manager Huang took a look at the half-pack of Huazi that was sitting on his hand and wondered if he should put it away. But before he could make a move, Chu Yang had already taken it over very consciously and drew out 3, handing out one to each of the 3 people on his side. Look at Manager Wang and scatter another one to him. Come on, talk while you smoke. There's no rush. Manager Huang, of course you're not in a hurry. Anyway, now that you're Huazi smoking and drinking Big Red Robe, you're just about to get a mechanic to squeeze your feet. Of course this groan can only be spat out in my mind. It would be rude to say it. 12-meter single trawler. The price is only 150,000 odd point. Chu, old brother, you can pay 100,000 deposit first, and then loan 50,000. Our shipyard and many banks in the city have loan business cooperation. We can introduce to you. Manager Huang thoughtfully suggested. Chu Yang held his chin and thought seriously before saying, but I still want 18 meters. Manager Huang, I'm not angry. Taking 2 deep breaths, Huang Jingmei thought about it. In that case, Chu, old brother, you can only lend more. Just rely on the credit loan amount is definitely not enough. Does your family have anything of value that can be collateralized? Chu Yang said, there's a set of 400 or 500 square feet of yard in the countryside. On the island. The island? That can. Manager Huang was about to say that the house on the island could be worth anything, but Sun Qingjun added slyly from the side. People want to tear down his yard to build a processing plant. Upon hearing this, Manager Huang stood in awe. Mr. Chu, disrespectful. It turns out that it is a demolition household. No wonder the vessel is extraordinary. At a glance. But it was rejected by him. Sun Qingjun continued. Manager Huang. He now wanted to growl loudly at Sun Qingjun. Can you Timos complete your sentence? After experiencing several roller coasters of excitement, Manager Huang's mind was finally exercised to be as steady as an old dog. Then there is no way. Or I will help you find a way to find a personal boss turnover. Is that the interest rate may be a little high? This time, before Chu Yang even opened his mouth, Sun Qingjun hastily interjected. That's no good. Don't lose your capital if you don't get the boat. Speaking, he vigorously shook his head toward Chu Yang, fearing that Chu Yang's hot-headedness borrowed usury to buy a boat. Chu Yang naturally wasn't that stupid. In fact, after hearing Manager Huang's offer, he knew that the ship couldn't be bought for the time being, but it's possible to rent it. Manager Huang, do you provide boat rental services here? How do you calculate the rent for a fishing boat that meets my requirements? Rent a boat. Manager Huang's face re-emerged with a smile. Chartering a good Chartering profits although not as high as the sale of ships, but it is not a hammer business. That is a constant stream of income. Either that or Mr. Chu's young brain is just spinning fast. Renting a boat with a small amount of money first, and then buying his own boat when he goes down to the sea and earns a lot of money. Manager Huang smilingly flattered. The boat that meets your requirements. I remember that there happens to be such a good boat. A 16-meter single trawler. Just launched the year before last. with a range of not even 5,000 kilometers, because the previous owner won the lottery jackpot and went to the capital to settle down, and entrusted it to our company for external rental. Chu Yang became interested as soon as he heard it. Then what are you waiting for? Take me to see. Okay. In this way Manager Wang took the three to the pier. Inside a shipyard, Chu Yang saw the good ship that Manager Huang had spoken of. That's it? You're not kidding me, are you? Standing in front of this fishing boat with a red background and white cover, Chu Yang, although he was a layman, could see many obvious problems. The ship's sides were speckled with rust marks, the non-skid paint on the deck was peeling off in patches, and even the fireproof coating inside was cracking a bit. Ahem, the ship is usually a little less maintained, but the overall structure is absolutely fine. Facing Chu Yang's questioning, Manager Huang was also a bit embarrassed. The boat had been parked here for over half a year and he usually didn't come to see it, so who knew it was in such bad shape now? In this case Mr. Chu, I can count you cheaper. How about 16,000 a month? You definitely can't rent a better ship than this one at this price. Chu Yang was a bit unsure, and his gaze went to Sun Qingjun. The latter was silent and did not speak. Chu Yang understood. Manager Huang, in this case, the price will not be negotiated first. I will go back to think about it and give you an answer. No problem. But, Mr. Chu, you can hurry up. This price is not guaranteed to be rented out another day, and then I can't help. Leaving Yangshan, a few people went to find a few other shipyards, but the situation is similar. To buy a ship that meets Chu Yang's expectations, only private loans. There is another boat rental service, but that one is even more uneconomical. A 13-meter fishing boat costs 15,000 yuan a month, and you have to add your own trawling equipment, so you have to put in 40,000 to 50,000 yuan at once. Ayo, why don't we hold off for a couple days first? Sun Qingjun suggested. In his opinion, it was not cost-effective to either borrow to buy or charter a boat, and the best thing to do was to buy a smaller boat first and then switch if the market was good. This idea was also correct when placed on an ordinary person. But who was Chu Yang? This was a hangman. With Tetsuko around, how can he be bad at sea? No, 10,000 years is too long. I'll just fight for it. Chu Yang stood on the road and said with great bravado. Sun Qingjun and Zhang Hongtao both looked at each other. What is this then talking about? And 10,000 years is too long. I think he'll be in the box for 100 years. Chu Yang, the local illiterates are so rude. Making up his mind, Chu Yang returned to Yongsheng shipyard. Manager Huang saw the three people folded back again. Knowing that today this business is likely to be a success, his face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Manager Huang, we've rented this boat, give us a solid price. Mr. Chu, it's really the lowest price. I believe you have understood the market. So after some pulling, Chu Yang lips are worn out, during which Zhang Hongtao also joined over. 2-1, finally let the other side of the monthly rent down $500. In addition responsible for the boat to do a big maintenance. Chapter 26, Recruitment of a Team. After signing the lease, Chu Yang paid the first month's rent of $15,500. Mr. Chu, congratulations on your fortune. Manager Huang smiled and shook hands with Chu Yang. I'm borrowing your advice. Chu Yang was also in a good mood. A week from now, he'll be able to come and drive the boat. Mr. Chu, you rented the boat. Surely you want to go out to sea as soon as possible. It is imperative that you take advantage of the days of maintenance to find a good crew. Sending the three out the door, Manager Huang reminded again. He naturally wanted Chu Yang to make money, so that whether he continued to rent the ship or buy it, he could earn another commission. Thanks for the reminder. Since Chu Yang had already made up his mind to rent a boat, he must have thought about it in advance. Generally a 16-meter trawler with a crew of between 4 and 6 is optimal. A must-have is a captain, and 2 or 3 more sailors are recruited as appropriate. Sun Qingjun has a third-class captain's license and can drive fishing boats up to 24 meters. And the two men also talked about how he could help Chu Yang drive the boat. All that remains is to recruit sailors. This is also simple. Quancheng has been a fishing town since ancient times. Song in Yuan time is still China's maritime trade center. Countless people rely on the sea to eat. It's not a problem to recruit hundreds of experienced sailors a day if you're willing to spend the money. However, compared to experience, Chu Yang paid more attention to character. After all, he had hangings, and in the future, a single trip to the sea might be a fortune that an ordinary person would never earn in a lifetime. And if he met someone with a crooked mind, it would be dangerous. like Sun Qingjun. Chu Yang was also relieved to hire him after several contacts. Uncle Qingjun, do you know any sailors of good character? Chu Yang finally decided to ask Sun Qingjun. The sailor is still not easy to find. The village just turn around. The old fishing, not to say 100, but also 80. So, go back and I will help you ask. Sun. Leaving the industrial park, Zhang Hongtao sent Chu Yang back to the harbor by motorcycle again. Chu Yang looked at the time. It was already 11:30. Zhang, don't go. Let's have lunch together at noon. He invited. Zhang Hongtao was not of a wriggling nature, and answered with a smile. Success. Today you've done something big. It's time to celebrate. The three of them then found a restaurant called Harbor Fishing Village right next to it. This hotel is not low class, with 2 floors above and below, covering more than 200 square feet, which is already considered luxurious in the harbor of the moment. And when the menu was brought up, it was even more prestigious. White-cooked jumbo shrimp, 99. Steamed eggs with sea urchin, 68. Steamed grouper, 398. Loofah razor clam soup, 88. Chu Yang casually ordered 3 dishes and a soup, on $600 or $700, topping half a month's salary of an ordinary worker. Enough is enough. Sun Qingjun hurriedly called for a halt. In fact, according to his idea, it would be great to just order a couple $100 of barbecue to eat at the big stall next door. Eating at this kind of restaurant, isn't that like rushing to be slaughtered? Even Zhang Hongtao was even more impressed with Chu Yang. He's seen rich people, tens of thousands of dollars a meal, but Chu Yang, how to see, is not like and he just said in the shipyard. The family up and down a total of 100,000, but also to pay the boat rent, hire sailors, replenish the ship supplies. How come he spends money more generously than the big bosses he's met? Alright then, the food will not be ordered. Waiter, bring me 2 more bottles of 53-degree Golden Gate sorghum. Chu Yang asked for 2 more bottles of wine before calling it quits. Soon the wine and food were served. The 3 of them had been running all morning, and all of them were also hungry and rumbling, so they had a tacit understanding to bury their heads and build hard. I have to say, the chef of this big restaurant is high. Prawns are sweet, eggs are tender, grouper is fragrant, razor clam soup is thick, and it is worth every penny. After eating a 5-minute meal, a few people then exchanged cups and clinked glasses. Brothers, come on, let's clink one. Wishing you sail, smooth sailing, netting big fish to make big money. Although Zhang Hongtao is not highly educated, he is a social cow, and his field words are quite beautiful. I'm borrowing your advice. Chu Yang and him one. Teska. 2 tails of wine down. Chu Yang could not help but let out a long breath. Cool. Kinmen sorghum. This kind of wine, although called Kinmen sorghum, but not produced from Kinmen Island, but the bay side of the wine from the bay. The flavor and the traditional mainland system of white wine is different. Does not belong to the 12 flavors within the type. The taste is close to clear, similar to Fengjiu, but with a heavier bad flavor. This kind of wine tastes good. Drinking too much does not upset the head, and the prices from 10 to several hundred are. In the southern part of Fujian is very popular. After drinking for a while, Zhang Hongtao opened his mouth with a red face. I say brother, more mouth to mention a word. You spend money also generous. Eat this meal, have to gnaw a few days steamed bread, right? Chu Yang knew that he was embarrassed to directly say that he was a loser, but he also meant well. So he laughed. It's nothing, a trip to the beach. Net bragging. Fishing is so profitable? Zhang Hongtao said with a haze of alcohol. Chu Yang at this time also drank some wine on the head, said with a smile, do not believe? If you don't believe me, ask Uncle Qingjun. He knows best. Zhang Hongtao looked at Sun Qingjun, who nodded. AO on the last sea. A few hours to pry 200 degrees pounds of dog claw snails. Sold more than 20,000. Ha! Zhang Hongtao's mouth opened into a big O. A couple hours, 20,000? It's hard for him to earn 20,000 even if he works for half a year. The last time he went out to sea with me, he caught a dragon pontoon king and sold it for 68,000 yuan. Sun Qingjun added as he didn't think it was exciting enough. The corners of Zhang Hongtao's mouth were cracking, and he forgot to pour the wine in his hand into his mouth. He felt his throat go a little dry and swallowed. I've heard a lot of people say in the last couple days that a young guy traitorous lucked out and caught a live emperor lobster pontoon. Is that you? Chu Yang smiled without saying anything. Sipped his own wine. Has reached the highest level of pretending. I'll go. By you saying that, it makes me want to become a fisherman. Zhang Hongtao gasped, clearly irritated. 2 trips turned a small 100,000. This is not making money. is picking up money on the beach. Compared to him, what is the meaning of the 3 gua and 2 jujubes that I earn in a month by running a motorcycle? Okay, think about it, and if you really want to do it, count yourself in next week when the boat is serviced. Chu Yang originally had the intention of recruiting him, or else he wouldn't have pulled this whole thing off. He came to this world for a limited period of time and didn't know many people, and although he had entrusted Sun Chong-jun to recruit crew members, he had to form his own squad. Really? Zhang Hongtao originally thought that Chu Yan was joking, but seeing that he looked serious, he could not help but be moved. But there is some worry. Afraid that Chu Yang is blowing then. Don't lose effort and money at that time. Sun Chong-jun opened his mouth. Wanted to say something but didn't. Forget it. Chu Yang is the shipowner anyway. Let him be. Besides, the fisherman to say what too high technical content is really no. The old fisherman is just practice makes perfect. 2 trips to the sea naturally what will be. Okay, I'll think about it. The heart moved the idea. Zhang Hongtao drinking is not so comfortable just now, and is bent on getting money. Halfway through the drink, a girl brought 2 small plates of food, a plate of peanut rice and a stack of shredded kelp mix. Several handsome men. This is a complimentary dish from our restaurant for you to drink. Chu Yang looked up and was taken aback. The girl who serves the food is in her early 20s, has a head of smooth black hair, curved willow eyebrows, a fine nose, and 2 shallow pear swirls at the corners of her mouth. But what attracted more attention was the peach that rose high under her goose yellow chiffon skirt, and the pair of long, white, healthy legs under that skirt. The waitresses in this restaurant have a bit of a high face value. Chapter 27, The Beauty of the Restaurant. Thanks, girl. Chu Yang couldn't help but take a couple more glances before withdrawing his gaze. Zhang Hongtao next to him is even worse. A pair of strokes are almost set in someone's face. A face like a pig. But Sun Qing-jun usually look rough very. This will even in a pure love little virgin like. Do not dare to look at other girls. Of course Chu Yang still noticed the afterglow that slipped through him from time to time. It's a stuffy type. Mr. Chu, right. I overheard you guys chatting just now. You're the fisherman who caught the dragon pontoon emperor 2 days ago? The girl didn't care about being stared at. She probably got used to it a long time ago. And she was quite surprised that Chu Yang only looked twice before withdrawing his gaze. She has plenty of confidence in her looks. And even those big bosses who have seen it all will be amazed at her charms and want to have her for themselves. But the man in front of her, who looked slightly green, even just looked at him appreciatively for a couple of moments, and didn't seem to be extraordinarily moved, which had to be interesting to her. Chu Yang didn't have the mind-reading skill to see through her inner thoughts, but he guessed a little bit. Ha! Woman! Think of him Chu Gongzi, when he was also in the bushes over. A leaf does not touch the body of the characters. People send nickname Bath Emperor. The girl was pretty enough, but it wasn't that easy to get him lost. In his previous life, his boss petite wife posture is not worse than this girl. So what? Affect his fraternity? If there hasn't been a second person caught in the last 2 days, then that would be me you're talking about. There were a lot of people on the scene when they sold the Dragon Pontoon Emperor, and there was no need for Chu Yang to keep a low profile and hide it. Wow, that's awesome of you. The girl sized up Chu Yang twice more curiously, then handed over a business card with the fragrance of gardenia. Get to know me. My name is Kaio. This restaurant is owned by my family. After that, if Mr. Chu catches a good one, you can contact me. The price will definitely not be worse than the one on the pier. Chu Yang then realized. He also said to hire such a beautiful waiter. The specifications of this restaurant must not be higher than the heavenly world. Turns out it's a family property. So that's no wonder. No problem. The beauty took the initiative to leave contact information. Chu Yang of course will not refuse. Besides, he now also needs to make more contacts in this area. And in the future there will be more seafood. So he can not just sell by Pengfei. It is also much more profitable to contact these big restaurants directly. After leaving his contact information, Kaio excused himself. Zhang Hongtao's eyes followed, until his back disappeared around the corner. This time he turned back and sighed sourly towards Chu Yang, saying, pretty boys are good, and pretty girls take the initiative to leave their phone numbers. Although what you said makes sense. Didn't you hear people say that they left their phone numbers because I'm a fisherman? And they are probably counting on me to supply her family with high-grade seafood. Chu Yang laughed. Zhang Hongtao said, there is still this benefit of being a fisherman. By you saying so, it makes me even more itchy. Okay. He slammed the table and instantly made up his mind. I'm done with you. Chu Yang did not expect to have this unexpected harvest. Happy he and Zhang Hongtao even dry 3 cups. Finish your meal and go to the front desk to check out. The drinks and food totaled 855, and Kaio directly asked the cashier to erase the change. Give 800. Chu Yang was happy to save money. Thanks a lot. Next time we go to the beach, I'll treat you to a fishing trip. That's a deal. Kaio guffawed. Walking out of the harbor fishing village, Zhang Hongtao offered to send Chu Yang and Sun Qingjun to the pier by motorcycle. No, you've had quite a bit to drink, and besides, it's not a long walk from here, so we'll split up here. Although there is no DUI check on the road now, Chu Yang does not want to joke about his life. It is not easy to be reborn once, and it would be bad to be sent away by Zhang Hongtao again. That's it. I'll let you know in a couple days when we get into town. After saying that, Chu Yang didn't give him a chance to open his mouth again and turned around to directly leave. Ago. Nyato Ferry Pier. Chu Yang has not yet disembarked from the boat. He saw Chu Shi flinging his two spar legs, small airplane like swooping towards himself, Kelp following his ass. Ah brother, you came back so late. I missed you. Chu Shi crossed her waist and pouted. Chuyo picked her up and pummeled her cheeks with his stubbled chin. Missing me? It's missing the snacks I brought you. Pigeon Agar pigeon it tickles. Spare me. Kelp looked at the two playful siblings with an envious look on her face. How she wished she had a dove to kiss and cuddle and lift high. The two of them fooled around for a while before Chu Yan let go of Chu Shi and turned back to carry down a large shopping bag from the boat. Chu Shi took the bag that reached as high as his waist, and together with the little Kelp, the two of them carried it back with difficulty. One on the left and one on the right. You guys split it among yourselves. No robbing, haha, Chu Yang admonished. The little Kelp's eyes swished brightly. Thank you, Chu Yang. Don't think kids are stupid. They know everything. They can feel who is genuine and who is pretending. Uncle Cheng Jun, you've worked hard today. Chu Yang took out two Mao grandpas and handed them to Sun Cheng-jun. Sun Cheng-jun refused to accept it, and in the end it was Chu Yang who threatened to take half of it, saying that he would take it directly to his wife later. I'll take the gas, and if you're stubborn about the rest, don't expect me to drive the boat for you. Chu Yang took back a $100 head and didn't say anything else. Back home. Almost dinner. Dinner home eat is braised pork ribs stewed rice. Pork ribs is today Chu Yang brought back. Chu Shi's craftsmanship is still worth trusting. The ribs are soft and flavorful. The rice is fragrant and bouncy, and then poured with a spoonful of thick braised sauce. Chu Yang could only use 4 words to describe it. Another bowl. The kelp was also left to build vigorously with a sea bowl. After eating, Chu Shi cut watermelon again. It was the kind of sand-fleshed melon with extra moisture. The melon was taken by Sun Gong. Chu Shi put it on ice in the water well in advance, and then brought it up and cut it when it was time to eat. The three of them each held a large piece of watermelon and sat on the threshold stone to cool off and eat it. When half of the dried watermelon had gone down, half a head suddenly poked in from outside the courtyard wall. Kelp! He Shi Jun shouted. Ugh! Amma! I'm here! Kelp yanked back. Why are you running to Creek's house again and not coming home for dinner? He Shi Jun ranted. I've eaten it. Creek made a rib casserole. It's delicious. The kelp rubbed his round belly and licked his lips, still savoring the experience. You dead ninny. He Shi Jun glared at her, then smiled at Chu Yang with some embarrassment. I'm so sorry. Kids don't know any better. I'll go back and talk to her. What to say about her? A meal thing. Kelp, this child is particularly well behaved. I particularly like. If it is not afraid that you do not agree, I also want to recognize her as a godsister. Chu Yang laughed. Of course. It's still afraid that it's not a good idea to call someone in the future if they're a generation behind. He secretly added in his heart. Chapter 28. Out of the water. The amount is huge. Sun Qingjun moved quickly, mobilizing his connections and contacting a number of fishermen that night. However, the situation is not very optimistic. Those old fishermen have no problem with following the boat, but once they hear that it is Chu Yang's boat, the crew also has Zhang Hongtao kind of novice rookie, they have said that they want to reconsider. Chu Yang is not in a hurry. Anyway, the maintenance of the fishing boat will take another week. Next week can go out to sea before recruiting enough people on the line. At night, as soon as it was past 12 o'clock, Chu Yang couldn't wait to go and open the daily treasure chest. Congratulations on winning the black iron treasure chest. The location of the treasure chest has been refreshed. Please go to collect it. Ness. Chuyo made a strong fist. This time the treasure chest was finally refreshed on the beach. Chu Yang did not sleep. Turned over and got off the boat, took the tools, put on the newly bought headlamp, and walked toward the beach. You're still going to catch the sea tonight, Argo? Chu Shi just happened to get up to use the restroom, and seeing him in full armor, she asked with some concern. Although there were tidal floods on both days, according to the tide tables issued by the Met Office, The evening was high tide time. The risk factor of catching the sea during high tide is much higher than during low tide. It's okay. I'm not going in the water. I'll just hang around the edge. Then I'm going with you. Chushi clenched her small fists, looking like she wouldn't be allowed to go without her. Okay, then you're coming with me. Chuyang thought that it would be quite boring to catch the sea alone at night, so he simply brought Chushi along. This little girl does not look like a small person, but the hands and feet are nimble. Catching the sea is also a good hand. The last time to pry the dog's claw snail did not less effort. Chuyang folded to rummage for a pair of small headlamps, and took a windproof warm jacket, which led Chushi towards the beach. Because it is the middle of the night, or high tide, the road is not a person. Just passing the head of the village Luchui Xian's house. Was his yard-modeled black dog chased after the barking? Chuyang bent down and made a gesture to pick up the bricks, scaring the vicious dog to run. But his neck was chained, so he could only whimper and shrink at the base of the wall. His tail was almost pinched into the ditch. Bah! Stinking dog, let's see how dare you bully me. Chushi was relieved that he Yuanhang had often led the family dog to scare her before. Chuyang touched her head. Don't worry. Wait for some time. Ah, brother will help you stew it. Aha! Chushi nodded heavily. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something and hastily added, add more peppercorns and pickled peppers then. I like the spicy flavor. Chuyang. Out of the village. The two knew their way around and soon arrived at the North Shore tidal flats. Ah, where the hell are we going? Seeing that Chuyang had no intention of stopping yet, Chushi tilted her head and asked, take it easy, we're almost there. After another 10 minutes, Chuyang finally arrived at the refresh point. Just wait here, I'm going to take a piss. Chuyang made an excuse and made Chushi stand not far away while he himself came to a piece of reef. Ah, brother, be careful. Chuyang shouted behind him. Chuyang waved his hand toward the back to show that he had heard. Claim the treasure chest. The black iron treasure chest has been opened. Reward, randomly refreshed marine economic creatures, common/rare. Capture limit, 720 minutes. Chuyang was shocked. The tutelary sun actually gave 720 minutes of capture time this time. And the black iron treasure chest actually opened rare sea goods. This time it is the rhythm of getting rich. But soon, he realized why Unity was so generous. It turned out that the foot that Chuyang was now standing on was a circle of reef beach. The reef is sunken inward, creating a natural trapezoidal puddle. He observed that the water surface of this puddle should have a 20 to 30 square meters. The widest place is more than 10 meters, and the narrow place is also 4 to 5 meters. And in the muddy puddle, several light clusters of varying depths were swimming unhurriedly. I'm going to go. Tuanzi is making me pump the puddle. Chuyang sked his mouth and muttered, Argo, is the pee ready yet? You don't want to poop again, do you? Seeing that Chuyang stood on the reef for half a day without ringing, Chushi shouted out against the sea breeze. Chuyang, sister, you want me to die in the village community directly say, really do not need to be so troublesome. I just looked. The waves are too big. There's nothing to pick up. Chuyang said. Then let's go home and sleep. Chushi didn't care. She was prepared for it anyway. This huge tide and big waves. It's just a little cutie. It's the only ones who come out to catch the sea. Of course she didn't mean to taunt anyone. Chuyang rolled his eyes. Since this sister is good at everything, is a long mouth, cooked after letting him are a bit unable to carry. No go. It was hard to make the trip. I have a feeling there's something big in this puddle over here. Ah, you want to pump the puddle. Ah, but the pump at home isn't fixed either. Chuyang in his own house in the utility room is to see an agricultural pump. Is fed to the Dragon King's predecessor cheap old man to buy, or brand named Century Star. But unfortunately the year's in disrepair. The early scrapped. I'll call and see if I can borrow one. He took out his cell phone and thought better of it but dialed Sun Qingjuan's home number. This will be the middle of the night. And not to catch the sea. Sun Qingjun is holding his own mother-in-law, sleeping soundly. Suddenly he heard the phone at home ringing incessantly, and he was so angry that he almost didn't cut the phone line. Without good humor, he picked up the phone and only after hearing Chuyang's voice did he then forcefully hold down his temper. I said a yang, you pumping puddles in the middle of the night, is in the mess what Lu, can not come back in the morning? What? See there are big yellow fish swimming in the pit. Really? There's no way. Chuyang can't say that the system brushed the fish in the pit, so he can only make up a convincing reason. Sure enough, the moment he heard of the big yellow fish, Sun Qingjun immediately energized. Sleepiness disappeared without a trace. Yellow flowers? Yellow mushrooms? Yellow lips? Anyway, even the lowest priced yellow pomfret, that's still more than 10 pounds. There is no way. The country loves yellow just as much as red, as long as these two colors of fish, but if the taste is a little better, the price is certainly not low. Okay, just wait, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Sun Qingjun rushed to move out of the home pump, twisted the tricycle throttle to the bottom, and killed towards the beach that Chu Yang said. What? Could Chu Yang be lying to him? Sun Qingjun didn't even think about it. Is that possible? What kind of person would be so bored as to stay awake in the middle of the night and drag him along to invoke his soul? Sun Qingjun quickly killed the reef beach, and after seeing the puddle that Chu Yang said, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. It's so big, it's going to take at least 4 or 5 hours to smoke, and it's still hard enough to finish. Uncle Qingjun, I really saw it. Yellow and so long. Chu Yang opened his hand and gestured, signaling that the fish was as long as his arm. Well, him then. Sun Qingjun was completely lost, his eyes turning into the shape of a large yellow fish, buzzing. With a sharp jolt, the diesel engine began to roar. Out of the water yet? Sun Qingjun asked. Out of the water, out of the water, out of the water. A huge amount. Chapter 29, Giant Fish in the Sea. As each minute passed, the water level in the puddle was slowly dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. Chu Yang and Sun Qingjun had nothing to do, and the two of them stood on the side to smoke and chat. I just passed by your great-uncle's house and saw that the glass in his house had been smashed. He knew that the two families did not deal with each other, so he specialized in speaking about what Chu Yang was interested in. Really? Which kind person did it? Chu Yang's pitch was steeply raised, feeling that the sea breeze was a bit extra sweet-smelling. I'm not sure. It was done in the middle of the night, so I guess no one was watching. Sun Qingjun spat out a smoke ring. You know the nature of the one in your great-uncle's family, and he usually doesn't offend many people in the village. God knows who. Pity. Chu Yang felt that he should go and give the Good Samaritan an award for bravery. Then she's probably going to jump out of her skin. Already started cursing. A few old ladies were picking at the wall in the middle of the night to watch the fun. Sun Qingjun laughed. Chu Yang already had that scene floating in his mind. The picture was too beautiful to imagine. After half a pack of cigarettes, Chu Yang touched the empty cigarette case and slurped his mouth. Just as he was about to instruct Chu Shi to go back and get it, Sun Qingjun patted his button and got up. I'll go back and get it just as the diesel is running out. By the time the second tank of diesel was half burned, the sea was turning fish belly white. During the period Sun Qingjun moved the water pump to a position, Chu Shi also ran home to cook frozen dumplings for the two men, served in a bubble bowl to the pit. A few people ate dumplings. Suddenly, I heard the pump inlet came out of the cry sound. That is not pumping water. Light irrigation air. Chu Yang pulled the remaining 2 dumplings and rolled up his sleeves, rubbing his hands together with some excitement. Open and dry, open and dry. Sun Qingjun is very calm. He is an old fisherman. The district pumping a puddle. Look at the rookie excited. Even if Chu Yang said that he saw the pretty goods in the puddle, he took it that Chu Yang was in all probability blind. But soon, Sun Qingjun couldn't calm down. Uncle Qingjun, what kind of fish is this? Only to see Chu Yang holding a tail 2 palms long, all brownish-brown in color, with round eyes and slit mouth, and a hideous-looking sea fish, was shouting at him. Holy, what's with all the big sea chickens around here? Sun Qingjun almost didn't skim the bowl of instant noodles in his hand, carried a plastic bucket and beat half a bucket of water. Rushing to the side of Chu Yang, put it in quick, don't give it away, he shouted. Chu Yang look at him like this. Know that this fish is not simple, should be worth quite high. Not worthy of the system-produced marine economic organisms, hurriedly put into the water. The top also grabbed algae to cover. What kind of fish is a big sea chicken? This doesn't look like a koana. Sun Qingjun first put the bucket away, and only then turned back to Chu Yang and explained. Sea chicken is also called red-spotted grouper. Is a kind of grouper. This fish is thick. Eat the texture is garlic clove meat, but also fresh, and eat chicken-like, so the vernacular we call it sea chicken. Seeing Chu Yang's puzzled look, he added, this fish can't be farmed. It sells for a lot of money now. This one of yours, it must be at least 1,000. Chu Yang instantly realized. Sells expensive. That's right then. It's still a tutelage. Do a good job. And next year brother will give you a sister-in-law. Unico, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Chu Yang continued to touch the fish. Because the water in the puddle was basically emptied, all the fish were now concentrated at the bottom of the puddle. So those seafood with light clusters guiding them that the system had brushed out became particularly eye-catching. It didn't take Chu Yang much effort to touch another one. He put it in his hand and surveyed it twice. In a beautiful mood. Another striped sea chicken. And this ruddy grouper is a little bigger than the one we just had. I go. I'm on the fish too. Suddenly, Chu she shrieked. Black hairs, big black hairs. She knew much more about fish on the seashore than Chu Yang, and she did recognize the species at once. Sun Qingjun was a bit speechless after he sniffed and looked over to see the 40-centimeter long black sea fish that Chu Shi was holding in his hands. The luck of these two siblings. There's no one else. How come everything that comes out is this kind of extremely good goods? Black hair everywhere called different, but also called vegetable hair. Melon, lai. The scientific name of the spotted quail, G. This fish is not uncommon, often found in the intertidal zone of the reef flats, and can often be caught by airmen on the beach, but what they catch is usually 2 or 3 fingers wide, 7 or 8 centimeters long. 5 are enough to make a plate, so it is also known as melon. But what about the one Chu she was holding? It was at least 2 pounds, and it was the first time he had seen it when he was so old. It's even harder to say what the market price will be. Chu Yan counted the light clusters and realized that there was another one less than just a moment ago. It looked like this big black hair was also refreshed by unicorn and didn't escape Chu Shi's clutches. Good job. The money from the sale of this fish buys you Barbie dolls. Chu Yang gave his own sister a big nod. Now Chu Shi was even more motivated. Her little skinny legs stomping around in the water, scaring the fish in the water wildly, stirring up gusts of water. In a short while, she turned out a few more fish, spotted rock snapper, yellow wing, and black gag. Although none of them are as expensive as the big black hairs, each one is also worth a small few tens to hundreds, and for the average fisherman to catch one in a day is very good. Sun Qingjun looked hot, his hands moved constantly, and the harvest was quite a lot. But they were all worthless things like stone crabs and garbage snails, and the only green crab that could be looked at was just one, which was less than 3 taels. Before long, the bucket was full. Sun Qingjun put a tarp on the back bucket of the tricycle, so that the carriage becomes a temporary fish pond. Pour the bucket of seafood into the carriage. Sun Qingjun also thoughtful to hit the oxygen, lest the fish die worthless. Chu Yang's side continued to touch the fish. He had already searched all the puddles, and the fish that the system had brushed had also been caught. The only thing missing was the rare seafood. Weird. According to the light mass of unity, that big fish should be right under Chu Yang's feet, but he didn't move even after touching it for half a day. The water at the bottom is only a few dozen centimeters deep. Could it be hidden in one of the reef crevices? Unwillingly, he stepped on 2 more feet, and suddenly, Chu Yang felt the earth tremble, and his feet slipped and sat in the water. Immediately afterward, an oversized bushel was seen raised high in the air and then slapped down heavily. Boo! The dull thrashing of the water silenced the waves. On the shore, Sun Qingjun had run back to the puddle, his face filled with anxiety as he shouted, "Danger! Get up here!" In fact, there was no need for him to remind him. Chu Yang had already rushed towards the shore at the first moment after climbing up from the water. The seafood was good, but compared to his own life, he could still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. Climbing onto the reef, Chu Yang settled his soul before gasping for air and looking towards the puddle. Just see the bottom of the puddle. A backhand belly white, body length of more than 4 meters, dragging a long tail, the shape of the nearly prismatic flat giant fish, is in the water desperately fluttering. Devilfish, manta rays. My God, how could there be such a big devilfish here? Sun Qingjun couldn't stop muttering from his mouth. Chapter 30. The customer is a college professor. This is the famous devilfish. Devilfish, scientifically known as manta rays, are, as the name suggests, a fish that looks a lot like a bat, due to its large size, its strange behavior of flying out of the water, and its tendency to dive to the bottom of fishing boats to knock on the door or drag the anchors. It has left a variety of different legends in the mouths of fishermen, but as technology evolves, scientists have discovered through observation that it's really just a big, inquisitive, but very docile goofball. And the devilfish in the latter days of the network, or a kind of net red fish, the major marine science up master will be introduced. Chu Yang had seen the video about the devilfish in his previous life. It was just that he was too nervous just now, and now after Sun Qingjun reminded him, it came back to him. This should be the rare fish that Tadako swiped. Chu Yang took a look at the tutelary, and sure enough this was the last light mass. But now the question is, how to fish it out. The devilfish in front of me. At least there are thousands of pounds, not to mention Chu Yang, or Sun Qingjun close to get a hit, either dead or injured. Then there was the long tail it dragged behind its butt, tipped with a bayonet-mounted poisonous spike that was very dangerous. How about getting a fish gun and poking it first? Sun Qingjun gives his opinion. but Chu Yang was a bit reluctant. The price of this dead seafood can fall more than a little. In that case, I'll make a phone call first. He took out his cell phone and dialed Bai Pengfei. What? Devilfish? You're still catching these things from the sea. Red Romantic Bath Center. Bai Pengfei's cell phone was placed on one side with the amplification on. And the No. 8 technician on his body quietly rolled his eyes. Here we go again. It is again the last time that hang. Pretty boy. This time it's some kind of devilfish. The name sounds unorthodox. Later on, Mr. Bai will not leave her and run away again, right? But this time he was clearly worrying unnecessarily. Bai Pengfei did not pull up and leave like last time. The reason is that although the devilfish is rare, the price is not high. A catty is only a few dollars. Although the little day side likes to grill manta rays, it's not something that many people eat in this country, and it's mostly just a novelty. And manta rays are so large, thousands of pounds, that they have to be cut up and sold separately. Low profits. Out of trouble. Bai Pengfei naturally not much interest. Just let Chu Yang later to pass a photo to his addiction. Then what? Sun Xingjun was standing next to him and had been listening to Chu Yang's phone call. Seeing that Bai Pengfei wasn't interested, he touched his head and asked, "Can we just kill them and sell them for meat?" Chu Yang still had reluctance. He suddenly thought of the beautiful girl he had met in the harbor fishing village tavern. Maybe looking for her will help. Sun Xingjun think it is not reliable. Bai Pengfei, a seafood dealer, have no idea. The harbor fishing village is big, but also a restaurant. Can eat so many thousands of pounds of fish? But Chu Yang intended to, and he didn't say anything. Soon the call was dialed. After 2 beeps, a melodious and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Hello? Who's calling? Please? I'm Chu Yang. Miss Kai. Do you remember me? Chu. Ooh, you're that awesome fisherman, right? Hearing that the girl still remembered herself, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel slightly smug. But business was important, and he didn't bother to make small talk, explaining his intentions. Devilfish. Are manta rays right? Wait. I'll ask for you. Chu Yang originally thought that Caillou would either accept or reject it, but he didn't expect her to tell him to wait. Well, wait for it. Wait for it. Beauty always has its privileges. After about 5 minutes, Choi Yo's call came back. Someone is interested in your devilfish. It's live, right? Okay, then send me the address and we'll get there right away. Fine. Fine. No problem. Thank you so much. Hanging up the phone, Chu Yang hurriedly edited his location into a text message and sent it to Caillou. Say yes? Sun Xingjun came over and asked. Chu Yang gave an okay sign. How much? Sun Xingjun is still more concerned about the actual earnings than the nebulous beauty. Not for less anyway. Chu Yang justified his perfunctory words. Stayed up all night and touched fish for over an hour. I hadn't felt it earlier in the pit, but now as soon as I relaxed, weariness set in. Chu Yang, a cigarette is still clamped in the hand, leaning against the reef, surprisingly fell asleep. It wasn't until a tingle came from his fingers that he jerked awake. Holy! Shaking off the cigarette in his hand, Chu Yang secretly spat. In his previous life, he had seen the operation of a well-known anchor reverse smoking, and he did not expect to encounter a similar situation himself today. Because of being woken up by the scald, Chu Yang's sleepiness had pretty much disappeared. Seeing Chu Shi shrinking next to her, she took off the warm jacket she was wearing and covered her, while she herself stood up on the reef and took a few deep breaths against the sea breeze. It would already be light, and the sunrise, which had just leapt out of the sea, hung shallowly above the horizon, reflecting the turquoise blue waters in a sparkling light. And right in the middle of these white golden waves, a yacht painted silver white split the waves, dragging a snow-white tail tide as it sped by. At the front of the yacht, a girl in a long bohemian dress, binoculars in hand, kept scanning toward the beach. When she saw Chu Yang, who was standing on the reef blowing in the wind, her face suddenly blushed slightly. You who? See that young man you were talking about? Found Uncle Chang. Lean over that way. Choi Yo lowered his binoculars and pointed toward the edge of the reef beach. Chu Yang also saw the yacht from a long distance, which was coming in his direction, and guessed in his heart that 9 times out of 10, his guests had arrived. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the yacht to pull up to the edge of the tidal flats a short distance away. That's right, reefs and algae are all over the bottom of that side of the reef beach, and a boat that inadvertently hits a reef or gets tangled up in the water plants is going to be in trouble. Chu Yang asked Sun Chongjun to guard the puddle, and he himself quickly stepped towards the yacht to welcome it. Halfway there, he saw a middle-aged strong man at the head of the boat walking down from the boat, followed by 2 men, one old and one young. The last one to come down was a young girl with a long flowing skirt and green silk like a waterfall. Miss Kai. Hello again. Chu Yang greeted. Mr. Chu. Kaio smiled gently, her cheeks rippling with two shallow pear swirls. Let me introduce you. This is Prof. Xu Ming from the Department of Oceanography at Overseas Chinese University. Chu Yang never thought that the customer that Kaio found for himself was actually a university professor, and he hurriedly reached out his hand. Hello Professor Zhu, it's an honor to meet you. Xu Ming was not dignified, smilingly reached out, and Chu Yang cordially shook hands and said, Hello little brother Chu. I just happened to be doing a research project on the marine life of the order manta rays, looking for samples all over the place, so I heard that you caught a living manta ray here, so I rushed over to take a look. Where are the manta rays? Still alive? Zhu Ming asked. Chu Yang nodded. Of course, it's still in the pit. Follow me. Chapter 31, You're great. The group quickly rushed to the water pit, during which Kaio briefly introduced Chu Yang to the other two. The middle-aged burly man is called Young Un, a partner in the harbor fishing village, and the one who followed Professor Zhu Ming's ass was called Kai Jun, a graduate student of the Department of Oceanography of Overseas Chinese University, who is now following the professor to do the project and take the position of assistant. When he reached the edge of the puddle, Xu Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the devilfish still flopping around in the water. Sure enough, it's a bimanual premouth manta ray, which has two protruding cephalic fins in front of its head that diverge from the pectoral fins, and is found along all of our coasts. Xu Ming was worthy of being a professor of the Department of Oceanography, and with a single mouthful, he recounted the origins of the devilfish in front of him. It was only then that Chu Yang realized that there are 13 species of manta rays in the world, and 7 or 8 species have been found in our waters, and the thing is a close relative to sharks, being ovoviviparous, giving birth one at a time, one per litter, and each manta ray is an only child. Of course what Chu Yang cared more about was how much the fish was worth. 2 years ago someone at the marina also went out to the ocean and caught a 3,000 plus pound manta ray, but unfortunately it was pulled back dead, and I think 12,000 went out the back. Kaio seemed to read Chu Yang's thoughts, but she was not good enough to directly give a suggested price, only saying a reference case. Chu Yang calculated in his heart, according to the clues provided by Kaio. 2 years ago the manta ray market purchase price is more than $3 less than $4. The seafood market, however, is at least 2 to 3 times as expensive for live seafood as it is for dead. Add to that the fact that seafood prices have risen over the past 2 years, and the combination should make $10 a pound a more reasonable figure. And this devil fish in the puddle, 2,000 pounds certainly cannot be stopped, so that at least talked about 20,000 towards the top. To be more fair, with a bottom in his heart, Chu Yang didn't panic, letting Zhu Ming bring his little assistant Kai Jun, and like a demented man, he was shooting at the devil fish in the pit from all angles. He himself beckoned towards Kaio. Miss Kai. Kaio smiled at his words and looked at him. Anything else? Well, as a token of my appreciation, I have some more seafood here and wanted to ask if you'd take it. Oh, Choyo came to be interested, listening to this man's words. If it weren't for the favor, these seafood wouldn't be his turn? She'd like to see what it was. Let me see first. Chu Yang led Kaio towards the tricycle, and Zhang En, who was next to him, noticed and followed without slowing down. Here, that's it. Chu Yang also did not sell. To the tricycle side directly lift the tarpaulin, so that the two can see the fish inside. Sure enough, the next second, he heard the gasp he wanted. Oh my god, a sea chicken that big? There's more than one. This is a black hair? It's over 2 pounds. And black buckthorn snappers are rarely this big. Not only Kaio covered her sandalwood mouth and couldn't stop exclaiming from the side, even Zhang En was also wide-eyed, constantly looking up and down at Chu Yang. He had also heard Kaio mention this young and bullish fisherman a few times, and today he heard her say she was coming to see him, so he followed her to take a look for fear that his good brother's daughter would be cheated. I didn't expect to be taught a lesson just after we met, not to mention those rare goods, or the yellow-winged true snapper black gauge eye in the hopper. It is difficult for ordinary fishermen to get and these mid-range seafood is better sold. He took his eyes and grossly estimated. This car bucket of fish at least 100 big dozens of pounds, are enough to store for 2 days. I thought it was a mouthful, but now it looks like the little fisherman is really something. Is the stuff okay? Chu Yang asked with a slight look of interest. Kaio nodded his head repeatedly. Too good. Mr. Chu, you're fantastic. So many rare fish species, all from this puddle? Yeah. I've always had good luck. More than good. It's bull. Speaking here, Kaio suddenly got stuck for a moment, swallowed back the indecent word that was on her lips, and spat her tongue out towards Chu Yang. Anyway, it's awesome is all. By the way, I can't quite feel the price of these good goods, so you can talk to Uncle Zhang. To avoid embarrassment, she simply shifted the topic directly to Young Un's head. Chu Yang nodded and waited for Young Un to make an offer. Though the beauty is there, the price is not beautiful and he flips out as usual. Young Un also walked over to the tricycle, picking at the fish in the hopper, looking through it as he spoke. You've got to have the most expensive seafowl and black hair here, so let's start with those two. There are 4 sea chickens in total. This biggest one should be over 3 pounds, so I'll give you a count of 350 a pound, and the other 3 smaller ones count 280. 2 black hairs, give 600 for the big one, and let's press 230 for the little one. Also yellow-winged uniform counts for 15, black gauge counts for 28, and true snapper counts for 35. What do you think, young man? After 2.5 days of settling down, Chu Yang had long since stopped being that ignorant rookie fisherman. In the past 2.5 days, he learned a lot about the current seafood market through the network, but also actively in Sun Qingjun learning. Not quite a savvy fisherman, but think I've improved quite a bit. Yellow wings those no problem, but the sea chicken and black hair is too cheap. The big sea chicken at least 500 it, the big one black hair to 800 a catty. Last time I saw a strip of 8 tails of black hair in your store, you all sell 998. He returned the price. Zheng Yan smiled and shook his head. The account can't be calculated like this. My rent, utilities, labor loss and profit, can be on it. Chu Yang of course knows, but the so-called price in the sky to land. He cannot empathize with these bosses. Besides, he is not qualified now. People so big restaurant open. Need him to worry about it. The two men gave a tug of war. Zheng Yan was secretly shocked in his heart. This little fisherman's mentality could be the price he gave was already not low, and he still did not let go. Chu Yang, on the other hand, was cursing the old thing in his heart for being such a big boss, and still withholding and not being able to pop some gold coins. Tell you what, I'll let you have a little more. 420 for the big sea chickens, 310 for the little ones, 700 for the big black hairs, 300 for the little ones, and not a hair more. Chu Yang sized up Zheng Yan and felt that the pulling was almost done, so he simply nodded. Success. First time cooperation. For Miss Kai's sake, consider me making Uncle Zheng a friend. Zheng Yan laughed and shook his head, thinking that this little fisherman not only had a mindset that could be, but also had a thick enough skin that he clearly got a bargain and had to sell it. Prices were agreed upon, and the next step was weighing. Chu Yang was going to go home to get it, but he didn't expect Kaio to say that there was one on board, so he saved himself a trip. Soon all the catches were weighed one after the other. The largest of the seafowl was 3 pounds, 2 tails, and the 3 smaller ones added up to 5 pounds, 7 tails. The large black hairs are 2 pounds 4 tails and the small ones are 1 pound 1 tails. Other species, true snapper 16 pounds, black gauge 11 pounds, yellow fins the most at 28.5 pounds, plus a variety of miscellaneous fish and sea crabs and shellfish. The final total was $8.16.50. And that's not all. There's the biggest head of devilfish yet to be offered. Chu Yang was full of joy and smiled beautifully. The pit was rewarded with boat rentals for the next 2 months. Chapter 32, The Generous Professor. Chu Yang's side talked business with Zheng Yan, and on the other side, Professor Zhu Ming's image data was almost collected. He found Chuyo. Sorry little brother. Some excitement has delayed you. Chu Yang waved his hand, indicating that it didn't matter. The customer is God. I'm going to buy this fish back as a research sample, but there's not much money left for the project, so look at it cheaper. $30,000, okay? Prof. Zhu is a scientific research professor and doesn't have much experience in talking about business, but opening his mouth shocked Chu Yang. Are all the professors so awesome now? Of course, he belongs to this aspect as a lone voice. People Zheng Moxiang professor, but every year to take tens of millions of research funds, not to mention those academicians. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yang still nodded his head. Sold. 30,000 to you, Professor. Although he could probably ask for another few thousand or 10,000, he still holds respect and support from the bottom of his heart for these real researchers. Without Grandpa Yuan, how could 3 billion people have enough to eat? Without Grandma Wu, where would the watermelon be sweeter than honey? Where would we be without academician Liu, the cheap golden needle mushroom? If the little bit of benefit he gave up could provide even a drop of help for Zhu Ming's future research, then he could wake up smiling in his dreams. Sun Qingjun on the side of the awareness is not so high. He quietly tugged Chu Yang's sleeve, with his eyes signaling that this is a wrongdoer, can be ruthlessly slaughtered a knife? But Chu Yang was unmoved. The deal was agreed upon, but there was still the question of how to get this devil fish so big to take up and away. Little brother, do you think you can do this? I will pay for it and ask the villagers of your village to help get this fish onto my boat. Xu Ming opened his mouth. Chu Yang looked at Sun Chongjun. He really didn't have any acquaintances in the village, and there were quite a few enemies. No problem. I'll take care of it. It was just a matter of helping to catch the fish, and which of the fishermen he knew wasn't full of strength, not to mention his salary. Buzz off. Riding on the tricycle, Sun Qingjun left in a puff of smoke. About 15 minutes later, he loaded up a wagon bucket full of fishermen, all of the pitch black, lean kind. These fishermen got out of their cars and gathered around the puddle, and when they saw the manta rays inside, each of their eyes went red. Sellingwood, K-Jun, really got you such a big devil fish. You're stepping on. This must be worth thousands and thousands of dollars. I said June, you have to treat yourself. Seeing this, Sun Chongjun hurriedly waved his hand and explained, the fish is Ao's, and I'm here to help, just like you. Hearing him say that, the fishermen turned their heads to look at Chu Yang. On the contrary, some people opened their mouths, wanting to coax Chu Yang to send red packets to treat her something. But when he thought that he even dared to dislike Hibagwa, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get off the stage when the time came. In the end, he could only curse ***** luck in his heart. Don't even ink. Let's hurry up and do it then. Sun Qingjun urged. It's getting late. If the tide comes in, it's a chicken and egg game. Do it, do it. The fishermen rolled up their sleeves and rubbed their hands together as they headed for the pit. They also want to finish the work early and get the money. After all, in the fishing village, it is not easy to find a job. Sun Qingjun has found experienced fishermen who are well experienced in dealing with big fish. They went down to the pit and held it down two at a time, breaking the poisonous sting from the devilfish's tail, and then they lassoed its body with a fishing net, padded with a tarpaulin underneath, and dragged it hard to shore. In this way, the fish had been flopping around in the pit for more than an hour, and this time it was tired and let the fishermen toss it around, pressing on without struggling, smoothly moving onto the boat. Chu Yang realized that there was a living water chamber underneath the yacht, which could barely accommodate this devil fish on its side. As the fishermen worked together to stuff the fish into the live water chamber, Professor Zhu Ming's junior assistant, Kai Jun, pulled Chu Yang aside from handing him a document bag. Chu Yang opened the mouth of the bag by a thread, glancing inside 3 piles of brand new $100 bills, and 20 scattered bills. 32,000. 30,000 is the money to buy the fish, and the other 2,000 is the labor money, Kai Jun said. Chu Yang gave him a big smile. Boss atmosphere. After saying that, he dispersed a cigarette over. Kai Jun took the cigarette and was slightly surprised. Soft Wazi? Are all fishermen this lucrative nowadays? Chu Yang smiled faintly without saying a word, pretending to be as good as he could be. Soon, the devil fish was placed, and Chu Yang led the fishermen off the boat. Yang Un by the way also settled the money for the fish and gave 8,100. Smooth sailing. Chu Yang was carrying a huge amount of money and waved his hand towards the ship. Kaio leaned against the side of the ship and suddenly became a little angry when he saw Chu Yang showing his 8 big white teeth. You're a rich man. Just a few tens of thousands of dollars and look how happy you are. It felt like the man was more excited to see money than he was to see her. To this, Chu Yang could only say, girl, you're a good judge of character. Women? It only affects how fast I can get money. As long as you make a lot of money, you'll have a lot of women around you. Chu Yang has seen a lot of licking dogs in his previous life, digging his way to kneeling goddesses, sending love chocolates today, and setting off fireworks from the Ferris wheel tomorrow, but he can only watch the goddesses get on the uncle's Mercedes-Benz. Finally, he fell to his knees and hissed, no, I don't know what the problem is. If only the lickspittles would put their minds to pleasing their goddesses by getting money. No need for more, even into the factory overtime to play screws for a month. How to save 3 or 5,000 It's enough to spend 1,000 on a man's closet to pick out well-fitting clothes, and another $9.98 to order an upscale spa package at Red Romance. The lickspittle will realize that any random goddess in there is no worse than his original one, and gentle and well-spoken, maybe even deeper. They spend $19.98 to give their goddess a cell phone, and they'd be considered polite to each other if they got a thank you in return. Humph. Kaio simply turned his head away, not wanting to look at him. Chu Yang didn't care at all. As a generation of Bath Emperor Great Emperor, he knows that women such creatures, Not to mention the identity of high and low nobility. Bones have a kind of commonality. The more you flatter her, the higher her chin goes. If you show disdain, she'll be thinking about it. Humph. Seeing Chu Yang remain calm, Kaiyo was really angry this time. Uncle Zheng, steer the boat. We're going back to the city. We're not staying on this little Thai island. Zheng looked at his niece and then Chu Yang, said nothing and turned the rudder. When the boat was a few hundred meters offshore, Chu Yang withdrew his gaze, pulled Sun Qingjun to the side, and handed him half a pile of red banknotes. Uncle Qingjun, hard work. Sun Qingjun was shocked at the sight. This cheap nephew of his is generous enough. This is 5,000. Though intrigued, he excused himself. It won't take that much. Chu Yang did not bother to put the money into his arms, said today's shouting wages you arrange yourself, and then took Chu Shilong away. Sun Qingjun shook his head, feeling a little embarrassed, but more excited. 5,000. And out of the $600 he promised 6 people, he'd still be down 400. In the old days when he sailed, he couldn't earn this much in a month. Is it possible to follow him and actually do it? Sun Qingjun suddenly had a strong confidence in the upcoming sea voyage. Chapter 33, Chef Dicky Lamb. Holding Chushi's hand as they walked home, both of them yawning. Staying up all night pumping puddles is too unpleasant. This work should be done less. If you do it too much, you will easily die suddenly. Argo, look, there's a fight. Suddenly, Chushi cried out in an exuberant voice. Chu Yang looked up and saw that on the square at the head of the village, there was indeed a circle of men and women. It was only when he got closer and squeezed into the final round that he got a good look at the scene, only to see Lu Tsuaxian is grabbing a girl's hair, fat slaps on her face slapping chaotically, face fierce, scolding while beating, selling wood, horseless crazy hoof, dare to smash my house glass, my old lady smoked you to death. The girl who was beaten didn't cry or beg for mercy, but instead, one hand tugged Lu Tsuaxian's hair to death, and the other hand took the time to fend her hard in the ribs. The girl looked to be very experienced with her hands and knew that the ribs inward were the internal organs that hurt the most when hit. Sure enough, immediately, he heard Lu Tsuaxian let out a cry of pain. Ouch, my mana. This one barely fended off her piss on the spot, and her hand spread out in the process. The girl broke free and rushed out in a huff. She looked up and around and saw teasing faces all around her. Suddenly, the unfamiliar yet familiar face appeared in her vision. The face that made her feel warm for the first time in so many years. Subconsciously, the girl darted that way. Asterisk. Chu Yang swore that he really didn't want to be nosy. He was so sleepy he couldn't wait to get into bed and go to sleep the next second. But at least there was a side to the story. We can't just sit back and do nothing, right? That's right. This beaten girl was the same girl he had saved last time from the small tank he Yuanheng's men. Chu Yang just pumping puddles when I heard Sun Cheng-jun said, Lu Tsuaxian home blast smashed. Then the heart guessed is not the girl did. I did not think it was really. There is revenge. Hey, that temper. I like it. When Lu Tsuaxian was unhappy, Chu Yang was happy. For this source that made him happy, Chu Yang of course couldn't just sit back and do nothing. A left arm wrapped around the girl, shielding her. Chu Yang stretched out his right hand, pointing his index finger at Lu Tsuaxian who rushed over, and scolded in a stern voice. What for? Beating people up in broad daylight. Lu Tsuaxian had suffered a loss and was in a berserk state. When she saw someone standing out, she didn't care who it was and opened her mouth to curse. Selling wood. Which crotch did not clip in to leak you out? To my face to act a good man. Chu Yang's face sank as he pressed forward a step and let out harsh words. If you curse again, believe it or not I'll get you killed. Lu Tsuaxian would see that it was Chu Yang, and her face immediately became even more ugly. This one is that the enemy meets the eye, and the second is that she quite truly dares not to scold again, which makes it hard to hold back. If another person threatened her, Lu Tsuaxian would not take it seriously, and she would lose if she did not greet all the relatives on the other side's family tree. But to Chu Yang, she was really a bit scared. This is a rash. Hibagwa are not in the eyes. Fell out of the sea and stuffed into the coffin can still jump up. And a ghost, who knows whether it will do what it says. Send her away. You, what do you want? You don't mess around. It is this crazy hoof that first smashed the glass of my house. I beat her to death, deserved it. Lu Tsuaxian shouted in color, and also pulled the people next to her in. Ask them if you don't believe me. It was this crazy hoof who admitted it herself, said she pointing to the onlookers. But Lu Tsuaxian obviously overestimated her own connections in the village, and those she pointed to have backed away from her as if they were avoiding the plague. Just kidding, they were all good people. How could they possibly confront Chu Yang, this epileptic? For the sake of goods like He Chui Xian. Cut. Chu Yang snorted. See, the eyes of the masses are bright. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Clearly. Lu Chui Xian wanted to curse again, but with a lift of Chu Yang's eye hand, her voice immediately trailed off. Obviously my ass. Obviously as your son first hit others. People smashed your home glasses considered light. Did not have a fire your house lit up even good. After saying that, Chu Yang didn't bother to look at her fat face that swelled to the color of pig's liver and pulled Chushi towards home. The little girl he had saved was following behind. Walking to the door of the house, Chu Yang turned back towards her. I'm home. Do you want to come in and sit down? The girl took 2 steps back with her head down, her head bobbing like a rattle. Chu Yang also expected her reaction. The girl was a bit of a stranger. Then I'll go in first. Don't worry. I scolded Lu Chui Xian today. She shouldn't dare to find trouble with you in the next 2 days. The girl nodded softly, still not speaking. Chu Yang opened his mouth and yawned as he headed for the courtyard. Halfway through the door, the girl finally spoke. Are you hiring crew? What? Chu Yang didn't hear. I said, are you recruiting crew? The girl repeated in a low voice again. Chu Yang heard it clearly now. Anan? Yeah. He eyed the girl carefully. What? You have a relative to introduce me to? The girl paused quietly where she was, and after a dozen seconds or so, spoke in a weak voice. Can I? You? Chu Yang was a bit embarrassed. It was fine to let him see the road, but the crew was really no joke, especially with the crew of a fishing boat. In addition to experience in fishing, you have to have sufficient physical strength, and it's not an easy life for a woman to be on a boat, not to mention the convenience issue. Many fishing boats do not have toilets, and the crew hit the nest towards the sea when they come to feel it, which is inconvenient if there are lesbians on board. So unless it's a small fishing boat run by a husband and wife, women are generally not recruited on fishing boats. I have strength. I can fish. I grew up on fishing boats. I can help you make money. The girl raised her head, her gaze incomparably firm, and looked at Chu Yang and said word by word. It was the first time Chu Yang had seen the girl's proper face up close. How to put it? Let him describe it. That is, childish and vicissitudes, especially the eyes covered with the sense of age. It is difficult to match it with a teenage flower girl. No? Seeing the delayed response, the mold of light that had managed to rise in the girl's eyes dimmed again. Chu Yang's heart suddenly rose within a sense of pity. Probably this life after having a sister, especially cannot see this kind of little girl suffering? He thought for a moment and asked, do you cook? The girl nodded. Will. Okay, then the ship just lacks a chef. But I'll say it beforehand. I have to try your handiwork first. I won't recruit if it doesn't burn well. Chu Yang's slate face, pretending to be serious, said. The girl nodded vigorously. Yes, come in together then, and you will prepare the noon meal. Chu Yang led the way into the courtyard. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned back to ask. Right, now can you tell me what your name is? I can't even know what my crew's name is. Can I? The girl hesitated, but whispered. Lindsay. Chapter 34, Storming the Tank. A green belt, a long time. Good name. Chu Yang praised. In this countryside, most girls' names are still Yayan Fang Xia, and it's rare to find an elegant name from the Book of Psalms. From this, it was clear that the parents of the girl in front of him were at least not lowly educated. It was rare to be praised, and a few fluctuations swept through Lin Zidi's eyes, but they were immediately smoothed out again. Seeing that Chu Yang did not pursue the matter, she then breathed a light sigh of relief. Once inside the courtyard, Chu Yang led Lin to the kitchen and told her where the ingredients were placed before leaving him free to play. Argo. Walking out of the kitchen, Chushi pulled Chu Yang back, wanting to say something. What's wrong? Chuyo looked at her. A brother, the people in the village say that she is a Death Star, and it will be bad luck to take her on board. After hesitating for a moment, Chushi still opened his mouth. Probably not used to backstabbing, she hurriedly glanced in the direction of the kitchen again when she finished. Chu Yang smiled and touched her head. Don't listen to their nonsense. What is the Star of Death? Just those long-winded women in the village like to chew on the back of the tongue. Before there is not also said that we too is the Star of Death. The death of parents it. You might as well listen to these people as listen to me fart. Chu Yang put his hand on the back of his pants and made a gesture to grab a fart for her to smell. Hee you're disgusting. Argo. Chushi hurriedly smiled and ran away. The two siblings fooled around for a while, and only when the footsteps faded away did a light smile appear on the face of Lin, who was hiding behind the kitchen wall panel. Eat dinner. Chu Yang was hugging Chushi, lying on a rattan chair in the courtyard to catch up on his sleep, when he suddenly heard someone softly shouting in his ear. Opening his eyes, he saw that Lin was standing off to the side with his hands behind his back. Oh, the rice is cooked. Stretching, he shook Chushi up again. Don't sleep, don't sleep. Get up and eat. Don't. I'm so sleepy. You eat first. Aggie, I'll eat when I wake up. Chushi tilted his head and hugged the rattan chair without letting go. Chu Yang cannot be spoiled. This busy night, the stomach has long been empty. I am afraid of overstarvation. Not eat how to do. No. Get up and eat before you go to sleep. Chushi played tricks and let Chu Yang do whatever he wanted, but he just couldn't get up crookedly. Well, don't listen. Do you? And don't you regret it. Chu Yang hemmed and hawed. After a few seconds, the sleepy Chushi suddenly felt a coolness at the back of his neck. His body was jolted, and the whole person instantly woke up. Aw, so icy. Aw, I hate you. Chu Yang threw the ice in his hand to the ground without any shame. Wake up and go. Sitting at the 8-cent table, 4 plates and 2 bowls of rice were already on the table. Stir-fried yellow beef, braised taro with pork ribs, stir-fried cabbage with seaweed, and patted cucumber. Chu Yang first chopsticks the beef. Yummy. Beef is cut horizontally. It should have been marinated in ginger soy sauce, small onions first, and coated with cornstarch when it was stir-fried in the wok. It was very smooth and tender to chew. Taste the others. The taro is soft, the ribs are tender, and the cucumber is sour and crunchy. It's all home-cooked stir-fry, but it really doesn't taste any worse than the big hotels. Chu Yang originally just wanted to find a reason to accept Lin Zishi, but he didn't expect her to give him a surprise. No problem. You'll be the cook on my ship from now on. Getting Chu Yang's approval, Lin Zd breathed a long sigh of relief, and the stone hanging in her heart was released. Sit down and eat together. Chu Yang patted the empty stool to his right. No, I'm not hungry. Ringo waved his hand in denial, but not even 2 seconds after the words fell, a gurgling sound came from his stomach indisputably. Lindsay's face was red and she was on the verge of tears. She didn't want to cry when she was pulled by He Yuanhan's hair, and she didn't want to cry when she was slapped by Lu Chui Xian. But now, she was really embarrassed to the point that she wanted to shed tears. And you say you're not hungry? Come on, don't you listen to the boss? Chu Yang held back his laughter and said with a stern face. Chu Shi also held her face red, and a grain of rice came out of her right nostril. Lin finally sat down obediently. Chu Shi served a bowl of rice, a large sea bowl on purpose, and handed it to Lin Ziki with a smile. Chu Yang glared at her. This is not burying people. Clipping a large piece of ribs and placing it in Lin's bowl, Chu Yang didn't say anything and continued to bury his head in his rice. Lin was still very formal at first, picking at the rice with her chopsticks and eating it one grain at a time. After waiting for a while, seeing that both Chu Yang's siblings were eating sweetly, they were also infected and began to take large dry mouthfuls of rice. That's right. That's what a bit of a young girl looks like. Chu Yang laughed. Lin blushed and buried her head deeper, half of her face blocked by the sea bowl. After dinner, Chu Yang burped and cooled off. Chu Shi brought watermelon that had been chilled with well water, and Lin Ziki washed dishes in the back kitchen. Ah, comforting. This is the life. This side of Chu Yang beautifully enjoyed. The other side. Lu Chui Xian home is not calm. After holding her breath and returning home, Lu Chui Xian saw He Dongnan chopping wood in the yard as soon as she entered the door, and immediately slapped her thighs and splashed out. Heavens, earth, why am I so unlucky to have married a useless thing like you? Your wife is being bullied to death, and all you know how to do is chop wood here like a log. Are you going to look this dead someday when I give someone the sack? Auntie Zhang, who was leaning against the wall next door to watch the fun, couldn't help but poof out a laugh. Ha ha ha, that can't be. Which man dares to sleep with you? Not afraid of being sat on the couch. Asterisk. You. Don't even look at your big ass plate and have the nerve to talk about me. Lu Chui Xian immediately cursed angrily when she saw that she still dared to taunt herself. Auntie Zhang wasn't shy either. That's still better than you. Chu Yang is right. You are a tank. Chu Yang. Okay, let's talk. Not afraid of people looking at the joke. Who and what you? He Dongnan frowned and couldn't help but chortle. But who is Lu Chui Xian? And can she still wimp out on him? Instead of shutting up, he pulled up his pitch. Yo, now you're going to get a face? Who else could it be but that nice nephew of yours? It's none of his business if I teach that crazy girl who smashed my house's windows a lesson. Who does he think he is? Bao Qingtian? Meddling here, see what he can give. Chu Yang was not present. Lu Chui Xian could vent her anger to her heart's content, sneering and cursing at him. Of course she didn't dare to say words that were too unpleasant, and she didn't dare to curse words that involved genealogy, for fear that someone would chew on them and spread them to Chu Yang's ears. The more she scolded like this, the more she suffocated instead, and could only take it out on He Dongnan. No balls. Those who know say you broke your leg. Those who don't think you lost that too. He Dongnan's hand holding the firewood knife tightened. But in the end, he didn't say anything and continued chopping firewood in silence. Lu Chui Xian scolded for a while. See He Dongnan deaf. Also feel not much fun. Turn around and go out. Ma, what are you doing? I'm hungry. Cook for me. He Yuanhang shouted from behind. Eat, eat, eat your ass. All you do is eat all day long. There's instant noodles in the cupboard. Make your own. Lu Chui Xian didn't return her head. He Yuanhang had a bitter look on his face. Since Chu Shi left, he was eating 3 meals of instant noodles in 2 days, and he had lost weight. Weighed in this morning and it was only 139.8 pounds. Alas! These days, when will they end? Chapter 35, A Girl's Pride. Alas! Dogwang. These days, when will they ever end? In the phone booth in front of the kiosk at the head of the village, Lu Tsuixian held the phone and grumbled one after another. On the other end, inside a rented house in some urban village in Quan City, a yellow-haired, inch-haired, dilettante with tattoos on the back of his hands leaned against a wooden bedpan, a Nokia in his hand, his face full of impatience. Auntie, I thought I told you not to call me all the time if nothing is wrong. Dogwang ah. The aunt was forced to have no choice. You said that the last time you let you do something did not work. Take the money and run away. What didn't work out? Didn't he fall into the sea? Lu Fuguang frowned. Hearing the other party ask this, Lu Chuixian first surveyed the surroundings, then covered the telephone receiver and suppressed her voice. It's nice that he fell overboard, but came back to life. What's going on? Lu Fuguang asked after him. Lu Chuixian then told him all about Chu Yang, and of course added a lot of details about how she was bullied. Really not dead? It's really not dead, and he's been a different person since that night. He's been even more rude to me. That look in his eyes, like he's trying to kill someone. Suddenly, Lu Chuixian thought of something. Daiko, do you think he'll know something? The more she thought about it, the more alarmed Lu Chuixian was and the more she regretted it. If I had known that I would not have coveted that bit of demolition money. You said that if he had called the police, would we have been arrested? Her voice trembled as she said the latter. Lu Chuixian doesn't know anything about the law, but since ancient times, she still understands the truth that murder pays for life. What's the point of panicking? He's not dead. Not to mention that I squatted all night that day. There was no one else in the press. You Timos don't scare yourself. Although Lu Fuguang is a gangster, but has seen most of the world than Lu Chuixian, a village woman, and knows the law. Without evidence, even if Chu Yang guessed something, what could he do with him? Call the police? The police have to talk about evidence. 2. Daiko. Me. I'm scared. Oh. In the end, Lu Chuixian even whimpered and cried, and it was called a cannibal flower with rain. Scared less. This way, I'll go back to the village in a couple of days to take a look. Since Chu Yang was fine, there was no need for him to hide in the city. It's too damn expensive to live in the city. Renting a crappy single room costs 200 or 300. There are also women. Although the hair salon sister is very gentle, but the price that is really hard. From Lu Chuixian there to get $20,000. Early spent. It's got to go back and look. I heard Lu Chuixian say that kid even made a lot of money by driving the sea. Lu Fuguang stroked his bearded chin, pondering, hanging up the phone on this side. Lu Chuixian wiped her tears and took a deep breath. I'm not afraid. Yeah, I'm not afraid. What's the big deal? Who knew that when she stepped out of the phone booth? She hadn't taken 2 steps when a hand clapped on her shoulder. Trixie. Lu Chuixian trembled. Her 3 souls were scared away. Ah, ouch mom. That scared the hell out of me. Sunama patted his chest and was almost not scared half to death as well. I say Chuixian, what are you doing? I'm just tapping your shoulder. Such a big commotion. My old man's heart attack was almost relapsed by you. I was going to ask you. Lu Chuixian also slowed down, snapped, walking without a voice. Behind the back to scare people will scare people to death no. After saying that, he didn't wait for Sunama to reply and left quickly. Nuts. Sunama's face is full of bad luck, wondering if he stepped on Xiang when he went out in the morning. What's wrong with you? You're so afraid of the light. After cursing twice, Sunama also walked into the phone booth. He's going to call his son in the provincial city. She's been having a bit of heart trouble lately and wants to go and have a look. But before he could pick up the microphone, the phone unexpectedly rang on its own. Lola-san picks up the microphone. I'm booked. I'll be back on the island the day after tomorrow. Transfer me $5,000 first. As soon as he answered, the opposite side of the room crackled open. Who are you? Who are you looking for? Sun-ama was dumbfounded. Who knew the other side was hanging faster? Oh, wrong number. Do. Lola-san, asleep, squinted into the evening, and when Chu Yang woke up again, the sky was already dusky. He got up and bounced contentedly in place, feeling alive at last. Creak creak. After opening his mouth and just shouting twice, he saw someone coming out of the parlor. But it wasn't Chushi, it was Lin Zishi. Still not gone? I thought you went back. You're seeing the chicken feather duster that Lin Zishi was holding. Chu Yang asked. Oh, I saw your house was quite a mess, so I cleaned it. I didn't touch anything in the house. I'll be leaving soon. As if she was afraid that Chu Yang would misunderstand, Lin Zishi hurriedly explained. Chu Yang laughed. I didn't say anything. I still have to thank you for cleaning my house so clean. He also said that no wonder I woke up feeling strange. I feel that the courtyard eaves, walls and feet are permeated with a strange. So it is clean. In fact, Chu Yang and Chushi are both quite clean and hygienic, sweeping and wiping the table every day, but only the visible living area. As for the unseen corners, and the places he usually didn't use, he didn't care. I was thinking of paying someone to get it done someday, but I didn't expect it to be done by Lin Zishi. No need. I'm fine anyway. I'll go. After saying that, Lin handed the chicken feather duster back to him. Don't be in a hurry. Have dinner before you go. Chu Yang retained. No more food. Lindsay refused firmly. She was already embarrassed to dine here at lunch and had no money to pay back, so she had to clean to make up for it. Now dinner says nothing more. Well then, I won't keep the meal, but you'll have to wait. Chu Yang turned around and walked quickly into the house, and came out with bags of stuff in a short while. Here, no refusals, these are in advance on your cook's wages. And remember to meet me at the dock at 7 o'clock next Monday morning. Lin shrinks at first, then takes the bag. Thanks. Her lips wimped out for a few seconds and she whispered. When he was out of the yard and back inside the shabby and leaky but clean and tidy shack, Lin sat down on the bed covered with dry straw and opened the plastic bag. Tea, eggs, sausages, chicken legs, pig's feet, milk, instant noodles. It's all the good stuff you get at the big supermarkets, and it's rare to get a taste of it in a fishing village. And this is, with slightly trembling fingers, he pulled out the envelope that had been tucked under the bag and carefully opened it. The moment she saw that it contained $500 in cash, Lin's eyes instantly turned red. Thanks. Thank you. Lin's teeth clenched her lips, and she couldn't stop the bean-sized tears from spilling out of her eyes, smashing on the floor and quickly wetting it. Argo, why don't you just pay her? Home, Chu, she asked, holding her chin. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. $500 can't buy a girl's last self-improvement and self-respect. Chapter 36, Being Missed by a Villain. In the evening, Chushi warmed up the leftover beef and ribs from lunch, fried a plate of green peppers, and made a light vegetable soup. The siblings made do and dealt with the meal. After eating, Chu Yang took Chushi out to eliminate food. As a result, before he could walk to the head of the village, he was stopped by Auntie Zhang. Chu Yang, I heard that you pumped a puddle this morning and caught a lot of good stuff. And a big devil fish that sold for over $100,000? Chu Yang, more than that, it sold a couple $100 million, and I was just about to go into town and buy a building to celebrate. Aunt Zhang face a black, but then laughed. Look at you, this child. How to talk. Aunt, this is not just care about you. Said he was going to come up and pull again. Chu Yang was prepared this time and flashed ahead. Don't. Have a word. Don't do it, Auntie Zhang. What are you afraid of? You child. I can't have a thorn in my hand. Auntie Zhang was a bit dissatisfied with Chu Yang's attitude, but she was still patient. Aunt, last time and you said that thing. Consider how. Or Aunt, bring my niece. You two meet first? No. My dog is having another baby. Bye. After saying that, Chu Yang didn't give Auntie Zhang another chance. Open sprint and directly flashed. Hey, the rude unlucky kid. Auntie Chapter was exasperated. Giving up was out of the question though. She decided, changing her mind. After all, her niece is also older, and high vision. They studied a broken secondary school, but yelling non-college students do not marry. Where can I find a college student for my daughter when my brother is a noob? Originally, Auntie Zhang didn't want to take this. Her brother is incapable. So how good is she? But Chu Yang's appearance made her mind come alive. Looks like this has to fall on you after all. Auntie Zhang thought to herself in her heart. Escaped the clutches of Auntie Zhang. The two siblings slipped from the beginning to the end of the village. When I passed my great-uncle's house, I saw that the glass in his house had been glued up with newspaper. He Yuanhang was squatting in front of the door eating instant noodles with a bereft look on his face. This stuff tastes good once in a while, but who can stand eating it every day? I don't know if God couldn't stand it, but a sudden gust of wind blew over and lifted the freshly glued window paper right off the ground. Years of dust shook off and hundreds of seasonings were added directly to the little tank's bubbly. Ha ha ha, deserved. Looking at the wretched He Yuanhang, Chu Shi smiled happily. Don't you get cocky, my brother is coming back too. He Yuanhang looked at the gloating siblings, wanting to scold but not daring to do so. He could only say angrily, oh. Chu Shi shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent face. The little fat man was even more angry, thinking, don't you just have a brother? When my brother comes back, let's see how I can bully him back. Too angry, Tank simply turned his grief into an appetite and took a big bite of bubbly. As a result, he forgot that God had just spiced him up, and when he took a bite, he went straight for all the flavors. Sour, astringent, bitter, salty, spicy, and with a pungent stench. It was like fishing for a handful of thick, deep yellow sediment in a septic tank that hadn't been passed in decades and shoving it into his mouth. Vomit, vomit. The little tank is leaking oil straight up. Returning home in a soothing mood, Chu Yang laid down on the bed and played a few games of Snake before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, get up first, defecate a bubble big. With carved soap vigorously wash the hand twice. Chu Yang this only began to open the treasure chest. Congratulations on winning the black iron treasure chest. The location of the treasure chest has been refreshed. Please go to collect it. Another black iron treasure chest, again on the sea, and further away. Cam. The sculpted ones don't work. Next time I'll have to switch to the soothing ones. 3 black iron treasure chests had now accumulated on the surface of the sea, and I wondered just how many fish could be caught on the first trip. 50, 000, 100, 000. I'm sure Tadako won't let himself down. Unico, don't think I'll forgive you if you change your mind and say something nice. Left grunt, right grunt. JPG. After breakfast, Chu Yang sat in the yard, idly bored. Looking at the few rows of barren land next to the wall, he suddenly became interested. These fields were opened by the predecessor's parents, and before that, they planted some onions, garlic, peppers and so on, but after being abandoned for so long, the top had been covered with weeds. Chu Yang stroked his chin. Why don't I plant something too? Said Dry. Chu Yang ran to the utility room, turned out a wide hoe, 3 times, shoveled all the grass. Chu Shi saw him hoeing and asked, are you going to plant onions? Ah, brother? Well, in the future, we have to live at home. The village does not have a supermarket to buy food. We grow our own. Onions, garlic, ginger, chili peppers and whatnot, and then some fruits and vegetables. There is no worry about not having food to eat. Yeah, shouted Chu Shi, clapping her hands in excitement. Grow some more tomatoes. They're my favorite. Okay, I like tomatoes too. Chu Yang nodded his head in amusement. Just as the siblings were thinking about the future of their family's vegetable patch, Hibabwo walked through the doorway with a hand on his back and a sullen face. When he saw Chu Yang hoeing, his seal became darker and darker. This brat, it looks like he's set on going against the village. Then what to do, Branch? Bosley called me again last night and asked me if things were done. Xiong Dakue, who was following his ass, grumbled bitterly. Bosley was the one who saw the land at Chu Yang's house and wanted to use it to build a seafood processing plant. Chu Yang delayed to nod. Li Boss sighed and urged tight. Hibabwa also always blame him for the unfavorable work. Xiong Dakue is a 3-headed angry. Feel their hair and thinning a lot. What to do? Cool. Hibabwa didn't have the good sense to say. What can he do? To put it nicely, he is the old branch secretary. To put it bluntly, he is not even a national cadre. The village secretary does not even have an editor. Normally, it is fine to pull the government's tiger skin as a coat and bluff the honest fisherman. But when it comes to Chu Yang, who has read books and knows the world and knows the law, and is also not stingy, it is simply no way. I heard that Dejun has been recruiting crew members everywhere in the past 2 days? Hibabwa asked suddenly as the topic changed. Xiong Dakue nodded. I know about this. It seems to say that he and Chu Yang have gotten a boat ready to go out to sea. Where did he get the money? Hibabwa asked. Rented. I heard it costs tens of thousands of dollars a month. Xiong Dakue said. Hibabwa's eyes lit up. Great. The old heavens have opened their eyes. I'll see if this brat dies this time. Rent a boat and go to sea? How dare he think of that? This trip will cost him a fortune in gas and labor and rent. If you don't have any money in your hand, you'll have to beg the village to demolish the building. Big Bear. You will find Big Eye Big Biao Big Thunder in them and say that they are not allowed to follow Chu Yang's ship. Got it? The ones Hibagwa mentioned are all good fishers in the village. He's going to make sure Chu Yang can't even recruit enough people to see if he loses money. Xiong Dakue followed with a bright eye and a thumbs up. The branch secretary is brilliant. Ha 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 ha. He's still a bit young to fight me. Hibagwa laughed freely. In a few days, that kid will definitely have to come running back to beg you. You've kind of got him dead to rights with this hand. Xiong Dakue cooperated on the face and flattered, but in his heart he was still a little worried. What if Chu Yang didn't lose any money on his sea voyage? What if it still makes a profit? Of course this is something he does not dare to say now. Say it certainly will not be able to avoid a scolding. Xiong Dakue made up his mind that he had to go back to the Mazu temple to burn 2 incense sticks and pray for Chu Yang to go out. Chapter 37, Soothing Skin, Evening God, Achu Achu Achu. Strange, could it be that some little lady is thinking of me? Inhaling, Chu Yang pondered. Don't be a stinker, Argo. Mom said that 1 sneeze is thought about, 2 sneezes are cursed, 3 sneezes is a cold. You're not catching a cold, are you? After saying that, she even reached out her small hand and touched it on his forehead. Stop it. Chu Yang slapped her small hand away, but it did feel like a bit of a tickle in her throat when she said that. Still got a cold? After a few hours, it turned out that she guessed right. Chu Yang began to cough and sneeze constantly, fever and tears, and his throat swelled up, and swallowing saliva was hot and painful. Must have stayed up all night pumping puddles, soaking up water and wind, catching a cold and flu. She guessed. There is no medicine at home, so she can only go to ask for help from her great-grandmother. After a while, Sun Amal walked in with a bowl. Come on, this is with the ginger boiled mugwort water. Drink it while it's hot. Lie down on the bed and cover with the quilt to cover it up. Cover up the sweat and it'll be fine. Chu Yan didn't say anything. Opening his mouth in pain, he just nodded. I received the mugwort water, and before I could bring it to my nose, I smelled a bitter odor that washed over my nose. Chu Yang frowned. He thought Sanjiu was hard enough to drink. Drink it quickly. Good medicine is better for the disease, Sun Ama said. She also nodded her head at the side and said, Ah, brother is good. Chu Yang, endure throat swallowing knife scraping like pain, will be a bowl of mugwort water to drink. I do not know whether it is a psychological effect. Chu Yang seems to be really not so uncomfortable. Ran to bed, covered the covers and drifted off to sleep for the rest of the day. The next morning, Chu Yang finally felt alive. Although my nose is still running, my throat is not sore, my head is not dizzy, and my whole body is much more refreshed. Having regained his spirits, he felt hungry. Shi gave a pot of seafood lump soup to stew, and Chu Yang fiercely dried 2 big bowls. After eating, have the strength. Chu Yang is not willing to lie down. Pick up the hoe to continue to slowly hold the remaining point of the ground. Rebirth into this era also has some advantages. Now the network is not so developed. There is no kryptonite handheld games or short videos, forcing people to be bored to find work. At least the body is much healthier. Unlike a decade or so later, when elementary school students all have a cell phone in hand and many even wear thick glasses early. Halfway through hoeing the last row, Shi looked at the wall clock. It's 10:30, almost time to get ready for lunch. She clapped her hands together and said, Brother, there's no salt in the house. I'll go to the kiosk and buy a packet of salt. Chu Yang waved his hand. Go on. I'll take care of the rest of this alone. Do you have any money? Yes, you just gave 200 yesterday. With those words, Shi had already left the door. Chu Yang suddenly remembered something and chased after him to the door and shouted, Remember to bring back a bar of soap. Something soothing. Shi nodded, although she wondered when Argo had gotten tired of carving signs. Got it. By the time Shi came back with salt and shabigia, Chu Yang had already finished hoeing half of the ridge. He took the soap. Just in time for dirty hands. I tore off the package and applied it to both hands front to back left to right, and put it in front of my nose to smell it after I washed it. Aha! It's the same familiar recipe. The same old flavor. Shi yelped, rubbing his hands together. Extraction. Congratulations on winning the silver treasure chest. The location of the treasure chest has been refreshed. Please go to collect it. Holy, that worked! Seeing the blinking point of light in the system navigation, Chu Yang excitedly kissed Soothing Skin. Silver treasure chest. And it's painted right on the shore of the island. Blah, blah, blah. spitting out the foam sticking to the side of his mouth. Chu Yang couldn't stop enjoying himself. Chu Shi looked at his own brother and thought to himself, is it possible that you have burned out your brain by feeling an impulse? Luckily, Chu Yang quickly stopped his demented behavior and urged Chu Shi to hurry up and go cook. Gotta eat. You can't work until you're full. A silver treasure chest. I wonder what kind of goodies you can get out of it. Chu Shi moved quickly, and half an hour later, 3 dishes and 1 soup were served on the table. Stir-fried pork with chili peppers, pan-fried small mixed fish, cold seaweed, and loofah and egg soup. Simply, another meal. After eating, he helped Chu Shi quickly clean up the dishes together. Come on, let's go for a walk on the beach. To the North Shore? Chu Shi asked. Chu Yang shook his head. Going to South Shore today. What's slipping on the South Shore? The crabs can't even pick up the big ones. Chu Shi disliked. She's a pragmatist and doesn't want to play where she can't make money. Consider it as an amusement. Picking up some shells and throwing them into the fish pond as ornaments is not bad either. Chu Yang laughed. He was actually a pragmatist, but the system had brushed the treasure chest on the south coast this time, so he had to make the trip. Okay. Although it is said to be picking up shells, Chu Yang is still fully armed. With a sand shovel, rake hooks, harpoons and fish guards and sacks, the siblings locked the door and headed for the South Shore. It would be midday and most of the fishermen were eating at home. But there are still a few idle lazy old men and women sitting under the banyan tree at the head of the village to cool off. And when they saw the heavily armed Chu Yang, they accosted him half-heartedly. Ah Yang, Big Noon still go to catch the sea this time to see what good goods. Take us a line. Yes, you've taken Dajuan several times. Take Auntie too. I even hugged you when I was little. We don't need much. You find the land and I'll do the work. And we'll split the seafood we find in half. Chu Yang ignored it and pulled Xiaoxi straight away. What do you think? A group of people face how so big? Pennies do not come out. Have the nerve to ask for him to bring. He lacks that little manpower. He also thought of harvesting half of the split. People are ugly, but the thought is quite beautiful. These 2 dead children, they don't know the rules at all. They don't even know how to answer when their elders ask. Not just stepping on luck to pick up a few good fish. What da? That's all there is to a college student. Deserves to kill his parents. I guess falling in the ocean drowned his brain. That's it. A group of dump trucks and tanks rolled their eyes in the direction the siblings had left, muttering curses. Of course Chu Yang knew that they certainly didn't have anything good to say, but what was that saying? If a dog bites you, can you bite it back? Of course if the dog dared to bark wildly in his face, then he would definitely slap it and let it know why the flowers were so red. The South Shore was a little farther away, and the siblings walked for about 20 minutes before they reached the point. Chu Yang followed the system navigation and found the treasure chest in a familiar way. Silver treasure chest has been opened. Reward, randomly refreshed marine economic creatures, rare. Capture limit, 30 minutes. Immediately after that the system circled the refresh range with light bands as usual. Holy, I can't believe I was only given 30 minutes to capture. Chu Yang was astonished and secretly excited at the same time. What does that mean? It must be really rare this time. And rare things are usually worth a lot of money. Hurry up and find it. Without saying a word, Chu Yang began to search. I thought it would take some effort to find it, but I didn't take 2 steps before I noticed something different under my feet. It was soft and smooth, like stepping on a ball of jelly. Chu Yang bent down and touched it for a few seconds, then carried out a reddish and orange and thorny thing. Asterisk 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 argo. What a big sea cucumber. Chu Shi screamed. Chu Yang was also happy to see his teeth. A plum ginseng of this size is a real fortune today. Soothe the skin. Even God. Chapter 38, Super Harvest. This thing, plum ginseng, is a kind of prickly ginseng, an extremely precious seafood and one of the largest sea cucumbers in the world. American ginseng. Generally, sea cucumbers, like the common spiny cucumber, can grow up to the size of a palm. Then it is an adult, and 30 centimeters is already considered rare. The plum ginseng, on the other hand, can be up to a meter long and 10 centimeters wide. Can you imagine a plum ginseng the length of a child's arm? Or an underage ginseng? Of course sea cucumbers also depend entirely on size, but also on quality. In China, the sea cucumber produced in Liaolu area is considered to be the representative of quality due to its many spines, summer sleep, and long growing period, while sea cucumbers produced in other areas are not as good. The exception is the plum blossom ginseng, which is extremely sensitive to changes in the environment, and when subjected to external stimuli, such as seawater pollution, drastic changes in seawater specific gravity and temperature, it will cause itself to rot or spit out its own internal organs. Therefore, as long as the plum ginseng, the quality is extremely high, and the price is not inferior to the Liao prickly ginseng. Xu Yang's previous life home has a lot of plum ginseng. Are his overbearing petite wife from his father-in-law's home to steal to bring? Give him a body tonic. Unfortunately, the tonic is tonic, the essence of the turn of the eye and drain elsewhere, equivalent to a waste of money. Still, he had to thank his wife in his previous life, who liked to squeeze him but at least made him know something about this kind of sea cucumber and recognized it at a glance. This stuff will start at least 1,000 in the pure wild 10 years from now, and don't even think about it without 5 figures in the dry. It's still 07, but it's certainly not cheap. Hurry up and touch to find out if there's any more. Xu Yan reminded. In fact, he didn't need to be reminded. Xu Shi's wealthy bloodline had automatically awakened the moment he saw the plum blossom ginseng, and this time, he was already rummaging through the sea sand with his hands and feet. Found it ago. I have one here too. In no time, Xu Shi was holding a plum ginseng and screaming excitedly. Xu Yang hurriedly let her lower her voice. Hush, do not speak quickly to lead others to us will lose a lot. Oh! Xu Shi hurriedly shut his mouth tightly. If this baby let the village's group of old ladies see it, they would not go completely crazy. The 2 siblings bent over and searched the beach carefully. The plum ginseng thing likes to bury itself in the sand, camouflage itself with sand encasements, and will wear ghillie suits. Even if it's right in front of you, it's hard to notice if you're not stepping on it. It was also fortunate that there was a hint of the light band from Unicorn. Otherwise half an hour would have been too much of a rush to walk along the kilometer-long coastline, let alone look for sea cucumbers. Argo, look at this. A short while later, Xu Shi pressed her voice again and cried out excitedly, both hands laboriously holding a strip of large sea cucumber not much shorter than even she was. Ooh, so big. Xu Yang was also shaken, looking at the size. A meter long for sure. Fleshy, fat, tender and yellow, with dense spines of flesh attached to the base of the body, like a plum blossom blooming in winter. Hurry up and load up. Xu Yang opened the mouth of the sack, and Xu Shi carefully dropped the plum blossom ginseng in. The weight in his hands sank instantly. Good guy, 10 pounds solid, made dry, and more than a pound before. Proper one-headed ginseng. Ah, this should be worth a lot of money, right? Xu Shi's eyes were filled with symbols of gold coins. It has to be 10,000 to start. Wow. Xu Shi's small mouth opened wide. 10,000. How much is that? 1 gets 3. 226. 3 845. No, can't count. Can't count at all. I'm sure I can buy many Barbies anyway. Look, keep looking. You must keep looking. Xu Shi's power was infinite, feeling that the strength in his body was simply inexhaustible. The time spent picking up money was happy and short-lived. Half an hour passed quickly, putting the last plum blossom ginseng as long and thick as an adult's arm into the sack. Xu Yang noticed that the tally showed that the capture limit had returned to 0. Sure enough, the plum ginsengs, one of which could have been found after walking a few meters, were completely lost in the next 10 minutes or so. Why, it's gone. Xu Shi crossed her small waist, her face full of pity. Xu Yang patted her little brain and laughed. Don't be greedy. There's already enough. Really quite a lot. Xu Yang hand that 50 kilograms of urea bags are full. Mesh pockets have a lot more. Now the nagging question is how to bring it back. It's fine to move back in a big way, bright and early, but it's sure to make the whole village awaken their Sharingan eyes. Originally, before the continuous harvest of good fish catch, it has been spreading in the village. Xu Yang does not want to be followed by a large group of people behind his but every time he catches the sea in the future. In this case Xiao Shi, you stay here and keep watch first. I'll go find Uncle Cheng Jun to borrow a car. Xu Shi nodded firmly. No problem. Move the sea cucumber all the beach by a rock. Make sure that there is no one nearby for the time being. Xu Yang fast horse, running all the way. A 20-minute walk froze and he ran there in 5 minutes, panting with exhaustion. Quickly, call, quickly, Uncle Cheng Jun. What's wrong with you? Running so fast. There's a dog chasing you in the back. Sun Cheng Jun teased. Quickly lend me your tricycle and help me carry a sack. Ignoring his flirting, Xu Yang urged. Although Sun Cheng Jun was a bit curious, he didn't ask too many questions, unhooked the keychain hanging on the waist of his pants and threw it to him, and also asked, will you ride it? Do you want me to help you open it? No problem. Go ahead and talk to you later. After saying this, he stepped into the car seat, inserted the key and twisted the gasoline and ran away in a puff of smoke. It wasn't that Xu Yang was being careful, but the money was moving people. Shu Yang absolutely believes that Sun Qingjun is a reliable person. But isn't there a saying, don't easily use money to test the hearts of people? As for driving, Shu Yang's previous life is a mechanical enthusiast. And money, onto the big cargo 100 tons of king, down to the running cart, he has driven. Riding a triple trampoline is not like playing a windy ride to kill back to the beach. Luckily, it was hot and dry at noon, so no one came over for a while. Shu Yang first fish care in the plum ginseng into the newly brought sacks, and then the two sacks together on the car. The top also pulled a layer of seaweed to spread. Go, get in the car and go home. Chuyo patted the seat behind his ass. She stepped on the pedal and flipped up in one go. She nestled her body under Chuyo's armpit and sat in front of him. Argo, I like to sit here. Whatever. Shu Yang twisted the throttle and the tricycle buzzed and vibrated. Going home is not in a hurry. And Shu Yang is not driving fast. She nestled in Shu Yang's arms, her hands propped up with her chin propped up on the gas tank, letting the sea breeze caress her cheeks. It's cool, comfortable. Wait a while, brother, to buy a sedan and then take you out for a ride. Guaranteed to be better than this. That's great. I'm going to ride in a minivan. She immediately clapped her hands and laughed, scattering silver bells all over the road. Chapter 39, Premium Plum Blossom Ginseng. The village square. Resting in the cool of the idle man, old ladies have not dispersed. See brother and sister too riding a tricycle and back. A long neck, and goose like to probe forward. When they saw the object behind the bucket, they were happy. Yo, brother and sister are so diligent, pulling seaweed in the sun in the middle of the heat. Oh, this is a cart full of it. It can spread half a square meter of the roof when it's dried out, right? Most of the houses in the fishing villages are stone huts built of stone and yellow mud with seaweed roofs, similar to the principle of thatched huts. And seagrass waterproof warm effect than thatch much better. After drying lay a few thick layers, warm in winter and cool in summer. Water splash not into. But these old ES who were talking didn't have any good intentions. They were using yin and yang words to taunt Chu Yang. Bunch of big dorks. Chu Yang secretly laughed in his heart and ignored them, directly twisting the throttle to accelerate, whistling past. The leaves in yellow soil raised by the wheels blew toward a few people, helping to give them a good wash. Blah blah blah. This dead kid. Can he drive? Riding a trike and running so fast, if he can't drown he'll fall to his death sooner or later. A group of people were spitting sand out of the room while their lungs exploded in impotent rage. Back home, Chu Yang rushed to unload the goods. The 2 bags of sea cucumbers are poured into the fish pond, and the oxygen pumped to connect. These are babies. He could cry for 2 hours if one died. After observing for a while, I don't know if it's because the seafood produced by the system is particularly tenacious or what. Chu Yang found that these sea cucumbers are in pretty good condition, and there shouldn't be any problem to live for 24 hours. He hurriedly threw a stream of water plants into the fish pond as well, both to provide shelter for the sea cucumbers and to cover them from view. In fact, Chu Yang's fish pond is sitting in the most leaning house under the corner of the wall, and there is so deep, the average person does not come close to really cannot see. But just in case, Chu Yang still had an extra hand of defense. After placing these treasures, Chu Yang had the time to spare his hands and start contacting the buyers. The only ones he could look for were Bai Pengfei and Kaiyou. Make a call to Bai Pengfei first. White. Where is it? Red Romantic Bath Center. After hearing the familiar voice, technician number 8 rolled his eyes violently in his mind. Where's the massage? Bai Pengfei was honest. Ayo, you called me today. Did you get another good deal? Yes. I picked up plum ginseng in the midday rush and asked if you wanted it. Soon Bai Pengfei swished and stood up. What? Did I hear right? Is it really plum blossom ginseng? Ayo, don't play with me. Chu Yang held the cell phone away from his ear and almost didn't deafen him. As for that, it's just plum ginseng. I'm guilty of teasing you with that? I'll send you a picture later, he said with a slight air of amusement. Through the phone, Bai Pengfei could imagine his pretentious face. But now is not the time to preach about those. How big is it? Bai Pengfei pursued. More than 100 pounds. Chu Yang replied. Pengfei Bai. And you say you didn't play me. Have you ever seen a 100+ pound sea cucumber? Chu Yang knew that he had misunderstood and explained with a smile. I didn't say it was a piece of more than 100 pounds either. What? There's more? Bai Pengfei also thought that Chu Yang was lucky to pick up the bar put it. Did not think it was his own pattern is small. Rushing up to change out of his bathrobe, he drew $500 from his wallet and placed it on the bed as he hurried out of the bath center. Boss go well? Welcome again boss. Get in the latest Cadillac, turn on the stereo, and enjoy an exclusive concert in the car with Tiffany Ma. Your damn tenderness makes my heart ache and my tears flow. Not long after, Chu Yang's picture was sent over. Bai Pengfei grasped the steering wheel with one hand and opened the MMS with the other. I'm a mud horse. I'm a mud horse. This dense is encountered plum ginseng group. Leave it for my brother and be there in 3 hours. After informing Bai Pengfei, Chu Yang made another call to Kaio. After hearing the news of the plum blossom ginseng, Kaio was also shocked. Really? You're too good, Chu Yang. But immediately she said with some regret, it's a pity I can't go and see it with my own eyes. Chu Yang realized that Kaio will be in the field. Something cannot go. In that case, can I ask Uncle Zheng to contact you? Sure, no problem. Although there was a little disappointment in his heart, Chu Yang couldn't possibly show it, much less affect his business. After a couple more conversations, Kaio hung up the phone hastily. Through the microphone, Chu Yang heard what looked like firecrackers across the street. It didn't take long for an unfamiliar number with springs on the caller ID to dial in. Chu Yang picked up, and sure enough, it was Uncle Zhang. There wouldn't be much small talk with this old gangster, so the two of them confirmed the message and hung up. Brother, have you contacted the person who bought the ginseng? Chu Shi came over to inquire about the news. Contacted. Chu Yang played with his cell phone and casually replied. Isn't it that pretty sister from last time? Aha! Are you in love with her? Go. Aha! Chu Yang instantly reacted. Putting his hand to his mouth and huffing, he was about to give Chu Shi a headbutt. The nerve to set me up. Can't hit it slightly. Chu Shi laughed and ran to the side, making faces at Chu Yang. But that sister is so pretty. Brother, if you want to marry someone home, you have to work hard to earn money. Chu Yang shook his head and scolded with a laugh. Man-child, you're a brother, I won't marry anyone. Alright, that's no good. That's not going to stop our family's honor. Beware of Ama's dream scolding you. Chu Yang, Nyoto Ferry these 2 days is quite lively. In the past half a year cannot see a raw face. These 2 days but continuous visitors. 2 other groups came today. Both rich people from the city. Look at that guy, with sunglasses holding a cell phone. Armpits under a big purse. Hair combed shiny. Hong Kong movies and the rich people are not all dressed like this. Another group of male middle-aged is low-key point, wearing casual pants polo shirt, but there are 2 days ago to help lift the devilfish fisherman recognized. This is the last time to open the yacht to that Zhang boss. I heard that it is in the marina to open the big boss of the restaurant. Seeing the two go toward Chu Yang's home, watching the young and old more curious. One wants to ask and dare not open their mouths. The head of the heart like 7 or 8 monkeys scratching like. Chu Yang didn't bother with them, welcoming the guests into the courtyard. He closed the door with a bang. Ayo, you're not being a good enough friend this time. Things were promised to be left for me. As soon as Bai Pengfei entered the door, he complained in a half-joking manner. Hearing him say that, before Chu Yang could say anything, Uncle Zhang next to him opened his mouth to retort. Boss Bai is wrong. You and Chu brother is a friend. I'm not. Besides doing business this thing, always have to talk about a you and I willing, cannot force to buy and sell is not it? Bai Pengfei was choked for a moment and smiled and stopped talking. Chu Yang had already prepared a speech, but this would obviously be unnecessary. In order to prevent a cold front, he immediately changed the subject. Why don't we go check out the goods first? Now both of them nodded their heads in cooperation. Yes. Chu Yang led the two of them to the fish pond and ruffled the water plants on top. Uncle Zhang's gaze fell on the pool and his eyes widened for a moment. So many extraordinary plum ginseng. Chapter 40, Sea cucumbers are crazy too. Holy, this is thick. It's got to be over 10 centimeters. This is long, this is long. This is going to be a meter. By the fish pond, Bai Pengfei squatted on the ground in an Asian squatting position, looking at the sea cucumbers in the pool with great interest, as if he was looking at a group of stunning beauties. Ayo, you have to give me these big ones. I have a big use for them. He scratched with his finger at the largest couple of plum ginsengs. Isn't that a rip-off? Boss White, you're not being generous. It was agreed that the highest bidder would win. Uncle Zheng bristled and refuted. Whoever brings this rare thing doesn't have a great use for it. Not to mention other things. Take to send people that also times the face. Beg for help. Send a stick. Then what shopping cards are useful? What do you say, old boy? Bai Pengfei this time but refused to back down. Insisted Chu Yang in attitude. Brother Bai. Uncle Zhang. Both of you are my good friends. And both have helped me. So I'm not willing to let anyone suffer. So why don't you guys see if this is okay? Chu Yang paused and continued. The largest 5 sea cucumbers. In the case of the same price Bai first chose 3. Mr. Zhang sighed. In the end, no matter what the price, I'll give you one for free. You can't say how much of a concession such a program is, but at least it reflects an attitude. Bai Pengfei is not a person who lacks money. Young and golden, inevitably exuberant, Si Chu Yang proposed to let himself pick first. Face, also obediently nodded his head to agree. Uncle Zhang has even less to say. This thing is supposed to be a seller's market. Who Chu Yang is willing to sell is his freedom. The next step is the bargaining session. This time, the plum ginseng belongs to the very best seafood, and the price is certainly not a generalization. After a bit of communication, the trio determined that this time they would split it up by length. One stop for up to 20 centimeters, one stop for 20 to 40 centimeters, one stop for 40 to 60 centimeters, and so on. First, we talk about those under 20 centimeters. Not many, just 7 or 8. Bai Pengfei quoted first, 380 a pound. Note that this is the price of fresh sea cucumber. While in general, sea cucumber will lose at least 70% to 80% of its body weight after drying, and the weight before and after is about 110. And the very best sea cucumber that is lightly dried, no salt or sugar is added in the drying process, etc., is even able to reach the ratio of 1:15. According to Bai Pengfei's offer, these plum ginsengs under 20 centimeters in Chuyang were already almost equivalent to the price of 3,800 per caddy of dried goods. I should have known that the top quality light dried Liao prickly ginseng of 5 years of age on the market now sells for only 3 to 4,000 a caddy. 400. Uncle Zhang was ruthless and directly added $20. The teeny tiny plum ginseng is not big, but that depends on who you're comparing it to. Let's put it this way. As long as the plum ginseng is mature, it is considered a giant among sea cucumbers, and this is just the right size to put in a tavern, and many small business owners are willing to pay for a taste. If it's bigger, then it has to be dried up and put away to wait for the big boss. 410. White Pengfei still wants to struggle down, gritting his teeth and mentioning $10. He is not the same as Uncle Zhang. One is a buyer and the other is a restaurant owner. Can that price be compared? Uncle Zhang 400 received to go. Turn a cut in half. Pouring juice sprinkled flowers on the plate to the outside end. Each plate is 998. A look at the ingredients is not too to it. What? You're asking about the price in pounds? A precious ingredient like this, doubled 10 times in a high-end restaurant, should still be considered a conscientious businessman. However, Uncle Zhang was clearly determined to win these small sea cucumbers and didn't give Bai Pengfei a chance. 450. He quoted calmly. Bai Pengfei gave him a thumbs up. It's still you, Boss Zhang, who's bullish. He finally realized the mood of Yu Chuanda on the pier that day. The feeling of being pressed with money was not good. Understood. Uncle Zhang smiled and didn't see the gas, arching his hand and saying, there was no rush to weigh it, so I wrote it down and waited until it would be weighed together, so that I wouldn't have to toss it back and forth, and then it wouldn't be a good idea to get 1 or 2 dead by then. Next came the 20 to 40 centimeters, the most numerous in this range, with a full 25 bars. Chu Yan looked at Bai Pengfei. 520. The latter quoted. 550. Uncle Zhang remained calm. Bai Pengfei's face twitched. 570. 600. After several rounds of bidding, this batch of large sea cucumbers was still set by Uncle Zhang at a price of 650 pounds. Boss Zhang, you're not giving me any life at all. Bai Pengfei got a little angry, his tone a little punchy, but Uncle Zhang was unmoved, his face still smiling. Third batch, 40 to 60 centimeters, 18 strips, 700. This time, without waiting for Chu Yang to finish, Bai Pengfei took the initiative to open his mouth, clearly imperative. He thought very clearly, his own funds are definitely not comparable to Boss Zhang's, and he must concentrate on taking at least one interval. 710. Uncle Zhang is also cautious up. This thing grows more and more coarse pressure scale. 40 or 50 centimeters of plum ginseng, is 2 or 3 pounds. For an extra $10 a pound, you'll have to pay hundreds more for the total. 720. 730. 740. 750. Prices alternated, and when the call went to 800, both men hesitated a bit. Stuff is great, but there are profits to consider. 820. Boss Zhang, if you add more, I won't argue with you. Uncle Zhang considered it, but shook his head and gave up. This price, put the restaurant down, there is still profit margin, but all things stay aligned. The future is good to see each other. The same dock to mix food, cannot do things to the end. In addition also have to give Chu Yang some face. Well, congratulations, White. Chu Yang was also slightly relieved. Although the business seeks his money, but also pay attention to a long flow, really hurt feelings is not good. For now, he was satisfied with Bai Pengfei as a consignee, 60 to 80 centimeters. This size, even in the plum ginseng, is a big head, at least 5 or 6 pounds. A little bit of growth and fat is going straight to 10 pounds. A sea cucumber of this size can be called a double-headed ginseng after drying, and has already acquired a collector's value. The siblings didn't fish much this time. Just 10. Bai Pengfei, Mr. Zheng, do you want to hear yourself say what this is called? Just? This price of sea cucumbers? Ordinary fishermen cannot see a lifetime. To you this time out of the double digit. Bai Pengfei even suspected that this one wouldn't be the godson of Mazu Maiden. 1,000. This time it was Mr. Young who made the first offer. 1,050. Bai Pengfei immediately followed. 1,100. Mr. Zhang's tone was serious. Bai Pengfei thought for a moment and spoke. 1,300. Boss Zhang, this is my psychological base price. I won't argue if you want to go over that. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chu Yang. Ayo. I'm not breaking any rules this way. He did this, that is, to help Chu Yang raise the price, but also save the intention to return the face of Mr. Zheng. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head, saying that it was okay. It wasn't a formal auction, so as long as the price met his expectations, whatever. Chang, Mr. Bai is painfully honest. Brother Chu is also a straightforward person. Then I can't be too shabby. Let's go at the price of 1350. Uncle Zhang patted his chest and said, rather like an old man talking about his youth. Of course this price, originally also in his acceptable range. Otherwise lose money business who do. Yes, Uncle Zhang is magnificent. Uncle Zhang 666. Chu Yang nodded frantically. At $50 more a pound. That's a little over a couple thousand combined. Good words don't cost money. So naturally he spared no effort. And then what's left is the final heavyweight. King Plum ginsengs over 80 centimeters are worth thousands of dollars each. Chapter 41 The Roundup Program. Inside the Chu family's yard, there were 7 foam boxes in a row. Inside each foam box, there is a giant plum ginseng with a body length of more than 80 centimeters. These several ginseng king also do not need to bid. Chu Yang said the same price to let Bai Pengfei pick 3 first. Of course the two bosses did not let Chu Yang disappointed. Directly set a price of 1,800 pounds. It would have to break 20,000 per pound when converted to dry prices. And he's still pretty happy with that. Mr. Bai, it's still you who thought ahead and prepared so many foam boxes and ice cubes in advance. Hearing Boss Zhang's praise, Bai Pengfei couldn't help but smile smugly. Mr. Zhang, I can't compare to you in business, but I still have a bit of experience in dealing with this seafood. Mr. Bai is modest. Uncle Zhang laughed. Brother Bai, you pick first. Which 3 do you want? Chu Yang pointed at the foam box and said. Bai Pengfei excitedly rubbed his hands, walked over, and looked back and forth several times. I guess when I first caved with my wife, I didn't look so carefully. It is really difficult to choose. Or Mr. Zheng, you all let me forget it. Some other day I will be the host. Please you Red Romantic play a week. Red Romance has what to play. If Mr. White is willing to cut. Dongguan Heavenly World. I arrange. Uncle Young has turned the tables and is obviously in the same boat. The manager there and I are old folks. Told me that recently the north came a batch of original woolen goods. I can arrange head tea for Mr. White. Oh. Bai Pengfei was instantly impressed. He really wanted to fight for his country too much, but seeing these treasures in front of him, he forced himself to hold back. Picked 3 big fat ones. Bai Pengfei beautiful bubble. Uncle Zhang pointed at the remaining 2 foam boxes and asked, Brother Chu, the remaining 2 belong to me, right? What? You're asking where the other 2 boxes are? Wild plum blossom ginseng, this kind of Yang great tonic good thing. Chu Yang of course want to keep 2 for himself. If you can't use it now, who's to say you won't be able to use it later, right? Split the king plum ginseng and start weighing next. This time the value of the seafood is not trivial. Weighing first with Uncle Zhang. Bai Pengfei brought their own scale over again, and then with Chu Yang's scale over again. Both sides of the weight have no objection to the weight, which is remembered to seal the box, using the kind of foam box brought by Bai Pengfei, stuffed with ice. Freshness effect. Keep track of the weight and then start figuring out the price. Return to 0. 450 times 2.7 equals 1215. Crackling. Chu Yang pressed the keys as if they were flying, and quickly tallied up the amount. On Mr. Zhang's side, too, 7 caddies of small ginseng under 20 centimeters for a total of 215 yuan. 15. 3 caddies of medium ginseng from 20 to 40 centimeters for 945 yuan. 41 caddies of giant ginseng from 60 to 80 centimeters for 300 yuan. And 23. 5 caddies of king ginseng over 80 centimeters for 300 yuan. For a total of 760 yuan. By Pengfei's side, 39. 5 caddies of large ginseng from 40 to 60 centimeters for 390 yuan. And 37. 6 caddies of ginseng king from 80 centimeters and above for 680 yuan. For a total of 70. Total for both sides, $206. 830. What? Really? These sea cucumbers are worth over $200,000? Chushi's little mouth grinned up to her ears as she looked at the numbers on the calculator display. Argo, you knew me. I'm not dreaming, am I? She couldn't believe how these big sea cucumbers that she and Argo had been picking up for half an hour on the beach were worth so much. The insurance company only paid out $300. When Pops and Mom left. Chu Yang is also somewhat secretly surprised. He originally thought that he could sell 70,000 or 80,000 would be very good. But he did not expect to more than triple. He was out of his mind and casually wrung his hand on Chushi's face. Egu, you're so new. It hurts. Chushi covered her face and puffed up. Suri, just wandered off. Chuyo reached out and touched her. Ah, Young, I'll have that thing loaded onto the ship first. Do you want the money in cash? Or should I transfer it to you? Bai Pengfei interrupted the odd siblings and asked. Just transfer it directly to my card. Chu Yang is too lazy to bother. Give him cash or not to save. And it is not safe to put so much cash at home. Okay, then come with me to town and I'll go to the bank and transfer it directly to you. Kindred brothers are clear accounts. Not to mention that the relationship between the two is not so close. Such a large sum of money. Surely have to deal with face to face to rest assured. Uncle Zhang said. I'll join you. Chu Yang looked at the time as not too late. This will set off. To the bank is estimated to be not yet closed. So he nodded and said. Okay. Before leaving, he sent Chushi to Sun Chungjun's house, saying that in case he couldn't make it back at night, he would entrust his wife to look after him for the night. Sun Qingjun naturally answered with his mouth full. Looking around and waiting for his wife to walk away a little bit, he pulled Chu Yong to the side and asked mysteriously, Ayo, you're picking up another good deal. Aren't you invited to a dragon when those two bosses call for you to go to the city at night? It was obvious that Sun Qingjun was obsessed with a dragon, which was probably the same as the latter-day boys' obsession with their enlightened teachers. Chu Yang remembers that before he crossed over, there were even a lot of rich second-generation friends in his circle, who traveled across the ocean to find a teacher in a small country of days, and spent money on self-financed small movies. Not for anything else, just collect it and live the dream. Chu Yang thought, is not one also bring Sun Qingjun to fulfill a dream, but I am afraid to bring him bad. 3 days want to fulfill a dream, that would be the end. I can't talk about it. You'll see for yourself when you get a chance. Chu Yang dealt with it and greeted his wife again and walked away. When he went out, he just happened to run into Sun Xiang running back from outside with a sword made of sharpened bamboo in his hand, going around performing the chaotic cloak sword technique. Seeing him walk all the way through, there was no more half-standing weeds within 5 meters of his body, and even the few cabbages planted at the foot of the wall suffered. Seeing Chu Yang, Sun Xiang was taken aback and hurriedly put away his sword and carried it behind his back, staring at him with a wary gaze, like a cold swordsman. Don't worry, I won't go to your dad and tell him off. Chu Yang hemmed and hawed and gave him a harmless gaze. But my sister might be staying at your house today, so you'll have to take care of her, and I'll bring you KFC later. Sun Xian said suspiciously. Really? Really? Talk is cheap. I'll be in town later. Deal? Chuyo reached out. Sun Xiang thought about it, and finally extended the hand that was not holding the sword, trying to act like an adult, and shook Chu Yang's hand. Deal. Leaving Sun Qingjun's house, Chu Yang went directly to the pier, whereby Ping Fei and Uncle Zhang stood waiting for him. Come on, get in the boat. Several people were on Uncle Zhang's fishing boat. As for Bai Pengfei's boat, he had already arranged for someone to drive it back to the city. Once on board, Uncle Zhang led the two to the top deck. There are a couple of lounge chairs here to lay back and take in the ocean breeze. There was a cold refrigerator on the boat, and Uncle Zhang had a cold watermelon cut up and brought up. Chu Yang picked up a piece of fierce gnawing. Summer heat relief or half to this thing. Cool heart fly. Exciting. eating watermelon and blowing in the wind. Bai Pengfei approached him to make small talk. When he heard Chu Yang mention that he had rented a boat and was preparing to go out to sea, Bai Pengfei gave him a thumbs up. Bull pen. 16-meter longboat. Ao's handiwork is big enough. Looks like catching the sea can't satisfy you anymore. Wish you a smooth sailing on the sea. Chapter 42, The Drinking Game. This yacht is just great. It is stable and fast to sit on. Not at all comparable to Sun Chung Jun's small sampan. It was also just after 4 o'clock when we arrived at the harbor. The trio went to the bank to transfer money first. Zheng completed a Kaipai transaction of 106 renminbi, 760 with a balance of 220 renminbi, 133.18 on July 19 at 16:33 to your account at Agricultural Bank of China with tail number 6666. Zheng completed a Kaipei transaction of 100,070 renminbi to your Nong bank account with tail number 6666 at 16:35 on July 19, with a balance of 322,083 renminbi. 18. 2 incoming messages in a row made Chu Yang's pockets bulge instantly. A deposit of more than $300,000 is not a small amount to put in 10 years. You can pay a down payment for a 3-bedroom apartment in a 3rd or 4th tier city. As the saying goes, money is a hero's guts. With money in his pocket, Chu Yang felt emboldened. "Ayo, you received the money, right?" Bai Pengfei asked. The speed of transferring money these days is not as fast as in the latter days. Basically transferring money out one end and having it arrive in a few seconds on the other end. Nowadays, it's not unusual to transfer money as quickly as 10 minutes or as slowly as a couple of hours. Chu Yang was lucky. This time the system was not expected to be busy, so it arrived quickly. Received. You and Uncle Zhang's money have arrived. Thanks to you two bosses. My treat tonight. Chu Yang waved his big hand and said trenchantly. What words? You still need to treat us when we get to the city. Isn't this a slap in our face? Bai Pengfei crossed his arms and swung his legs. Uncle Zhang also nodded in agreement. The three of them pulled some strings and finally settled on the fact that Uncle Zhang arranged for dinner to be eaten at the harbor fishing village at the pier. Eat and go directly with Bai Pengfei, who is in charge of the after-dinner entertainment. Okay, then I'll take advantage of both of you today, and I'll sit back and eat and drink. In the evening, the trio arrived at the harbor fishing village. It wasn't too late in the day. It was only past 5, but the restaurant's lobby was already 80% full, and the sound of drinking and clinking was coming from the second-floor booths. Such a good business, coupled with the seafood restaurant, consumption on the high side, a night down, must not snuggle a few tens of thousands. This will be a dragon that is recovering, with a booming domestic economy and a surprisingly strong spending power. Chu Yang thought to himself, in the future is not also can to dining business insert afoot. After all, this is the industry can be out of the richest man. Go, Ao. The box is upstairs. Uncle Zhang urged ahead. Wow, good. Here it comes. Chu Yang retracted his thoughts and quickly followed. Inside box 666. The three had just sat down when the waiter started serving the food, which was obviously prepared in advance. Steamed flowering grouper, garlic oysters, open-backed baby green dragon, salt-baked breaded crab. Uncle Zhang is too polite. This table, just the three of us can't finish it. It's too wasteful, Chu Yang politely said. Bai Pengfei joked. Ah, Yang, you earn so much money for Mr. Zhang. Eat him a good meal should. Uncle Zhang laughed and pointed at him. It's just you, Mr. Bai, who has a mouth that can talk and can't stop eating. He too today is also counted as not fighting. In the afternoon also on the fire bidding. This will already be able to joke with each other. Guess that's just business. When the food was almost ready, Uncle Zhang took out a white wine bottle with an iron lid from a box. Chu Yang swept a glance and smiled. 10 years old, 53 degrees Faitian. This is good wine. Uncle Zhang glanced at him in slight surprise. Ao has a thing for wine too? In fact, he wanted to ask Chu Yang when he drank Mao Tai. According to his understanding of Chu Yang's family, should not this will be Mao Tai price, although not as exaggerated as the latter days. But 53 degrees flying sky on the market to sell to 500 in 2007. There is a roommate in college whose family is a Mao Tai distributor. Often tell us about it, and we understand a little bit after hearing more. Chu Yang explained. In fact, this housemate he created out of nothing is a drinking buddy from his previous life, whose family specializes in the wine business, or is the general distributor of Mao Tai in Guangdong province. From him, Chu Yang learned a lot about wine. Oh, Uncle Zhang always felt something was wrong. Wait a minute. Ao, you're still a college student. Which college? Uncle Zhang didn't really know this and looked at him in surprise. Not what brand name university. Just an ordinary bachelor's degree. Uncle Zhang is trying to ask, I a college student how to go back home as a fisherman, right? Chu Yang smiled and took the initiative to say what he hadn't asked for him. This will be undergraduates are still worth quite a lot of money. Not to mention, the examination of a selected students, back home as a township civil servant, is still relatively easy. Actually, there's nothing wrong with being a fisherman. Which college student working in the city can earn more than me? Don't you think so? That's that. Uncle Zhang cooperated and nodded with a smile. Bai Pengfei came over to gag and laughed wickedly. Uncle Zhang, I haven't been to college, but I've been to a lot of college students, so I'll arrange one for you tonight. What had been a serious atmosphere was instantly broken. You. Uncle Zhang shook his head and held his hand to point him out. Count on it. I'm an old man. My energy can't compare to you youngsters. Bai Pengfei had the intention of dragging him down and looked at Chu Yang. What do you think, Ao? Chu Yang said dryly. I see that Uncle Zhang is old and strong. Uncle Zhang, I didn't expect you to be like this, Ao. Without further ado, let's fill up the wine. Okay, drink. A meal with a full belly and a hearty drink. The 6 bottles of thatch in the case were half taken down directly by the 3 men, averaging a pound of wine down a man. Uncle Zhang was red in the face, obviously a little on the head, and wanted to drive again. Drink to your heart's content. Chu Yang hurriedly stopped him. Can't open it. If you drink any more, Uncle Zhang, you'll have to find me under the table. He'd held his own, but it wouldn't be polite to get the proprietor drunk on a drink. Uncle Zhang is not completely confused, but also listened to the advice. See, the 2 are almost in place. Did not insist. The meal was over when the 3 settled their respective glasses of wine. You guys sit down for a while. I'm going to the restroom. Uncle Zhang held onto his chair and walked out with slightly staggering steps. Bai Pengfei flung over a cigarette and laughed. It's guaranteed that he went to the toilet and threw up. His drinking capacity is better than Chu Yang. This will face although red, but his eyes are clear. Brother by highway. Chu Yang copped. Bai Pengfei had a winning face and said back. You're not so bad. Yang, come out and drink together more often in the future. After chatting for a couple of sentences, Bai Pengfei saw that Uncle Zhang hadn't come back yet, so he took out his cell phone and started calling. Chu Yang was not good at getting too close, but vaguely heard a few words like technician, headliner, box and so on. It's really for Sun Qingjun, a dragon tonight. Was thinking about whether I'd like a fuller one later, or a leaner one, or one of both. The compartment door was then pushed open. I said, who was it that dunked my uncle? So it was you, Chu Yang. Only to see Kaio walk in with his arms crossed and a disgruntled look on his face. Chu Yang hurriedly waved his hand, pointing to the side and shaking off the pot. It has nothing to do with me, a warrior woman. It is he dunked. I also persuade to come. You cannot wrong good people. Put. In response to Chu Yang's poor mouth, Kaio guffawed, and the room was suddenly filled with spring. Chapter 43. I should be under the car. Not in it. Ao. Ms. Sigh. You know each other too? Bai Pengfei saw the door to Kaio, just ready to greet it. Did not expect the other side as the first and Chu Yang chat up, and looking at the look and tone, it seems to be quite familiar. He was instantly a little sour. Who doesn't know that the owner of the harbor fishing village Kai has a precious daughter who looks like a star? And how many young men are staring at her? Bai Pengfei considered himself to be one of the young jungles, so naturally, it was inevitable that he would have some thoughts. I met you at the last dinner, and that devil fish that day, or Kaio helped me contact the buyer. Oh, so, Bai Pengfei said, his gaze sweeping between the 2, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chu Yang didn't bother with him and asked towards Kaio. Uncle Zhang, is he alright? Nothing? Threw up several times. I had him sent home to rest. Saying that, Kaio glared at Chu Yang again in a bad mood. You're really something too. Uncle Zhang has a fatty liver. The doctor told him to drink less. In theory, Chu Yang is a guest, and she knows the nature of Uncle Zhang. A good little wine should not have been blamed, but Chu didn't know why. As soon as she saw Chu Yang, Kaio couldn't help but rant. Chu Yang scratched his head. How would he know about this? Next time. He smiled back. You guys are done eating, right? And you have other activities for the evening? Kaio's gaze fell on Bai Pengfei. Chu Yang quietly to squeeze the eyes. Afraid that this goods in case of brain heat. Said later to go to the big healthcare, then it will be embarrassing. Fortunately, Bai Pengfei is not stupid, and although he has drunk a pound of wine, his mind is clear. Yes, after we eat later we plan to go to KTV and sing. Singing? Kaiyo's gaze turned to Chu Yang. Ah yes, Mr. White asked me to go roar a bit after my drink. Chu Yang returned without changing his face. Just kidding. What kind of mental quality he has? Kaiyo is still too young to see the cracks from his face. So can you take me one? Kaiyo didn't know how she could have uttered these words in a haunted manner. And after she finished speaking, her face was playfully red, as if she had dyed rouge. Of course, I'm worried that it's not fun to sing with two big men like Mr. Bai. Chu Yang answered in one mouthful, without bringing hesitation. Peng Fei Bai. Dog, you dislike me to my face, right? Thanks to me. I was thinking of letting you have the top spot tonight. The three went out, looking for a volume of Money Cabinet KTV, went in and opened a large package. The so-called volume is actually a kind of billing method that charges by the hour. In current times, KTV is still a rarity. Especially the mass-market KTV introduced by Chambers from the Bayside is a hotspot. Imagine being able to meet up with 3 or 5 friends to raise a glass of wine and keep socializing in such a not-so-large space, but also being able to get into deep singing and have a good time. And spreading out the price isn't too expensive. At the turn of the century, when there was a relative dearth of social entertainment options, what young person could resist? And because of its similarity to the once popular cabaret attributes, KTV is also banned by many parents, which makes it all the more desirable for rebellious young people. Although Kaiyo's family is a business, but obviously does not need her to come out to entertain those customers, so the KTV is not often come alone, and the opposite sex to come is the first time. After entering the box and closing the door behind her, she got a little nervous and couldn't help but lean towards Chu Yang's side. Peng Fei Bai. What? Do I look like a bad guy? A short while later, the waiter pushed open the door and wheeled in a cart. Ladies and gentlemen, here are your drink orders and fruit plates. Bai Peng Fei nodded and signaled for it all to be set up. Chu Yang, on the other hand, sat down at the jukebox and turned back towards Kaiyo. What do you like to sing? I'll give you some. Kaiyo is still a little embarrassed. I don't sing well. It's fine. Who knows behind closed doors? Don't worry. I'm professionally trained. I won't laugh no matter how funny it is, even if you sing like a pig killer. Chu Yang flirted. You're the one singing like killing a pig. Kaiyo couldn't help but stretch out her showy fist and hammered Chu Yang. Chu Yang covered his chest and pretended to be seriously injured. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Broken bones, can't get up without $100,000. Virtuous. Kaiyo covered her mouth and cursed with a laugh. After being poor for a while, Chu Yang climbed up. Well, let's start you off with a little bit of Sunset, shall we? The song is a hit song sung by this year's hottest Taipei diva Jolin Tsai, a cover of BWO's Sunshine in the Rain, which went viral upon its release and was later included as one of the top 20 most popular gold songs on the global Chinese songs chart. Nowadays, young people who do not know how to hum a couple of lines are embarrassed to go out and meet people. Yes. Kaiyo blushed and nodded gently. Chu Yang ordered a few more popular songs of the moment, like Blue and White Porcelain, Chinese Words, Damn Tenderness, Farewell Poem and whatnot, all for him. He was a McMaster in his previous life, and he was handy with these classic songs. What kind of songs do you like to sing? White. I'll order it for you. By Peng Fei. Brothers, you still remember to have me. It's not easy. It's okay. I'll do it myself. By Peng Fei is obviously a veteran as well, and sits himself down at the jukebox to order a song. Chu Yang nuzzled a glance. He ordered all the high-level songs such as Die to Love, Departure Song, The Sea, referred to as KTV pretentious divine songs. It was just at this time that the sunset's accompaniment sounded, so Chu Yang perked up his ears, ready to enjoy the beautiful maiden's wonderful singing voice. 10 seconds later, Chu Yang's mouth was tightly closed, his right hand wrapped vigorously around his left fist. His eyes were wide and motionless. There's no way. He's afraid he can't help it if he moves. How to say? Kaiyo's tone is undoubtedly fine and soft, and when she speaks, she has a whiny flavor. Very nice to listen to. The key to this rhythm, that's really perfectly avoiding every right pitch. Ouch, nasty. Choyo also realized she was out of tune and dropped the mic on the coffee table in shame. Thud. Chu Yang finally didn't hold back this time and directly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Choyo immediately came over to cover his mouth. No laughing. You said you wouldn't laugh at me. Nasty. Sorry, I didn't hold back. I'll be sure not to laugh next time. There will be a next time. It just so happens that at this point the two of them were fooling around and accidentally pressed the song cut button. The next song that came up on the box display accompanied the song. He Must Love You a Lot by Adu. Peng Fei silently picked up the microphone. I hid in the car. champagne in hand. Wanted to give you a birthday surprise. The closer you get there are two voices. I should be under the car, not in it. See how sweet you guys are. He must have loved you very much and compared me too. It only took a minute to break up. Chapter 44 Love Affairs in Casinos. Dropping the mic, Choi-yo said nothing. Chu-young repeatedly promised that he would never laugh again, and that he would be a puppy if he did. Kaiyo's nostrils flared and curled his mouth. You were supposed to be a puppy. Woof woof. Okay, if you don't sing, then let's drink. Chuyo took a glass and poured her a beer. Cheers. Kaiyo raised his cup and clinked it with him. First things first, ha. I haven't had much to drink. I can't hold my liquor. So I'll just drink this one. It's fine. Make yourself at home. Chu-young hadn't intended to dunk her. After drinking a pound of mutai at dinner, his mouth was now dry and he poured a full glass of beer into his mouth in one gulp. Through and through. Seeing his joyful look, Kaiyo asked curiously, is the wine really that good? My father is also Uncle Zhang is also you are also beautiful and like anything. When she finished she stuck her tongue out and licked it too. Ha, it's icy, a little malty, not as spicy as they say, and it seems to be okay. Chu-young smiled. This would be a KTV where the beers were snowflakes, and when he said it was alcohol, it was more like a diuretic for him. On the contrary, Kaiyo's pink lips and tongue made his mouth feel even drier. Noticing the man's gradually burning gaze, Kaiyo's white goose egg face blazed with fire. Hey, bro, your song. Bai Pengfei suddenly shouted into the microphone with a wicked grin on his face. It didn't matter that Chu-young was thick-skinned, but Kaiyo hurriedly turned his back. This dog, psychopathic, probably can't wait for a lover to become a brother and sister. His sister was too embarrassed to continue chatting and flirting, and Chu-young turned his attention to Bai Pengfei, and one by one, he looked for him to spar with him. Kaiyo sat next to him watching the men sparring and singing. Of course his eyes mostly lingered on short Chu-young. Bai Pengfei first sang a song called Departure Song and then soared a song called Love Even When You're Dead before looking provocatively at Chu-young. He had lost the battle to tease his sister and had to get the field back from somewhere else. Have to admit, Bai Pengfei sang really good. Tone clear, tone accurate. Put the stalls to sell singing is estimated to be able to get money. But admitting defeat was impossible. In front of the sister, he had to crush on all fronts. That's a dedication. Chu-young cleared his throat. Still leaning on sleepless nights, looking at the stars in the sky, still hear the violin, as sobbing and teasing again. After singing a version of Chicken Chen Li's Serenade on the Half Moon, Kaiyo's eyes were dilated. Bai Pengfei, dude, you don't speak martial arts. What do you mean you came with a handful of original adaptations when you said you were going to soar? Chu-young, did you adapt this yourself? It's too combustible and explosive. It's too good. I feel it's even better than the original. You're too talented. Kaiyo looked at Chu-young with an adoring gaze, feeling that every cell in his body was trembling. That feeling, it was the same as being electrified. Chu-young is not sure which of the two versions of Serenade on the Half Moon sung by Chen Leiji and Li Keki is stronger or weaker, and is not qualified to comment. But he thinks that the exuberant, high-spirited and cranky version of Leiji may be more popular among the younger crowd. Now won't Choi-yo be completely conquered? When I was in college, I made it up idly. You like it, so I'll give it to you. Chu-young said with a bashful face. Dogs several things, really can pretend. Bai Pengfei cursed in his heart on the side, but he had to admit that the fisherman was quite talented, and if he were a girl, he wouldn't be able to carry it off. What girl can say no to a handsome and talented guy writing a song for her? It's just a pity that the watery cabbages of Mr. Sai's family might be arching. As expected, once Kaiyo heard Chu-young's words, he was even more excited and almost fainted. Really? She asked with a flushed face. Then you're only allowed to sing to me alone in the future. Okay. Kaiyo took the initiative to hug Chu-young's arm and shook it. Chu-young squinted his eyes, enjoying the warmth beside him. He now finally kind of understands why so many celebrities collapse their houses. It's really that the fangirls are too easy to get on board. As far as Kaiyo was concerned, it would be easy for him to say a couple more lovely words of love tonight and coax her to go to the hotel for some rest. But that would be pointless. Not rejecting or initiating is his fundamental principle. Ugh. I'm just too decent. Bai Pengfei, not buddy cheek how to cultivate painted skin into a fine, right? After getting high in the box until after 1 o'clock, Kaiyo let loose in the back, and Chu-young ordered the song Poor and Happy for her. It's almost like reading a book. Just bob your head and read along with the rhythm. Perfect for people like Kaiyo who can't pronounce. After the song, the waiter at the KTV pushed his way back in, said it was closing time, and asked if he needed to spend the night. According to last year's promulgation of the Entertainment Places Management Regulations, like the bar KTV, these entertainment venues, in the morning from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m., is not allowed to operate, so often bar KTV overnight hikaru kwansha attention, overnight illegal. The following is a list of the most popular places in the world to visit. Of course, the regulations? No, all understand. On the surface of the appearance to do enough on the line. Close the door equals no business. And it's even better when it's closed. Bai Pengfei looked at Chu Yang and swept Kaio with his gaze, giving him a look that all men understand. Hurry up and get the people out of the way. The show is about to begin. But Chu Yang refused. It's getting late, brother Bai. You keep getting high. I'll borrow your car and take Miss Kai home first. Will drive? Studied in college. Okay, be careful on the road. Just park the car for me at the restaurant. This is not yet checking the claim of drunk driving, so Bai Pengfei did not worry about anything. Receiving the Cadillac car keys, Chu Yang helped Kaio leave the box, eyes on the two snuggling away. Bai Pengfei spat sourly, dog man and woman. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he waved at the waiter and whispered something in his ear. Soon, a few minutes later, a group of girls in uniform fishtailed into the room. Good evening, boss. The girls lined up and greeted each other daintily. Bai Pengfei instantly penetrated. All 13579 stay, he said with a big wave of his hand. Soon, Boss White forgot his troubles and indulged in waves of pleasure. Over here, Chu Yang sent Kaio back home, not to the harbor fishing village, but to a local upscale neighborhood, a few hundred meters away from the entrance of the neighborhood. Chu Yang stopped the car. Miss Kai, let's just send you here so that you won't be seen and gossiped about by your acquaintances. Good. Getting out of the car reluctantly, Kaio and Chu Yang waved goodbye. Why don't you go up and sit down? She said suddenly. Ha? Chu Yang was flabbergasted. Is the girl so proactive? Don't get me wrong. My parents are home and you've been drinking, so you can go up and have a hot cup of tea to quench your thirst. Seemingly realizing the ambiguity in his words, Kaio hurriedly explained. That won't be necessary. Go home now. It's too late for your parents to worry. Chu Yang smiled slightly. He'd love to visit a girl's boudoir, but meet the parents? Excuse me. Got back to the marina and found a quick hotel. Taking a bath and lying on the bed to smoke, Chu Yang suddenly thought that the treasure chest was refreshed. Hurry up and get it. Congratulations on winning the black iron treasure chest. The location of the treasure chest has been refreshed. Please go to collect it. The black iron treasure chest at sea. Cam. It's true that if you're happy in love, you're going to be unhappy in the casino. Chapter 45, Infinite Terror. The next morning, Chu Yang was woken up by the chicken next door. Martyr has no quality. Early in the morning, such a big movement. Spitting 2 sentences, Chu Yang climbed up and washed and rinsed. After going to the front desk and refunding the $200 deposit, Chu Yang made a phone call and sat in the lobby while playing with his cell phone and waiting. About 15 minutes later, a sharp honk sounded through the door. Chu Yang got up and walked out the door. Why did you sleep here last night? Come into town for some fun? Zhang Hongtao asked with a bad smile on his face as he propped the motorcycle on one foot. Cut the crap and get down to business. Chuyo rolled over and got into the car. Last night I drove a BMW. This morning I'm on a big ride. The morning was unseasonably warm at the marina, and the wind was boisterous enough to make it cool to sit on the back of the motorcycle. Chu Yang hugged his arms, thinking that he had to hurry up and get his car set up. Passing a bakery, the two stopped for a bowl of douhua, sweet and tender. After eating, head straight to the industrial park, Yongsheng Shipyard. It wasn't the first time the two had been here, so the security guards let them right in. When he went to the manager's office, Manager Huang was drinking tea. Elder brother Chu came early enough. Come sit. Seeing the two men, he greeted them with a smile, dispersing the smoke before making tea. After drinking a cup of tea, only then did Chu Yang cut to the chase without slowing down. Manager Huang, about the license. Don't worry, old brother. You still don't trust me to do my job. Manager Huang's hand went under the coffee table and pulled out a few small books with covers as if by magic. Here, the fishing boat registration certificate, the fishery production license, the fishing license, the seagoing license, and the crew certificates for a few of you. They're all here. Let's see. Zhang Hongtao, who was on the side, reached out to get it, but was pressed down by Manager Huang's hand. He ignored the puzzled Zhang Hongtao and looked at Chu Yang with a smile. Chu Yang smiled faintly, fished out a prepared envelope from his pants pocket, and placed it on the desktop. Picking up the envelope, Manager Huang unsealed it and looked at the thickness, and then let go of his hand splendidly. Elder brother Chu's atmosphere. Zhang Hongtao then realized that the feelings of people are not helping for nothing, and he also noticed the thickness of that envelope. A conservative estimate must be 3 to 5,000. Worth a month of his exhausting run. It's so dark. Zhang Hongtao cursed in his heart. He's also gone to learn about fisheries in the past 2 days, and estimates that the cost to get this stack of licenses definitely doesn't add up to more than $500. Chu Yang did not feel expensive. People are eating this bowl of rice. You want to save time and effort. That certainly have to pay not to mention running relations do not money? People Huang manager invited friends of the Maritime Bureau to eat and socialize, not counting the cost? He's not your son. Running errands for you for nothing. Oh, this seems to be a bit rude to those writers who participated in the White Running program in later years. Chu Yang apologized in advance here. All Simone blame black-hearted capitalists. Back to the topic. Chu Yang sighed, put away the documents after checking that they were fine. On his way out, he offered to beg to see how the boat was being maintained. No problem. Don't worry, old brother Chu. I'm personally keeping an eye on it all. Early in the morning, there is income. Huang manager mood is great. The smile on the face has not dissipated. Walking into the dockyard, seeing the brand new fishing boat, even the original modeled boat number has been repainted. Minquan Fishing 01688. Xu Yang nodded his head, still satisfied with the efficiency of Yongsheng Shipyard. The external maintenance has all been completed. When the waterproof paint dries, it will be able to go into the water. And in the next 2 days our masters will also do a comprehensive inspection of the ship's internal machinery. Manager Huang is skillful in his business, and introduced in a heated manner. After seeing the ship, the two men excused themselves and left. Manager Huang sent them out the door, and when he was leaving, this is when he opened his mouth. By the way, Chu, old brother, our country now has a diesel subsidy policy for fishermen. You remember to save the fishing logbook and refueling invoices when the time comes. Give me a copy of it and I'll pass it on for you, more or less. After saying that, he swept Zhang Hongtao with his afterglow. That look, as if asking if you still think I have a black heart now. Chu Yang smiled and arched his hand. Yo, then thank you so much, brother Huang. Look, without that envelope, could Mr. Wang have told us about this? Chu Yang believes that the things that can be fixed with money are the simplest things. But on the contrary, favors are more difficult to return. He's not rich enough yet, but he will be sooner or later. Leaving Yongsheng Shipyard, Chu Yang asked Zhang Hongtao to drive him to KFC again and bought 2 family buckets to carry, before returning to the pier. After stuffing $100 into Zhang Hongtao's pocket and telling him to get lost, Chu Yang sat alone on the ferry terminal waiting for the boat. He came here on a yacht, but there's no one to give him a ride back. There were very few ferries to Fallen Sun Island, and Chu Yang waited for 2 hours. At this time, he was a little nostalgic for Sun Qingjun's small sampan. How it was also a private boat, much more convenient than the ferry. The home yacht must also be purchased early. Chu Yang again set a small goal for himself in his heart. After waiting and waiting, the ferry to Nakanashima Island finally arrived at 3:30 p.m. Check the ticket on board. Find a good seat on the side and sit down. Chu Yang set the Kentucky in the center of the foot, and was about to squint a little. But suddenly, a loud voice of surprise came from the front. Chu Yang! Chu Yang looked forward, only to see a woman wearing a blue cloth dress, waving towards herself, accompanied by a woman with dyed yellow hair. Auntie Chapter? Chu Yang frowned, not wanting to talk to her. But Auntie Zhang obviously did not have the consciousness to maintain an adequate sense of boundaries, pulling the woman and squeezing through the crowd, rushing to sit by Chu Yang. It's too coincidental that we can run into each other even when we go into the city. Don't you think so? Oh, Chu Yang returned in a salty manner, while holding his body back as he held his breath. This old at noon I do not know how much garlic is eaten. A mouth can be smoked to death. Put the anime absolutely green smoke. Come, let me introduce you. This is my niece Zhang Zhuzhu. I mentioned it to you before. How is it? Good looking. Only then did Chu Yang take a closer look at the yellow-haired woman. Honestly, it's not that ugly. At 16 or so, looking at the proportions of his features, he's not too shabby as a human being. Just that thick yellow exploding head, and panda eyes, green undershirt, bean shoes. Let Chu Yang cannot help but think of a movie a few years later, called Heart and Soul. The little Taiyukai in there is the one that Zhou Dongyu played, referring to that one, and a little uglier, is the exact shape of the chapter beads. Zhang Zhuzhu was also sizing up Chu Yang. Although he was not too satisfied with the rustic aspect of Chu Yang's dress code, he was very much recognized after seeing this face. Are you the college student my aunt said was trying to chase me? She clasped her hands, her bright yellow bangs falling from above, covering one eye, and the whole thing seemed to glow with confidence. Cough cough. Shu Yong turned his head and coughed violently. That was the scariest thing he'd ever heard in 2 lifetimes. Chapter 46, Push-in Female. Real shrimp head. You don't have to get too excited. I'm still happy with you. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that Shu Yang coughing was too excited to see himself, and continued with a good sense of self. I can give you a chance to woo me first, and if you can pass my test, then we can think about marriage. But, she paused for a moment, the bride price has to be clear. According to our school's custom, 10,000 purples and 1 green, that's a must. The so-called 10,000 purples is 10,000 for $5, 1,000 for $100, and 666 for $50, which adds up to 183,300 in 2007. Although 180,000 is a little high, but Zhang Zhuzhu has heard the aunt said, this Chuyang family will soon be demolished and relocated, can be divided into 200,000 or so. Plus, he has a job in the city and must have savings, so he'll have no problem with the dowry. Shu Yang smiled. In his last life, he was a male son and was surrounded by good girls. As long as he nods his head, not to mention the dowry, even if it's upside down, those girls will be willing to marry into the rich family. Originally thought that the network of pushing male pushing female is just interpreted, the reality of which will be so brain-dead people. I did not expect that today he really met one. That a little dowry which is enough to marry you. My suggestion is, 880,008 dowry, plus the city center a set of large 3 residents, the house book written in your name. How do you see? Shu Yang held back a smile and asked, really? Zhang Zhuzhu was overjoyed and suddenly felt that Chu Yang's rustic look looked a lot smoother too. It was Auntie Zhang, on the contrary, who sensed that something was wrong. Shu Yang, you're not kidding. You guys were kidding me first. Shu Yang picked up the KFC at his feet and switched to a seat in the back. It was only then that Zhang Zhuzhu reacted that Chu Yang had just been teasing herself. Selenwood, are you playing me? She snapped and stood up. Quickly. Was going to go and break it up with Chu Yang. Auntie Zhang hurriedly pulled her back. What are you doing? Sit down. Auntie, stay out of this. I'm going to tear this little thane's mouth off today. Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes and cursed under her breath. The fine temperament of a junior high school little sister on full display. Next to them, the passengers on the same boat had already been pointing their fingers at this superb woman. This year the folks still relatively simple. Marrying a daughter has not evolved into selling a daughter. This side of the dowry generally give a 18,888, and then buy some gold on the line. The moment Zhang Zhuzhu opened her mouth it was 180,000, a tenfold increase. It was a joke. What kind of person is this? A good girl dressed up like a ghost and wanting 180,000 dowry. That is to say, it doesn't look like a proper family. It's a good thing this young man is smart. Whoever marries her will be guilty. More than that, there may be endless hats to wear. Even the uncle who drove the ferry couldn't stand to look at it anymore and slapped the rudder and shouted, taking the boat or not? Be quiet if you do, but don't sit down and don't disturb the others. Zhang Zhuzhu saw that it had caused public anger, so she sat down, her eyes still glaring at Chu Yang. Seeing Chu Yang resting his eyes with his eyes closed, ignoring himself at all, Zhang Zhuzhu shifted her attention to Auntie Zhang again, beeping and muttering her complaints. Auntie, it's all your fault. Didn't you say that the other party is a sensible college student, handsome and in good condition? Auntie Zhang blankly glanced at her own niece, all a bit unwilling to take care of her. She now finally understood why she couldn't get married. Low-eyed and still clueless, says the man. Then I ask you if he's handsome? Zhang Zhuzhu took another look, this time hanging eyes white skimming mouth. Handsome it. So are people college students? Isn't it? Are the conditions good enough for someone whose parents are dead and whose home is being demolished? Okay. Speaking, Zhang Zhuzhu this will also regret, grabbing the yellow hair with a face of chagrin. What about that? It's not like people can see me. Aunt Zhang glared at her with hatred. When I came here, I told you 1,000 times to be ladylike and civilized. They are college students. They are different from your group of foxes and dogs. Don't bring your set of bad customs over. And the dowry thing? Why don't you talk to me in advance? More than 180,000 yuan. Thanks to you shouting out. Are you encrusted with gold or diamonds? Zhang Zhuzhu shrank her neck. That wasn't my father urging me to ask for more dowry when he left the house, so that I could give it to my younger brother for a daughter-in-law. Auntie Zhang almost lost her breath. You're treating people like a fool? Your brother is getting married. Your brother is not without a mother and father. Why should they care? Zhang Zhuzhu, Auntie, my brother's parents are your own brother and sister-in-law. Auntie chapter. Then what should I do? I really quite fancy him. Zhang Zhuzhu would be dying of regret this time, itching to give herself 2 slaps. Aunt Zhang, hey, no way. Who let you are my own niece? I am your own aunt. So, you first do not rush. Wait for me to give you think of ways. The aunt and nephew came together like this, muttering about something. Chu Yang was also too lazy to pay attention to them. Anyway, as long as they didn't come to discuss themselves. A bell later, the ship arrived at Fallen Sun Island. Chu Yang carried KFC and quickly walked off the ferry. Auntie Zhang and Zhang Zhuzhu shouted at him twice from behind, but he just thought someone farted behind him and walked faster. Arriving at Sun Cheng-jun's house, Chu Yang pushed open the courtyard door and directly walked in. Sun Zion was memorizing in the yard, head held high with eyes closed, shaking his head. 1 day at a time. 1 year at a time. 1 day at a time. 1 year at a time. Gotta. It's repeater mode again. A day's plan is to eat. Chu Yang interrupted with a smile. Sun Zion hurriedly opened his eyes, and after seeing the KFC bag carried in Chu Yang's hand, tears were about to flow out from the corners of his mouth. Call someone and it's yours. Chu Yang flirted. He had expected children to be deadly good-natured and wriggle and tangle a bit. I didn't expect that this bastard was not embarrassed at all when he saw the delicious food, and his mouth immediately yelled out, Brother Chu, Brother Yang, Brother Chu Yang, you are my own brother. Shouting, he rushed to him, rubbing his hands together vigorously. Ha ha ha, okay, take it. Just based on this dead kid's cheek, even if he doesn't study in the future. Chu Yang believes that he won't be able to mix much worse. I just don't know whether it follows Sun Qingjun or his own mother. Ayo, why did you buy him for such an expensive item? Sun Qingjun heard the commotion and walked out from the head of the house. It was a little embarrassing to see that my own bear was hugging and nibbling on a big fried chicken leg. It's okay, the child likes it, just happened to go into the city, so I brought some along, right Chushi? Inside for breakfast. Have you eaten yet? Eaten. Chu Yang walked into the hall and saw Chushi holding a sea bowl of porridge with 2 eggs lying on the surface. Ah brother, you're back. Have you had breakfast yet? The millet porridge cooked by Auntie smells delicious. Chushi held the bowl and ate with the meat foam sauerkraut, eating with both cheeks bulging. Ah have eaten. Come to take you back. You eat first. Ah find Uncle Qing Jun to say the phone. Chu Yang helped his sister take away the grains of rice that were sticking to her face and casually stuffed them inside her mouth. Smiling. Ayo. What's up? Sun Qingjun asked. Our ship's license those done down. The ship I and Zhang also went to the shipyard to see. The maintenance is almost done. Next Monday we'll be able to deliver on time. Want to ask you this side of the crew to find how. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Sun Qingjun was first happy and then worried, scratching his head with some embarrassment. Ayo. Uncle has to apologize to you for this. Sun Qingjun originally did not think that the recruitment of crew members is anything difficult. It is a big deal and Chu Yang made a package, but I did not expect things to go wrong. 2 days ago, he first went to find the big puma big thunder that a few fishing good hand. Originally all talk about almost, but did not expect suddenly a few people are firmly back refused. That's not all. He visited other fishermen in the village, but when they heard it was a boat with Chu Yang, their heads shook like rattlesnakes. Even for those who are willing to follow the boat, it's a lion's share, daring to ask for a base salary of 5,000 plus a share of the catch. This is not a mess. Sun Qingjun would rather not go to sea, but also cannot be this wrongdoer. Not a single one of them really wants to be on our boat? Chu Yang stroked his chin. He had actually pretty much guessed it. I say, ayo, why don't I go talk to the branch secretary? Sun Qingjun suddenly spoke. He actually understands that the only person in the village who can be so capable of flirting with those fishermen who have money to spare is the old branch secretary Hibabwa. It just so happens that Chu Yang has offended him badly again, and it would be strange if he didn't play tricks behind his back. Go my ass to go. Uncle June. I'll say it up front. Hibabwa and I don't deal with each other. Sooner or later I'll kick him out of power. If you go to find him to intercede, then let's not socialize in the future. Chu Yang stared at Sun Qingjun and said seriously. District of Village Secretary, but also really shaking up. He Chu Gongzi when he suffered this anger. Hey, aou this. Sun Qingjun opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Chu Yang's resolute attitude, he had to nod again. Well, I'm not going. So what about the crew? Should we recruit from outside the village? Chu Yang shook his head. No need. It's too late. And I don't feel comfortable with people who don't know the routes. Let's 4 of us take the top first. Anyway, with a 16-meter boat, 4 people are barely enough. 4? Sun Qingjun froze. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Uncle June. I found a chef for our ship. Just Lin ZD from our village. Chu Yang explained. Sun Qingjun was first confused for a while, and then suddenly remembered something immediately afterward. Just that funereal. He had wanted to say Deathstroke, but seeing Chu Yang's taut face, he hurriedly closed his mouth. Uncle June, what's wrong with Lin Zishi? Why do the village people treat her so badly? Chu Yang is really curious. Obviously a little girl. How can make the village people avoid his snake scorpion? He did ask Chu Shi, but the little girl knows what. Half a day did not say understand what. This matter. Hey, I'll tell you in detail when I have the chance later. Sun Qingjun sighed and said. Chu Yang saw that he didn't want to say more, so he couldn't force the issue any further. Yang, do you really intend to bring Lin Z on board? Sun Qingjun frowned and asked again. Chu Yang knew his concern and smiled, patting his shoulder. Don't be like this. Uncle June, you shouldn't be that kind of feudal superstitious person, right? Besides, there is me, and what you are afraid of. Just my luck. Go out to sea and casually fish a few nets are enough. Sun Qingjun squeezed out a smile. I hope so. Chapter 47. The Great Purchase. Before going to sea, for the next 2 days, Chu Yang stayed in the village and didn't go anywhere. 2 treasure chests were opened during this time, both of which were black iron. One was on the surface and the other fell over the mangrove and opened up with 5 large green crabs. It would be worth a couple thousand if you sold it, but Chu Yang was too lazy to bother. He didn't lack the money right now, plus he was about to go sailing again, so he simply stayed and treated himself. Let Chu Shi steam them all and send one to Grandpa Sun's house and one to Sun Qingjuan's house. There were 3 left, and the siblings ate them with their mouths watering. The casino was a disappointment, but Chu Yang's love life was quite a success. Ever since that night at the KTV, Kaiyo would call as soon as the night came, and the phone porridge would last for 2 hours. This will be the cell phone or 2-way billing. Chu Yang and field number. Roaming charges expensive batch. Did not last through the night on the outage. Then half an hour later I got a recharge text. Dear customer, you paid 10 renminbi, 000 on July 20th, 2007 at 21:21, leaving a balance of 9 renminbi, 998.98 available for use. Good guy. Chu Yang directly good guy on the spot. This is the joy of being adopted by a rich woman that he never experienced in his past life. It's so exciting. Sunday, July 22nd. Chu Yang got up early and washed and went out. When I arrived at the village pier, I saw that Sun Qingjun was already sitting on a sampan boat and waiting. There was another woman on board, head down, staring out over the water. Only when Chu Yang approached did she raise her head, and a smile that was hard to detect by ordinary people appeared on her face. Uncle June, Dickie, they're all here. So let's go. Chu Yang yawned with his mouth open and jumped onto the cabin with a lift of his leg. Sun Qingjun soldiered on, cranking the big Z key to get the boat started. Uncle June, you drive the boat. I'm going to squint a bit first. Last night, I got so high talking to Kaiyo that I accidentally made it to 2 o'clock, and by this time I've slept for just over 3 hours. Luckily he was young enough to carry it now, and would just catch up on his sleep on the boat later. Seeing Chu Yang's tired face, Sun Qingjun knew that he didn't sleep well last night, so he waved his hand, signaling him to hurry up and rest. Put your coat on, don't catch a cold if the sea is windy. Got it. Squinting his eyes, his body swaying gently with the boat, Chu Yang quickly fell into dreamland. In the dream, he was fighting goblins. That demon was proficient in the way of change, turning into Kaiyo at one moment, He Shijun at another, and surprisingly turning into Lin Ziki at another. When the goblin turned into Zhang Zhu Jia depounced up, Chu Yang was instantly awakened. I'll go. When he woke up, he was breathing heavily. It's horrible. Having a nightmare? You were laughing so silvery in the front. What? You realized it's a sow halfway through getting it? Sun Qingjun laughed gloatingly. Chu Yang gave him a blank look and didn't bother. You don't see a girl here, do you? After glancing at Lin Ziki with his afterglow and realizing that the other party was still staring at the seawater, he then let his heart drop. Where are we? Chu Yang asked as he stretched his back. 10 minutes to the pier. By the fishery wharf, Zhang Hongtao was sitting on a broken wooling smoking a cigarette when suddenly his cell phone rang. Hey, AO, Pile 6 in Area B. Right, Chang, I'll be right there. After answering the phone, he took a sharp drag, then flexed his fingers and flicked the butt of his cigarette in a perfect parabola in the air and flew into the sea. Buzz off. Zhang Hongtao started the car, and the Wuling dragged its pitch-black exhaust and hissed toward the pier. I'll go, old Zhang. This is the luxury car you were talking about. It's really luxurious enough. Sun Qingjun walked around the car, looking from side to side and making tsk sounds from his mouth. I was really planning to pick you guys up in a luxury car. BMW, know what? It's don't touch me. Except that friend of mine happened to be using the car himself today. Next time I'll make sure you get a ride on Don't Touch Me. Zhang Hongtao argued with a red face. Xu Yang smiled and patted the two. Alright, I'll get on the car. There are too many things to buy today. The BMW is not really as good as this Wuling. It's still Ao who has vision. Zhang Hongtao hemmed and hawed while glancing at Sun Qingjun. The three of them got into the car, and Xu Yang introduced Lin Zishi to Zhang Hongtao again. Sister Lin, right. Nice to meet you. From now on we're on the same boat. My name is Zhang Hongtao. You can call me Brother Tao. Zhang Hongtao held the steering wheel with one hand and reached over with the other, a smile on his face that he thought was charming and infinite, and said, Dickie Lin. Okay, focus on your car. Xu Yang slapped Zhang Hongtao's hand, and in the process helped him to resolve the embarrassment. Ahem, you don't have to worry about me driving. Zhang Hongtao returned with a stiff upper lip, while thinking that this sister Lin was a bit cold, but he had a mouth that was as good as rented. He couldn't be idle, and he felt that when he closed it, he was at a disadvantage. Hayashi ignored him, and he turned his head to the other two to talk. June. Ao. What are we buying today? Sun Qingjun see more than 10 years of old fisherman, but also with the ocean-going ship. On the ship's things door clear. Breaking hand index. There's a lot to buy. Trawl nets, hand-cast nets, sea fishing rods, long line tackle, spearing, spear guns, ground cages. There are also raincoats, rain boots, gloves, life jackets, and rash vests for the crew. Zhang Hongtao opened his mouth. So much. Sun Qingjun slanted him a glance. Otherwise you think, Lu, really when the fisherman's so simple? Zhang Hongtao skimmed his lips and mumbled something. Soon, the group arrived at the wholesale fishing tackle market. Here Sun Qingjun often comes. Under his leadership, the same kind of things needed on the fishing boat was picked up. Xu Yang is not just follow, each buy the same. He will use the book to write down price, brand use information and so on, and then make a list. Procurement is the kind of job he can give to someone else later, but he must have it in mind himself. A little catnip didn't matter, but trying to take him for a cutie, fooling, that's absolutely impossible. Boss, the 3 sets of sea fishing rods and spears you bought have been put in the car for you. Okay. Walking through another store, Chuyo paid off his payment. This morning, he'd spent a little over $20,000 just buying all this fishing boat gear. It's no wonder that so many people have gone to sea a few times with no luck, and their families have fallen into ruin. Realize that these aren't bought all at once. Many are consumable. Like a trawl, a sheet is big hundreds or thousands. Better thousands, tens of thousands. If you break one of these by the reef, you may have wasted a trip. There is also diesel, fresh water, food, labor, and the miscellaneous costs add up to a burden that is quite heavy for the average fisherman's family. Almost done. Do you guys see anything else to add? Sun Qingjun asked after counting the contents of the car. Xu Yang shrugged his shoulders. He is new to the road. Can know what can only be found at the time of the see what is missing. Next time to buy. Zhang Hongtao is also a rookie, even worse than Xu Yang. Naturally he cannot make any useful comments. Instead, it was Lin Ziqi who took the initiative to speak. Surprising Xu Yang. Have some netting ready. What the hell is a net rope? Zhang Hongtao asked immediately as if he was a curious baby. Sun Qingjun ignored him and instead looked at Lin Ziqi. You can mend nets? Well, I've been mending all the fishing nets in the house since I was 5 years old. Afraid that a few people wouldn't believe me. Lin added. I used to mend fishing nets for Big Head you at Ong. Ong is a large island not far from the island of the falling sun. You big head of the island is a boat head. Sun Qingjun also know. Hearing her say that, then this is true in all likelihood. Okay, then prepare some. Xu Yang clapped his hands and agreed. He's learned that mending nets is a skilled job, and it's not cheap to find someone to do it. Sun Qingjun is good at something, but you can't rely on him to do everything alone. Can you? For Xu Yang, the hanging ratio, when traveling on the sea, in case the net is scratched and cannot be repaired in time, there is a possibility of losing hundreds and hundreds of thousands of fish catch. From that point of view, Lin Zd had really given him a nice surprise. Chapter 48 Fujian Shuanzhou Fishery 01688 Trial Sailing. It was already after 12 o'clock when I came out from the wholesale fishing tackle market. The sun was beating down on his head, and there was no air conditioning in the van, so he was hot for a few people. Old Zhang. I threw Lei Lu something and borrowed such a crappy car with no air conditioning. Sun Qingjun spat. Zhang Hongtao raised a middle finger at him, though he himself would be hot as hell by now. His mouth was hard. You're so lucky to have a car to ride in. And you're still picking and choosing. Chu Yang lifted the hem of his shirt as he fanned himself, not bothering to listen to the two bickering. When he reached his destination, he hurriedly jumped out of the car. Chu Yang, you're here. Kaio had long been waiting at the entrance of the store, and when he saw Chu Yang, he rushed to welcome him out. It's hot. Go in and blow the air conditioner. The second floor, box 666, has already turned the air conditioner on for you in advance. She couldn't stop herself from speaking, opening another iced Coke and shoving it into his hand. Zhang Hongtao next to him poked Sun Xinjun with his elbow and scowled at him. Ah young, this kid is also too sharp. Just a few days ago, this has taken down the beautiful young proprietor? Sun Changjun also read his eyes and returned a squint. It's none of your business. It's Ao's skill. If you have the guts to go after one too, see if Miss Kai won't stomp on your pie face. Zhang Hongtao angrily, asterisk. What do you mean? Buddy is also a jade tree, known as Huadu Small Guo Fucheng. Right. Sun Qingjuan's eyes turned skyward. I think you're a toad yawning and don't mind your breath. Okay, go. Still standing here. Not too hot. Chu Yang didn't notice the eye contact between the two and urged. Coming. Sun Qingjun answered, then gave Zhang Hongtao a look at a stupid fork and hurriedly walked inside the restaurant with big steps. Asterisk. You're the dumbass. Zhang Hongtao cursed and hurriedly followed quickly. When they reached the box and pushed the door, an O came out of all three of their mouths. Yes. Lin sat down in a chair and quietly tugged at the lingerie that was clinging to her body even when no one was looking. A cool breeze filtered in and stung her with a shiver. Miss Kai, come, let me introduce you to Lin, my friend and partner, and the chef on our ship. Chu Yang had long since noticed Kaio's eyes flickering over Lin ZD, and simply took the initiative to introduce him. Kaio smoothly extended his hand. So it's MS. Lin, nice to meet you. Chu Yang and I are also good friends. Chu Yang's friends are my friends. You can look for me if you need anything on the pier in the future. Lin didn't refuse this time, and reached out to shake Kaio's hand gently. Okay. She spat out two words softly before spilling out of her chair and not speaking. The scene was somewhat quiet. Chu Yang, what's with this sudden austere atmosphere? Chu Yang took a look at Zhang Sun and found that they were watching the fun with a gossipy face. Unreliable piggybackers. Chu Yang cursed, and could only take matters into his own hands. Miss Kai, when do you think the food will be served? I'm starving. Only then did Kaio withdraw his gaze and spread a smile. Right away. I'm going to inform the kitchen. After saying that, he looked at Chu Yang with a smiling face and pushed the door out. Choyo said right away, and sure enough the food was served right away. In less than 5 minutes. A table of good food was ready, and she had thoughtfully brought up cases of cold beer. Chu Yang obediently asked her to sit down and eat together. It's not good. What's wrong with that? Today's meal is to celebrate in advance that our ship is about to sail. Doesn't Miss Kai want to congratulate me? Of course not. Well then the meal is on me today, and I wish you all the best of luck as you set sail. Kaio was originally pretending to be polite, and being invited again by Chu Yang, he was no longer pretentious. Well, cheers. Several people's glasses clinked in the air, and even Lin ZD, in a rare and generous response. After 2 rounds of drinks, Kaio had something to leave the box. Chu Yang also did not force to stay. This will be at noon. Cannot affect people doing business. Besides, being proactive wasn't his style. It had to be like fishing. There was a tightness and a looseness, or else he could easily get himself snared. After Kaio left, a few people relaxed even more, and the 3 big men mingled and drank. For her part, Lin sat and ate her food in silence, clinking her glass only when Chu Yang approached her, and Chu Yang noticed that she ate very cleanly, even the film of flesh adhering to the bones. She carefully gnawed down, and some of the small brittle bones were even directly chewed and swallowed. Chu Yang understood very well because that was how Chu ate in those days when he first arrived. He didn't try to persuade her with words like enough food. Words are very pale. It's better to say more than to take her to earn money. After having money in hand and not being afraid to go hungry, she will naturally change. After eating and drinking, several people retreated. When it was time to leave, Kaio pulled Chu Yang aside with some reluctance. You're leaving here? Aang, I bought a load of stuff in the morning, and I need to move it to the ship in the afternoon, or I won't be able to make it to the sea tomorrow, Shu Yang explained. Nasty. Ko pouted and stomped her foot just as a passing ant fell on its ass. Shu Yang of course knew clearly that a loose would not work. This would be the time to tighten it up. He only frowned and gently grabbed Kaio's hands and placed them in his palms. Yoo-hoo! It's not that I don't want to keep you company. Saying that, he paused for a moment and sighed. You also understand that I'm a fisherman. My condition is average. And you're so outstanding. I want to be with you. I must work twice as hard. I don't care. I just want it, Kaio said in a hurry. Chuyo reached up and blocked her lips. But I care. Don't worry. When I've made enough money at sea, I'll definitely come to my aunt and uncle's door to have a good chat about what's going on between us. Okay? Kaio nodded her head vigorously, and suddenly felt too unreserved again, stomping her foot with petulance. Bugger. What's the point of talking to people about this all of a sudden? After coaxing 2 more sentences, Shu Yang then waved goodbye. Get in the van and head straight for the industrial park. Arriving at the shipyard, the men had no time to admire the large fishing boat resting on the water, which had been given a new look, and began to hoof it up again. It was busy until 6 o'clock in the evening when everything was put away. For this kind of fishing boat, safety is very important. Items that are prone to damage, such as cages and nets, should be fixed in the appropriate positions. Otherwise, when the waves lurch, you are likely to roll into the sea with your belongings. Among the 4, only Sun Qingjun was a qualified veteran fisherman, commanding Chu Yang and Zhang Hontao to put the fishing nets and other fishing gears into place. For his part, Lin was responsible for putting freshwater, food, kitchen utensils, and clothing in the appropriate places. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Sun Qingjun on the fishing boat mechanical lines and other last test, to confirm that there is no error. The official start of the test voyage. Depart. Shu Yang stood on the forward deck and ordered with his walkie-talkie. The next second, a low, muffled siren sounded. Woo! Minquan Fishing 01688 trailed a white tail line and disappeared into the night. Chapter 49 The First Net at Sea. Fallen Sun Island. Bull's Head Ferry. The time had come to 9 o'clock, and the old ladies of the fishing villages had put their children to bed early, and then tugged the men to do some of their favorite amusements. Xiongdakue's wife is no exception, and in the evening also deliberately went to the seaside reef beach in advance to pick a basket of oysters for him to eat. As soon as the 7-year-old was dismissed, the two went into the bedroom and rustled around with the lights off. But not 5 minutes later, the light came back on. Auntie Xiong pushed open the door and headed for the bathroom with an angry face, cursing uncontrollably, and judging by her mouth, cursing badly. Not long afterward Xiongdakue also walked out with a fine peony in his mouth and a despondent look on his face. It's not like he can do anything about it. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. Auntie Xiong is 39 years old this year. Imaginary age of 40, just like a wolf like tiger age. Physical fitness and good. He a pampered village accountant. Where to meet? Cinnamon. I'm going to the beach to blow off some steam ha. Xiongdakue opened his mouth to belch out a mouthful of thick, fishy odor and shouted toward the bathroom. I don't care where you die. Useless thing. Hearing his wife's angry scolding voice, Xiongdakue did not dare to talk back. Loss of reason. Besides, if she got mad, she'd get a few baskets of oysters, and then he'd be dead. While the person is still cleaning up in the toilet, Xiongdakue hurriedly and nimbly ran away. Out of the door, Xiongdakue blew towards the south side of the village. Pretty Widow wouldn't be in the shower this time. With Hishijuan's face and body floating in his mind, Xiongdakue's saliva was almost dripping out along his cigarette butt, and he felt that the oysters he had just eaten were having a little effect again. Even though he looks dead in the house, it doesn't stop him from being alive outside. With a lewd little thought, he quickened his pace, but before he could reach the ground, he was nearly blinded by a light shining over the dock. Who the hell stepped on me with a strong flashlight in the middle of the night? Xiongdakue covered his eyes and burst into tears. When he slowed down, he realized that was what a strong flashlight was. It was clearly a ship's lamp. Strange. Where did the boat come from in the middle of the night? Xiongdakue pressed his footsteps and approached cautiously. When he got close enough, he realized that what was shining on him was actually a large iron-hulled ship, at least 15 or 16 meters. And at that moment, a dozen or so people were standing on the dock next to the boat, gathered around an 8 immortal table with chickens, ducks, and fruits, looking like they were performing some kind of ceremony. My mother is above. Chu Yang Qing Jun. These children are all good people. I beg Ama mother to bless them. Bless them to sail smoothly and return home with a full load. Sun Ama knelt on the futon, holding incense in both hands and praying uncontrollably with her mouth. She also placed 4 futons on both sides. Chu Yang, Sun Cheng, Jun Zheng Hongtao and Lin Ziki kneeling one each. One did not run. Chu Yang also held the incense and chanted silently in his heart. Mazu mother blessing. In front of you I do not dare to ask for wealth. Only to pray for this trip to the sea can be safe and sound. And when you come back, I will definitely go to the temple to give you a red cloth, and set off 100,000 firecrackers. Tonight, I will first commission your old man. In fact, he didn't really believe in this in his last life, but the whole rebirth thing had come out, and the system had appeared on him. So what if there really was a god? Whether or not, it's always good to go bye-bye. After worshipping Mazu, the simple ceremony of sailing is done. Chu Yang led the 3 of them back on board and waved his hand to bid farewell to those who came to see him off. Grandpa son, sister he, little kelp, auntie son, on, shao she, bye, good boy, have a safe trip, smooth sailing for you, Chu Yang ah, take care of yourself and the people on board. Dai Jun, big brother Chu Yang, remember to bring me good food when you come back. Go early and come back early. With the thoughts and blessings of friends and family, Minquan Fishery 01688 breaks the wind and waves, headlong into the boundless sea. Woohoo! The boat sailed out not far. Zhang Hongtao suddenly broke the boatside ghost scream. I am the king of the world. He shouted the classic line from Titanic where the lead actor, Little Li Zi, was on the cruise ship, but it was clear that he didn't have the awareness of being in a supporting role, and that the main character's slogan was something that a drag queen could just shout. Sure enough, the next second he was greeted with Sun Cheng Jun's taunts. I'd say you're the psychotic one. Over the intercom, Sun Cheng Jun snorted. Hurry up and clear the net compartment. And check the bait by the way. Don't spill it on the deck and let you sweep it then. Throw. What do you know? Ack up Ray. Zhang Hongtao turned around and raised his middle finger towards the cockpit, but he obediently went to work. After directing Zhang Hongtao, Sun Cheng Jun continued to teach Chu Yang the technique of driving the boat. Ayo, you don't need to be nervous. Driving a boat is different from driving a car. As long as you don't fall asleep there are usually very few accidents. Sun Cheng Jun gave Chu Yang the operating techniques twice, and then introduced him to the various equipment on the center console. Rudders and throttles go without saying, and others like high-frequency radio sets, search and rescue radar transponders, and fishing radio phones. To Chu Yang's rushed surprise, due to the ship's new vintage, it was even equipped with a chart navigator. These days it's not the later. With the rise of domestic compass and cheap navigation that every sea vessel can afford to install, now the world is still only a set of GPS in the true sense of the global positioning system. The charge is very expensive. Ordinary fishing boats simply cannot afford to install. What's more, the installation does not necessarily mean that it is really safe. In case the other end of the people turned off for you, then in the vast sea, can really call the sky, call the earth. If you are interested, you can search for the Galaxy cargo ship incident. And remember to keep your blood pressure tablets handy. With a chart navigator, at least you don't have to be blind at sea. Okay, I understand. Chu Yan listened carefully and gave a reassuring gesture to Sun Cheng Jun. Then he took the rudder from the ladder. It was a little rusty at first, but after a few minutes it got better and better. This thing is really not difficult to practice, can be said to be foolproof operation. The difficulty is the theory and other sea experience, such as reading charts, looking for fish, watching the weather, etc. Of course, if you run into extreme weather, that when Chu Yang farting, okay, then you drive first. If something happens immediately use the intercom to contact me, I'll go down to help first. Sun Cheng Jun said. Chu Yang waved his hand. Go. Minquan Fishery 01688 chopped the waves on the sea. Well, this will be traveling calmly in the wind and waves, and it didn't take long to arrive at the first treasure chest refreshing point on the system map. Now that he was alone in the cockpit, he didn't have to worry about anything and just turned it on. Black iron treasure chest has been opened. Reward, randomly refreshed marine economic creatures, common. Capture limit, 30 minutes. A band of light, about 2 kilometers long and 100 meters wide, reflected on the sea not far away. Chu Yang's heart was happy. Looking at this situation, it was a school of fish, although it is just a common economic creature, but in large quantities, that harvest is not small. Rushing Chu Yang hurriedly lowered his speed and turned left rudder toward the light belt while shouting over the intercom. Everyone hurry up and get ready. I'm going to try dragging a net around the front point. Chapter 50, Capture of Division Fish Schools. Getting off the grid here? Sun Qing-jun asked in surprise. To know. 16 meters of fishing boats are generally out to sea before the net, but this will be the boat has not been out of the continental shelf. Then the last time Chu Yang caught a dragon pontoon emperor of the location is not a little far. The chances of catching a good fish are decidedly low when you drop a net in such a place. Yeah, come all this way, pull a net. I have a feeling we can ship here. Chu Yang didn't explain anything else. Sun Qing-jun hesitated, but still nodded. Okay, after all, it was the first time Chu Yang had opened his mouth, and he was not in a position to refute it. We can only wait until we finish dragging this net, and then we'll give Chu Yang a lecture on how to pick the next net point in the ocean. Let's hope it doesn't hit him later. Sun Qing-jun secretly sighed. Zhang Hongtao is very excited. This is his first time to go out to sea. Was just too boring to sit on the boat. The moment he heard that Chu Yang wants to go down to the net, he immediately came to the spirit. Screw it fast, screw it fast. I can't wait. He rubbed his hands together and prodded with excitement. Sun Qing-jun ignored him and started the preparations before going down to the net. The nets were stacked on the aft deck in an overlapping Z pattern, with the ends attached to cables, the other end of which was attached to a hydraulic net handler. Yang, lower the boat speed a bit more. I'm ready to lower the net. Lao Shang, you stand on the opposite side. Remember not to straddle when you lower the net close later. It will take you into the sea. Under the command of Sun Qing-jun, a few rookie fishermen thus began the first practical operation of launching nets in their lives. Wow! The end of the netting was thrown down into the sea, and the remainder of the netting was dragged slowly into the water with it under the toe of the boat. Upon entering the water, the original bundled mesh coat slowly opened up under the resistance of the water, presenting a perfect giant droplet that enveloped the entirety of the waters within 100 meters. Good. Ayo. You can give some speed now. Sun Qing-jun commanded. Chu Yang pushed his right hand upwards, and the diesel engine in the powerhouse kicked into full gear, emitting a low rumble. Boom! The nets were dragged by the fishing boats, slowly traveling along the strip of light. Sun Qing-jun's eyes were glued to the surface of the sea, occasionally looking at the ropes and cables. For veteran fishermen, the presence or absence of fish in the net can sometimes be guessed by looking at these. The shape of that net, the tightness of the cable, is different between dragging an empty net and a full pocket of fish. Of course it's not 100% accurate. Currents, water depth, density of the water, towing speeds and even wind speeds can affect the judgment. To be really accurate, it's still a matter of technology and fitting the boat with fish-finding sonar. It seems to be in stock. The fishing boat hadn't driven forward for long when Sun Qing-jun's eyes gradually brightened up. After about 20 minutes, the fishing boat had come to the end of the band of light. Uncle June, get up the net. Chu Yang shouted through the intercom. Good. This time Sun Qing-jun didn't raise any objections, although the trawl was a bit shorter, but it was supposed to be a tentative net. He was also a bit curious to see if Chu Yang could continue the good fortune he had when he was catching the sea after he went out to sea. Because of the uncertainty of fishing, fishermen are generally a bit superstitious and believe in luck. Bad luck. Your best fisherman. Your experience. And you can't touch a school of fish. It's useless. This is also an important reason why Sun Qing-jun is willing to follow Chu Yang. He has never seen a person with better luck than Chu Yang on the beach. All kinds of precious seafood in front of him and the same as the big road goods, can be picked up every now and then. The electric switch is pulled down and the hydraulic net payoff machine begins to reel back in the net. As the turbine dragged and the cable tightened, the 100-meter-long fishing net was slowly pulled out of the water. The fish in the mesh coat also, due to the shock, desperately burrowed in the opposite direction and converged at the bottom of the netting. When the last 5 meters of fishing nets were pulled up to the deck, the guests in the nets also finally showed their true colors. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Green gump. Amberjack. Green gump. Octopus. Looking at the harvest in the net, Sun Qing-jun couldn't help but scream with excitement. Zhang Hongtao is also a face of excitement, although he did not recognize these green back white belly. The body side of the middle with a yellow band is what fish. But the head is so big. Even if it's a big head fish, that's worth a lot of money. Uncle Qing-jun, what kind of fish is Qinggon? Why haven't I heard of it? Chu Yang heard the cheers of several people on the deck and hurriedly ran out from the cockpit. The green gone is the division fish. We call it green gone here. And the octopus over in the bend. It means pretty much the same thing anyway. Explaining. Sun Qing-jun had already run to the end of the net and was ready to untangle it. He saw him tug on the live knot tied at the bottom of the netting and yank it outward, and the school of division fish that crowded the netting poured out. crackling on the deck. Without Sun Chang-jun's greeting, several people hurriedly picked up fish in their respective baskets. I'm going to go for this big fish. It's got to be over 30 pounds. It's awesome. Zhang Hongtao held a half-meter long chengon. Fat. Looks like a small pig. Old Sun, how much do you think this fish will sell for? He asked excitedly. Sun Qingjun handwork did not stop. Mouth opening, seafood prices fluctuate every day. Specifically I do not dare to say, but last year at this time, the price of Qing gone in 30 upwards. Asterisk 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 asterisk, so this one must be worth thousands? Zhang Hongtao was even more excited, looking at the fish with eyes similar to those of a demented man, and could not wait to get down on the ground and kiss it. Xu Yang is also very excited. This is the first net of fish he pulled up. According to Sun Qingjun said, even if 30 a caddy, this net 400 or 500 pounds is there. That is more than $10,000. This is not picking up fish. This is picking up money. Don't mope. Do it quickly and pull another net later while it's hot. Sun Qingjun urged. Nonsense. Can he be that excited if it's not worth it? It's strange to think that a random trawl so close to shore could net a school of division fish. The odds of that are probably about as good as still being able to order the head mechanic on a weekend night. He was now completely convinced. Xu Yang, this kid, really was born to eat this bowl of rice. No problem. With the added power of money, Zhang Hongtao was so motivated that he fills a basket in a few minutes, pushes the fish into the cooler, and then immediately comes back out to continue loading. 400 or 500 pounds of fish. Sounds like a lot, but in fact, only 30 or 40 green gannets. There are also some small miscellaneous fish. 4 people together. 10 minutes to pick up. Sun Qingjun led Zhang Hongtao to repack the net clothes. They want to grab another net. Xu Yang didn't say anything to stop it, although the capture limit given by the system had already ended. It's not like the others knew about it. The first net harvest is so good, is a fisherman will choose in this sea again on a few nets. Xu Yang at this time to give up, but will cause suspicion. Soon the second net was lowered, dragged, and put away. But the rewards are clearly not as good as they could be without the added benefit of the system. There were only a scant dozen or so stray fish in the mesh pocket, the largest no more than a palm's width wide, and there was plenty of plastic trash. Cam. Zhang Hongtao kicks the deck. Xu Yang is also a little lost. This before and after gap is also too big. Only Sun Qingjun, who was used to this kind of situation, patted the shoulders of the two men and persuaded them. Don't be depressed. With that net just now as a base, we're already not losing any money this time. If all the nets had that harvest, there'd still be ghosts going to work, and everyone would come to be a fisherman. Also, Xu Yang laughed out loud, expelling some of the pent-up qi in his chest. He was the one who thought wrong. Compared to those ordinary fishermen, he was already very lucky to have the system. One must be content. Pack up and let's get off the net somewhere else. Xu Yang landed his gaze on the second treasure chest refresh point. Contentment? It doesn't exist. He'll never go home until this sea is bursting at the seams. Chapter 51, Monster in the Net. Anchor up and head for the second refresh point. Xu Yang took a look and estimated that it would take another 2 hours of driving from here. He rubbed his stomach. Hungry. Dickie, is it okay for you to make a pot of seafood porridge with those stray fish you just fished up? Lin nodded silently and got up with the bucket and headed for the kitchen. Sun Qingjun and Zhang Hongtao cleaned up the net cabin and carried a few buckets of seawater to wash the deck clean, before sitting down to rest in the cabin. OMG. That's exhausting. Zhang Hongtao rubbed his arms and pounded his waist, yelling. He hadn't felt it when he had just landed the fish, but now that he was idle, he felt sore and swollen everywhere. Xu Yang is fine. Just pick up the fish. If you drive the boat is also equivalent to sit there and rest. In fact, Sun Qingjun is the most tired of all. Managing nets, untying nets, collecting nets, packing baskets, picking up and moving fish, and cleaning the deck. But he'd gotten used to this rhythm, and it didn't bother him. Xu Yang unwrapped a strip of long-mouth laccoon and took a packet for each of the two. In fact, they all brought their own cigarettes on the boat, and they were paid to follow the boat. But Xu Yang did not care about this money. 2 packs of cigarettes are nothing compared to the catch. The three sat in the cockpit gulping down clouds and enjoying a nice break. After 10 minutes or so, I heard Lin call out from the kitchen. The porridge is ready. Good. Xu Yang responded. Sun Qingjun stubbed out the butt of his cigarette and headed toward the kitchen. I'll serve the porridge. In the fishing boat is not compared to at home. There is a small kitchen to cook is good. The restaurant is do not want to think. Eating is to take a folding table. Where to set up, where to eat. It would be dark and windy outside, so Xu Yang simply set the table in the cockpit. Here's the porridge. Sun Qingjun carrying a large steel pot on the table. The lid of the pot was lifted, and the aroma of rice was overflowing, and there was also a fresh flavor of sea fish. This seafood congee is made with the new late rice brought from the island, with a thick layer of rice oil on the surface. Chu Yang guarantees that many of the so-called Wuchang rice northeast rice on the market in later years cannot boil this layer of rice oil. One is the rice is not new enough, and the second is that after polishing, the layer of rice coat on the surface of rice will be ground off. Rice oil is actually the rice coat boiled out. Will be ground off. Rice oil is actually rice coat boiled out. Try. Lin followed behind with a spoon and gave Chu Yang a big spoonful in his bowl first. Okay, then I'll go ahead and help you guys taste it. Chu Yang turned the edge of the bowl to drink. Porridge in the mouth. You guess what happened? Hey, it's just weird. The flavor. It's so authentic. The others, hungry by now, buried their heads in their mouths and opened their mouths wide, filling the cockpit with the sound of sucking miles and gargling for a while. Seeing several people eating comfortably, a rare smile appeared on Lin Zidi's face. Alas, Sister Lin turns out to be able to laugh. Zhang Hongtao and found a new continent like a ghost shouted. The girl's face rippled smile back. Drink your porridge. You can't even gag on food. Chu Yang glared at him and said without a trace of anger. Zhang Hongtao smiled sarcastically and continued to show off furiously with a big mouthful. Yummy. Another bowl. The hot porridge went down, and the chill and sleepiness were dispelled. Sun Qingjun and Zhang Hongtao got up in unison and rubbed their stomachs to go outside, presumably to drain the flood. Instead, Lin cleaned up the dishes and started preparing the ingredients for the next meal again. Chu Yang was at the helm in the cockpit, and not a moment later Sun Qingjun pushed the door in. Ayo, you go rest first. I'll take over for you will. No need Uncle Jun. Go forward a bit. I'm going to have another net. Chu Yang thought about it and said back. It would be just an hour's voyage to the second treasure chest refresh point, and he estimated that he'd be there by 11:30 or so. Chu Yang planned to rest in place after collecting that point and continue in the morning. Sun Qingjuan's eyes lit up when he heard him say that. Ayo, you're feeling it again? Chu Yang, why does that question sound so weird? It always feels like you're going to pull it out yourself in the next second. Well, try it, he said back. The fishing boat continued on its way and after an hour arrived at its destination on time. Chu Yang silently chanted turn on in his heart. The black iron treasure chest has been opened. Reward, randomly refreshed marine economic creatures, common, *3. Capture limit, 300 minutes. Ha, I can't believe it turned out to be the limit this time. Chu Yang looked at the 3 clusters of light that flickered in the sea with a flutter. Slightly disappointed. He thought it was a school of fish again. A common marine economic creature with a quantity of 3 shouldn't be worth much, I think. Whatever, try dragging a net first. Chu Yang notified down, and soon Sun Qingjun and Zhang Hongtao took their positions on the deck. Even Lin Zishi carried a basket, ready to help pick up the fish later. I put up the net. Yes, with the experience of the first 2 nets, Zhang Hongtao and Sun Qingjun slowly worked out their tacit understanding and smoothly lowered the trawl into the water. Chu Yang's piloting skills were getting more and more skillful, and when the net clothes fell into the water, he put on full power and maneuvered the fishing boat to drag the net towards the 3 light clusters. But what he didn't expect was that just as the fishing boat approached the point, the 3 light masses ran away in the opposite direction at a much faster speed, and instantly went out a long way. Holy, that's a fast swim. Chu Yang estimated that the speed at which those 3 clusters of light moved just now had to be at least 50 kilometers per hour. What's wrong, Ayo? Sun Qingjun asked over the intercom when he heard the commotion. It's okay, I just accidentally kicked my foot. Since it's a fast fish, it's obviously not practical to catch it with a single boat trawl, and longlining would probably work. Chu Yang had already decided that he would switch to longlining later when the net was reeled in. With a plan in mind, he increased his horsepower and continued to drag the net forward for a few hundred meters before informing Sun Qingjun to close it. So fast again? Sun Qingjun muttered. Chu Yang is the most diligent boat handle he has ever seen shouting to close the net. Other boats drag the head for at least half an hour, sometimes even 1 or 2 hours, for fear of pulling up no fish in the net. But Chu Yang, the first 2 times is half an hour, this time even more excessive. Fishing nets into the water only 10 minutes. The net pocket are just open. On the notice to collect the net. Isn't that a waste of diesel fuel? Hell if it's going to catch fish. With 7 points of doubt and 3 points of dissatisfaction, Sun Qingjun smothered his face and started the hydraulic net winch to start collecting the net. 10 minutes later, the nets were pulled up on deck. The situation was just as he expected. The mesh pocket was flat, and there was not much cargo at first glance. Ugh! Sighing, Sun Cheng-jun stepped forward to untangle the net. But he didn't wait for him to be despondent for long. When he saw several long, twisted and intertwined monsters in the mesh pocket, the expression on his face suddenly changed from depression to ecstasy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Hongtao sniffed curiously and came over. What's wrong? But the very next second, he jumped back again at a faster speed than he came, his mouth exclaiming at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a big snake! Snakes? Upon hearing that there was a tattooed big brother, Xu Yang hurriedly ran out. He had heard in his previous life that snakes in the sea were usually highly poisonous, so don't give anyone another bite. What snake? Don't listen to him, it's a white eel. A big white eel. Sun Qingjun was full of excitement and pointed to the bottom of the netting. Ah Yang, you are really a god. How did you know that there are white eels in the net? Xu Yang? Negro question mark. JPG. Do you believe me when I say it's a coincidence? Chapter 52 Japanese eel. White eel, also known as white eel and Japanese eel. Eel. As the name suggests, this is a type of eel. Its body is elongated, with the front of the body nearly cylindrical and the tail laterally flattened. Although this thing was a fish, its body was long and thin, with a narrow and connected dorsal, anal, and caudal fins, and small pectoral fins that were hidden under the belly, making them hard to spot unless you paid attention. No wonder Zhang Hongtao thought it was a snake just now. So this is sea eel. I hear they like it over in the small days and sell it for a lot of money? After learning that it is not a sea serpent, Zhang Hongtao is not afraid. Come to the front. Carefully surveyed the net pocket is still struggling large white eel, but also reached out his hand. Want to try the feel? It looks gooey and slippery and should jack up quite nicely. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't want the hand? Sun Qingjun was startled by his movements and hastily slapped him away. You think it's not a snake that doesn't bite? Such a big white eel. A bite down can tear off half of your palm flesh, believe it or not. The white eel in the net is not small. It must be half a meter long and fist thick. So mean. Xu Yang silently retreated behind the two. In fact, he just wanted to try his hand. But fierce for fierce. The stuff is still good. I'm not sure about the price now, but last year during the New Year's period, like this big, a caddy sells for at least 80. More expensive than green gump? Xu Yang's eyes swished brightly. He estimated that the number of white eels in the net pocket is not large, but there are 20 or 30. Large and small add up to 40 or 50 pounds is there, so that less can be sold for 3,000 yuan. This is kind of mindless on his part. Sellenwood can sell so high price. Hurry to pack up and drag 2 more nets. Zhang Hongtao stammered on the side. Sun Qingjun looked at him. I'd advise you not to get your hopes up. This thing is a demersal fish and usually hides in crevices of mud, sand and rocks, making it hard to net without a specialized bottom trawl. After saying this, Sun Qingjun popularized what is called bottom trawling for them. As the name suggests, this is a type of fishing method that increases the weight of the nets and is specifically designed to haul in bottom-dwelling marine life. As we all know, the ocean is generally divided into 3 pelagic zones: the upper zone, the middle zone, and the bottom zone. There are 2 more in the distant ocean, the deep zone and the abyssal zone, but those are not introduced. There are 2 more in the pelagic zone, the deep zone and the abyssal zone, but these are outside the scope of human fishing and will not be introduced. The upper and middle zones are all water, and only spinnerbaits, which are strong swimmers, are adapted to this environment. The bottom, on the other hand, is a habitat for slower migrating marine organisms, such as shrimp, crabs, and shellfish, as well as some long and flat-shaped fish, such as eels. There is no superiority or inferiority of the fishery products in the 3 water layers, with marine gold such as tuna and yellowtail in the upper middle layer, and precious seafood such as large lobsters and crabs in the bottom layer. It's just that, relatively speaking, marine life on the bottom is relatively easy to catch because of its slow movement, and bottom trawls are more efficient than mid and upper water trawls. That's why many fishermen prefer to use bottom trawls. But this thing has a lot of bad things. First of all, it is the size, and the Jedi nets have a comparison. And secondly, it will also damage the seabed ecological environment, damage the seabed reefs, coral, etc., resulting in the destruction of the species' habitat. As a result, several bottom trawl closures have been set up internationally and nationally, and those wishing to fish by this method will have to wait until they are offshore, away from the continental shelf. Is it okay to use a longline then? Zhang Hongtao asked. Xu Yang gave him a slightly surprised look, not expecting this bastard to speak his mind. It's true that you still have to have a monetary stimulus to be able to do this, and your brain has become much more lucid. Long lining? That's fine. Just increase the counterweight to get the end to sink. And you can catch fish in the upper, middle and lower water. Saying that, Sun Jun turned back to solicit Chu Yang's opinion. Ayo, what do you think? Apparently he has something in mind for the white eels here as well. Chu Yang of course support. He cannot wait. This is really just doze off and someone sends a pillow. Then do as you say, Uncle June. Okay. Sun Jun took a sharp drag on his cigarette and flexed his fingers to flick his butt into the sea. Pack the net first and get off the long line. The netting was untied and 24 white eels ranging from 30 centimeters to more than half a meter long instantly soared out. The things were really mean, wriggling around as they came out of the net, and a few even bounced up, their tails whipping and snapping against the deck. This would be a great slap in the face to anyone. Sun Jun brought a fine net, quick eyes, a shovel over his one. After loading up all the white eels and having Zhang Hongtao send them to be quick frozen, he didn't stop and started fiddling with the long line again. This stuff is even more of a hassle than going down the trawl, 500 meters of main line, hitching a subline every 5 meters, and having to bait all 100 hooks before going down. Uncle June, let me help you. Chu Yang rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward to help. In his previous life, he had accompanied his father-in-law on a few fishing trips, and although he was not known as the Air Force twins, he thought he was still good at hanging bait. Sun Jun hurriedly threw over a pair of stab-proof gloves. Helping is fine. Put this on first. The hooks are barbed and it's a pain in the ass if you get stuck in them. Chu Yang took it and put it on, squatted down and started to help hang the bait. It's really simple. Just take the bait and thread it onto the hook. And sea hooks are much bigger than table hooks, so they're no trouble to put on. Just have to be a little careful that the baited hooks are in order on the rim of the basket, otherwise they tend to get tangled on the way down. 15 minutes passed, and by the time Chu Yang felt his neck getting a little sore, a basket of 500-meter longlines was finally hung. Sun Jun hung a brick-sized lead pendant on the head of the main line, threw it into the sea, and then began to release the line. It's going to be a bit choppy. Let the boat follow the water. We'll just set the line following the speed of the boat. If it's calm, we'll still have to drive the boat and set the line. As he did so, he explained the main points of it to Chu Yang, who listened attentively. The 500-meter jig was slow to hook up, but quick to release. And it was done in a while. Chu Yang noticed that Sun Jun would tie a small fist-sized lead pendant to the main line for every 100 meters he put on the line. This was to increase the counterweight, so that the main line would lie steadily in the seawater and avoid floating. Finally, at the end of the main line, tie on a soccer ball-sized white foam float and drop it into the ocean. And that's the end of the set of long lines. With a boat that size, there must be more than one set of hooks ready. Sun Jun released 2 more sets of long lines before stopping. What followed was a long wait time. Get some rest. I'm going to drop anchor and see the harvest in the morning. Chu Yang took a look at the system map and realized that the 3 light clusters were still moving around the outer edges of the ship's activity range. So he didn't bother and returned to his room. His bedroom was right behind the cockpit, and it had been quite large, but now it was divided into 2 small rooms, only 3-point-something square meters, next to Lin. As for Sun Jun and Zhang Hongtao, they would have to be condemned to sleep in the cabins below deck. Took water and rinsed his mouth, wiped his face briefly, took off his shoes and got into bed. As the fishing boat swayed, the fatigue that had built up in his body gradually emerged, and Chu Yang quickly fell into sleep. Chapter 53, Fish Catches Full. At 5 a.m. Chu Yang woke up to the sound of nesting coming from outside the window. Vomit. Lifting the window. A probe. I saw Zhang Hongtao lying on the handrail. His mouth was soaring out of the nest. Morning. Chu Yang stretched and pushed out the door, bringing a glass of water and handing it to him. Zhang Hongtao poured a mouthful into his mouth and gurgled and swished it around. Just at that moment a wave came up and the boat lurched forward. Only a water arrow was seen jetting out from Zhang Hongtao's mouth, bringing out a rain of yellow-green arrows in the latter half. You might as well keep throwing up. Chu Yang hurriedly stay away. He will feel a little itchy throat. Later be brought together with vomiting more trouble. Sun Jun also climbed up when he heard the commotion. Clad in a blue smock with the slogan "Quality wins the world. Pig farming chooses Zhengda." Chu Yang was instantly happy when he took a look. Uncle June, are you on a collision course with pig feed? By the way, where's that twin you had before? Sun Jun scratched his head a little embarrassed. Left your aunt to wear at home. This is new. Your aunt said to wear new clothes for good luck, he said with a surprisingly soft smile on his face. Chu Yang was caught off guard by being stuffed with a large mouthful of dog food and directly ate it until it was propped up. Zhang Hongtao, never thought. Did you? that you would have this day. Wretch. Uncle June. It's almost ready to be harvested. Chu Yang looked at the time. From the next to the earliest row of longlining has passed nearly 4 bells. Sun Qingju nodded. Put it away and take a look. Having anchored last night, the boat had not traveled far, and the 2 men soon spotted the first white buoy that rose and fell with the waves. I'll go steer the ship. Sun Qingju lifted his leg and walked into the cockpit. Anchor up and steer. Leaning the boat over to the buoy, Chu Yang took a long-handled hook and hooked the buoy onto the deck along with the main line. These long shank hooks are widely used on boats, sometimes as hooks when you get a big fish. Chu Yang handed the buoy to Sun Chongjun, but he didn't take it. Ayo. Why don't you collect this first row of hooks, and I'll help you pick the fish. Chu Yang of course knows that Sun Qingjun is well-intentioned. The job of reeling in the line, just like the angler slipping the fish, is the greatest pleasure in the longlining process? Okay, then I'll try my luck today. Chu Yang didn't refuse. 500 meters long longline fishing. Light group are 20 to 30 pounds, plus the resistance of the water. The fish on the hook catch, purely by hand pull as Tyson came also cannot carry. Fortunately, the previous owner had welded a winch stand to the deck side, so it was much easier to tie the main line to a hand winch and use the winch to reel in the line. Just a bit of a pain in the butt to untangle the line set when you were done. Chu Yang shook the hand crank, and the fishing line was pulled by the winch and began to slowly detach from the water. At the same time, he opened the system map and watched to see if any of the system's refreshed seafood had taken the bait, but unfortunately it hadn't. The nearest light cluster is still 1 kilometer away. Cam, pissed off or not, the job still needs to be done. Chu Yang continued to crank the winch with vigor, and before long, the first pair of sublines was already dewy. It was empty, even the bait on it was clean. Normal. There are 100 hooks it. Sun Qingjun lit a cigarette and smoked it while he was still not on the fish, and he was as happy as a god. Chu Yang didn't take it seriously and continued to collect the thread. Second pair of sublines. Still empty hooks. Normal. Go on. Third vice. Fourth vice. It wasn't until the 7th payload of line came out of the water that there was finally movement on the line, shaking just as much as the kite line. Chu Yang breathed a light sigh of relief. If the first row of fishing groups ended up in the Air Force, it would be too much of a blow to confidence. Pull it up and see what kind of fish it is. Zhang Hongtao did not know when to come over. Covering his mouth, his face is still a little pale, but his spirit looks much better. What's the rush? In case you run away. Chu Yang ignored him, still following his own rhythm. After a dozen seconds or so, finally the first catch was revealed. It's golden pomfret. It's so good. With a smile on his face, Sun Qingjun tugged on the subline, took the tiger's mouth from the side and pinched the fish's mouth, removing the hook. There's a 2 kilograms of it. It'll be worth 100 or 80. With that said, he casually removed the gills and tossed the fish into a nearby plastic bin filled with ice water, to be sent along to the ice pod later. Chu Yang then reeled in the line, and after emptying 2 hooks, he soon received a second fish. This time it was a half-pound yellowfin, hanging in the air by the hook, standing on its dorsal fin and staring with round eyes. I don't know what this fish is thinking. That hook is bigger than its mouth, but it can still eat in the hook. IQ designation is not good. Chu Yang simply told Sun Chongjun to put it aside and steam it together later if there was more. Moving on, the third fish, a bit more valuable this time, is a flower sea bass. The fish doesn't cost much per unit, just $10 or $20, but the victory in the head is big, can have a 10 or so pounds, at least worth 100 big dozens. Nice nice. Sun Qingjun nodded as he maneuvered the scissors. According to this frequency, a row of longlining can harvest at least 2 or 3,000. 3 rows is 5 or 6,000, worth half a net of green gone. The collection of fish continues. Chu Yang again empty a few hooks, but he is no longer in a hurry this time. After all, has already made a catch. Sure enough, after a while, the message came back on the line, twitching from side to side. Ugh, it's a little weighty. It's not going to be another big flowery base. Chu Yang thought prettily. Zhang Hongtao, also curiously lying on the guardrail, poked his head into the water to see. After a short while, he was heard shouting in excitement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Developed. Eastern star spot. Such a big eastern star spot. What? Eastern star spot? Chu Yang was shocked. No tutelage, his luck is also so heavenly? Even the most stable Sun Qingjun couldn't help but spit out his cigarette but when he heard the name of the eastern star spot and probed into the sea. There are waves in the sea and the water is slightly muddy, but you can still see a half-meter long red figure spinning in circles in the water. That's because the fish's mouth is hooked and it can only spin around the subline. When Xu Yang shook the handle 2 more times and the fish was seen more clearly, Sun Qingjun sighed softly. It's not the eastern star spot, it's the red grouper. But immediately he smiled again. Although it is not as good as the eastern star spot, but the price of red grouper is not low. The small one is more than 20, and the big one has to be 40 or 50, like the one in front of you, which is half a meter long and weighs a dozen pounds. It's also worth nearly 1,000. Mother asterisk 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 or caused me to get excited for nothing. Zhang Hongtao was not satisfied and spat. Xu Yang is also a little lost. If this big wild eastern star spot, at least a few hundred a catty, one is tens of thousands of income, but it's a good fish anyhow. So let's bag it first. Waste some effort. The more than 10 pounds of red grouper dragged to the boat. Sun Qingjun also took a net in the back to support. For fear of unhooked. Hey, it's pretty big. Just now the mouth is still a little disgusted. But when you really see the big red spot in person, Zhang Hongtao and cheaply came over, holding his cell phone to keep a picture. 2 on my cell phone later. 2. Xu Yang was going to send Kaio ahead of time to look at it and ask her if her store would accept it. The price given by the restaurant for such high-grade goods is definitely higher than the fishmonger. While several people were all excited about landing a fish worth thousands of dollars, no one noticed that a black shadow, longer than a man, was rapidly approaching from the direction of the bow of the boat. Chapter 54, Giant Yellowfin Tuna. Squeaky, 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 squeaky. The rusty gears in the winch squeezed each other with a regular, toothsome sound. Xu Yang shook for a while longer, collected 2 small fish that weren't worth much, and felt his arms start to get a little sore. Zhang Hongtao was lying on the guardrail and watched with boredom, and without a big fish on the hook, he returned to the sickly look he had just had. Ah! He grinned and yawned. Ha! Suddenly, Zhang Hongtao's movements lurched and his upper body leaned forward a bit. He seemed to have seen a black shadow flashing underwater just now, but he couldn't find it again when he looked carefully. Strange, did I throw up until my eyes were blurry? If you really can't carry it you can go take a stun pill, Xu Yang advised. No need. Zhang Hongtao waved his hand. There must be something. There, maybe it's a big black tail. Sun Qingjun laughed out loud. The black tail he was talking about is bluefin tuna, scientifically known as northern bluefin tuna, way third tone. The 2 of them were talking and fooling around when there was once again movement on Xu Yang's side. Hey, it's a squid. He was happy that Longlining could still catch this thing, and it wasn't small. There was an 8-2 estimate. We can have Sister Lin make teppanyaki for lunch. However, before he could think about whether to put in spicy or add 5 spices, a black spot suddenly appeared from under the water surface and then rose rapidly. Asterisk 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 what the hell? The black dot rose extremely fast, and when Xu Yang opened his eyes and looked more carefully, it had already approached the water surface and turned into a 2-meter-long big fish, rushing straight to the longline hook on the water surface. This big fish was aiming for the squid on the hook. Opening a cracked maw that could fit half a man's head, it came right in for a smothering. Seek death. Xu Yang was furious. This damn thing dared to rob him of his midday meal. Angry, he hurriedly took the hand winch crank with both hands, ready for the impact. In the next second, a strong force came from his hand, tugging at his breath even through the fishing line. Looking further into the water, the hijacking walleye, after smothering the squid in one bite, came to drain the channel across the bay, tail swinging wildly, turned a 7 in the water, and was about to turn around and bolt to bail out the KDA, but it never expected that the delicacy it had just swallowed was barbed. The large steel hook held by the squid is eaten and then stabbed deep into the fish's mouth. The 1.5 mm powerhorse road attached to the hook acted like a stopper on an aircraft carrier, tripping this giant fish. Boo! The water exploded. I told you there was something. I told you there was something. I told you there was something. And you still don't believe me. Zhang Hongtao shouted at the top of his voice, and those who didn't know thought that he was going to go soon. It's so exciting. It's what's called wrestling an ocean giant. The 2-meter-long fish stood up taller than a big yow. Sun Qingjun was also full of excitement because he recognized that the big fish that swallowed the hook was the famous tuna. Only instead of bluefin, it's yellowfin tuna. Yellowfin tuna. This fish is not as expensive per unit as the bluefin ones, but it's still considered top-notch seafood. Not to mention that it's so big that it's really not worth any less than the average small bluefin. Rushed into the cabin to take the harpoon. Sun Qingjun upper body on the edge of the boat lying down, eyes fixed, ready to stab fish. On Xu Yang's side, the yellowfin tuna was in pain and had already struggled madly, wanting to drill into deeper water. but Chu Yang could not do as he wished, and wrenched the rocker dead on, jamming the brakes. The hand winch is not the same as a fishing rod. This thing has no elasticity and no unloading. Whether a big fish can be landed or not, it all depends on the line hooks to hold up or not. Fortunately, Chu Yang bought the best line sets at that time. The seller laughed that sharks can be caught, and now it seems that this statement should not be too much water. The big yellowfin tuna is not small when placed in the shark family. After struggling for almost 5 minutes, the yellowfin tuna finally ran out of steam and shuffled sideways, gills fluttering. Sun Qingjun gripped the gun in his right hand, looked at the fisheye area, and violently skimmed forward. Pust! The harpoon smoothly pierced along the eye socket, and the gushing blood instantly reddened a small patch of seawater. Beautiful! Chu Yang gave a thumbs up. You won't be able to do that with a few years' work. Don't be careless, pull it up quickly, don't attract the sharks later. Sun Qingjun didn't relax and threw the lost rope attached to the fish gun to Zhang Hongtao to pull back. When we pulled up to the boat, we took the live-buckled nylon rope and attached it to the yellowfin tuna's tail. 1, 2, 3. The three of them worked together, tugging and pulling, and finally pulled the 2-meter-long big guy onto the boat. Phew! Chu Yang sat on his butt on the deck, huffing and puffing, breathing heavily. Getting this fish can make him tired. Zhang Hongtao was also panting, sitting on the ground with his feet shaking, but with a flushed face. Quick, Ayo, take a picture of me and this big fish. Such a big yellowfin tuna used to exist in other people's stories. Unlike him, who was able to catch one with his own hands. Chu Yang pursed his dry lips, took his cell phone and clicked 2 pictures of him, and held it back up to take 2 pictures of himself and the fish together. That is, now there is no circle of friends. Even QQ spaced to 8 years to support the uploading of pictures to control the energy. Otherwise Chu Yang high and low have to send a 10-8. Show off. Nima, too much sea. In the water does not look too exaggerated, but put on the deck, even took up a small half. Looks and a torpedo like. Don't shoot it. Hurry up and hang it. It won't sell for a good price if the blood seeps into the meat later. Sun Qingjun reminded. That's why it's important to have an old fisherman on board, like Uncle Jun, who can always make the right arrangements at the right time. Unlike the other 2 rookies who are like headless flies and only know how to take pictures. Hurry. Chu Yang also tensed up. He would be furious if the value of this good fish, which had been so hard to get, were to be discounted because it had been improperly handled. Bleeding a large sea bream is really simple. Just cut off the fins and gills and hang it upside down to drain the blood. But this yellowfin tuna was so heavy that the trio ended up using a hydraulic winch to hook it up, with the tail and a small half of it dragging on the deck in an enchanting position. Alright, pull up to the ice pod. It was left for a good 15 minutes before the blood finally drained. The 3 men used a small cart to transfer this giant to the ice pod. This is finally completely stable, almost paralyzed with exhaustion. The 3 men held onto the wall, looked at each other, and then laughed freely. Yes, over the top. What a nasty pain in the ass. Lin cut up a watermelon and brought it up to relieve the 3 of them. Thank you, Sister Lin. Zhang Hongtao picked a piece with a core and buried his head and gnawed hard. Uncle Jun, how much can this yellowfin tuna be worth? Chu Yang asked as he ate his watermelon. The old fisherman Sun Qingjun was shaking his head in a rare way this time. I'm really not sure about this. The price of tuna depends on the quality of the meat and the size of the tuna. I've never encountered such a big one before when I've gone out on the ocean with the boat, but I guess 30,000 is there. Hearing those words, the smile on Chu Yang's face grew even wider. That one fish is worth 2 nets of green gone. Chapter 55. See also yellowfin tuna. It would be nice to get another bluefin, just to get us back on the water right away. Zhang Hongtao ate the watermelon and still dreamed, mumbling, then you might as well go buy a few Mark 6 bets. Sun Qingjun snorted. The harvest from this sea voyage had greatly exceeded his expectations. What's not rare about a school of green gannets? A big white eel, a big red grouper, and today, a yellowfin tuna? The value adds up to at least tens of thousands of dollars. If he could always have this harvest, in less than 2 months, Chu Yang could really consider buying a big ship. Chu Yang, however, does not feel the same way. All have a unified son. 2 months still cannot mix a new ship. Then he is not two to the unified son of shame. Keep doing it. Chu Yang opened the system map to see if the other 2 light masses had taken the bait. That's right. He had made sure while he was resting that the yellowfin tuna he had just caught was one of the marine economic creatures that the system had refreshed. Hey, it's really moving. It's not really hooked, is it? On the map, 2 clusters of light, one east and one west. of which the one on the east side was moving so fast that Chu Yang could imagine its bold and unrestrained swimming posture. However, Chu Yang's attention was focused on this light cluster in the west, which was motionless and also flickered, as if it would go out at any time. What does that mean? Dying? In order to verify his suspicions, Chu Yang hurriedly ran to the cockpit to start the ship. Soon a second buoy was located, directly above the flickering mass of light. See, I'll close the line. Sun Qingjun took the hook and lifted the buoy onto the deck and wrapped the main line around the winch, his brow still slightly furrowed. He clearly remembered that the place where he had set the hook yesterday was not that far from the anchorage, but this was almost 5 kilometers from the place just now. It's a heavy lead, and there wasn't much wind last night, so why is it floating here? Could it be? Sun Qingjun had some sort of conjecture in his heart, and immediately became fiery. He wrapped the threads nimbly, then cranked the handle hard. Soon, the sublines were pulled out of the water one by one. Empty hook, or empty hook. A series of empty more than 20 hooks. Even a small squid did not see, so that the side ready to help solve the fish Zhang Hongtao are full of despair. Old Sun, can you do it? Your hand stinks. Why don't you let Ao close the line? Sun Qingjun, however, ignored him and continued to collect lines with a sullen face. Another dozen pairs of empty hooks out of the water. This time even Sun Qingjun himself heard a little drumming, but at that moment, a strong pull came from his hand, and the main line of the long line was instantly taut and straight. Ha ha ha, there's really a big fish. Sun Qingjun grinned his 8 teeth and his sunburned face was wrinkled into a ball of laughter. Come on, Uncle Jun, pull up quickly and take a look. I'll stab the fish this time. Chu Yang already had the harpoon in his hand, reeling in the line he had already played with. This time he wanted to experience the thrill of the hunt. Gotta go. Zhang Hongtao continued to crank the handle to reel in the line, and soon a pair of sublines were pulled out of the water. By the time the main line was half retrieved, the hooked walleye finally met up with the 3 fishermen. It's yellowfin tuna again. Zhang Hongtao had shouted. Chu Yang was also full of smiles, although he had guessed in his heart, but this would be the fish appeared on the surface to be sure. What almost means is that this yellowfin tuna is half the size of the one from earlier. The length is 1.5 meters more, but also more thin. Estimated 100 pounds or not. No wonder Sun Qingjun did not feel much effort to collect the line. Ao, you're really drifting. This is good enough. The big few thousand is solid. Hearing him say that, Chu Yang also released a smile. After all, the black iron treasure chest, open out a small tens of thousands of dollars worth of yellow fins have already returned to the capital. The back of this is purely for nothing. Soon the little yellow was pulled into the water beside the boat. Upon seeing the light, it did struggle a few times and leapt out of the water to wash its gills, but after a few hours on the hook, and dragging the long line for several kilometers, the yellow's stamina has been depleted, and this is a purely routine struggle to wash the gills. Sure enough, not even a minute later, the fish was back on its side in the water. Chu Yang saw the right moment, followed Sun Qingjun's tips, aimed at Xiao Huang's eye sockets, and threw with vigor. Boo! Oops, crooked! Smashed on the skull. Ao, do you want to knock it out? Zhang Hongtao spat. Chu Yang is also a little embarrassed. So close, aiming half a day, but even deviated out so far. It must be that this body is too weak. Well, yes. Chu Yang made a mental note to himself to pull back the harpoon with the missed rope, and then began his second attempt. Shoo! Pust! This time it hit, the harpoon accompanied by a cracking sound, stabbing from the small yellow's eye socket through the other side of the fish's face. Little Yellow completely flipped her skin water and was immediately pulled aboard by the 3 villains, then undressed and shoeless and finally round and naked and sent into the ice cabin. And at that moment, the capture limit given by the system had already gone. That last light mass, after flashing a few times, also suddenly disappeared from Chu Yang's field of vision. Ugh! He sighed, and wondered if the remaining giant would just brush off or be caught by some other lucky fisherman. It always feels like a loss of a few $100 million anyway. No! The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more angry he became. What he lost, he had to make up for it from something else. He set his eyes on the system's black iron treasure chest. 1, 2, 3. There are 2 black iron chests and 1 silver chest left, with the silver chest painting the furthest away. Wait. Chu Yang suddenly remembered that today's treasure chest hadn't been extracted yet, so 5 seconds later, he had 3 black iron treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. Not so much. Chu Yang looked at his hands. Could it be that he had forgotten to bring his soothing skin? But no matter what, the sailing goes on. Chu Yang had already planned the route in his mind. starting with the nearest one, the black iron treasure chest, trying to collect the 4 treasure chests in 2 days, and then return to the ship. On the other hand, after packing up Xiao Huang, Sun Qingjun continued to collect the remaining hooks on the second pair of longlines. Picking up into the end, there were some catches on the hook, like squid, black snapper, and real snapper, but I don't know if it was hanging around too long, or if it was messed up by the little yellow when it struggled. But the fish that were collected were all dead. Chu Yang simply let Sun Qingjun pick the kind of gills are still bright red to deal with and throw it into the ice cabin, and let Lin Ziki pick 2 good taste to burn at noon to eat. The rest of all chopped up as fish bait. I'll go see if the buoys are around. After chopping up the fish, Sun Qingjun went to look for the 3rd pair of longline hooks without stopping, scanning the sea with binoculars to look for buoys. The others also went about their business. Lin Ziki carried the fish to the kitchen. Chu Yang drove the boat, and Zhang Hontao rinsed the deck. Later he would have to organize the hooks and nets with Sun Qingjun. In fact, these chores are part of sailing and take up a large portion of the time other than sleeping. Instead of going out on the water as in the novels, it's just all net and all fish all the time. That's just not possible. Not only for people, but also for fishing gear and machines. Chapter 56, Small Trawl with 2 Nets. School of Golden Pompano. It was nearing noon and the temperature was getting hotter. In summer, the highest temperature can reach 40 or 50 degrees. Tin boat and steamer-like. Chu Yang and Zhang Hontao both took off their tops and went bare-chested, shrinking in the cockpit to cool off. It wasn't really that cool, just an electric fan with its head cranked to blow on the 2 of them. Next time we go out to sea, how can we install air conditioning? Chu Yang learned his lesson and wrote install air conditioning on his notepad. Zhang Hongtao nodded vigorously. He also couldn't stand the heat and couldn't wait to get into the ice cabin to lie down. Luckily, at that moment, Lin walked in with a plate of watermelon with a chile air. Wow, it's still you, Sister Lin. Who's considerate? This really saved my old life. Zhang Hongtao rushed up with a vicious dog pouncing on him, holding a big piece of it and gnawing on it. Chu Yang is also lazy to care about what manners, took a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, eating it while shouting towards the outside, Uncle Jun, come in and eat the melon. Coming. Sun Qingjun pushed the door in, took off his cool hat and threw it on the table, and wiped his sweat with the towel hanging around his neck, his face full of unhappiness. Strange how it's not there. It was clearly placed in this area yesterday, and I didn't see any other boats. He was talking about the 3rd row of longlines, and after searching for over an hour I couldn't find it. Forget it, June. The sea is so big, it's normal to not be able to find it. Chu Yang advised. That's $400 or $500 for a pair of hooks. I'll look for them later. Sun Qingjun gnawed on the watermelon, still reluctant. The sea is big, but there are coordinates, and it's not far off. It's reasonable to say that last night there were no big waves, and with such a heavy lead weight, how far can it drift in a few hours? Chu Yang, however, does not think so, and then look for a while, delay that effort, are enough for him to the next point to drag 2 nets. Even if you put on a couple of green gumps, it's worth more than $400 or $500. That's fine. Hearing him say this, Sun Qingjun was finally persuaded. Dicky, you sit down and eat too. Chu Yang greeted Lin Zishi again. Aha! She nodded and sat down obediently. It had also been 2 days since the several people had gotten along, and Chu Yang could clearly notice that Lin Ziki was slowly starting to integrate into the group, like when she ate, for example, where before she had her head down in the corner silently picking at her food. Now she could occasionally look up and smile. Still doesn't talk much, but the others will at least respond with an aha when they call out to her now. After continuously dazzling a few pieces of ice watermelon, Chu Yang finally suppressed the dry heat in his body. He set his eyes on the chart navigator and realized that he was more than 15 nautical miles offshore without realizing it. We're on the high seas? Zhang Hontao leaned on the window and looked outward with some excitement. Suddenly, he sank his face and looked at Chu Yang with a serious expression. I'm sorry, Uncle Hing. It was my men who forced the captain not to take the ship to the open sea. Demented line OU. Chu Yang laughed and scolded. Of course he could see that Zhang Hontao was playing that episode of God of Gamblers where Gao Jin was pretending to be a pimp, but the bastard didn't look at his own temperament. He could play a horseman at best. Jin of course had to be performed by Chu Yang. I'll call, and I'll outbid you by $30 million. 3,000 if you say so? Sun Qingjun looked at the 2 douchebags and shook his head, continuing to eat his melon. I don't have much appetite for lunch, so I casually let Lin Ziki mix a cold noodle, sprinkle cucumber julienne and drizzle chili oil, and then some vinegar, so I can deal with a meal. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, The fishing boat finally sailed to the black iron treasure chest refresh point, lightly opened the treasure chest, and this time it was refreshed with an area of light bands that looked to be fish. Chu Yang notified Sun Qingjun and Zhang Hongtao to prepare for the net. Okay. The two men, who were still a bit groggy, were immediately refreshed and ran out onto the deck to clean up. Half an hour later, raise the net. Hydraulic net winchers roared, dragging the seawater-soaked ropes and retrieving them inch by inch. Hey, a lot of gold pomfrets. Ayo, you're absolutely lucky. A brilliant black chrysanthemum bloomed all over Sun Qingjun's face. Zhang Hongtao smoked a cigarette, and his hands had already consciously put on non-slip gloves. With the same smile on his face, he recognized this fish. He had caught it before when he put the long line fishing, and heard Sun Qingjun say that the price was quite good, and the bigger ones were going to be over 20. Look at Chu Yang pulled up this net. Light gold pomfret to 700 or 800 pounds, plus other miscellaneous fish. This is another small 2 million. There's nothing to say. He now has one word for Chu Yang. Convinced. If others go out to sea to earn money by luck, then Chu Yang belongs to pick up money with his eyes closed. Look at the spot he chose for the net. As long as the fish is in the water, a net without tens of thousands are called Air Force. Work, work, work. Sun Qingjun untied the net rope. The fish in the net leaked out, and the deck was suddenly covered with square lattice-shaped golden pomfret. Golden pomfret. This is not expensive. You can try it. This fish body silver white. Fins and head area is golden yellow. By the sunlight is even more expensive in forceful golden light. Selling appearance is quite good. The taste was great. Garlic clove meat, less spiny and tender. No worse than those grouper that cost hundreds of dollars. Chu Yang first picked a tail of about 3 pounds to the side of the barrel to raise. This stay at night steam. The rest of all into the cold palace. Zhang Hongtao and Lin Ziki were feverishly busy picking up fish, while Chu Yang cooperated with Sun Qingjun and dragged another net while the fishing time given by the system was still available. This time the harvest was significantly worse than the first net. The net pocket was a big skinny. There were still more stray fish, and the golden pomfret was just over 100 pounds. Not bad, and worth $2,000. Sun Qingjun was still smiling. After dragging 2 nets, Chu Yang saw that the time was left in the last minute, and simply stopped the boat and ran to the deck to help unravel the fish. It's a hot day. The temperature must be 40 and up, and when these fish get on the deck, they'll rot in an hour if they don't make it to the ice chamber. Believe it or not, the 4 of them hustled and bustled until 5:30, when they finished packing. After dragging their sleepy bodies through dinner and a cold beer and resting for an hour or so, a few people slowed down and resumed their journey. Sun Qingjun remains the most grass-tolerant one, steering the boat from the cockpit. At the same time he pulled Zhang Hongtao over and taught him how to drive. This is what Chu Yang asked. Often have to go out to sea in the future. Open the boat this craft crew have to master, so that it is convenient to shift, but also to prevent in case one day someone is injured or sick. Other people can always top. Not only Zhang Hongtao. When it was time to return to the ship, Chu Yang was going to let Lin Ziki practice as well. Gee, how can you be so stupid? You can't tell left from right. You can't tell the difference between 0 and 180 degrees of rudder. Teaching you is simply harder than getting a rock to open up. That's the radio switch, and the chart navigator switch is next to it. Inside the cockpit, Sun Qingjun's growls came out from time to time, like those of a driving school instructor. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head, continuing to smoke. Less than 3 nautical miles to the next destination. At the current speed of the ship, it would arrive in 20 minutes. If you don't take the time to rest this time, you won't be able to rest later. After all, the 2 remaining refreshment points are very close to each other, and they almost overlap each other on the map. Tonight, it's sure to be another busy night. Chapter 57, Crash the Boat? Strange fish without a tail. At 8:28 p.m. The boat arrived at its destination 5 minutes earlier than expected. In front of Chu Yang, 2 clusters of light appeared, and he estimated that the interval was only a difference of 2 kilometers. System, can you drive both together? Chuyo wasn't happy about running around and wanted to save some time. If he really opens up 2 schools of fish, he'll haul them from one end to the other to get a net and call it an early night or go to bed early. The black iron treasure chest has been opened. Reward, randomly refreshed marine economic creatures. Capture limit, 120 minutes. The black iron treasure chest has been opened. Reward, randomly refreshed marine economic creature, common, *1. Capture limit, 80 minutes. Hearing the 2 system beeps that sounded almost simultaneously, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Not bad at all. Turning on the system, a band of light appeared on the map interface, with a flickering mass of light not far away. This Shu Yang egg pain. Not two groups of fish so which one is good to collect first? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to collect the closer fish first. As the slightly farther away mass of light seemed to remain motionless, Shu Yang is going to drag a net over to the other end and see what the hell it is. The fishing net was lowered into the water. Shu Yang opened the throttle of the fishing boat to the maximum, and the net was opened to the extreme under the effect of seawater resistance, as if it was an oversized hot air balloon lying diagonally in the water. The fishing boat dragged the trawl along, opening its mouth wide and caging in any fish that got in its way. Observing that the net ropes tied to the hydraulic net winch were crumbled and straightened, the corner of Sun Qingjuan's mouth rose slightly. It wasn't that he wasn't happy enough, but he had talked too much and too closely when he yelled at Zhang Hongtao just now, and this would make his muscles a little stiff. After walking for 2 kilometers, Shu Yang's fishing boat finally arrived at the location of that light mass. He was just about to notify Sun Qingjun to collect the nets, when a thud came from the bottom of the ship, followed by a slight tremor of the entire ship. Holy, what did I hit? Shu Yan was shocked in his heart and hurriedly ran out of the cockpit. Outside, Sun Qingjun had apparently also noticed the commotion just now, and was walking along the edge of the ship to inspect it, placating it under his breath. Don't panic yet. This isn't a reef area. We probably hit a turtle or something. Shu Yang then put his heart down a little and prayed in his heart that things were just as Uncle Jun said. At this time, Zhang Hongtao was still heartlessly talking cheaply. We won't turn into Titanic 2. Shu Yang glared at him. This grifter would still be joking at this point, but then he followed it up with worry. What if? Jack Meat's love story looks great, but he wouldn't want to actually meet that situation. Fortunately, Sun Qingjun soon found the person who started the incident. It's okay, it's a moonfish. He laughed in relief. Shu Yang quickly walked next to him and looked over in the direction he was pointing, only to see a large, grotesquely sized guy, lying on his side on the surface of the water, rolling his round, white eyes, staring at himself. Why do I say it's a strange size? This fish has a long body. It must be 1.6 or 7, but the width and the double fins are even longer than the body length. What's even weirder is that the fish's dorsal fin is so far back that it practically grows on the fish's butt, and it doesn't have a tail. Or instead of the traditional tail fin, it's just an oval-shaped slab of bone. Think of the bone that you spit out after eating a braised fish tail. There is also a cherry mouth. Round. Always keep the O state. The more Chu Yan looked, the more he felt that this big-headed monster fish looked familiar. Wait, he remembered that in his previous life, he had brushed up on the internet that there was a weird thing called a rollover fish that looked like this. A rollover fish? Some places also have this expression, but we boat runners don't call it that. It's unlucky, Sun Qingjun explained. The two of them on this side were still discussing, but on the other side, Zhang Hongtao had already taken his cell phone and started filming. While taking the picture, he also mumbled, "You don't say. This weird fish is kind of cute after seeing it too much." Chu Yan smiled and nodded his head. This point he agrees. The cartwheel fish later became the net red fish. Is not because it is strange can also bring a little silly appearance. Well, this fish wouldn't be refreshed by Tuesday, right? Chu Yang suddenly thought of this, opened up the system and sure enough, there it was. No wonder that light mass didn't move at all. Is the fish worth anything? That was the point Chu Yang was most concerned about. Sun Qingjun nodded and shook his head. This fish is full of bones, very little meat, and the texture is just so. It's not worth much, but it is said that its fish intestines are very, very tasty, crispy and flavorful, and there is a famous dish on the other side of the bend called myriad dragon soup, the ingredient of which is moonfish fish intestines. Forget it then. Chu Yang shook his head and decided to let the big guy go, while cursing Unicorn for being unreliable at times. That's all it is, worthy of being called a marine economic organism? If the flesh of the overturned fish was worth something, he would not have been so kind. But to kill such a big fish just to have some fish guts, what difference is there between that and those who eat shark fins? Chu Yang liked money, but if he was going to do something so unethical for money, then he would rather give up the money. Sun Qingjun did not have any opinion. The name of this fish is unlucky. It is better not to move. On the contrary, it was Zhang Hongtao who showed great interest in the myriad dragon soup that Sun Qingjun was talking about, thinking in his heart that when he got his share of the money after selling the fish, he must go to Ben to try it. And I hear the beetle nut girls over there are delicious. Chu Yang, is that you going for soup? I don't even hesitate to say you. Cheap. After taking a few pictures of the overturned fish, Chu Yang stopped caring about it. Sun Qingjun, on the other hand, had already returned to the foredeck and was reeling in his nets with the winch on. Blessed be the Mamma Mia. He stared at the sea with both eyes, his mouth chanting at the same time. Chu Yang knew that Uncle June was afraid that after such a long delay, the fish in the net would run out. But luckily for them, good things happen to good people. When the net winch had been pulled for a while, the net ropes long ago recollapsed and stiffened. Still available. Sun Qingjun shouted excitedly, and there were quite a few state goods on the lookout network. Chu Yang also rubbed his hands together and started packing the baskets in preparation for the fish. But a strange thing happened. When the nets were dragged out of the water a little more, the water around them suddenly became deeper. Chu Yang rubbed his eyes, thinking he was blind. How did the sea suddenly turn black? Sun Qingjun, who was standing next to him, however, laughed. I know what we've netted. It's bound to be squid. Sure enough, when the fishing net was completely pulled out of the water, Chu Yang saw that a slimy and soft tentacle foot stretched and probed out from the net hole, like tens of thousands of big leeches crawling on the net at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Yang felt his scalp go a little numb. It was a scene that, if seen by those with a dense phobia, would have sent a few away on the spot. Imagine the feeling when the net opens later and the deck is full of tentacles. That's just, what's with the thought of still being a little excited? Chapter 58, Exploding Pods. Asterisk 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 Naya shoot me again. On the deck of Minquan Fishing 01688, Zhang Hongtao grabbed a 3 or 4 cuttlefish in his hand, and a black liquid was dripping down his chin on his face, and the whole person was half black. He opened his mouth and yucked, even his teeth were black. Collecting cuttlefish is this bad, easy to be sprayed, and this ink sprayed on the skin are very difficult to wash off. Can only take the soap slowly rub? Ha 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 ha. You sand sculpture. Keep your fish ass to yourself. Sun Qingjun gloated and laughed. Chu Yang was also happy. He was sprayed a few times on his body, but he had been following Sun Qingjun's tip of never facing the fishes but directly where the nozzle was located, so as not to be shot in the face. I'm going so tired. After collecting a basket full of cuttlefish and sending it into the ice capsule, Chu Yang pounded his waist, feeling like it was about to break. The harvest from this net, just in terms of weight, was definitely the most bountiful of the trip, over 1,500 pounds. Based on the price of cuttlefish received at the docks before the trip, the price would have to be 20,000 upwards. The goods are really good and the tiredness is really good, but there's no way around it. You still have to hold your back and keep doing it. This pick up money work, in exchange for any fisherman. Is the waist dry broken? Lying down all have to finish. Ayo, why don't you tow another net? Zhang Hongtao is really cannot afford to give up this net down. Is his past half a year's income? Think of all the excitement. Old Chang, it's not that I don't want to, it's that this net isn't even sorted out. And besides, the ice pod is full. That's right, Chu Yang and the others blew up. On this trip, they had already caught several 100 pounds of division fish, hundreds of pounds of white eels, nearly 1,000 pounds of golden pomfret, 300 or 400 pounds of 2 yellowfin tuna, and 100 or 200 pounds of other miscellaneous fish such as yellowfins, sea bass, and red spots, plus these cuttlefish tonight. The total fish catch has reached over 3,000 pounds, and their fishing boat ice capsule capacity, also 18 cubic meters. Full warehouse almost can stuff 2 tons is 4,000 pounds of fish, and that's just theoretical data. There's got to be a gap between the fish and the aisle and all that. The ice capsule, now stuffed to the brim anyway, could hold another basket or 2 of fish at best. Any more stuffing and that white stuff is going to be all over the place. Selling wood. Too many fish is also an annoyance. Zhang Hongtao laughed and scolded. Sun Qingjun hemmed and hawed. This is the kind of trouble I wish to have a few more times. Chu Yang looked at the smiles spreading on the faces of several people, and his mood was also incomparably happy. It's really hard to describe the joy of this kind of bursting. Just like a farmer's uncle seeing the land bearing fruitfulness. It's worth it even if he's tired. Ayo, pack up and get ready to return to the ship. Sun Qingjun said as he smoked a cigarette. Having been at sea for a few days, he kind of missed his wife's hotbed at home. Chu Yang why do not want Chu Shi and Caillou. According to reason now return to the ship is also full, but he is still a little entangled. There's still a silver chest left to open. Should I just open it this time? Or wait for another time? After thinking for a few seconds, Chu Yang still decided to go to the refreshment point first to see the situation. Comparing the system map and the chart, there should be a reef area there, and the chances of refreshing the fish should not be high. It's not much farther anyway. It's only a half-hour boat ride. That reef area on the charts. I have a feeling it might be loaded. Why don't we go over there and take a look? Hearing Chu Yang say so, Zhang Hongtao nodded without saying a word and said, I have no problem with it. Who still dislikes more money? Yang, you said there are goods that 9 times out of 10 there must be goods. Sun Qingjun thought for a moment and said, it's fine to go over and take a look, but you can't get too close. After all, it's unfamiliar waters. Lindsay, I'll do whatever you want. That makes 3 votes in favor and none against. Chu Yang turned the boat around and started heading towards the reef area. Half an hour later, the fishing boat arrived near the reef area. Chu Yang stood on the deck, holding his binoculars as he peered out toward the reef area. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a back-shaped reef area, circled by hideous reefs on the periphery and flat water in the middle, and the silver treasure chest is refreshed right in the middle of the water. If you want to go up, I guess you can only row a rubber boat closer to see if there is a road, Chu Yang muttered. Fishing boats are equipped with rubber dinghies, which are usually kept in the cabin below deck when not in use. Why don't I go scout the way, and you guys wait for me on the boat? Zhang Hongtao proposed. Hearing this, Sun Qingjun immediately shook his head like a rattledrum and said in a firm tone, no, if I'm going, I'm going. Normally, although he liked to bicker with this hanging hair, but when it really came to the critical moment, Sun Qingjun, as the big brother on the ship, was still very responsible. What to argue? I find the land, of course I go to explore the road. Besides, this will be so dark. To go ashore also have to wait until tomorrow. Chu Yang smiled and said, seafood is good, but that's still not as good as a small life. Sun Qingjun sniffed a little, put down his heart. He was afraid that the 2 young people do not know the height of heaven and earth. The night must board the reef. Yes, tomorrow, and you can see better in the daytime. With this plan settled, Sun Qingjun picked a piece of flat sea to anchor and stabilize the boat, and will spend the night here tonight. Fishing boats do not work at night. Chu Yang simply organized a potluck dinner. It was pathetic to say the least. He hadn't sat down at the table properly for a meal in the last few days at sea. At 11 o'clock, the members of Minquan Fishing 01688 were all gathered on the deck, seated around a table with a hot beater in the center. The so-called hitting the side of the stove is the shabu-shabu hot pot in Fujian in Guangdong, except that the base is usually high soup, not as hot and spicy as the Sichuan and Chongqing side. There was no ready-made stock on board, but there was seafood. Lin then poured lobster and crab shells into a pressure cooker and simmered them, getting all the shrimp oil and crab paste out, and simmered a pot of seafood broth so fresh that it was laughty. The ingredients are also readily available. 5 pounds of golden pomfret meat sliced, then picked a 2-pound white eel chopped into sections, and a large basket of squid children. Lin did ask Chu Yang if he wanted to prepare some staple food like potatoes and noodles and dumplings, but was refused. In his words, brothers out to sea are quite hard. Should be a good treat. Eat what staple? Seafood lobster can still eat full. Before we open the table, let's raise a glass. Chu Yang held a glass, poured a full cup of Qingdao and stood up. Zhang Hongtao and Sun Qingjun followed suit, and even Lin Ziki, too, poured pineapple beer into his cup. Without further ado, let's celebrate our big maiden voyage. And by the way, let's wish that we'll continue to pop our cabins and make a lot of money on our next voyage. Chu Yang has a clear perception of himself. He is not the hero in the cool article. The tiger body is shock of the king of the air exposed. Can let the little brother heart to obey. The head of the horse is to look forward to. His team members are all fishermen, and they say that those creations are useless. Money is the most real. Money is the most inspiring. Sure enough, all 3 nodded approvingly with smiles on their faces once they heard that they continued to pop for big bucks. That's right, keep popping. Make a lot of money. Make money. The night was heavy and silent. The only thing that comes out of that fishing boat is the occasional hearty clinking of glasses and open laughter. Chapter 59 Ocean Treasures. Mysterious Shells. Dang! A beer bottle was kicked over by Chu Yang and rolled on the ground. He rubbed his temples and lifted his leg to sweep the bottle aside. I was trying to control my drinking last night, but this drinking thing, once the atmosphere is up, where can I control it? Fortunately, the ship did not prepare much wine. There are 2 cases of Qingdao. Divided into each person is not half a dozen. All drink is slightly drunk. Sleep on the recovery of almost. The hatch next to him suddenly opened at that moment, and Lin Zidi pushed the door and walked out. Seeing Chu Yang outside the door, her face suddenly blushed slightly. Last night, she also switched to beer in the back. Not much more than a bottle, but it was enough to put over her as a little chicken, and in the end it was Chu Yang who assisted her back to her room. Morning, Chu Yang greeted with a smile. Morning. Hayashi kept his head down, not daring to meet his eyes. I'm going to clear the table. Making an excuse, she ran away at a fast pace. Chu Yang smiled slightly, and his mind couldn't help but recall last night's scene. The drunken Lin Ziki was not as civilized as usual, and even took him by the shoulders and offered to clink glasses with him. What he remembers more is that this girl is surprisingly deep. The size is far beyond his imagination. A conservative estimate are 34 c. No wonder usually walk a little hunchback. Thanks to Chu Yang thought it was because she has been accustomed to lowering her head. Sun Qingjun and Zhang Hantao also got up, in good condition, apparently under the sleep-aiding effect of alcohol. Everyone had a good sleep last night. When the two men saw that Lin was making breakfast, they went down to the cabin and lifted out the rubber dinghy, which had been set in a bag. This stuff is a thick plastic skin rolled together when you put it away, and when you use it, you just spread it out and pump it up temporarily. Sun Qingjun found a pump and said as he puffed and puffed, "I'll accompany you to the island after breakfast later." Chu Yang did not refuse, the two together or have a care. Breakfast was dark cuisine, a big pot of squid porridge that looked black, but after eating it in his mouth Chu Yang gave a thumbs up. The congee was fresh, the cuttlefish was toothsome, and the salted radish strips served with the congee were fried crispy and refreshing. All in all, it was authentic. Go! Dunked a belly full of fat. Chu Yang patted his stomach, greeted Sun Qingjun with the rubber boat down to the water, and then took the fish-catching tools and nets, jumped up. The two sat side by side in the dinghy, one holding an oar and paddling slowly. When I got closer, I realized that the circle of reefs out here was so steep, like a row of vertical swords, that I couldn't paddle my kayak through it, even if there were seams. No way. The two can only continue to paddle around the outer edge of the reef circle, but also do not dare to get too close, for fear that if the kayak is sharp reef paddle, then the two will really have to swim back. Luckily, when I turned to the back, I found two large reefs intersecting, leaving a 2-meter wide gap in the middle. Paddle slowly along this opening to the inside and finally enter the circle. The scenery inside the reef circle was quite nice. The water was clear and the visibility was quite good. Plus the wind was calm, and when you looked underneath you could see the jagged and strange reefs drowned under the water. But good looks don't make a meal. There's no fish in this clear water. Aside from a few small conchs sprawled on the reef and tiny crabs between the rocks, there were only a few pieces of kelp that could be considered seafood. Yang, go back. There's nothing in this pit. Sun Qingjun patted Chu Yang's shoulder and advised, "There's no rush. Paddle to the center and look down. I think there can be something over there." In this way the two paddled a bit further and finally reached the refresh point of the silver treasure chest. Stopping at the refresh point, Chu Yang turned his back to Sun Qingjun and silently chanted, "Open. Silver treasure chest has been opened. Reward, randomly refreshed ocean treasure, rare, *1. Treasure hunting time limit, 10 minutes. I'll be damned. A new breed has opened up." Chu Yang was instantly excited. Before it was all marine cash crops. This time it's marine treasures. Jumbo is worth more than those fish, shrimp and crabs or whatever when you hear it. And Jumbo doesn't have legs and doesn't run around. So just search for it, and it's still at hand. But the system gives a time limit of just 10 minutes, so you have to hurry. Uncle June, I'll go down to the bottom to see if there's anything. Chu Yang and Sun Qingjun greeted each other, and after that, without caring whether he agreed or not, he directly jumped into the water. Alas, Sun Qingjun stretched out his hand, didn't stop it, and could only command, "Then you be careful. If you're fine, hurry up." "Okay," Chu Yan responded, then plunged headfirst into the water, head down legs up, and began to dive down as hard as he could. They say it's a dive, but the water here isn't nearly as deep as at the edge of the reef circle, just over 3 meters, and you touch the bottom after a while. Sun Qingjun watched clearly from the boat and put his heart down when he saw it. In the end, Chu Yang began to use both hands to pickpocket everywhere, focusing on checking to see if there was anything like gold bricks, silver nuggets, bottles and cans. But soon he was disappointed, because the bottom of a few centimeters thick layer of sediment, kelp and seaweed have not grown. A lift empty, cannot hide anything. After a minute or so of searching, there was nothing but a handful of mud and a couple of broken snail and crab shells. Chu Yang burrowed out of the water for a change of air, breathing heavily. "What? Did you find anything?" Sun Qingjun sat on the edge of the boat with his legs up, and lit a cigarette. "Cozy. Not yet." Chu Yang shook his head, took 2 deep breaths, and dived down again before Sun Qingjun opened his mouth to persuade him to give up. This time he searched a little farther away, but still came up empty except for a pile of Sophie that had drifted in from nowhere, suffocating until his face was swollen red. Chu Yang could only surface again to change his breath. "Damn mistake. Forgot to bring the oxygen tanks. Are we going home empty-handed this time? Chu Yang is very difficult. Silver treasure chest ocean treasures that must be worth how much money? If he misses this, he won't be able to sleep for a month. Cam. I just don't believe it. He rolled over, ready to dive and probe again in a different direction. But Sun Xingjun shouted at him in a hurry. Wait Ao. What do you see there? As soon as Chu Yang turned around, he saw Sun Chongjun with a cigarette in his mouth, his upper body lying on the side of the boat, trying to probe towards the bottom of the sea. His face was almost buried in the water. Something? Chu Yang followed his gaze and saw that the bottom of the sea, where he had first dived and explored, was shining outward with a starry white light. He rushed headlong into the water, separating his stirring legs to dive. Reaching out and pulling apart a piece of the silted-up floating mud, Chu Yang realized that at the same time his hand touched the white object, the treasure hunting time limit in the system suddenly disappeared. It's an ocean treasure. After a bit more picking and pulling, the marine treasures covered in silt finally revealed their true colors. A shell. A big white shell. Still open on both sides. It was upside down and firmly affixed to the submarine reef. No wonder just now Chu Yang touched half a day and did not find it. This thing does not feel the same as the reef. But what the hell is this thing? With questions in mind, Chu Yang returned to the ship holding this shell that was the size of a millstone. Chapter 60, Don't Slander the Sister. I haven't played you yet. Minquan Fishing 01688 Fishing Boat. Zhang Hongtao bored on the guardrail smoking. Chu Yang and Sun Chongjun had already been gone for half an hour, and he and Lin Ziki were the only two left on the boat. Lin Mei is also a cold nature and does not like to talk to him. Wanting to chat but not being able to find anyone, this almost suffocated Zhang Hongtao. Finally back. When he saw the kayak re-emerge from among the group of reefs, he then stubbed out his cigarette in excitement and stood up on the deck to wait. Got the goods? As soon as the kayak approached, Zhang Hongtao couldn't wait to ask. Remove the? And Ao and I will go out together in Still Air Force? Sun Chongjun laughed. Che, you're just dabbling in Ao's favor. Zhang Hongtao bristled, but still probed into the cabin of the kayak, wanting to see what good things were in the mesh pocket. Here, give me a hand and carry it up. Chu Yang handed the net rope to Zhang Hongtao. Who tried it? What the hell? It doesn't look too big and it's pretty heavy. When he had stepped over the side of the boat and carried the netting aboard, he unclipped the opening and opened it, and his face was aghast with disappointment. A shell? A couple of people went to a lot of trouble and ended up with this thing up half the time. It's nice to look at, but will it be worth anything? Will it sell for $100? Zhang Hongtao felt that he wouldn't pay this money anyway. You know nothing. Artwork no. Those rich people are willing to buy these strange and weird things back to display at home. Last year the peer is not an old man picked up a fragrant conch shell. The result was bought away 5,000 yuan. Although Sun Xingjun does not understand the market of this thing, but think cheap not to wear. So heavy. Millstone big one. At least there are 30 or 40 pounds. According to the weighing of a lot of money it. Chu Yan listened to the two people discussing around this big shell. His heart also has no bottom. Because this thing of artwork, a lot of it belongs to the price is not marketable. Scream tens of millions and hundreds of millions all you want, but you have to be able to sell it. There is no scanning function on this cell phone, and there is not even a network at sea, so I can't even check it. The thought crossed his mind that he might have to wait until he got ashore to find out from a professional who worked in the marine field, when suddenly, he felt whoever it was tugging at him. Looking back, it was Lindsay. What's wrong? That thing. I think I've seen it before, she whispered. You've seen it? Then you know what this is? Looks like a giant clam. Tridacna? Hearing those two words, Chu Yang's voice steeply rose a few pitches while he grabbed Lin Ziki's hand. Are you sure? Lin Ziki's pretty face blushed slightly and subconsciously shrunk back. Chu Yang then realized that he was a bit excited and moved to loosen his hand. Suri, I'm so excited. There was no way not to get excited. Because this thing, giant clam, Chu Yang had heard of it. In his last life, he had a drinking buddy whose family was in the gemstone business, and once talked to him when they went together to find a human hardware softener, saying that giant clams were one of the most worthwhile jewels to get into at the beginning of the nearly new century. Gaga value added. And his chairman of the old man's home also collected a cabinet of giant clams beads. Listening to Mr. Bully Petite Wife said, worth a few million. I think so. I used to have one at my house that was bigger than this, but not as white. Lin looked at it carefully for a few more moments before nodding his head in affirmation. Ness. Chu Yang stretched his fist in the air and clenched it hard in vain, his excitement overflowing. It's still got to be Tetsuko. In the last life, The old man's cabinet of giant clam beads is worth a few million. Chu Yang in front of this giant clam car beads, if there is more than a cabinet. Counting his deductions for inflation, deductions for appreciation, a couple million or so is always worth it. The boat, my new boat. Chu Yang's mind was already considering whether it was time to get a new ship that really belonged to him after he went back this time. 18 meters? How can that be enough? We need a large fishing boat of at least 25 meters to be worthy of us. Ah Young, if this thing is really worth money, then you have to keep it well, and it's best to find someone who knows what they're doing to understand it, lest you sell it at a loss. Sun Qingjun is not stupid. Seeing that stimulant in Chu Yang understood and reminded. Well, don't worry Uncle Jun. Chu Yang had a plan in his heart. When he went back, he would first contact Zhu Ming to help look at it. He is a professor in the Marine Department of Overseas Chinese University. He should know more about these treasures in the ocean. Ayo, are we returning to the ship next door? Sun Qingjun asked. Return to the ship. At once. At once. Although the ocean is a treasure bowl, but even stayed for so many days, Chu Yang is really a little tired. From the physical to the spiritual kind of double tired. He must go to the mortal world and wash himself well with the lights. By the way, the last time Bai Pengfei said that what red romance, Chu Yang felt that it would be very necessary to criticize it. How can this evil be allowed to flourish freely under the red flag of purity? It must be personally fielded and severely condemned. Returning to the ship, accompanied by the whine of the steam whistle, Minquan Fisherman 01688 turned the ship's head towards the direction of the motherland, quickly ran to go. Going back with no plans for homework cleared the boat. Chu Yang simply ended up with a deck chair lying on the deck, eating watermelon and blowing the sea breeze, playing snake. After biting his own tail for the nth time, he swept his gaze and smiled. One of the 4 small pillars of varying lengths in the upper left corner of the phone lit up at that moment. It means there's a signal, and it means he's not far from home. Opening his address book, he found Kaiyo's name and dialed it. It rang a few times before the phone was picked up, and Kaiyo's clear voice came out of the microphone. Hello, who's calling, please? There was also a noisy side tone on the other end of the line, which should have been busy in the lobby of the restaurant. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and had the intention to tease her, so he pressed his voice. Is it the Harbor Fishing Village? I'd like to make a reservation. Yes, ordering food. Right. Well, you report it and I'll write it down for you. 10 large bourbons, 10 large yellowtail, 10 pounds of elephant muscles. Boss, you're not kidding me, are you? Harbor Fishing Village front desk. Kaiyo took a pen and wrote down a few dishes on the menu. Found something wrong, and his voice went cold, thinking that he had met a board looking for trouble. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden burst of hearty laughter on the other end of the line. She hastily looked at her cell phone screen, and the name of the deadbeat was displayed on the caller ID. Nasty, stinky Chu Yang, you play with me. The lazy petulant scolding sound, hearing Chu Yang's ears were crispy. Missy, you can't say that nonsense. I haven't played it yet. Be careful, I'll sue you for slander. He teased with a grin. Humph, just slander you. What the hell? Through the phone, Chu Yang could imagine her cute appearance with her little waist crossed, little mouth and pouting pink lips. Well, first things first, I have over an hour to get to the docks. Chu Yang put away his jokes and opened his mouth. Ah, you're back. Ah, have you eaten yet? Then I'll have the cook prepare your meal right away. Kaiyo's voice was tinged with surprise, not realizing that the stinky man had returned early. At the same time, there was some concern that coming back so quickly shouldn't have yielded much. Whatever. I don't expect him to make money to support me anyway. The big deal is to talk to Dad and let him manage the restaurant. Kaiyo thought secretly in his heart. Chu Yang is not aware of what she thinks in her heart. Otherwise this scum must be touched by Yo-Yo's sister to shed several tears. That's not necessary. It's just that there are a few good goods on board, and I wanted to ask you if the tavern would take them. Ah, what's good? Several species. Big red spot, white eel, and yellowfin tuna. Anyway, come see for yourself then. So many. Ah, Chu Yang, you are really great. How did you catch them? What else can we catch? Netting, fishing. Anyway, later. I'll hang up now. I have to contact the fish collector. Choi yo. Humph. Men are all big piggies. Chapter 61. Miss Kai who plays wild. Ending the call with Kaiyo, Chu Yang called by Pengfei again. As soon as he got through, he jumped the gun and asked, Brother Bai, you're not in red romance at this time, are you? Nope, just went into town to run some errands, but this is getting ready to go. After saying that, Chu Yang heard the sound of the Cadillac CT5 starting up from the other end. As they say, The gold medal mechanic dances on his body. Only because I drive a CT5. Cough cough. Run off the rails. Retrieving his mind, Chu Yang hurriedly stopped by Peng Fei's reckless action. Wait. Don't go to Red Romance. Come to the dock. Ah. Why? When did a new bath center open on the pier? How come I don't know? Bai Peng Fei released his soul 3 questions. Chu Yang. It's not the bathhouse. It's the fish. I'm back from the sea with a boat full of fish. Just say if you want it. To be. There's still 2 hours to the dock, right? I'll go over there now and wait. Hearing that there is business to the door, Bai Peng Fei is even happier. Put the mechanic are temporarily thrown into the back of the mind. Driving the car, a smoke rushed to the pier. At 9:28 a.m. Minquan Fishing 01688 entered the harbor. This time, instead of going to the previous bulk cargo wharf, it is a specialized fisheries wharf for medium and large fishing vessels, which naturally charges higher fees and requires queuing. Luckily, this would have already passed the rush hour. Chu Yang and the others only waited for half an hour or so before they got an empty seat in the queue, found the designated pile, tied off the cable and paid the berthing fee. The berth is charged by the day, 120 per day. Chu Yang paid a lump sum of $3,600 a month. So damn expensive. Zhang Hantao secretly spat out his tongue. No wonder that the average person can't afford to play on a big boat, even if you don't go out to sea. The depreciation, maintenance, berths plus a piece, a month or a few thousand gone. Expensive doesn't help. Chu Yang, why don't you know that it is expensive? But this money can't be paid without paying. He could have docked at a few other small township-level marinas, but seafood doesn't sell for much there, and he'd have lost even more money once he totaled up the bill. So the savvier skippers will sell their goods at the wharf first and then stop at other wharves when they're done, which costs a bit more in fuel but saves a bit more in the aggregate. But for Chu Yang, there was no need to go back and forth for that amount of money. As soon as the boat was parked, people immediately came up to ask questions. Boatman, do you have any pretty goods? Pull them out and look at them. Yeah, there's fresh seafood. We'll digest some for you. Lobster any? How about abalone? Some of these people are fishmongers. Some are residents near the marina, and some are tourists from out of town. The one thing they all have in common, of course, is the desire to buy fresh and cheap seafood. Stretching his hand, Chu Yang also smiled and arched his hand in the face of the potential customer. Sorry guys, the ship's already booked with the owner, so if you don't mind, you can wait to see the tailgate. Hearing him say this, the people gathered around immediately dispersed, most of them, and the fishmongers even went away. The goods have been pre-ordered. Why keep it? Waste of time, is not it? Only a few locals and tourists who wanted to pick up the pieces remain standing and waiting, still casting their eyes into the cabin from time to time. It seems to want to look through the deck and see what goodies are hidden inside. Not more than 2 minutes later, the two groups of people, Kaiyou and Bai Peng Fei, who had been notified, arrived almost simultaneously. Ayo, where are the goods? Keep them all for me, Bai Peng Fei yelled as soon as he got out of the car, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that the goods on this ship had been booked by him. A few fishmongers who had taken a chance saw him and their faces turned bad-looking. This is completely hopeless. In the dock, who do not know Bai Peng Fei, this rolling knife meat, this is notorious. Grievers, whose favorite thing to do is to take money off the table, often give market-destroying prices. Not many of these fishmongers have smashed him. Hey, just tell me if you're angry. Gone. Not much to see. The rest of the fishmongers who know each other will greet each other, and those who are not familiar with each other will turn their heads and leave, and almost none of them will be left, and all of them will run away. Bai Peng Fei smiled smugly. It looked like his reputation as Bai Dashao was still very loud on the docks. Bai Dashao had a big name, but it didn't work with Chu Yang. The two groups arrived at the same time, and it was Kaiyou who Chu Yang chose to go forward to greet. You're here? I'm coming. You've lost weight. No, I think it's fine. It's black when I say it's there. Well, this one does. Bai Peng Fei on the sidelines of the wildly acidic water. You two put aside this play romance drama. Kaiyou glared at him. Why is it that in such a warm scene, there's always that dangling hair that ruins the mood? Ahem, you continue. Bai Dashao hit the fishmongers hard, but when he ran into Miss Kai, he couldn't really do anything about her. On the contrary, he would also like to be a good. After all, there are a lot of fishmongers on the pier, but there are only a few high-grade restaurants who want to become a restaurant supplier. Humph, counting the spice. Kaiyou withdrew her gaze and took Chu Yang's arm. Where are the fish? Show me. Chu Yang gave Bai Peng Fei a comforting look. then led Kaio into the cold storage room. The first thing that caught my eye was a large and small yellowfin tuna. Wow! This one is really big. Ugh. How did you catch it? Can a troll net pull in tuna? Kaio asked like a curious baby, pulling Chu Yang. No, it was the long line that pulled it up. And it's funny, it was the fish that took the bait, and I was reeling in the long line, and then there was a squid on the hook. Chu Yang retold the scene, hearing Miss Kai's mouth go into a circle. Then this fish is really stupid. Eating it will probably lower your IQ. Chu Yang laughed and teased. You ate nothing. There's no room for decline. Nasty. Kaio immediately gave Chu Yang a little pink punch. Next Chu Yang led her to look at the others, like the big red spot, the white eel and the big green gon. Miss Kai's mouth also occasionally made so big, so long, so thick, so many exclamations of surprise. Bai Pengfei, who was waiting outside the cabin, pricked up his ears and listened. Is it that exciting? Isn't it cold in the ice capsule? Don't look at Miss Kai. She usually looks quiet, but she's really wild when she's wild. When the two of them walked out again, Chu Yang saw Bai Pengfei looking at himself with an admiring gaze. No, what do you mean? Did you misunderstand something? Choyo ignored him and went to the side and took out a white Nokia N95 and started making calls. After almost 3 minutes of talking, she hung up the phone and walked back to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, I'll take the 2 yellowfin tuna and the big red spot that I just looked at, as well as the white eel, golden pomfret, and green gon. Also pick the big ones each and leave me 200 pounds. After hearing this, Bai Pengfei stopped gossiping. So many good fish? On the phone Chu Yang didn't say there was yellowfin tuna or big red spot. He hurriedly pulled Chu Yang's hand and said, Ah Yang, good brother, blood brother, I'll call you my blood brother, isn't it okay? I don't have a problem with letting Miss Kai pick first, but you can't be so biased. After the meat is given to her, the bones have to be left for me in 2 pieces. Chapter 62 Shocking the Docks. After some negotiation and with Chu Yang's coordination, Miss Kai finally agreed to take a step back and give up the small yellowfin tuna and half of the white eel, and half of the larger golden pomfret and green gon for the family. Satisfied or not, this isn't a bone anymore. Kaiju looked at Bai Pengfei, a smile hanging on her pretty face. This was just not wanting to make things difficult for Chu Yang. Otherwise she was really a bit reluctant to give up. You know, good fish are hard to come by, and when these fish get to the restaurant and go through the process, it's a lot of silver. Now that Chu Yang was so good at making money, she had to save more for her dowry as well. Satisfied. Too satisfied. Thanks to Miss Kai. Thanks to my brother Yang. Tonight. Bai Pengfei was so excited that he almost mouthed off again to ask for a dragon. But fortunately Chu Yang's cough calmed him down in time. I'm hosting dinner for you guys tonight. Che. Kaio bristled. She was a restaurant owner. Lack of a meal. Well, move the fish. Yeah, move the fish. Both men greeted their fellows and went to the ice hatch to help move the fish. There were locals and tourists who hadn't left yet and came over to watch. When the first basket of frozen, hardened division fish was brought out, the faces of the onlookers were suddenly astonished. Throw! Such a big green gon. The ones down there, they've got to be over 20 pounds. More than that, the biggest one looks like 30 to me. Pouncing. Now Ching gon a 55 pound. This one cannot be small. 2000. This ship's captain is going to be rich. Bai Pengfei was quite cool, but listening to it, he gradually felt that it was not right. Selling wood. The few remaining fishmongers saw that they had no share, but even joined forces to deliberately inflate the price of fish. The market can be sold on the big green sugar 55, yes, but that is their store to the public selling price. If at this price, then he would have to lose to the grandmother's house. I say, fellow travelers, show some mercy. Is that the market price you're talking about? 55. Whoever wants it, I can let him have it. He disliked back nonchalantly, while taking his afterglow to observe Chu Yang, but Chu Yang kept a smile on his face, neither nodding nor shaking his head, and Bai Pengfei didn't see. In fact, that's the safest thing for him to do. As a fisherman, he definitely wants to sell his fish at a high price, but it's best not to ask for it himself, lest he give the impression that he's left behind, that people are greedy and can't swallow an elephant. Now that he had these uproarious passers-by as his mouthpiece, he was naturally begging for it, although it is unlikely to be 55 when the price is to be negotiated. But after coming to this, Bai Pengfei will be embarrassed to press the price. What's the matter? Your peers are talking about 55, and you're talking about 20 or 30. Do you have the nerve? Do you still want me to do business with you in the future? Bai Pengfei also figured out this point, and when he saw Chu Yang's taut face and steady as a mountain, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Little fox. The guys continued to move the fish out, and Green Gump carried 5 baskets of them, watching onlookers drool. Selling wood. This is an encounter with a swarm of green gambler fish. Developed. Just these few baskets of green sugar will cost $20,000. TSK. This fish, this color. Boaters keep a few to sell loose. Seeing that there is no more continuing to move out the chingon, the waiting crowd just wanted to come forward and ask what seafood tails are available. As a result, the fellow turned his head and started moving the golden pomfret out again. 1 basket, 2 baskets, 3 baskets. This time it was more than Green Gump, with 9 baskets carried. Ah, the golden pompano. Good fish too. This will be a collection that gets 25. I think. Throwing Thunder House somewhere. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? Another 20,000. One trip on this boat is worth a year's salary for me. But before they could finish marveling, the guys hadn't stopped. The baskets of cuttlefish were immediately renewed. This time the crowd had stopped talking. Speechless. This is not a fishing trip. This is going to someone's fish pond to fish, right? Seeing that the big guy was a bit numb, Bai Pengfei was clearly not happy. This how to become. Pretend then no effect. Then this then not in vain. Here, hurry up and get the rest of it out, he yelled. The fellows huffed and puffed as they moved the last bit of their catch to the deck. Such a big white eel. This one must not be 2 or 3 pounds. His Hong Kong belt GA, so big, red grouper. Visual estimate not less than 18 pounds. Less you to slap my mouth. Once the grand finale of yellowfin tuna made its appearance, it was a complete sensation. Get going. There's yellowfin tuna out over at Peg 69. I hear it's over 200 pounds. What? 500 plus pounds of big yellowfins? What? 800 kilograms of big bluefin? Crowds of people surrounded the bow of the boat, and behind them there were still hilarious people coming in continuously. The scene was like a large stargazing scene, and those rare fish catches were the brightest stars. Chu Yang had a headache when he saw how chaotic the scene was. Bai Pengfei would be a little panicked, in case 2 of the ones who didn't stand still were squeezed out into the sea. It would be fun. Guys. No bluefin. Really no bluefin tuna. Just a bit of common catch. So everyone disperse. Well said. Sa Toisier scattered 2.5 packets. Finally persuade the people watching to disperse. Exhausted Bai Pengfei's mouth was crooked and the corners of his mouth were cramped. A few onlookers who were tricked by the 800 kilograms of big bluefins walked away muttering and swearing at the top of their lungs. Let you fool around. Choyo teased with a smiling face. Bai Pengfei rolled his eyes and didn't open his mouth. He didn't want to talk anymore for the past 3 days. Weigh in. Shu Yang didn't want to delay any longer and said. Bai Pengfei nodded, and his fellows immediately moved the fish towards the dock, and loaded them directly onto the truck after weighing them. Kai You's side is also weighing. Chu Yang asked Sun Chung Jun to keep an eye on Bai Pengfei's side, mainly to record the weight. He himself of course accompanied Miss Kai. Soon, the data from Choi You's side came out. 269 pounds of big yellowfin tuna, 19 pounds of big red grouper, 26 pounds of white eel, 208 pounds of golden pomfret, 218 pounds of green gannet, and another 150 pounds of cuttlefish. Bai Pengfei's side has a lot of fish. Chu Yang waited for a while to finish weighing, and Sun Qingjun handed him the note. 92 pounds of small yellowfin tuna, 25 pounds of white eel, 742 pounds of golden pompano, 338 pounds of green gone, and the most cuttlefish at 680 pounds. The total fish catch on both sides combined came to 767 pounds, with a few stray fish left over. It's a whopping 4,000 pounds. Give or take a few. Old son, it's more than we predicted. Zhang Hontao took his elbow to the side and stabbed Sun Qingjun, saying excitedly. Sun Qingjun is also happy to see his eyebrows. The more this fish catch, the higher their dividends. Congratulations Yang, you this out of the sea counted worth it. A big harvest wow. Bai Pengfei patted Chu Yang's shoulder and said, same happy, the more I rake in, the more you make by collecting it over there. Bai Pengfei smiled and nodded. This was not wrong. So let's talk about prices. Starting with this tuna. He was about to speak, but KO interrupted him. I've got a deal on my side. Tuna 180, red grouper 45. white eel 90, golden pomfret 26, green grouper 32, cuttlefish 18. Hearing this offer, Bai Pengfei's face darkened, the joy he had just felt vanishing. Asterisk 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 me. Why does it feel like you two are playing me? Chapter 63, Scum. Miss Kai. Sister Kai, don't mess with me. Bai Pengfei's face was bitter, wanting to cry. Don't play like this, you are the buyer. How to help the seller to raise the price together? According to the offer she had just made, there was still money to be made. It was this pure profit that came to hand that was almost as thin as the tin crushed by a stamping press. Xu Yang of course knows that this price is difficult for Bai Pengfei to accept. The long-term sale, he is not good to hit the absolute. Let's put it this way. Kaio's side of the tuna is bigger with better meat. Bai, you have this small one, I'll count you 130. Xingdan, you also have a big and small one. Counted as 30. Golden pomfret counted as 24. Cuttlefish has a large amount. Give you 17. The nanmo skewer in Bai Pengfei's hand was coiled up and his mind was frantically calculating. That's fine if you charge that price. It doesn't make much, but it's a big enough volume. And these high-end ingredients could open up a lot of clientele for him. For example, he knew that in the past 2 days there was a real estate boss in town who wanted a whole yellowfin tuna for his daughter's birthday celebration, and he asked several fish collectors but failed to buy it. Imagine if he Bai Pengfei took the fish at this time to the door. We'll get a warm reception. One after another. The next time the boss wants a good fish, the first time we'll not think of him. Okay, Ayo, you're cool. I'm cool too. Let's do it. Bai Pengfei stretched out his hand and laughed. The price reached a consensus. Xu Yang was in a good mood, full of face, and he shook his hand and shook it vigorously. In this way the parties begin to account for it. Returning to 0, 180 times 269 equals. Choyo's side, 269 pounds of yellowfin tuna for $48. 420. 19 pounds of red grouper for $855. White eel for $2. 250. 208 pounds of golden pomfret for $5. 408. 218 pounds of green grouper for $7. 630. And 150 pounds of cuttlefish for $2. 700. For a total of $67. 263. On Bai Pengfei's side, 92 pounds of yellowfin tuna for 11. 960 yuan. 25 pounds of white eel for 2. 340 yuan. 742 pounds of golden pomfret for 17. 808 yuan. 338 pounds of green gannet for 10. 140 yuan. And up to 1. 680 pounds of cuttlefish for 28. 560 yuan. For a total of 70. 808. Bilateral total 138. 000. Next to them, Zhang Hongtao and Sun Xinjun looked at each other. The smiles in their eyes couldn't be hidden. After the calculation, Bai Pengfei turned around and went back to the car, and after a while came down with a black plastic bag. Ayo. Xu Yang took over, opened the mouth of the bag and took a look. 7 piles of brand new with a seal of $100 bills. The face also lies 8 scattered. Mao grandpa. No problem. Nodding, Xu Yang put the money away. On Choi Yo's side, he likewise took a black bag containing 7 piles of money and handed it to him. Here. Xu Yang took it with a smile. Our relationship, there's no need to point it out. I can't trust you? What kind of relationship do we have? D.O.D. Kaio's agitated nose opened and closed, humming arrogantly. Big pig's hooves, just on the phone. The attitude is not like this. And now see, the money is related to it? Hey. Xu Yang smiled and didn't argue. Then Ayo, I'll leave first. There are a few customers already waiting for me at the store. I have to hurry up and market these fish. Bai Pengfei excused himself. Xu Yang waved his hand. Brother Bai, go slowly. Don't delay you from making money. When he got on the car and left, Xu Yang looked around to see that no one was paying attention. And only then did he take out a bunch of them from the plastic bag that he had just put the money in. I didn't count it, but I drew half of the pile and handed it to Caillou. What for? Bribing me with money? Caillou looked at him, unsure. How can I? If this amount of money is enough to bribe you, Miss Kai, then I'm too blind. Hearing him say this, Caillou's face then revealed a slight smile. So what do you mean? Xu Yang laughed. Nothing else, just thanking Yo-Yo for helping me sell the fish at a good price. Although the relationship between the two is a little ambiguous, but adultery. Oh no, friendship is friendship. Business is business. When it was time to show, Xu Yang would never be petty. Unexpectedly, Caillou was putting her hand back. Humph, taking money to get rid of me. too insincere. The sister did not accept it. Chu Yang did not force it, and put the money back into the bag. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, "You go back to the restaurant first. I'll contact you later and give you a surprise then." Surprise? What surprise? Choyo asked with her head held high. A surprise is a surprise. It's no fun to talk about it. Well, you go ahead. I have to settle the bill for my guy. A scumbag is a scumbag. Chu Yang belongs to the dog face, and he drives away after using it. Humph. Don't tell me or don't tell me. Nuisance. Miss Kai hatefully stomped on the top of someone's foot, then wriggled her little waist and got off the boat in a huff. Hiss. Chu Yang hooked his feet and jumped in place twice before slowing down. This girl, when to change the high heels off, or red bottom black surface, plus storm attack is it? Seeing Sun Qingjun and Zhang Hongtao secretly looking this way in the afterglow, Chu Yang dryly coughed twice. Ahem, that military uncle. Old Zhang. Go to the cab. Let's have a small meeting. Dicky, come too. With that he led the way. Sun Qingjun and Zhang Hongtao seemed to have guessed something and quickly followed. Lindsay walked in last. Chu Yang stood right by the door and closed it when the people were all together. There were no desks or anything on the ship, so the four of them sat down around the operating table. In fact, call you a meeting, there is nothing else. That is, everyone has worked hard in the past few days. I have seen in my eyes. Cannot let everyone work hard for nothing. After saying that, he took the 14 piles of Mao Grandpa that had just arrived and had not yet warmed up, and dumped them all out on the table. Swish! Several fiery gazes shot over at the same time, and even Lin ZD couldn't be spared. 138,000. A number that is not too big and not too small. Sounds like it would be just fine, but really putting that much cash on the table definitely packs a punch. You should know that with the current wage level of the city of Springs, the average urban white-collar workers, who work hard for a year may not be able to earn a fraction of this amount. Noticing the change of expression on the three people's faces, Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. What he wanted was this effect. No wonder those big companies like to take cash to send year-end awards. This incentive, then 100,000 big cakes are useful. Chu Yang didn't nag much and directly started counting the money. Inside the cockpit, the atmosphere was quiet, with only the sound of counting money left over from the checking money. Checking money, 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 checking money. Soon, Chu Yang counted out 3 piles of bills, one of which was thicker and the other 2 slightly thinner, and pushed them in front of the 3. Uncle Jun, Lao Zhang, and Z, as previously agreed. Lao Zhang and Z are both paid a base salary of 1,500 plus a 5-point commission, and this time the commission is 6,900, plus a salary of 8,400. After saying that, he turned towards Sun Chongjun. Uncle Jun, you are 2,000 basic salary, plus 300 captain's allowance, plus 8 points of commission, a total of 13,340. No change for you to count 13400. When he finished, he clapped his hands together. Order each one. See if there's any difference. So what's the count? I can't believe you? Zhang Hongtao took a stack of banknotes in his hands, and shuffled them back and forth as if brushing them, and finished with 2 deep inhalations in front of his nose. Ah yeah, cool my ass. It smells like ink even more. Count it quickly. I won't make it up if it's less later. Chu Yang laughed and scolded. Money is something that's better to be counted in person so that you don't lose a lot of it. At Chu Yang's insistence, all 3 of them each counted their money. Go and store it later if you're not doing anything. Don't cheapen the 3 hands in the market again. Chu Yang reminded again. Oh yeah, there's also the giant clam. I'm not sure how much that thing will sell for, so I'll split the bill for you guys when the time comes. Chapter 64, Innate Selling Fish Sacred Body. Forget about that stuff. We didn't contribute. At most you'll give old son a little share. What do you say, Sister Lin? Zhang Hongtao looked over at Lin Zishi. The latter nodded, clutching the banknotes in his hands, and said with a little tremor in his voice, my share is already a lot. She was feeling dizzy now, as if she were dreaming. Originally, I just wanted to get a job and make some money to support myself, but I didn't realize that this is only a trip down to the sea, but it is directly divided into small 10,000. She had mended nets for people in other towns before, and for 2 or 3 days for one net, she could earn only 30 or 50, and for that kind of work, it's not every day you get a job and have to fight a bunch of mean old ladies for it. There's no need to be polite. We signed a contract. What's yours is yours. Tridacna may be worth a bit of money, but his reputation is worth more in comparison. Sun Qingjun thought about it. Let's put it this way, Yang. We won't be polite to you this time. If we find this kind of exotic treasure again in the future, you'll give each of us a point of profit, okay? Chu Yang felt that this was a good solution and they took it with peace of mind. So he nodded. Success. But 1 point is too little. Let's have a 2-point cut for each person. Seeing that Sun Cheng-jun wanted to say something else, he stood up with his prancing butt. Well, it's decided. When the time comes to sell it for more money, just don't get red in the face. When he finished, he simply took the rest of the money and rewrapped it. Old Zhang, take me to the bank on your motorcycle. Zhang Hongtao stuffed the money into his pocket, ran back to the cabin bedroom to get the motorcycle keys, and ran back again at a fast pace. Let's go Ao. Chu Yang also asked Sun Chang-jun and Lin Zidian if they were going to go. You guys go first, I'll go later. There's still some seafood in the ice capsule, I'll take it out and set up a stall and sell it. Sun Cheng-jun said. I'll help brother Sun with the pendulum. Lindy spoke up with her hand raised. Chu Yang nodded and emphasized again. That's fine. Then you guys put the money away. Don't let strangers come into the cabin and touch things away. The pier was crowded and mixed, gathering visitors from all over the world. And of course, there were also experts from the thief sect, who would be caught if they weren't careful. The two got off the boat, on the parking lot to find Zhang Hongtao's motorcycle, riding a smoke to the agricultural bank. Seeing Chu Yang, the bank lobby manager greeted him with a smile on his face. Mr. Chu came to deposit money again? With over $200,000 lying in his account, he is considered a premium customer in today's outlets. Deposit 100,000. Chu Yang laughed as he turned the black plastic bag in his hand upside down. The manager's eyes lit up and the smile on his face got even wider. Then Mr. Chu, come this way. Let me help you with your deposit business. After saying that, he led the two of them towards the VIP room off to the side. Doesn't it say over there that you have to have a deposit of $500,000 to do business in the VIP lounge? Zhang Hongtao skimmed aside the sign and asked curiously. The bank manager replied with a smile. That's just a reference figure. And I'm sure that handsome people like Mr. Chu and also Mr. Zhang will soon meet the conditions. Right now I'm just taking you guys to get familiar with it in advance. Look at that. Look at how beautifully she said that. Or else she'd be the lobby manager of the National Bank at such a young age. Zhang Hongtao, happy eyes are squinting, quietly put the top 2 buttons of the shirt to fasten. And a little regret not wearing leather shoes too. If you can't do it, sneakers are fine. Flip-flops are a bad idea. We're a handsome man now. A bank VIP, and it's a shame to parade around in a towel. The manager first helped Chu Yang make a deposit, and then helped Zhang Hongtao deposit the money, and then began to sell credit cards to the two. This Golden Spike credit card launched by our bank this year is specially designed for our high-end users. This manager left a high-end user, write a handsome character. Almost did not fool Zhang Hongtao, crippled, confused to open the card. Chu Yang is naturally calm and calm. In his previous life he did not know how many bankers he had seen at home, and on New Year's holidays, the heads of several local branches were to pay a personal visit, not for any other reason, just for the sake of fighting Chu Dad next month to take the sack to collect the rent, can exist in their own outlets. Just leave the card for now and I'll contact you if I need you later. Chu Yang's mouth was polite, but his attitude was perfunctory. He has no resistance to credit cards, only that the limit of this Golden Spike card is only 100,000. So it is better to eat it and discard it than not to have it. After leaving the bank, Zhang Hongtao twisted the car key and the two drove back. Walking over to the boat, he saw that Sun Cheng-jun happened to be helping the customers weigh the fish, while Lin Zixian was helping to collect the money. 5 strips totaling 3 pounds and 2 tails, 68 a pound, for a total of $217.60, give or take 215. It's all tailgate. Little girl cheaper. Wipe me a zero. Just 200. The customer who bought the fish was an older woman in her 50s, with brown curly hair, looking like a teddy, and finished handing over $200. No auntie, said 68 a pound, 200 really can't buy. Lindsay didn't bother to pick up the money. You this girl will not do business. Let you wipe a zero, what's wrong? Is not just $12. These tail goods I do not buy. You do not end up stinking or throw away. Big Mom sprayed saliva yelling. You can't say that. This is a stone dog doll. Like this head is sold for 70 to 80 at other stalls. If you think it's expensive, you can go look elsewhere. Let's not hold up the uncles and aunts in the back to buy the fish. Okay. Lin ZD didn't panic. Methodically retorted. The older woman's side wanted to continue to haggle, but the customer behind her was not happy. Auntie, are you buying it or not? If not, get out of the way. $2.15 I'll take it. Help me load it up. A young mom holding a child said toward Lindsay. Seeing that someone was actually trying to grab her fish, the older woman turned pale and glared viciously at the woman. Who said I don't buy it? Have no quality don't know first come first served. Still insert my old man's cue. Is not just $215? Here, take it. Reluctantly, she pulled out another $15 and slapped it hard on Lin's hand. Bring me my fish, said Split Hand from the hands of Sun Ching Jun grabbed a pocket of fish, but also pulled several plastic bags, huffing and puffing away. The young baby mama was also infuriated, her full woolen sweater bulging. What kind of people are they? Leaning on the old, buying something grating, and saying that I don't have the quality. It's really outrageous. Lin ZD advised from the side. Sister, don't be angry. It's useless to argue with that kind of old man. It's better to pick some good fish and go back to replenish the baby's body. Hearing her say that, the precious mom then subsided a little, and the raging waves turned into fine waves. You're right. I'm too lazy to talk to people like that. Come on, sister. Help me load up these sea carp. No problem. Sea crucian carp is good. It gives milk. Surely it can feed the baby white and fat. Come Uncle June. Please help this sister weigh the fish. On the side, Zhang Hongtao was already dumbfounded. I go, this is still the Lin sister I know? Chu Yang also ate several, surprised. He never thought. Usually the most silent Lin Ziki. Set up a stall actually so slippery. Is this the legendary innate fish selling holy body? Chapter 65 Red Romantic Bath Center. In front of the fish stall, Lin was tilting his head, holding up the collected bills to the sun for closer inspection. There are a lot of fake coins these days, and if she receives a fake Mao Grandpa, it can make her jump out of her skin. Girl, how do you sell this black hair? Suddenly, someone asked. Lindy froze. Black hair? She doesn't have black hair. Excuse me, sir. Wondered if the guest had mistaken black snapper with black hair and was just about to explain. As a result, when he lowered his head, he found Chu Yang looking at himself with a smile. Ah, ship captain. Lin Zishi uttered and panted, no longer having the eloquence she had when facing the client just now. Instead, she looked like a puffing author who had been discovered by her relatives for writing H-books. The sense of embarrassment and shame made her face suddenly red as if she was on fire. It's fine. It's not fine. Chu Yang smiled and rubbed her head. He swore that he really didn't mean anything else. He just thought that the Lin ZD at this moment was quite cute and had a kind of contrast. But when he saw that fine sweat was already starting to break out on Lin Ziki's forehead, and she looked as if she would be puffing like a pressure cooker at any moment, he knew that he couldn't irritate her any further. That Uncle June, how much is left? Chu Yang decisively changed the topic. Sun Qingjun pointed to a small pile of fish catch at his feet. There is still a 50 or 60 pounds. Half an hour should be almost sold out. Chu Yang took a look. The rest of the fish are actually not bad. Are longlining and trawling to pull up the miscellaneous fish, like black snapper, spotted stone snapper, sea bass, sea carp, white gourami, turbot. The price per unit of some is even higher than the Qingdong, but the quantity is small, not good to collect. Put in the harbor fishing village kind of high-grade restaurants and not fresh enough. Can only be used to sell loose. Forget it, there's not much left. It's not for sale. Let's each take some back to try. Chu Yang, look at this, will not have any customers, and commanded the two to close the stall. Captain, here's the money from today's fish sale at the stall. A slowed down Lin took a black plastic bag and handed it to Chu Yang. The latter took it and counted it. Yo, that's a lot. It's amazing that the fish stand sold $4.5 even after an hour or so. 200 or so pounds of miscellaneous fish, averaging together in the early 20s a pound. Okay, all come and share the money. This time Chu Yang did not count so clear. Gave 3 people a person, took 500. The remaining 3,000 in the pocket. All right, call your family, get high, do whatever you need to do. Next time you go out to sea you'll still meet at the village dock. I'll contact you by phone. All disperse. After saying that, Chu Yang got off the boat by himself. Only fishermen who are used to following the boat know how great it is to be able to stand on land with their feet on the ground. Anyway, after docking and then letting Chu Yang stay on the boat, he is definitely not willing. Walking leisurely on the pier, Chu Yang made a phone call to Prof. Zhu Ming, wanting to consult the matter of giant clams, but the result was that the person did not pick up, and then called Kai Jun. Still, the other party is temporarily unavailable. Please dial again later. Strange, neither of them can get through. Did they go down to the sea together? Wanting to do the right thing without giving the opportunity, Chu Yang can only reluctantly degenerate a little first. called by Pengfei, which finally got through. Hey, Ayo, what's the matter? Is there a good fish that you forgot to take out? Now notify me to go over and pull it? As soon as he picked up the phone, Bai Pengfei yelled at the top of his lungs. That's not true. I just want to ask brother Bai, that bathing center you mentioned last time, is he decent? On the other end of the phone, there was first a silence, and after a few seconds came the sound of Bai Pengfei's laughter. Serious? Ha ha ha, promise to be serious. I'll arrange it tonight. Not open in the afternoon? Xu Yang asked. Drive. Then why wait for the night? Pengfei Bai. Okay, I'm coming over to pick you up now. Where are you? It's right by the dock, in front of the green hair salon. Meet you here. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The American car had plenty of power, and within 10 minutes, a Cadillac CT5 pulled up to the curb. Xu Yang stood up and stomped his feet, dusting the soot off his shoes before pulling open the car door and sitting his ass in the back seat. And your sister made me chauffeur you. Bai Pengfei laughed and cursed. Xu Yang smiled and said back, absolutely no such intention. How can I just sit in the main sister-in-law's seat? Take your word for it. Bai Pengfei shook his head and stepped on the gas. Soon, in front of the Red Romantic Bath Center, two men hooked up and got out of the car. Entering the lobby, Bai Pengfei familiarly greeted the receptionist, took 2 hand tags, and turned around to hand Xu Yang one. Ayo, this spring coil hangs. He just wanted to open his mouth to remind him, but before he could finish his words, he saw that Xu Yang had already hung the plastic spring ring on his wrist, and even took off his shoes by hand, replacing them with the slippers handed over by the waiter. I'm going up first to rinse off and soak down white. Exhausted. After that, he snapped up to the second floor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And a goose like staying in place for half a day. Bai Pengfei only then cried and laughed to follow. Originally he thought that Xu Yang was pretending. Just a fisherman. How many tricks can he have? And when he arrived at the field, he had to show his cowardice. I didn't expect look at this posture. But it is really a veteran in the middle. This year's college students are already playing so flowery. Bai Pengfei secretly thought in his heart. Going up to the second floor, Xu Yang first observed the environment. Surprisingly it was okay, more luxurious than he expected. In fact, it is not surprising to think about it. After all, Quanchang is a second-tier city. Coupled with the proximity of the port terminals, many ocean-going fishing vessels and international freighters will dock here. The business atmosphere is still quite active, which there is no lack of a large number of small open-end bosses with a lot of money. 10 years ago, the capital city of Heavenly Paradise has been famous all over the country. 10 years after the Chuanzhou, there are a few decoration is not inferior to the latter days of the club, is not a very normal thing. Words back to the topic. This side of Xu Yang has already taken a shower, found a 42-degree hot pool to bury his body in, head resting on the counter lying in the water. Afternoon is this point is good. Less people. Xu Yang this pool pressure no one. He is equivalent to the package. Hiss yes. The body that had been tired for 3 days was stimulated by the hot water, and the pores of the whole body were stretched out, and the cool Xu Yang grunted. Not long after Bai Pengfei kicked and dragged over. Seeing that Xu Yang had already soaked, he subconsciously had to follow him in. But suddenly, with a sweep of his eyes, he paused in his movements. What's wrong? Hurry down and soak together The temperature is okay. Xu Yang warmly greeted. Bai Pengfei quickly waved his hand. No. This water is too hot. I like to soak in warm water. After saying that, he walked towards the heated pool next to him, muttering something about donkey goods and livestock as he went. You can't stand this temperature? Brother Bai. You won't be weak. Xu Yang laughed. Bai Pengfei lay in the heated pool and raised 2 middle fingers at him from a distance. You're the vain one. After soaking for 10 minutes, the water was misty, and Xu Yang felt a little sleepy. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, Bai Pengfei had climbed out of the bath, a towel around his waist, and came up behind him and tapped him on the shoulder. Come on, Ayo. Go to the 3rd floor and press it. Brother has already arranged it for you. Chapter 66 Love Rises with the Bell. That's not so good. You're talking about a proper massage. I'm not going if it's not proper. Xu Yang narrowed his eyes and said, Pretend. Still pretending to me here. I'll go if you don't. After saying that, Bai Pengfei made a move to leave. Xu Yang opened his eyes. Well, in order to verify the truth of your words, I decided to go up there and see for myself, and in the meantime criticize the rotten life of you capitalist tales. Che. Bai Pengfei waved his hand. The cheek has to be as thick as you readers. Just wondering how you can have the good sense to talk about pleasure seeking in such a nice way. Shu Young color, white brother, this you are wrong. As the saying goes, love with the clock stops, the intention is difficult to level. I love to wash is not the feet, but is to walk the world stained with mud. Soaking is the time to flatten the edges in misfortune. I do not love massage, I just heartache her fate. Good years but burdened with the love of gambling dad, sick mom, school brother and broken home. For you and me, it may be a simple addition to the clock, but for them, it's the support they need to get on with their lives. By Pengfei, oh. From his facial expression, one could tell how much of an impact Xu Yang's classic discourse had caused to Bai Daoxiao, who had not yet experienced the baptism of various network segments in the latter days. So, the business I've been carrying out so often is so sacred? Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. He leisurely made his way to the third floor and was guided by the waiter to the door of his room. Xu Yang took a look at Bai Pengfei and saw that he was pushing open the door to the next room and heading in. Wait, you're next door to me? Oh, yeah, don't worry Ao. I know this place well. I'll be in the next room. Just call me if you need anything. Xu Yang shook his head. I just wanted to ask if you want to change it? What? For what? Bai Pengfei didn't understand and was confused. There was a 2-second pause before he snapped out of it. Change the mechanic, huh? No problem. If you come across one you don't like later, just change it. Forget it. Xu Yang shook his head without saying anything else and pushed the door into the private room. The lights were dim. Xu Yang checked that the mattress was still clean, and only then did he kick off his slippers and lay on it. Soon, the sound of high heels tapping against the full wood floors came from far to near. Da, 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 da. A technician in a pink cheongsam walked in, with 2 pills on her head, looking as festive as Neza. Sir, I'm technician number 1, Asami, and I'm glad to be of service. Xu Yang twisted his head to look over at the sound. At this time, the role of the dim room lights came to light. First, to prevent guests from embarrassment, and secondly, so dark, coupled with the technician and put on makeup, equivalent to the self-belonging beauty. 70 points of the ordinary girl can be transformed into 90 points of the goddess. That's why there are a lot of dangling hair pedicures before they think the goddess is on earth, only to find out that the goddess is in the private room after they go. Shallow's features are the kind of clean-cut type, and her height is not too long. Stepping on high heels is estimated to be able to have 165. The typical southern small potatoes. Come in. Xu Yang nodded. With permission. Asami then went inside the room before setting down her toolbox and turning to close the door tightly. Boss, let me press your feet first. But don't call me boss. The title of boss, which was fashionable for the moment, really sounded too earthy to Xu Yang. What's that called? Asahi's hand had grabbed Xu Yang's footplate and gently kneaded it. Just call me pretty boy. Xu Yang said with a wicked smile on his face. Would that be rude? Shallow shyly smiled and said, her hand moving upwards, starting to massage her calf. Shuyo narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. No, kidding. Pretty boy is the highest title for a man in the latter part of the world. A man is a teenager until he dies. Which man does not want to be a lifelong pretty boy? Xu Yang comfortably enjoyed the massage, and after a while, he heard Shallow say, pretty boy. Legs pressed, back pressed. Next, who? Xu Yang cooperated and changed positions, lying on his back on the slightly narrower bed. Boss, I'll start. To be visible in front of people, you must have essential oils to open your back. 2.5 hours later, Bai Pengfei was bored on the bed, smoking a cigarette, while technician number 8 was beside him, gently squeezing his shoulders. Mr. White, still adding bells. Your friend doesn't seem to be finished. Bai Pengfei depressedly spat out a smoke ring and cursed damn livestock in his heart. Plus, give me 2 more bells. I don't believe it. It was only at 6:30 in the evening that Xu Yang walked out of the private room with his body all over the place. The door to the next room was open, and Bai Pengfei was not in it. Xu Yang pulled the waiter next to him and asked, only to realize that Mr. Bai had gone downstairs an hour ago. I think it's gone for dinner. Xu Yang touched his stomach, which made him feel that he was also hungry, so he went downstairs. In the cafeteria on the first floor, Xu Yang found Bai Pengfei, who was leaning on a chaise longue drinking tea and smoking. White so soon? Full of food and drink? Xu Yang flirted. Bai Pengfei did not want to speak. He will finally want to understand. Xu Yang just said change a what is the meaning of the feelings is to let yourself change a room that does not rely on the next door. Roll roll roll. Xu Yang hemmed and hawed, ran to the side to get a dinner plate, shoveled a plate full of seafood, and then asked for a bowl of freshly boiled noodles with scallion oil. The physical exertion is so great that you have to eat a ton to replenish properly. Eat and drink enough, but also dunked a bottle of beer. Chu Yang, which walked back to the side of Bai Pengfei, looking for a next-door chaise longue to sit down. I ended up feeling my pockets and realized I didn't have my cigarettes. White. Have a cigarette. Bai Pengfei rolled his eyes and threw over the packet of soft huazi. Chu Yang also did not polite. Lit one and then stuffed the rest into the pocket of his yukata, taking the lighter in the process. Ugh, you dang it, give me back my lighter. Bai Pengfei reached over to grab. Smoking my cigarettes can be, but go along with my lighter never. Nay. Chu Yang was prepared, dodging left and right, just did not let him succeed. Angry Bai Dashao straight scolded him, pouncing. After a quick smoke, Chu Yang looked at the time on his cell phone. It was past 7 o'clock. Hurrying to climb up, he raised an eyebrow at Bai Pengfei. Selenwood, what's it going to be again? Let me borrow your car. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look at how nasty you're smiling. You're not going to look for Miss Kai, are you? Bai Pengfei took out his keys in displeasure. Chu Yang gave a you guessed it look and took the key and waved it away. Bah! Scum! Bai Pengfei secretly spat. When I got to the lobby to hand in my hand tag to check out, I was unsurprisingly told that I had already checked out. Chu Yang was a bit curious about the current AC prices, so he asked how much money was spent in total. Sir, you spent a total of $12.86, of which the bath package charges $88. The full body massage costs $598, and another 4 bells are added for a total of 600 yuan. Read the last column of charges. Wearing OL uniforms of the beautiful front desk cashier eyes suddenly stared all round. This customer looks slightly thin. Is he that strong? Not knowing what came to her mind, she quietly took her afterglow to glance over Chu Yang's body, and a blush quietly rose on her face. Chapter 67. Who's thinking about my cabbage? A red Cadillac CT5 pulls up slowly in front of the Harbor Fishing Village restaurant. Do. Chu Yang pressed the horn twice in the car, then waited for a few seconds before a beautiful figure walked out of the store. After getting a good look at the man sitting in the driver's seat, she pulled open the passenger door and got in. Looking for me for what? Once in the car, Kaio clasped his hands to his chest, gazed straight ahead, and asked in a cold voice. Chu Yang did not rush to start the car, but tilted his head to gaze at her, looking like the anger from noon had not subsided. Think about it, people Kai girl, what people Dock a flower. Usually our stinky men rushed forward to get together, but today was Chu Yang to drive off the boat, which makes her embarrassed. Kai girl, this performance, if replaced by ordinary boys, certainly licked up. Low voice, bitter begging. As long as the goddess is not angry, let him do anything. But Chu Yang hua. He is the deep city's first deep love that has been bombarded by the latter days of the internet explosion era, and knows that you can't reason with girls. When girls are angry, persuasion is useless. Any reasoning in their ears will be automatically filtered. The best way is to just change the track. Yo, changed your clothes, specially for me? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Who changed it specifically for you? Narcissist. Kaio still had a taut face, but his voice wasn't as cold anymore. Chu Yang didn't care. Continued smilingly. You wear this yellow cherry floral dress is very pretty. Better than the black chiffon one at noon. Really? Kaio's face thawed slightly. So this big pig's hoof is still concerned about what skirt I wear. Well, this color shows off your white legs, so let me check if you're wearing stockings, he said, leaning his upper body to the right and making a gesture to get up and check. Nasty. No touching allowed. Rascal. Kaio completely broke the defense. Both hands forcefully grabbed Chu Yang's hand and pushed it back, laughing and cursing with a delicate voice, while also taking her eyes to glance out of the car window. This people come and go, but also in front of their own restaurant. If let acquaintances see, long 10 mouths cannot say. Chu Yang tried very hard to play the role of a doctor, and fought to use his hand to pinch twice on Miss Kai's bare and white legs before pretending to be undefeated and withdrawing his hand. Fragrant. He even put his finger to his nose and sniffed it in front of Kaio with a bad smile on his face. You're not allowed to smell it either. With a red face, Kaio peeled over and grabbed his hand, also gently pinching his nose. By this point, a crisis had been successfully passed. Of course, Chu Yang's method only applies to the kind of ambiguous objects that have mutual good feelings. If the human girl is not interesting to you, you dare to molest plus move your hands and feet. It is not permitted to receive a big ear scrape plus a pair of silver bracelets. Help! I'm going to suffocate if I don't let go. Chu Yang drummed his mouth and in his voice. Suffocate, you deserve it. Choi Yo returned, but let go of his hand, drawing a piece of paper to wipe his fingers in the process. It's all oil. She shook her hand in disgust. Nonsense. Don't accuse people. I've just taken a bath. I'm clean. Shu Yang retorted. A bath? Where did you take a bath? Kaio seemed to suddenly notice something and stared at him as he asked. Ahem. Chu Yang almost didn't want to slap himself. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Where else? A hotel. He smiled back without changing his face. Then without waiting for Kaio to continue asking which hotel it was, he took the initiative to pick up the conversation. Aren't you curious as to what surprise I've brought back for you? As expected, Kaio's attention was diverted for a moment. Can we talk now? Chu Yang smiled slightly. Of course. Look at this. He reached out and tugged, and a red cloth covering the back seat was lifted. Underneath the red cloth was a large shell with a gray linen surface and a white inner ring. At this time, under the illumination of the car's lighting, the surface of this shell also showed a round of light moon white halo. Wow! What a beautiful shell. It's been said that women are gargoyles and have no resistance to all that shiny stuff. Shu Yang felt a bit reasonable. At this time Kaio is not by this will be glowing big shell to completely conquer it. Did you pick this up when you went out to sea? Kaio pursued. Shu Yang then recounted to her how he found that strange reef island that day, and how he took a boat to find the entrance and entered the island to find this big shell. Of course, during the inevitable add some oil and vinegar, to exaggerate their own credit. I think Sun Qingjun will not mind. It's so amazing. It feels just like the peach blossom journey. I wish I was on the boat so I could have gone with you to find the treasure. With longing little eyes, Kaio looked at Chu Yang and said, there will be a chance, when I get a bigger ship, to take you out with me. Kaio nodded his head vigorously, as if a romantic scene of the two of them piloting a large ship and riding the waves of the infinite sea had already appeared in his mind. But only if you save up enough money to buy a big ship first. Chu Yang guided. So you're going to sell this shell? Kaio immediately understood what he meant, and asked with a slight frown on her eyebrow. Chu Yang nodded. I have understood. This thing should be called giant clam, and pearl coral amber is almost the same. Belongs to the gemstone. It should be quite valuable. Can you help me to find someone to look at? And by the way, see if there is anyone who is willing to buy. Okay, no problem. Though a bit reluctant, Kaio still agreed to it. She already had it in her mind that, big deal, she'd just let the old man at home buy it. He likes to collect those rare antiques anyway, and he doesn't even know how much money he's been screwed out of. Instead of being screwed over by outsiders, it's better to go cheap on your own. At this time, inside a villa in Quancheng, a middle-aged man with a general's belly suddenly sneezed several times in succession. Achoo achoo ah. Sneeze. He sniffled. Who's thinking of me again? Across from him, Uncle Zhang in a polo shirt laughed and teased. I can't guarantee there's someone who's thinking about your daughter. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Which one dares? Not give him legs to break. The man slammed the table, shaking the gold braids on the tea tray and jumping up. Exasperated, Uncle Zhang smiled without saying anything and sipped his own tea. After a while, the man saw that Uncle Zhang still looked like he was watching a good show, so he said with a suspicious face, Old Chang, are you serious? Don't ask me if it's true or not. My great-niece will know that I'm talking too much, so I won't be able to get rid of my beard. Uncle Zhang just mentioned it and closed his mouth, saying nothing more. The middle-aged man put down the tea in his hand and was in no mood to drink any more tea. No, I have to call and ask. So a few seconds later, by the side of Riverside Drive, inside the tree-covered Cadillac sedan, the two slimy figures were startled apart by the ringing of a phone that suddenly struck them. Chapter 68, Leaky Cotton Coat. Dad, why are you calling me all of a sudden? In the back seat of the Cadillac, Kaio tugged his collar flat, blared at someone who was still acting up and asked into the phone. It's fine. I'm having tea with your Uncle Zhang and the conversation mentioned you, so I wanted to give you a call. The man snorted and laughed, followed immediately by a turn of phrase. Yo, what are you doing? What took you so long to answer the phone? Nothing. I'm talking business with someone at the pier. Well, that's it. Hang up first. Something to talk about when I get back tonight, ha. With that, he pressed the hang-up button. Dodo. Listening to a busy tone within the phone, the man looked at the screen that was slowly going off and suddenly felt like something was leaving him. Darn, on the phone. What if my dad finds out? After hanging up the phone, Kaio vigorously pounded Chu Yang's chest. So what? Didn't you say you were talking business? Isn't it normal to have someone next to you? That won't work either. In case he presses. Kaio beamed her pink lips and grunted. She'd even put on lip gloss before coming out today. Shiny as if she'd put on a layer of honey. Curious as to what the flavor was, Chu Yang came forward and tasted it. Geez, you're not allowed to kiss me. I'll have to touch up my makeup if it gets smudged. Choyo fought back, but of course with little success, and soon closed his eyes and quieted down. The only sound left in the car was slurping and intertwining. Suddenly, another ringing phone woke the two men up. Caillou opened her eyes with a swish and broke free from someone's embrace, shaking her somewhat dizzy head and gasping for air. Pick up the phone. I'm getting out of the car and walking. It's boring, he said hurriedly, pushing the door open and stepping out of the car with his legs together. If they stayed in the car any longer, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to help herself. On the other hand, Chu Yang fished out his cell phone from the crack of the car seat, and the caller ID showed that it was Professor Zhu Ming calling. Get on the phone. Hello, Professor Chu. This is Chu Yang. Ah yes. I was the one who called you several times during the day, just to ask if you were free and to consult you about giant clams. There's time for that. Wachovia University's main marine college, right? Okay, I'll be right over. Hanging up the phone, Chu Yang poked his head out and shouted at Caillou, who was blowing the wind outside. Get in the car. What for? Miss Kai asked warily. Too late to explain. Later while driving. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Chenghua Avenue in Fingza District, Quancheng, and drove through the classic semicircular, large arched gates of Overseas Chinese University, OCU. As you drive along the campus, a variety of buildings with a southern style stand on both sides, probably due to the nature of the school is somewhat special. Overseas Chinese University of students and faculty groups are generally richer. This point from the campus parking space parked a large number of imported cars can be seen, but also from the roadside students' clothing on the end of the discovery of clues. Adi Nike is not uncommon. Once inside, under the direction of Caillou, I made 7 turns along the road and found the Ocean Academy without any trouble. How come you're so familiar with it and come here so often? Chu Yang asked curiously. Caillou smiled crookedly. Guess? Guess if I'm guessing. Bugger. Well, let me tell you. I went to college here and studied marine biology. I've been here for 4 years. I'm familiar with it. Chu Yang came to a realization. No wonder you know Professor Chu. The car eventually stopped in front of the Ocean Academy's experimental building, and Kai Jun stood in the doorway waving at them. Chu Yang got out of the car, holding the millstone-sized giant clam, and followed him upstairs. Entering a room filled with experimental instruments and test benches, he finally met Zhu Ming. At this moment, Zhu Ming was wearing a long white coat and was standing in front of a microscope, seemingly conducting some kind of experiment. The professor is working on a small marine aquaculture underwater robotics project based on bionic manta rays and is now profiling various data on the manta's body structure. Kai Jun explained softly from the side. Chu Yang listened attentively, nodding from time to time. Although he listened, not understood. But the momentum aspect must not be lost. After what could have been about 7 or 8 minutes, Zhu Ming finally put down the microscope and began to record something in his book, writing down 2 rows of data and closing his book. He then noticed that at some point there were 2 more people in the lab. Ha, Xiao Chu. Yo, you guys are here? Sorry, I didn't notice. It's okay, Professor. I'm the one who interrupted. After greeting, Zhu Ming's gaze fell on the large shell that was placed on the tabletop behind Chu Yang. Yo, a giant clam with such a well-preserved character. That's not often seen. He approached and scrutinized the big guy inch by inch along the length of it. Professor, is this really a giant clam? But it doesn't look like a gemstone either. Choyo asked with a smile. It is indeed a giant clam, but it's still a far cry from that gem you mentioned. So it's only this piece of ass that counts, Zhu Ming said, pointing to the end of the shell, a moon-white part about the size of a ping-pong paddle. The so-called giant clam in your mouth is actually the shell of this bivalve mollusk, formed under the action of the undersea environment as a fossilized jade, which is cut and carved and polished. A professor is a professor. In a few words Chu Yang understood. Giant clams are like raw jadeite. The jadeized part inside is the gemstone. The other parts are just ordinary shells. Looking at it this way, this giant clam doesn't seem to be much. Chu Yang estimated that it would be good to produce 3 pounds of gems. Xiao Chu, you're planning to sell this thing, right? Zhu Ming asked again. Chu Yang nodded, although he also wants to collect himself. But this will be in hand is really not generous. Big boat, new car, house, which does not cost money, can only be said later. Then you have to be careful. This thing's alive. Right. It's a level 1 nationally protected marine life. Ordinary people probably wouldn't dare to accept it. Zhu Ming reminded. Chu Yang's heart thumped. Could it be that he was going to work for nothing? Although the live giant clam shell is a protected animal, But who knows if you are not live to take down. In case of people reported, things confiscated not to mention, may also have to go into squat for 2 years. If this were Chu Young himself, he wouldn't dare to just accept it. Then what should we do? Professor, you help think of a solution. Kaio grabbed Zhu Ming's sleeve and shook it from side to side. Big deal. I'll steal 2 packs of old Kai's excellent bird's tongue for you next time. Zhu Ming laughed and shook his head. You. Lao Kai regarded those good teas of his as precious. If he knew that his daughter was willing to steal his excellent bird's tongue as a reward in order to let herself help another man, he would probably have to be angry with 3 corpses jumping. Well, if you say so, how can I not help? Anyway, the one who is leaking is the other little cotton-padded jacket, and Zhu Ming is happy to watch the fun. I'll help you issue a certificate in the name of the Oceanographic Institute. Just write that this giant clamshell is a fossilized shell that was collected based on scientific research purposes, so there won't be any problem. Chu Yang hurriedly stepped forward and held Zhu Ming's hand. Thank you so much. Then, Professor. Chapter 69, The Distressed Old Kai. When going back, Chu Yang is empty-handed. Giant clam shells stayed in the laboratory. Open the certificate is not simply a piece of paper to type a few lines on the line, but also to take pictures to do the file, and then go to the school seal, equivalent to this thing on a household register. The procedures are still relatively cumbersome. For ordinary people, Zhu Ming was afraid that he would not really be willing to give him a favor. Yo, do you know Prof. Chu well? Getting into the car, Chu Yang asked. I knew him when I was a child. He and my father are friends, often drink tea together, and more previous generations of elders seem to come back together from the South Seas, and then go to school as also he suggested that I enroll in the Overseas Chinese University of Oceanography Department. So it's a family friend. That's no wonder. But it looks like Choi Yo's family isn't as simple as he thought. Does your family have any other business besides the tavern? Chu Yang was really a bit curious. When Kaio heard him ask this, his face immediately showed some nervousness. There's no other business. Oh, Chu Yang responded and didn't say anything else. Kaio breathed a light sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Chu Yang would continue to pursue the matter. At that time, how should she express her family's dozen or so restaurants so that she wouldn't make Chu Yang feel too much pressure? It's so tangled. After coming out from Huaqiao University, Chu Yang took Kaio to visit Xinhuadu Plaza again. Compared to Shishi's Dehui Plaza, Xinhuadu was more old and slightly smaller in size, with a business area of only 18,000 square meters. However, the location is good. Located in Fengzi District, the busiest Fengzi Street and Tiannan Road intersection. The parking lot is also large, plus open for a long time. All kinds of famous brand in. So the popularity of the opposite is more sufficient. Chu Yang came when it was night. Many old men and women after dinner are willing to bring their grandchildren to stroll. So once into the mall saw a crowded, bustling scene, so he immediately remembered his last life to accompany Mr. Bao's petite wife to stroll the scene of Wanda. What's wrong with you? Seeing Chu Yang in a daze, Kaio gently pushed him. Oh, nothing. Chu Yang smiled slightly. Aren't you tired? Why don't we go back? No. It's just that I seem to see a familiar face. I should be mistaken. Let's go. After saying that, Chu Yang pulled Kaio towards the women's clothing area. In 2007, the domestic awareness of luxury goods is still not popular. The most popular women's clothing area in the mall is still Taping Bird, Qian Baihui, La Chapelle. These cost-effective domestic brands. Of course, high is also relative. For example, Kaio try this red one-piece dress at this time. The price of $599, 98% off, calculated to be worth the average white-collar worker's 10 days of wages. It's beautiful, and it shows off your figure on you. Chu Yang's eyes traced over the V-neckline and smiled as he gave her a thumbs up. You don't have to worry about the baby being hungry in the future. Really? Then hold it for me while I look at something else. They say a woman is a train. Shop and eat. Shop and eat. Chu Yang felt that it was exactly right. After trying one thing after another, Chu Yang is also difficult to maintain the passion at the beginning of the mouth praise gradually perfunctory. Aha, very good. Nice. It's pretty. Not trying. Choi Yo crosses her arms. Impatient men. Angry. I'll get the check then. Chu Yang was relieved and hurriedly stood up and strutted towards the cash register. If he had to choose between accompanying Kaio for a day of shopping and going out to the sea for a day of netting, he chose to let Kaio go out to the sea for a day of netting. Ha ha ha, just kidding. In short, shopping is an activity that really can't be too frequent. In the future, coming with her once a month will be enough. Can't let her make a habit of it. That would be very scary. Good day, sir. A total of $1.958 was spent. The clothes weren't cheap, but compared to Tsayo's family conditions, they were already very plain. Chu Yang decisively paid, and then carried his bag and left. Kaya walked in front and Chu Yang followed behind. As she passed the jewelry section, she paused in her steps, her eyes drawn to an antler necklace inside a glass display case. Go! Just within 2 seconds of her stopping, Chu Yang had stepped forward to urge her on. Kaio stomped his foot and could only follow quickly. Big piggy. When he got to the parking lot and found his car, stuffing his things into the back seat, Chu Yang suddenly spoke up. Yo, wait, I'm going back to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Oh, I'll meet you in the car then. Hurry up. Nodding, he turned and walked back. After almost 10 minutes, Chu Yang re-entered the parking lot and drove away. He sent Kaio still to the entrance of the last upscale neighborhood and stopped 100 meters away from the security booth. Bye. Be careful on the drive back. Drive slowly and remember to message me when you get there. Kaio admonished. Finished carrying a few shopping bags and was about to get off the bus, but Chu Yang called out to him. Wait. Kaio turned back and looked at Chu Yang with a puzzled look, only to see the latter's hand turn over a red jewelry box as if by magic. This is. Chu Yang smiled, opened the box, and on the black velvet padded cloth, the platinum antler necklace shone silver in the headlights. The big piggy gave it to you. Do you like it? He asked in a teasing tone. Nasty. You're nasty. Kaio pouted and voluntarily zipped into the man's arms, twisting violently from side to side before tilting her head back with her back turned. Chu Yang naturally understood in seconds and took out the necklace and wore it on the swan neck of her complexion as white as snow. Probably the skin was so smooth that the hand accidentally slipped in during that time. Boing. It took half an hour for Kaio to walk to his flat. The door opens to the room and the lights are surprisingly on. A middle-aged man sat on the sofa, looking at Kaio with some melancholy on his face. Dad, what are you doing here? Kaio's heart poofed, but her face remained calm, and didn't say anything in advance. I thought there were thieves. The man didn't reply, instead staring at the shopping bag in her hand, and the brand new antler necklace around her neck. You're talking to a client this late? Aang. What kind of client? And giving you clothes and jewelry? These are the ones I bought by myself after I talked to a client and went shopping by the way. Don't believe me? Asked Xiaoying. I went with her. Kaio crossed her waist and righteously replied back. Oh. The man patted his thighs and stood up. Now that you're back, I'll be on my way. Seeing this, Kaio hurriedly nodded. Okay, you go back. Good night, bye. The man walked to the door and turned back to speak before he left. Next time, introduce your client today to me to get acquainted, and Dad will help you keep an eye on him. After saying that, he gave her a meaningful look and walked out with mixed emotions. Closing the door, Ko hummed and walked into the restroom in a wonderful mood. She was going to enjoy the new gift she had received, but once he looked in the mirror, Kaio was dumbfounded. The snow-white neck was dotted with red plum-like branding. Ah! Chu Yang! Ah choo 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 choo! Sneezing furiously for 3 times, Chu Yang secretly said, could it be that the system is also thinking about me? He had just taken the time to open today's treasure chest, and when it turned out to be a black iron treasure chest again, he cursed unity in his heart. But at least it's a treasure chest painted on the beach, so I'll go back tomorrow and see what I can open. Chapter 70, My Brother Dares to Eat. Early the next morning, Chu Yang caught the ferry back to the island and returned to the village. Just after walking to the entrance of the village, he saw that there were little kids playing paper bag, beside which there was a circle of spectators, and Chu Shi and little Kelp were surprisingly among them. As they got closer, they realized that both players turned out to be Sun Xian and He Yuanhang. At this time, the two stood on each side. The scene atmosphere is serious, as if in the ancient Roman Colosseum. Sun Xiong, you lost all the paper bags. This is the last one. Lose another one. The grass slope at the head of the village, and the swing set will all belong to me. Without my consent you are not allowed to play. He Yuanhang held a large handful of paper bags in his hand, smugly said. Yeah, no skating the grassy slopes unless you trade for KFC. A short winterized little follower followed suit and hollered. And the swings? No playing either. Another skinny monkey follower added. On the other side of the final round, Sun Xian looked serious, squeezing the only paper packet in his hand, his fingers a little white. Although his heart was nervous, his mouth remained strong. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not going to lose. I can win it all back in one paper bag. Cheer up, brother Xiang. Chushi clasped her hands into a small trumpet and rested it on the side of her mouth to loudly cheer for Sun Xiang. Go for it. The little kelpie cowering in the back shouted weakly as well. Ha ha ha, you guys are going to lose. Wait to cry your nose. Let's see how I'm going to clean you up. Don't think you're the only one with a brother. Seeing that Chushi was still cheering for Sun Xiang from the sidelines, Yuanhan's fat face mocked with disdain. Humph, my brother is just awesome. Beat you to death. You bad guy. Chushi crossed her waist and responded strongly. My brother is the one who is powerful. My brother is back. I'm not afraid of you. Sun Xian was not willing to show weakness. Chushi Chao shouted. My brother is awesome. My brother is a college student and dares to go out of town alone. Sun Xian continued to follow. My brother also goes to school in the city. Feeling a bit uninspired after saying that, he added. My brother still dares to eat. Does your brother dare? My brother too. This time it was Chu Yang's turn to be anxious. Seeing Chushi's unhesitating appearance, he hurriedly separated the crowd and squeezed in, covering her mouth with one hand. Ah! Chushi didn't finish a sentence, was blocked in his mouth and grunted anxiously. But Chu Yang must not let this silly sister continue to tarnish his reputation in the village. He turned his head with a tiger face and glared at Yuanhang. The little brat is bullying here again. His skin is itching again, isn't it? He said as he made a move to raise his foot to kick. Yuanhang just mouth shouting hard, but really face to face Big Devil King. Falls faster than anyone. Scared tilted his head back and fell on the ground. The hand of the paper bag also scattered all over the place. Whoa! The pain in his ass, combined with the fear passive attached to the Demon King, actually made him cry outright. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Chu Yang nodded his head and withdrew his half-raised foot. Asterisk 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 off. All disperse. The two little followers were relieved, dragging the little tank with them as they ran out of sight. Only then did Chu Yang let go of Chu Shi. Argo, why are you afraid to eat? The little girl was still a little angry, feeling that she had weakened in her call to arms earlier. Chu Yang, kisses, it's a real sister. Only after secretly reminding himself twice in his heart did Chu Yang suppress the thought of inviting Chu Shi to eat fried pork with bamboo shoots. Come on, follow me home. Oh, then I'll go talk to my aunt. During the 2 days that Chu Yang was out at sea, Chu Shi was put in his care at Sun Chongjun's house, and was taken care of by Aunt Sun. Then I'll go with you. After saying that, the two siblings, along with Sun Xiang and Kelp, walked together towards Sun Chongjun's house. Sun Xian led the way ahead, but his afterglow kept drifting backward. Chu Yang knew his thoughts by heart. Don't look. I'm back early today. Kentucky is still open. Next time I'll take you to the city to eat. Seriously, big brother, have I ever spoken out of turn? After receiving an affirmative answer, Sun Xian was so excited that he walked with the wind. When he walked to the door of his house, he even kicked open the door and shouted, Ma, father, come out quickly, my big brother is here. Soon, Auntie Sun, who heard the commotion, came out from the inner room. First, he glared at Sun Xian with a stern face, before greeting Chu Yang with a smile on his face. Ao is back. Come in and sit down. No, Auntie, I'm just here to pick up Chu Shi from her home. And by the way, I want to tell you if Uncle June is back yet. Chu Yang asked casually. Back. Arrived home yesterday afternoon, and brought me $12,000, saying it was from your paycheck. When she said the latter part of the sentence, Aunt Sun purposely lowered her voice. Thank you, Ao. Thank you for what? That's what Uncle June deserves. It's also my first time to go out to sea. Thanks to him, an old fisherman, leading the way to be so smooth. Chu Yang smiled and waved his hand, not taking credit. Nor did they point out the error in the figures. After all, men helping men. It's perfectly understandable that a married man would want to save some of his personal money. Words cannot be said so. He is not the first time to follow the boat, before which time can share so much money. But also you are generous. Take care of your uncle, Aunt Sun said. Chu Yang smiled, did not dwell on this issue. To say more would appear to be making a fool of himself. My military uncle isn't home? He changed the subject. He went to the tide beach early in the morning to catch the sea, and the tide is small today. Aunt Sun said. Wow, I'll go find him then. I just swiped a black iron treasure chest over at Tide Beach yesterday, so I can open it on the way. Big brother, are you going to catch the sea? I'll go too. As soon as Sun Xian heard that Chu Yang was rushing to the sea, he hurriedly pulled out the paper packets from his pocket, and there were 2 stacks of them. These were the trophies that Chu Yang had scavenged from the battlefield after he had driven away the small tanks. Dropping the paper packet in a stream on the stone table in the yard, Sun Xian rushed back to the house and quickly grabbed his glove netting and sand shovel. But when he re-entered the yard, he found it empty. Ugh, where is my big brother? Why don't you wait for me? said he was about to go out and chase Chu Yang. But just at this time, Aunt Sun stopped him with a hand and said with a sullen face, "Wait. First tell me what's going on with these paper packages." With that, she took an unwrapped paper package and handed it to Sun Zion. Seeing the words "bright moonlight" before the bed, suspected to be frost on the ground printed on it, Sun Zion couldn't help but feel his scalp tighten and his back start to chill. He accelerated with an arrow and was about to bolt. But the sun is like his mother. How can Sun Monkey get out of the palm of Buddha's hand? Only to see Auntie Sun pick him up by the back of the neck, and a chicken feather duster appeared in her other hand at some point. "I said your book of 300 Tang poems how good will be lost. If not, you Chu Yang big brother reminded. Have not realized that the original was used by you to fold the paper package." And so it was. The thread in the hands of a loving mother is split in the body of a wandering son. 12 swords in a second. Sword out of the storm. Ah, big brother, you are too bad. Don't take me or don't take me. Why did you betray me? 200 meters away. Chu Yang heard the cries of pain behind him accompanied by the sound of bamboo shoots frying meat, and his heart was unusually clear. Bastard. Almost made me lose my reputation. I can't afford to clean up my sister, but I can't afford to clean up you. Chapter 71 Your Consort's Tongue. After suing for spitefulness, Chu Yang led Chu Shi and Kelp, and quickly arrived at the North Shore Tide Beach. Today, because of the high tide, the Tide Beach is quite crowded. It is estimated that 1/3 of the villagers are on the beach to pick up fish and fish shells. Chu Yang took a look at the treasure chest refresh point and realized that it was actually in the middle of the Tide Beach, so he made up his mind to open it later so that he wouldn't cheapen it for others. "Brother, Uncle June is over there." Chu Shi saw Sun Chong Jun and pointed the direction to Chu Yang. "Come on, let's go over there and take a look and see what we've picked up." When the three of them approached, Sun Chang Jun also discovered them, straightened up and greeted Chu Yang with a smile. "Back in the morning? Aang, I went to your house to pick up Little Creek, and when I heard Auntie say you were catching the sea over here, I came over to see what's good." Chu Yang dispersed a cigarette, then looked toward the plastic bucket that Sun Ching Jun had brought, and found that it was already filled with a small half bucket of mussels. The so-called mussels are emerald mussels. This mussel shell is wedge-shaped. The shell is greenish-brown, smooth surface, slightly heated will open the mouth open mouth. Eating is very convenient. So the name of the mussels, there are some places called the sea rainbow, tamarind. Although the name sounds very rich, but this kind of shellfish is widely distributed. Coupled with the meat is relatively hard. Fishy taste is heavy, poorly handled tastes like tires. So the price is actually not high. And now the village wharfs seafood vendors to collect, but also about 1 yuan 5. Sun Xingjun worked all morning to pick up this bucket, probably worth $40. In the old days, this income would have been barely manageable. But after going out to sea with Chu Yang for the first time, his appetite had been spoiled. "We can't get any good stuff on this beach, just a little mussel, and we can't afford to go out to sea even once a year by picking this stuff up." Sun Xingjun sighed as he smoked a cigarette. Saying that, he suddenly remembered something, took his elbow and bumped Chu Yang, and asked with a suppressed voice, "Ayo, you said you just went to my house. Your aunt didn't ask you how much money you paid me for our trip to the sea, did she?" Chu Yang gave him a reassuring look. "Don't worry, Uncle June, I can betray you." Sun Xingjun breathed a sigh of relief and then felt a little embarrassed. After all, the whole stashing of personal money thing seems as if it should be the kind of thing that only a wifey would do. Yang, you don't misunderstand. Your aunt is actually quite good. I want to use money to give her a word can also give. It's just that some small amount of money is too troublesome to ask my aunt to open up every time, right?" Chu Yang interjected. Right. It's still you. Ayo, who can understand me?" Sun Xingjun patted his shoulder and said pleasantly. Chu Yang came. Sun Xingjun is not willing to go through the trouble of picking up these worthless mussels. The two found a stone, sat down and chatted and smoked. On the contrary, Chu Shi and Kelp with a shovel raking and digging on the tidal flats, occasionally picking up a mussel clam or something. It is a smile of thieves happy. After an hour, the tide slowly came up. The beach was also searched for almost all the fish catch. Fishermen see nothing to pick up, have to go ashore. There are also fishermen who know Sun Xingjun well and greet him as they pass by. Jun, go to the pier together to sell goods? No. Boss Ji's boat is at the pier today. No, a little mussel. I don't feel like squeezing, so you guys go ahead and I'll sit down and go over there. Sun Xingjun smiled and politely refused. Of course he was going to stay and accompany Chu Yang. That's fine. A few dark, lean fishermen each carried their own plastic buckets and nets and sacks and headed for shore. waiting to walk farther away. A fisherman with a shaved head opened his mouth and said, "Didn't Dajuan say some time ago that he wanted to buy land in the town to build a new house and was short of money? So he asked us to help him keep an eye on whether there were any skippers recruiting people." "Yeah, I think it's strange too. He's just picking up some mussels and resting there today. In the past he was the most active." Another fisherman wearing a cool hat said, "Didn't he go to sea 2 days ago?" "You say, would he?" the flat-headed fisherman asked as the matter suddenly occurred to him. Ryuga fisherman shook his head. "Not sure." After a moment's pause, he continued, "Why don't I have my family's mouth go to his wife at night to find out what's going on?" The flat-headed fisherman nodded. "Success, Eru. Then it will be hard on your younger siblings." The cool-hatted fisherman waved his hand. "Hey, brother Dabiao. A few words from them old ladies. That's no hard work." On the other side, Chu Yang saw that the fisherman had pretty much left, and only then did he get up unhurriedly. "Uncle June, I'm going to call Creek home." When he finished, he walked toward the middle of the tidal flats, passed by the refresh point unnoticed and opened the treasure chest. Black iron treasure chest has been opened. Reward, randomly refreshed marine economic creatures. Capture limit, 45 minutes. In the next second, a 200-meter long band of light, centered on Chu Yang, extended to the left and right and reflected on the tide beach. The refresh area isn't too big, so it should be pretty easy to find, he thought. As it turned out, Chu Yang's guess was exactly right, for it was only a couple of steps before he realized something was pinching his foot. Chu Yang bent down and fished, and in the next second a 7 or 8 centimeters long and 3 or 4 centimeters wide shell came out of his hand. This large shell surface is yellowish-brown. The shape is nearly triangular, smooth to the touch, and covered with radial growth lines. And when you look closely at the end of its tail also shows a light purple color. The value is quite high. Generally speaking, things with a high face value are not worth much more. Chu Yang waved at Sun Chongjun. "Uncle June, look what I picked up." Sun Chongjun sniffed and walked over. When he got a good look at the shell in his hand, he exclaimed, "Holy, Shitsu tongue, sea mussels, Shitsu tongue, toffee tongue. What is Shishir tongue? Why haven't I heard of it?" Chu Yang asked like a curious baby. Sun Chongjun explained, "Shishir tongue is sea mussels. Zhanggang sea mussels know it." "Said this thing," he said. Chu Yang will understand. Zhanggang sea mussels he heard in his previous life, is the next door to Fuzhou's specialty, very famous, and later also applied to the National Geographical Indications Protection products, but also the General Assembly Hall of the State Banquet Meal. That's expensive, isn't it? Of course, the Zhanggang side of the production of the princess tongue. The small ones are big tens of dollars. The big ones need 1 or 200. Don't ink. Quickly find whether there is still. This thing is usually in groups. After saying that, Sun Chongjun had already buried his head and searched. Soon, one after another of the toffee tongues was dug out, and in only 5 minutes, his bucket was filled. He simply emptied the barrel of mussels and used them all for the toffee tongue. This thing is small, also has a beer bottle bottom big. Big point can be to the palm. 2 or 3 on a caddy. 1 is a dozen small dozens of dollars. Simply and pick up money, no difference. OMG. This density. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Sun Chongjun sighed as he searched. Ah Yang, your luck is also too good. So many people walking around did not find this piece of the noble princess tongue. The result is that as soon as you came here, you found it. Chu Yang hemmed and hawed, giving credit to Mazu. "It must be the good luck I got from worshipping Mazu on the pier last time. I also worshipped. How come I don't have this luck?" Sun Chongjun muttered. "I can't say that Mamma Mia likes handsome ones." Chu Yang teased. "Ayo, no making fun of Mazoku," Sun Chongjun reminded in his serious tone. But in his heart, he was thinking, do I really look ugly? Chapter 72. Give her a slap and see if she's still mad. Time always flies when you're picking up money. Although Chu Yang had already used his fastest speed, even Xu Shi and Xiao Hai were called over by him to dig up Shishir tongue together. However, within the 45-minute capture limit given by the system, the 4 of them had only plowed more than half of the 200-meter strip of light. When the time comes, these precious seafood with their great value and high price tag will instantly disappear without a trace. And at that moment, the sea was just about to rise over this tidal flat. What a shame. If only you, AO, had realized earlier that there was a CC tongue here. Sun Chongjun lamented. Finding out sooner would have been none of our business. Chu Yang smiled back. Sun Chongjun thought about it and laughed along. It's also true that if we had known just now that there was a Guifei tongue here, it's estimated that the whole village of young and old ladies would have had to flock over. and the silt would have been able to be shoveled away by them for half a meter. That's right, Uncle June. That's why people have to be content. The sea drive ended, and Chu Yang began to count the loot. Sun Qingjun with a plastic bucket, Chu Yang with a sack, and Chu Shi in the sea with a net pocket, all stuffed full. The beaches also piled up a small pile of shishirtung that cannot be loaded. Ooh, that's a lot. Sun Qingjun rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. He was an old fisherman, and with a cursory sweep, he estimated that the weight could not be less than 300 pounds. The main thing is that the sisal-tungs are big. 2 or 3 of the big ones and 5 or 6 of the small ones are a pound. 300 pounds, or more than 1,000, combined only pick up 3 or 400 a person, 7 or 8 a minute. Ah young, it's not good to resist so much. I'll go back and drive the tricycle, Sun Qingjun said. Chu Yang nodded, and together, the several people transferred the shishirtung to the edge of the boulder where they had just rested. The ground is firm here and the trike can drive right over to load later. Uncle June, you hurry up and go to the car. I'll wait here. After moving the last bit of sisal-tung, Chu Yang urged. Ugh, Sun Qingjun answered, then ran towards the village with big steps. While waiting, there are old ladies who returned late, saw Chu Yang leading 2 little girls to sit on the stone to rest, next to a pile of shells, curious to approach to inspect, but when she looked at the pile of catch, she was instantly nonplussed. Mama, so many sea mussels. Ayo, did you pick up all these? Chu Yang frowned slightly, looking at this startled a little annoyed. This woman she knew, the woman of the village accountant Xiong Dakue's family, called Sun Guixiang. The key Sun Guixiang is a big tongue, for her to see. No need to doubt that by 8 o'clock tonight, surely the whole village must know. Anan, picked up some by luck, Chu Yang casually coped. Picked up some? Sun Guixiang's eyes turned red when she heard this. It's not a little bit, it's got to be 200 or 300 pounds, tens of thousands of dollars. Ayo, where did you pick it up? Tell auntie about it, she cheekily pursued. But Chu Yang smoked a cigarette to himself and didn't bother to pay any more attention to her. He was already at odds with Xiong Dakue, and now Sun Guixiang was bothering him and trying to make him hand out positions. Why? Because your face is fatter than your ass? I can see Chu Yang's impatience, but Sun Guixiang doesn't care. The old fisherman village woman has such a thin skin, that will not be bullied to death. Her eyes darted around, and she suddenly saw a small kelp off to the side and smiled. Kelp, tell auntie what piece of land you picked up your sea mussels from, and auntie will give you candy later. When little kelp heard that there were candies, she subconsciously wanted to open her mouth, but she stopped her. Kelp, don't say it. She lied to you. She never gave us candy. You dead. Sun Guixiang originally wanted to say you dead child, but saw Chu Yang's icy cold eyes looked over, and the words that had not yet been spit out were suddenly stuck in his throat. This is the village's most evil big villain. Into the coffin can jump up. Even the village branch secretary dared to scold. Children can be kicked flying. I believe that to clean up her accountant wife to certainly not soft. Ha ha ha. Sun Guixiang laughed dryly and said towards Chu Shi. Auntie is an adult. How could she lie to you as a child? I don't believe it unless you give candy first. Chu Shi crossed her arms and stood in front of the kelp, facing Sun Guixiang. After Sun Guixiang thought about it and weighed the value of the sea mussels and the candy, she really did fumble a large white rabbit out of her pocket. Only one candy. I don't want it then. Chu Shi looked disgusted. Sun Guixiang gritted her teeth and endured the pain to pull out another handful of milk candies from her pocket. These were the great white rabbit milk candies she had bought from the kiosk as a treat for her little kid at home who had gotten a double 100 on his final exam. Here, Creek, these are for you. Can you tell auntie? Chu Shi smiled and took the milk candy, peeled one and put it in his own mouth, and stuffed all the rest into the pocket of Kelp's pants. When the kelp had loaded the candy, it cocked its head and pointed to the tidal flat that had been flooded with seawater, and returned with a look of innocence. Here, we just picked it up right there on that block. There's a lot of it. Sun Guixiang's face stiffened. You're not joking with auntie, are you? Nope, really picked it up on that block. And if you don't believe me, go look for it. There might be more. Find a fart to find. I'm looking for a death. You give me back my milk candy. Sun Guixiang only then turned to her senses. She was actually fooled by the child. Angry, her pitch-black face turned red, reaching out to snatch back the milk candy that she just took out. Chu Shi was smart and hurriedly pulled the kelp to hide behind Chu Yang. The latter stood up and raised his hand to stop Sun Guixiang. Aunt Guixiang, it's not too good to take back the candy that was given to the juniors to eat. Fart, that's what she lied to me about. Selenwood, Give it back or I'll lay down in front of your house and make a scene. Sun Guoxiang yelled as she spilled her guts. Shu Yang coldly smiled and extended his hand to point directly at her face. You can try it then. Better call your family man with you, so that when the time comes, it will not be said that I am a big man bullying an old woman like you. After such a long time together, he is now considered to understand. Dealing with these old ladies just say useless. Their mouth and sphincter like. What farts can be out of the avalanche? Chic and thick. Spreading the splash to the general public simply cannot resist. The best way to deal with this kind of person is classic mechanics. Don't dwell on it. Just give her a slap on the wrist and see if she's still mad. You, bully right, you wait. Sun Guoxiang colorfully yelled a few words, then left with a gloomy face. It just so happened that at this time Sun Chungjun came back on his tricycle, and when he saw Sun Guoxiang he greeted him. Sister Guoxiang. Sister, my ass sister. You're no good either. Sun Guoxiang cursed and left with quick steps. Sun Qingjun was speechless. This old is having a seizure. If it wasn't for the fact that it was still sticky with a bit of kinship, he'd have to go after her and slap her. When they reached the tidal flats, he joined Chu Yang and loaded the sea mussels into the wagon bucket, letting the two little girls sit on the bucket to hold on. Chu Yang squeezed into the car seat with Sun Chungjun, launching the tricycle back. Sun Qingjun talked about what had just happened again. Chu Yang guessed that he was implicated by himself, so he smiled and told her what happened on the beach. No wonder the old is twitchy. Sun Qingjun comfortable. This year the big white rabbit is not cheap. A handful of to 10 or so yuan can cut 2 pounds of fat 5 flowers. Chapter 73. The next door kid cried with gluttony. When you get home, dump the shih tzu tongue into the fish pond, hit the seawater, layer the water with seaweed, and turn on the oxygen pump to avoid dying. Ayo, let's eat at my house for lunch. I've talked to your aunt. Get some Brussels sprouts, open a jar of green red wine, and let's both have a few drinks. Chu Yang thought for a moment, then nodded. She also followed herself to get all morning at the beach, so let her rest at noon. Success. Then you go first. I'll take a shower and change my clothes and bring her two over. When you come back from the sea, your pants and clothes are covered with seawater and mud spots, and even your hair is sticky, so you can't stand it if you don't take a shower. After Sun Chungjun left, Chu Yang again asked Chu Shi to take the kelp to the bathroom to take a shower. This cheap sister also followed the morning busy 2 hours. Chu Yang must take her together. When the time Shisher tongue sold, share money also have her share. As for the clothes, just let her wear Chushi's. There are still several sets of newly bought ones. 10 minutes later, Chu Yang finished his bath, changed into a cool set of shorts body shirt, and took the two little girls who were also washed and smelled good out the door. On the other hand, Sun Guoxiang also returned home and pushed open the door with a bang. Amma, you're back. Where's my candy? A 10 or so year old inamorata with a bit of baby fat on her face quickly ran forward. She is Sun Guoxiang's girl, Xiong Mei, who is in 3rd grade in the town's elementary school. What candy? No. Sun Guoxiang is angry, which have the heart to take care of the daughter. Black face. Upon hearing this, the little inamorata, Xiong Mei, instantly quit. Amma lied. Amma didn't keep her word. She said she'd buy me candy if I got a double 100. I don't like you anymore. After screaming, he cried out, "Ooh-hoo!" Now Sun Guoxiang even more fire. Fishing for the duster split face down. Mother and daughter are fighting happily. Xiong Dakue pushed the door in, saw that his precious daughter was being beaten, and hurriedly went forward to stop Sun Guoxiang. What's the craziness again? Have something to say. Just be patient and hit the kid? Hey, you're the only one who's heartbroken, aren't you? And you're the only one who can do anything about it? Sun Guoxiang beat the child for a while, and her anger drained a bit, so she obediently threw the chicken feather duster to a corner and transferred the rest of her depressed anger to the man. Good. You have the ability, right? You have the ability to find a way to go and clean up those 2 mourners for me. They are bullying the old lady. Xiong Dakue frowned. Which 2 mourners? Speak clearly. Who else could there be? The 2 from Chu Lalio's family chant. Sun Guoxiang, with her breath, added to what she had just encountered. The more Xiong Dakue listened, the deeper his frown became. How to say this matter? Can only be blamed on this mother-in-law is also too brainless? Can be 7-year-old girl to fool? And have the face to yell? To say it is not too shameful. After learning that Chu Yang had picked up several 100 pounds of sea mussels, he was even more sour and annoyed. Mother ****** her. How come this dangling hair is so lucky? Picking up good goods every now and then. Then when he thought that just now in the office Bosley also called to urge him to take the land, or else he would have to call the village to return the deposit. His head hurt even more. Martyr, so go on, how to do. Even if he went out to sea trips to lose money, just in the beach to catch the sea to sell fish can earn back. Have to think of a way. Shion Dakue's eyes darted around. There. He waved at his own mother-in-law. What's up? What bad fart are you holding in your stomach again? Sun Guixiang asked without any good humor. Daki Shiong. No wonder Chuyo wanted to hit someone himself. But comparing the battle strength of both sides, Shion Dakue immediately calmed down again. Didn't you tell me to think of something? I did. You did this and then that. Sun Guixiang's eyes lit up after hearing this, and nodded with satisfaction. Or you're still lacking in virtue. You can think of such methods. Shion Dakue, if you can't talk, you should talk less. Hurry up and cook. You want to starve your man off. You deserve to starve to death. Fix it yourself at noon. I'm leaving. Sun Guixiang finished saying that she couldn't hold back any longer and hurried out the door. Hey you. Shion Dakue was furious and kicked his foot on the stool. How did he marry such a thing when he was blind in the first place? But immediately he jumped back up. Asterisk 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 my foot. Uncle June. Auntie. I'm here. At Sun Qingjuan's house. She pulled the kelp and ran in with a yell. Chu Yang followed behind with a box of yogurt. How to carry milk again. Not said not to take things well. We'll bring back later. Sun Qingjun unhappy. Chu Yang smiled faintly and didn't retort, but instead waved towards Sun Zion next to him. Come on and on. This is the new strawberry flavor. Sun Zion twisted his hand, a little torn about his big brother's summons. This big brother is too bad. After suing and then luring himself with delicious food, slapping and giving a sweet date, making him want to stop. Of course, kinks aside, the yogurt is still unbeatable. Jogging to receive the milk, Sun Zion decided to forgive his big brother one more time. Thank you, big brother, he shouted. Sit down, big brother. I'll get you a bowl. My mom stewed chicken today. It smells great. Sun Chungjun, hey this brat, where's my bowl? The fishing village eats early, and this would be just after 11 o'clock, and the smell of food was coming from all the yards. But today the aroma in the Sun family's yard is especially strong. Gluttonous children next door drooling, yelling also want to eat meat. Selling wood. Old Sun's family days are over? No year to kill chickens. When did his family and Chu Lalio's family become so close? The last time they called me for dinner they only scrambled 2 eggs. Broken family boy. A little family business lost sooner or later. A group of red-eyed and greedy old ladies of idle men cursed darkly. Inside the Sun family's hall, the atmosphere was joyful. Chu Yang and Sun Chungjun sat side by side at the upper horizontal head of the 8 immortal table. Chu Shi and Kelp sat at the east border on the right. Aunt Sun sat at the west border on the left. And Sun Ziong sat with his back to the door at the lower horizontal head. In fact, according to Chu Yang's thoughts, he would rather sit alone in the lower horizontal head. But these days the rules of fishing villages are still quite heavy. Chu Yang, this kind of VIP door, Sun Qingjun couple had to pull him to sit up. Simply cannot refuse. Come on, Ayo, go first. Sun Qingjun was carrying a face-sized sea bowl filled to the rim with green-red wine. He tilted his head back and finished off a third of it in one bite. Drinking Chu Yang is not a wimp. And he also followed with a big mouthful. His cool. This wine was put on ice in the well water by Aunt Sun in advance, so it is not only not dry, but also very refreshing to drink. Eat your vegetables and eat your vegetables. Taking a sip of wine, Auntie Sun was busy laying out food for everyone again. He first chucked 2 chicken legs into Chu Yang Chu Shi's bowl, thought about chucking a wing leg for the kelp, and the last wing leg went to Sun Ziong. Auntie, don't clip it, I'll do it myself. I won't dare to come to the door next time if you're like this. Chu Yang was really a bit overwhelmed, although he understood that this was the aunt's enthusiasm, but really not used to it. Fine, then do it yourself. Chu Yang pinched the chicken leg into the kelp bowl. This girl is not thin, she needs to make up more. As for Sun Ziong, who stared at himself, that chin is all creased. Chu Yang is ready to take him with him next time he goes out to sea to help pull the net to pick up fish. Sun Zion, brother, can you wait for me to finish my sweet dates before you slap me? Chapter 74. Bosco comes to the door. Chu Yang fished out an open sea clam and sucked on it. At once, he understood why the thing was also known as a sissy tongue. White and rich muscle meat in the mouth, silky smooth. Eating feel and beauty in the snake kiss general. This is delicious. Ugh. He picked up another one. Of course, 100 pounds of it. Can it taste bad? Sun Qingjun smiled. Also peeled one for himself, dipped a little soy sauce and sent it to his mouth. And his eyes suddenly narrowed in beauty. A few of the kids weren't too greedy, and they loved the stewed ground chicken and various stir-fries more than the bland shells, which went down like flies. Seeing the table of people eating and drinking happily, Aunt Sun's face was smiling, and she kept on pinching food for the children and pouring wine for Chu Yang and Sun Chongjun. Come on Ao, go one more. Without realizing it, 2 sea bowls of green and red wine had gone down. Sun Chongjun blushed slightly and took advantage of the gap between Aunt Sun pouring the wine to ask towards Chu Yang. Ao, when are we going to sail again? The day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, depending on the weather. We can leave as early as possible. Chu Yang smiled back. Fishermen eat according to the weather. Every year suitable for fishing time is only so much, but also deducted 4 months fishing ban, deducted the typhoon season. The real time to work at sea full count is only 100 days or so. So as soon as the fishing season starts, as long as the weather is right, the fishermen can't wait to stay at sea to catch fish and make money. However, these days the level of domestic weather satellites is still not good, resulting in the weather forecast is not very reliable. So the exact day suitable for sailing, no one can say. Like Chu Yang trial voyage for the first time out to sea, encountered 3 consecutive days of good weather, has been considered very lucky. Well, I saw the weather forecast and it said that there will be a typhoon next week, so we'd better hurry up and take another trip to the sea before the typhoon comes, Sun Chongjun suggested. Chu Yang nodded. If he could go out to sea and pick up money, he naturally wouldn't refuse. The meal lasted 2 hours, and the 5-pound wine jar, straight to the bottom. Chu Yang drank to his heart's content, stepped on a slightly drunken pace, and excused himself. Yang walked slowly. Keep coming over to drink with your Uncle Jun if you're not doing anything at night. Aunt Sun sent him to the door. As for Sun Chongjun, he had already run to the restroom and didn't know what to do. Okay, Auntie, go back. Chu Yang waved his hand and led Chu Shi to walk back quickly. As it turned out, the sun was blazing at noon and the temperature was so high that he didn't get very far before he was sweating profusely and his t-shirt was sticking to his body, making it sticky. He simply lifted his shirt up and pinned it under his armpits, leaving the back of his belly exposed to the wind. Hee, you're getting knocked up. Argo. Chu Shi reached out her small hand and mischievously slapped him twice on his bulging belly with a thud. Kids don't mess around. Chu Yang blocked Chu Shi's hand away and glared at her. Slightly. Chu Shi wasn't afraid at all, made a face and ran away quickly. The siblings laughed and joked, but when they walked to their house, they found several people gathered at the door, a dark and robust man in the center. When he saw Chu Yang, he greeted him with a smile. It's brother Chu Yang. Right. My name is Gu Yuan. Trust the folks and fathers to give face and call out Boss Gu. I usually collect sea cargo at the docks of the villages. Chu Yang looked at him and frowned slightly. Gu Yuan he knows. Before he heard Sun Chongjun said, also saw him in the ferry terminal seafood collection scene. Pressure price is very hard. Style tough. Very means of a person. But Chu Yang's goods, never sold to Gu Yuan, and the two have no friendship. He made a special appearance today, so I guess it's not that simple. Hello. Stretching his hand. Although the other party came uninvited, Chu Yang couldn't say anything. Of course he's not going to yell something about Bosco and make it sound like he's a psycho boy socialite. Besides, he's a fishmonger who flops around the village and the town, and he deserves to be called boss by himself? What did Bosco want to see me about? Nothing special. It's just that I heard from the folks on the island that Brother Chu is the only college student in our village, and is the best at catching the sea in the whole village, and often produces good goods, so I've come to pay a visit. Gu Yuan smiled and said and handed over a furong wang. Chu Yang took the cigarette, but did not smoke it, clamped it on his ear, and modestly returned. Good hands when I can't afford it. I've only been back for how long? It's all luck. When it comes to experience, which uncles and aunts in the village can't shake me 2 streets. Brother Chu is modest. Gu Yuan wanted to say something else, but Chu Yang was in a hurry to go back to take a shower and nap and was impatient to dilly-dally with him. So he spoke bluntly. Just tell me what exactly Bosco has to say, and if there's nothing else, please go back. Gu Yuan's face stiffened, slightly embarrassed, but it was quickly hidden by him. Brother Chu is quick to speak. Then I won't beat around the bush. I heard that you picked up more than 200 pounds of shisher tongue in the morning. Can you offer it to me? Chu Yang thought to himself. Sure enough, it's for shisher tongue. But while it's not hard to know that you're picking up sea mussels, it's unusual to pinpoint the number of over 200 pounds. In addition to Sun Chongjun Chushi seaweed, it is also Sun Guixiang, who is passing by, who knows so clearly. This is something that, 80% of the time, she got herself into. Chu Yang's heart was a little irritated. This village woman even came to the 36 stratagems with herself. Borrowing a knife to kill a man, right? Wait. I'm sorry boss Gu. I signed a long-term contract with Mr. Bai of Bai's Aquatic at the city pier. He always covers my goods. It's Mr. Bai Pengfei Bai? Gu Yuan, who had obviously also heard of Bai's Aquatic's name, asked. Chu Yang nodded. It's him. Why don't I make a call and let him talk to you? Gu Yuan laughed. That's not necessary. But, Mr. Bai is in the city. The mountain is high and the emperor is far away, so he can't keep an eye on you all the time. He paused. This way, you sell something to me. Shishir ton usually 45 charge. I give you 55. As the first time to do business, give a face to make a friend. You see how. Chu Yang happy. He is showing too much tenderness. Let people give as a soft persimmon face. Big tens of hundreds of pounds of shishir tongue. You 55 have to take away. You face a caddy can be worth $10? I'm afraid not. What about 60? One added more. No, it's not about price. In fact, it is the question of price. He wants to give a 200. Chu Yang is absolutely willing to make this friend. But how can that be? Gu Yuan is a local fishmonger and collects seafood everywhere just to make money. Lose money to make friends? Save it. Moreover, Chu Yang didn't believe that he, a fishmonger who was active in the villages and towns, could give a higher price than Bai Pengfei and Kaiyou. Seeing Chu Yang's resolute attitude, Gu Yuan's smile also chilled, staring at him and said in a deep voice, Really not? It really doesn't work. Chu Yang calmly shook his head, and after finishing, without looking at him, he pulled Chu Shi, separated the crowd and went into the courtyard by himself, and then closed the door with a bang. Grass. Gu Yuan spat heavily on the ground. Boss, what should we do? He's not selling. A little brother next to him who followed him around asked. Another little brother also spoke. I just climbed over the wall to see. Half of the pool are toffee tongue. There are half covered by water plants. It is estimated that also 200 pounds is there. We 60 to collect a turnover at least can earn 4 or 5,000. Hearing the number reported by his little brother, Gu Yuan's heart became even more annoyed that this young man was so insensitive. Mud. What can we do? Rob it. It's against the law. You know? Gu Yuan slapped his little brother on the head. Why are they still standing here if they're not selling? Go. After saying that, he glared fiercely in the direction of the hall and twisted his head to leave. Chapter 75, Yelare. Back in the house, Chu Yang also did not put this matter at ease. Rinsed to cool and lay down on the bed for a lunch break. He slept until 3 o'clock and didn't wake up until he heard a knock on the door. Creak. Opened the door. Creak. After shouting twice, Chu Shi was not at home, presumably out looking for kelp to play. He had to get up and open the door himself. After getting up, Chu Yang pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling more dizzy instead of sleeping. And I don't know if it's the aftertaste of the green-red wine or because of the sweltering weather. Walking to the door and opening it, it turned out to be Sun Qingjun. Uncle, why are you here? Sit down. Chu Yang greeted Sun Qingjun and sat down, turning to pour him water. Turns out the cooler was empty and the hot water bottle had water in it. But who drinks that stuff on a hot day? Finally, he simply opened 2 bottles of chilled snowflakes and handed one to Sun Qingjun. Turbulence? Sun Qingjun took it with a smile. Then it's penetrating. The two sat on chairs in the courtyard, and didn't use food. One grabbed a handful of peanuts in his hand, and drank to each other with a mouthful of cold beer and a grain of peanuts. After drinking for a while, Sun Qingjun opened his mouth. Ayo, Gu Yuan gang is looking for you? How do you know? Chu Yang looked at Sun Qingjun. He. What can be hidden from me? I also know that you two must have fallen out. Otherwise he would not have said that you do not give him face. Let you wait and see. So what? He wants to buy your shishir tongue? Sun Qingjun smiled smugly. Then asked. It turned out to be the classic villain putting in a hard word session. Chu Yang understood. Yes, said let me give him face. 60 sell him. Military uncle, you agree not? Agree, I will give. After all, there is also your share. Chu Yang deliberately provoked him with words. Sure enough, the next second Sun Qingjun heaved the beer bottle to the ground. Agree my ass. His face is so big it can be worth this much money. But after roaring he reminded. But since Gu Yuan has already put his word out, then you still have to be careful. Young, after all, he has been hanging out in this sea for many years and knows quite a few people. Uncle Jun, do you think I will wimp out? Chu Yang smiled disdainfully. What's that saying? The king of beggars is still a beggar. Stinky fish seller became a big boss. Or a stinky fish seller, from Li Hongwei. It's not a goat. It's, hey, how can I say it? Their group is different from us. They really dare to lay down their hands. It's all in the water for a living. And in the future, in case we do run into each other at sea, you say. Sun Xingjun didn't say too much, but Xu Yang heard it. He did understand that the sea was perilous, not only in the sense of natural disasters, but also in the sense of man-made disasters. In that original world, even a few years later, there was a certain winged fish kind of tragedy. Let alone now. What then? I'll say it first admitting defeat is out of the question. Living a new life, Xu Yang cannot be inferior to Li Hongwei. Nothing, do not worry too much. On the island seashore he dares not mess around, and the sea is so big, it is also very difficult to touch. Besides, we are not vegetarian. The outside people dare to bully our ox-head fairy people have not been born yet. The big deal is to do a battle. Sun Xingjun dared to say this is the bottom line. Fell Sun Island but once the front line of the war. Out of many martyrs' family, such as his family. To this day, he has a few burning sticks buried in his cellar. And these villagers, don't see usually dislike each other, but really when there are outsiders dare to bully up, that shouting a voice, can directly reclaim that person to the sea cackle. It is only because Chu Yang's old man is an outsider, although he married a girl from this village, but the people are gone, and he is not close to his maternal uncle's family. Gu Yuan dared to put that kind of words. That's right, big deal. After Sun Xingjun left, Xu Yang thought about it, but it still wasn't quite right, although the probability was very small. But what if they did run into each other in the future? They still had to enhance the force value on their side. Tuzi, can you open the foundation building Dan power pill or something in your treasure chest? Xu Yang's first thought was still his own system, but unsurprisingly, there was no response at all, so he had to figure it out on his own. There, Xu Yang remembered that in his last life, he had played with a compound bow at the archery club. That thing has a long range and is powerful and easy to master. And it's not a control device. It's classified as sporting equipment, which makes it perfect as a self-defense weapon. Compound bows aren't that easy to get your hands on though, especially since the stuff hasn't taken off in this country yet, and the springs are hard enough to find. Xu Yang suddenly misses Jack Ma a little. If it were a few more years, he would be able to tap his cell phone and have it delivered to his door. Throwing away the unrealistic thoughts and going through his mind, Xu Yang thought that the only ones who could help him were Bai Pengfei and Kaiyou. Choyo scratched it out first, not wanting to worry her, so Xu Yang picked up the phone and called Bai Pengfei. What? A compound bow? What do you need that for? To shoot fish? Yes, it's for shooting fish. Can you get it for me? On the other end of the phone, Bai Pengfei pondered for a moment. Oh, it's not that I won't help you. It's mainly that this stuff is not easy to get. I guess I'll have to go across the shore to find it. Oh so then forget it. Had said there are hundreds of pounds of sea mussels to ask if you want it. Xu Yang sighed regretfully and made a gesture to hang up the phone. Bai Pengfei hurriedly called out to him. Wait a minute, Yang, what did you say? Mussels? Hundreds of pounds? Purple ones like the ones in Zhanggang? Did I hear you right? Xu Yang immediately edited the MMS and sent a picture of a full pool of Shishir tongue over. Soon, Bai Pengfei's message came back. Compound bows it is. Wrapped up in me. Xu Yang smiled faintly and put down his cell phone. Done. In the evening, after dinner, Xu Yang slipped to Sun Xingjuan's house, informing him to drive a small sampan early tomorrow morning to help him deliver to the city. No problem. When walking back from Sun Xingjuan's house, Xu Yang passed by Xiong Dakui's house and just happened to see Sun Guixiang bending over with her back to him, shoveling duck poop on the ground with a fire shovel. Xu Yang coldly smiled, then eased his footsteps and quietly walked behind her. Sun Guixiang's side hadn't realized it yet, and was pouring the grass ash from the fire shovel onto the duck poop, stirring it well, and then raising it with a single shovel. Immediately afterward she turned back around, ready to go out and dump the duck poop from the shovel into the small vegetable patch out front to compost. But when she turned her head, she suddenly saw a face with coldness appearing less than a meter in front of her and staring at herself, frightening her hands to tremble. Mom! A mixture of ash and feces roiled the sky, most of it landing on her face and body. Blah blah blah. Sun Guixiang even spat. Selenwood's Xu Yang. You want to die Stand behind and scare me. People scare people no? She busted out, but as she cursed, she suddenly realized that the corner of her mouth was a bit wet and sticky, and she subconsciously took her hand and touched it. But it's okay to touch it. Once she touches it, it's all over. The pile of yellow and green stuff stained on the corner of her mouth is directly wiped away and evenly spread on her lips. A strong odor of rushed down the mouth and nasal passages straight to the sky. Vomit. Xu Yang, who had jumped to the side in time, looked at the scene in front of him, and his mind suddenly recalled the motion picture that had exploded on the internet in the latter days. Ya up Ray. Chapter 76, Ah brother, you are so bad. Humming a little tune and coming home all relaxed. Ah brother, what good things happened? Why are you so happy? She asked as she nibbled on the crushed ice. Of course it's good. Give me a cut and I'll talk to you. She immediately broke half of the crushed ice and handed it over. Shu Yang stuffed it into his mouth and bit it with a kazi sound. Well, it was yogurt flavored, sweet and sour, and it was very refreshing to chew. Don't just eat, say the words. She urged. Only then did Chu Yang smile and tell her about what he had just done by toying with Sun Guixiang. She covered her stomach and laughed so hard that tears leaked out from the corners of her eyes. Who let that old talk too much? And I'm being light. Chu Yang does not feel guilty in the slightest. He is not a good person. He can report the revenge. Usually reported on the spot. His own thoughts are clear. As for what others say behind his back that he is underhanded, that's none of his business. Does he care? It's always more comfortable to be the bad guy than the good guy. No matter where you are. Hurry up and eat. After eating take a bath and go to bed early. You're not allowed to eat lollipops at night, know it. Shu Yang commanded. This child is good at everything else, but is more gluttonous than the average child. It was probably because he hadn't eaten well in the past 2 years at Lu Chui Xian's house, resulting in the fact that he couldn't stop shoving snacks into his mouth as soon as he saw them now. Eat a little, drink. Chu Yang does not matter. Pro's sister, can not lacquer this? I'm just afraid to eat too much to get an upset stomach. Wow, got it. She finished chewing a crushed piece of ice in 3 or 2 bites, then slapped his butt and ran back to his room. Chu Yang went to the yard and checked the shishir tongue in the fish pond, confirming that it was in good condition before taking a shower and also going back to the house to play with his cell phone. After 9 o'clock, Kaio phone call soared over right on time. Chu Yang connected, and the two were naturally greasy again and boiled up the phone porridge. It was not until after 11 o'clock that Miss Kai reluctantly hung up the phone. I fell asleep in a daze, and when I woke up again, it was 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Pa! Chu Yang gave himself a slap and brought it down to see that there was still a ball of blood on his palm. Mud. Last night the door was not closed properly. Mosquitoes to run in. Froze him from the dream to wake up. Enduring sleepiness. Chu Yang climbed up and walked to the hall to look for mosquito coils. But suddenly, he heard a slight rustling in the yard. Chu Yang lowered his footsteps, pressed against the door and looked out, and saw a black shadow squatting at the edge of the fish pond. There's a thief. Money moves people's hearts. This tens of thousands of dollars worth of seafood placed in the yard, and indeed attracted the covetousness of the uneasy good people. Chu Yang casually fished out the shovel next to him and thought about switching to a laundry mallet. Taking advantage of the shroud of darkness, he gently and slowly felt his way behind the dark figure and shone a mallet at his thigh. Oops. The black shadow obviously also did not expect to be touched behind him, and was first startled, followed by a sharp pain in his leg. Chu Yang swung his mallet and wanted to do it again, but the physical quality of this black shadow was surprisingly quite good, and he was still able to jump away after his leg took a hit. Then he pushed Chu Yang with both hands and limped away, slamming the door and running away. Count on you to run fast. Chu Yang sneered and didn't intend to chase after him. He still understands the reasoning of the poor enemy not chasing after him, and besides, he is not assured of leaving Chu Shi alone at home in the middle of the night. Outside the door, a pillar of light shot through. It turned out to be Grandpa's son from next door who heard the commotion and came to check it out with a flashlight. Ayo, what's wrong? Making so much noise in the middle of the night? He asked. Chu Yang smiled back. Nothing, it's just that in the middle of the night someone touched into my yard. I guess I wanted to steal the sea mussels in the fish pond, but I fought them off. Are you alright then? Grandpa's son said with concern. It's fine. I sneak attacked from behind, gave the man a mallet and he ran away. I just don't know which one it was. Chu Yang smiled back. Grandpa's son thought for a moment and asked, you hit him in the leg with a mallet, didn't you? Chu Yang nodded affirmatively. I swung pretty hard, and his legs were a little limp when he ran. Tomorrow I'll go to the village and ask around. We can't let him slip away so unexplained. Sun Agong said. Then it's a deal. So I'll trouble Grandpa. What's the trouble with this? You child, go back to sleep, and get rid of the things as soon as possible tomorrow, so as not to attract villains again. Grandpa's son admonished. Hey, the buyer has already found a good one. I'll have Uncle June help me pull it into the city to sell it later at dawn. Chu Yang said back. That's good. After saying that, Grandpa's son also went back to his house. Shu Yang to the edge of the fish pond. See a snakeskin bag, which has been loaded with half a bag of sea mussels, next to a long-handled net. Is just that thief left behind? He didn't bother to clean up again on a big night, so he simply threw it all straight into the water. Chu Yang went back to the house and continued to sleep, waiting for another 2 bells to pass and the sky to lighten before he climbed up. When I went to the yard, I was ready to fish for sea mussels, but I found that son Qing Jun was already busy in the fish pond. Uncle Jun, why are you here so early? The 2 men had agreed on a time of 7:30, and there were still 2 bells to go. My uncle said you had a burglar in this house last night and asked me to come early. He didn't stop with his hands and continued on the dry road. Shu Yang went over and scattered a cigarette, then went down to the fish pond to work together. After a while Chu Shi came out of his room, ran to the yard to take a look, and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. 200 or 300 pounds of mussels, not much to say. The 2 men half an hour to bag, and then transported on the tricycle bucket. Ah brother, Uncle Qing Jun, breakfast is ready. Chu Shi shouted from inside the house. Breakfast is shrimp and egg soup and dumplings. And the dumplings are the wan chai pear that Chu Yang bought and froze in the freezer the last time we visited the supermarket. After eating and drinking, Chu Yang instructed Chu Shi to say a few words, then rode a tricycle with son Qing Jun to the pier. The sampan boat arrived at the harbor a few minutes short of 8 o'clock. The marina was bustling with boats in the morning. Looking down from the sky, hundreds and thousands of fishing boats of all sizes are lined up in feathery order along the sides with the aquatic pier at the center. Chu Yang and the others counted themselves as late arrivals and could only dock at the feather end pile. It's far from the harbor and there are fewer fish buyers, so it's kind of a cold, junky location. But Chu Yang didn't care about that. It's not like he was planning to sell it at zero. No, as soon as the ship was docked, Bai Pengfei, who had been notified in advance, had already followed the stake number to the door. Ayo, where's the goods? Quickly let me conk out. As soon as he got out of the car, he couldn't wait to shout. Chu Yang, the way it's worded, how it makes it sound like you're engaging in illegal transactions. The stuff's all in there. Come give us a hand. Chu Yang pushed the snakeskin bag to the bow of the boat. Bai Pengfei stood on the pier to pull. The 2 men worked together to get the snakeskin bag filled with sea mussels to shore. After stabilizing it, Bai Pengfei couldn't wait to unzip the bag and look inside. I'll be damned. This head can be. He picked up a sea mussel and compared it to one that was almost as big as the back of his hand and weighed 3 or 4 tails. 3-headed clam. And with a size like this one, there can be a third of it in the bag. Beautiful goods. This is rich. Bai Pengfei rubbed his hands together, his face blooming into a chrysanthemum. Chapter 77, Befriending Bai Pengfei's Kissing Sister. Tolerant. Moved another sack onto the pier. Bai Pengfei opened the mouth of the bag and checked it. The situation was similar to the one in the snakeskin bag. Brother Bai, how is the market for sea mussels now? Chu Yang hit a cigarette over. Bai Pengfei lit up and took a drag. Our own people, I'm not hiding from you. This thing has different specifications. The price difference is quite big, like the biggest kind of 2 or 3 heads. The price can go up to 200. 5 or 6 heads that's only 70 or 80. Chu Yang nodded his head after listening. The price was similar to what he had learned. Don't look at the Hotel Zhanggang 3-headed mussels can easily be 3 to 500 but that is the price of the finished product. The receiving price can be 1/5 of the price. Has been considered a generous aquatic products dealer. Of course not being generous won't work. Who let Chu Yang have a good appetite? Can be soft and hard to eat? Let Miss Kai die for him. If Bai Pengfei wasn't generous, he would have sent this to the back kitchen of the harbor fishing village in a minute. Believe it or not. Ayo, bring the goods to my store. It's not easy to sort them with all the people here. Bai Pengfei learned the lesson from the last time. Fearing that it would cause a stir at the pier again, he took the initiative to open his mouth. Could be. Chu Yang of course has no opinion. Go and also can whore a wave of sorting fellows for nothing. Save their own hands. Calling out to son Qing Jun, the 3 of them got into the car together. Soon, it was time to arrive at Bai Pengfei's family's aquatic store, Bai's Aquatic. Although he had done business so many times, it was the first time for Chu Yang to come, so Bai Pengfei led him to visit the store. After turning around before and after, Chu Yang had a deeper understanding of the strength of Bai Daoxiao. Oh, such a big industry. Bai can do it. White's Aquatic Store has 2 floors, with roughly 200 square feet on the first floor, divided into front and back sections. The first half is to receive casual customers. Put dozens of glass pool. Basically the market common seafood can be bought here. The second half, which handles wholesale and bulk goods, has a 30 square meter cold room plus 2 20 square meter live tanks. The second floor is the business area, used for reception. The value of this store alone. Chu Yang estimated that number 3 million cannot come down. In the aquatic marina side, the scale of buys aquatic products, even if it is not the first, can be ranked in the top 3. There are only a few two can be compared with him. No wonder Mr. White is so well known on the docks. Fairly fair, and third in the marina. Bai Pengfei returned with a feigned calmness, but the slightly curled corners of his mouth betrayed him. Turning a corner and going back to the wholesale area in the back, the store guys are weighing the sorted sea mussels while Sun Qingjun stares on. Chu Yang stood next to him smoking a cigarette and waited for a while before the results came out. The total weight of the sea mussels was 301 pounds, somewhat beyond Chu Yang's expectations. 122, 5 pounds for the 6 to 7 head, 93, 6 pounds for the 4 to 5 head, and 85 pounds for the 2 to 3 head. Bai Pengfei took out a calculator and started to crackle and press up. According to the price the two just agreed upon, 2 to 3 heads are 180 per unit, 4 to 5 heads are 125, and 6 to 7 heads are 85. Zeroing in on 180 times 85 equals, calculated it out. Total 37,412. 5. Ao you pair it up. Bai Pengfei handed the calculator to Chu Yang. The latter took it and pressed it again. With no error. No problem. Wiped the zeros and counted as 38. 000. I'll be damned. You're cheeky. Bai Pengfei was also stunned by this wave of reverse wipeout by Chu Yang and cursed with a laugh. Just kidding. Just give 3W5. Chu Yang patted his shoulder and smiled back. People give the price is generous. He this time is also a request from him. Do not let a little profit to say it is not true. Boss Chu atmosphere. Bai Pengfei put his arm around Chu Yang's shoulder and lowered his voice to get closer. Continue the red romantic walk up at night. I'll arrange it. This is better next time. I have business today. Chu Yang was a bit tempted, but thinking that he would have to go to Kaiyou later, he had to endure the pain and reject him. Understood. Little girls in love are clingy, so let's mark it down this time. Bai Pengfei gave Chu Yang an I get you look and hemmed and hawed. Come on, go upstairs and have a cup of tea first. Chu Yang looked at the time. No, I almost have to go. Okay, then wait, I'll get you the money. After saying that, Bai Pengfei quickly walked up the stairs. Chu Yang pulled a plastic stool and sat on the edge to play with his cell phone. Suddenly, a pleasant voice interrupted him. Boy, is your boss White here? Chu Yang looked up, only to see a beautiful woman with long burgundy wavy curly hair, standing in front of him. At the moment he was sitting and the other man was standing. His gaze leveled over to meet just below the woman's shoulders where they were trembling. Asterisk 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 is huge. Chu Yang's eyes were shaken fiercely. If this woman isn't doing it, she's gifted. However, according to Chu Yang's experience for so many years, from the curvature, shape, softness and other aspects of the comprehensive judgment, he has 90% certainty dare to say that it is natural, which is very The woman's outfit was also edgy, with a deep V black chambray vest with a black satin one-step dress and stiletto heels. This outfit will never look rustic even 10 years from now. Chu Yang was shocked. Young Bai actually had these kinds of resources? With this he still go what red romantic used to the mountain delicacies, take wild vegetables to reduce the fire? The woman was generous. Seeing the little handsome man in front of her sizing herself up, she even purposely stood up quite aggressively and asked with a smile. New here, pretty boy? Have you seen enough? Can you tell me if your boss is in yet? Only then did Chu Yang retrieve his mind and smiled back. No, beautiful women currently which can or you let me look at it again. Addicted to it I'll tell you where Bai Pengfei? After the initial shock, he also gradually calmed down. Cannot fall in the wind? Let the light young woman in front of him to molested. The woman asked with a delicate smile when she saw Chu Yang calling Bai Pengfei by his first name. Of course you can't avoid another wave. At this time, it just so happened that Bai Pengfei came down. He took a look and spoke with a smile from a distance. Sister, why are you here? Chu Yang opened his mouth and looked at Bai Pengfei. This beauty is your sister. Pro? Anan? What? Don't look like it? Bai Pengfei walked up to the woman and the two stood side by side. Chu Yang took a closer look, and realized that the contours of the two men's facial features were really that similar. Sister, let me introduce to you. This is that extraordinarily awesome fisherman Chu Yang that I told you about last time. After saying that he turned his head to introduce Chu Yang. Ayo, this is my sister Bai Yurong. Sister arigato. Right. Hello. Chu Yang hurriedly took the initiative to reach out his hand, squeezing out a smile with difficulty on his face. too embarrassed. This misunderstanding not can be deep enough. He actually met a friend pro-sister to molest. Lassie just mistook the other side as Bai Pengfei's pipeball friend, but also a little bit of envy and jealousy it. Hello Ao. Fortunately, Bai Yurong didn't seem to intend to count on it. Reaching out and resting her hand on Chu Yang's palm, she also looked at him with a smiling face. Well, it's smooth and comfortable to hold. Chapter 78 Grumpy Miss Kai. No sis, what were you guys talking about? So happy. Bai Pengfei asked curiously. Chu Yang's heart thumped, and his eyes involuntarily drifted towards Bai Yurong. The latter was surprisingly looking at him at the same time, and winked delicately. Nothing, I thought Ao was a new fellow you recruited at your store, and wondered where you recruited such a fine little handsome boy. Chu Yang only then breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like this predecessor is not useless, at least this little face is still good. Sis, it's not like you can bury people. The fellows in my store aren't bad either, Bai Pengfei muttered. It's not bad, all of them look like fine ghosts and clever bugs. They can be dragged directly to the journey to the west someday. Come on, you've got a lot of virtue under your breath, so why don't you tell me what you came to see me about? Bai Pengfei hurriedly interrupted Bai Yurong, and then let her spit on like this. He was afraid that those employees would hear her and rush over to beat her. What's wrong with a bad-looking person? Just don't use the tool manual. It's not much, it's just that mom asked me to call you home for dinner tonight. Why didn't you answer the phone when she called? Bai Yurong took out a bottle of nail polish from her small bag and asked as she applied it. Chu Yang glanced at it. It was burgundy in color, painted on his slender fingers. I don't have to answer it, I know what she's calling me for. It's just to tell me to go back to my blind date. Why don't you give me a message that I won't be going back tonight if I have something to do? Bai Yurong glanced at him. If you want to say it yourself, I'm not going to bring it and nag me again later. After she finished speaking, she screwed the nail polish cap back on and put it away, clipped a business card out of her bag with her shiny fingers and handed it to Chu Yang. Ayo, sis is running a KTV in the city. Come and play with sis when you have time, and I'll make sure to arrange something comfortable for you. Chu Yang took the business card with the fragrant breeze and took a closer look. Golden Vienna Concert House. Sure enough, it's very much of its time, and is already a very foreign name for the present day. No problem sis, I'll be there when I get a chance. Chu Yang collected the business card and put it inside his wallet in front of Bai Yurong. I'll see you later. Then, said Bai Yurong, turned around, stepped on the thin high heels into a fire-red Mazda RX-8 coupe. Sis drives a sports car in heels? Anan, there's a problem. Ha? No, it's just that you drive a Mazda, I'm afraid you'll get stuck in traffic on the road. Chu Yang smiled and played a stunt. As for Bai Yurong, who had obviously also read Black Gold, her beautiful eyes slanted at Chu Yang, and her curved, thin eyebrows were raised. Sis has a Mercedes, take you for a ride next time. Saying that, he started the small sports car, kicked the gas to the end, and bowed out with a buzzing sound. When passing next to Chu Yang, he also rolled down the car window and flung a flying kiss with his fiery red lips. This woman, she's kind of interesting. Witnessing the car's taillights disappearing from view, Chu Yang turned around, only to find Bai Pengfei staring at himself. Ahem, white, don't talk, I understand. Pak Pengfei stopped his sophistry. Actually, it would be nice if you and my sister could develop a little. Ha? Chu Yang was dumbfounded. No kidding, my sister is single now. Bai Pengfei exhaled a smoke ring and continued to speak. She was married once before, divorced later, there is a child with the man. The divorce divided home KTV, a few sets of commercial properties and a dozen storefronts. Stop, 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 Bai. You're thinking too long term. Sis doesn't necessarily look at me yet. Chu Yang hurriedly interrupted him. This sibling, really absolute. No, I know her. Looking at the way she looks at you, I know she's really interesting. Bai Pengfei swore. Chu Yang was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly changed the topic. It's getting late and I almost have to go. Okay, then I won't stay if you have something to do. You count this money. Bai Pengfei handed over the black plastic bag in his hand. Chu Yang took it, opened the pouch and cradled it, then retied it. No problem. Then I'll be in touch if anything happens. After saying that, he quickly left Bai's aquatic. Bai Pengfei watched Chu Yang leave and suddenly hemmed and hawed. It doesn't seem to be impossible. Although my sister is in good condition, but after all, the early 30s and divorced, Chu Yang a college student, academic ability are not bad. With her more than enough, please combine the 07 social background view, and setting them up will also relieve the pressure on themselves. saving the two old men at home from staring at them every day and urging them to get married. Of course there is also a deeper thought. If Chu Yang and his old sister got good, then Miss Kai's side, does he have a chance? 3 birds with 1 stone. I'm a genius. Achoo achoo achoo. Chu Yang rubbed his nose. Numbnuts again, who's thinking about this handsome guy? Who else could it be? That big wave from earlier. Sun Qingjun spoke sourly from the side. Chu Yang was happy. Uncle Jun, you're quite good at playing with stems now. Playing with stems? What does that mean? Sun Qingjun's head was filled with black question marks. That's the problem with college students. They always say things that he can't understand. Chu Yan laughed and said, you'll get it if you read that. Put 3 words separately. Which 3 words? Big wave? Wrong division. That. Big wave wave. Ao. Or you cultures will play. After leaving the market, Chu Yang separated from Sun Qingjun. He was going to find Kaio, while Uncle Jun took a motorcycle to go to the city. A trip into the city. Had to bring some food for the wife and children at home. Take a walk and come to the harbor fishing village. It would be just before 11, and the tavern would be empty. A rare moment of quiet. Kaio sat at the front desk playing with his cell phone, and when he saw Chu Yang push the door in, he hurriedly climbed up. Why are you so slow? I'm bored out of my mind. I was just delayed at Bai Pengfei's. Chu Yang casually explained. Let's get going then, Kaio said, pulling Chu Yang towards the back door. Behind the restaurant is a small parking lot, specially for customers to park. Kaio's car is also parked here. Chu Yang originally thought that her driver would be a Camry, Accord, Malu, BMW 3 Series, or even a small Audi or something like that, but never thought that she would walk straight to a treasure blue pickup truck, with a length of over 5 meters, a height of almost 2 meters, hideously stamped tires, a hard waistline, and a very recognizable Ford grille. This car is nothing short of extraordinary. Ford F-150, codenamed Raptor. This is one of the most iconic pickup trucks in the world. The white moon of countless pickup truck enthusiasts. Walking over to the car, Choyo pulled open the door and climbed in with the pedal to the metal. Get in the car. What? You don't trust my driving skills? Seeing that Chu Yang stayed where he was and didn't move, Kaio urged. No, I just didn't realize you drove such a violent car. Chu Yang paused for a moment, then laughed. But I like it. Pull open the car door to sit on the passenger side. See, Kaio skillfully hit the fire and put on the gear. Chu Yang, heart of the only remaining point of worry, also disappeared without a trace. You can tell she's an old driver by the way she holds the gear knob. Driving skills are top-notch. Chapter 79, all get out of the way. I'm going to pretend in front of the big guy. Boom! The Raptor roared and sped between the city streets of Springs. Chu Yang sat on the co-pilot and looked around. Although he had owned many luxury cars in his previous life, they were either supercars like the Lamborghini, Maserati, Ferrari, or grocery cars like the Mercedes-Benz S and the BMW 7 Series, but he had never really touched a pickup truck. Sitting up now, it's naturally fresh. When he was almost done looking around, he suddenly realized that the car had driven into a piece of villa area, and based on the flowers and greenery planted on both sides of the road and the extra wide gaps between the buildings, this is definitely a high-end villa area. Where are we? Chu Yang asked curiously. Kaio only told him that he had found a buyer for him and asked him to come and negotiate the price, but he was not really sure about the identity of the other party. Overseas Chinese New Village. Ah, don't worry, we'll be there soon. As soon as Chu Yang heard of Overseas Chinese New Village, he knew that the buyer Kaio had found for himself was definitely not small. As the first overseas Chinese villa area in China, this garden villa area, which is connected to Pei Lane in the west, Zhongshan Park in the south and Lu Jingkong in the north, has carried too many honors. Each of the 5 rows of 48 garden villas here is owned by a big shot from all walks of life. Speaking of the expatriate business community alone, the first big names of the expatriate community, such as Zhuang Shaoqing, Zhang Guojie and Chen Shaoran, have all stayed here. It can be said that being able to own a villa here itself represents the status class of the owner. The car finally stopped in front of a garden house in the southern style. Chu Yang glanced at the door number, 5 row 5, but also good to remember. Go. Parking the car, Kaio led Chu Yang through the courtyard and boarded the door. In the parlor on the first floor, he finally met the target person of the trip. A handsome man with a country face wearing a white business casual shirt. Uncle Ding, let me introduce you to Chu Yang. The giant clam I showed you last time is his. Kaio pointed at Chu Yang and introduced him to the man sitting in front of the tea tray. Hello Chu. The man rose slightly. His demeanor was not arrogant, and took the initiative to reach out his hand. Hello Uncle Ding, nice to meet you, Chu Yang shouted after Kaio. The the men aren't really that old. Just 36 or 37, I think, but one round older. Shouting uncle is not a loss of seniority. Sit. He waved his hand and gestured toward the two with a smile. Chu Yang pushed away the taiji chair and sat down, and Kaio also took a seat next to him. After waiting to be seated, Kaio then approached Chu Yang's ear and opened his mouth with a voice that only the two could hear. Uncle Ding is from Jingjiang. He makes sneakers. A mean tread know it. It's his industry. Kaio's voice was soft and thin, and when he spoke, his warm breath blew in his ears. Crispy and soft. Very comfortable. But Chu Yang couldn't care about enjoying this pleasure at this moment, but instead focused all of his attention on the man in front of him. No wonder he just looked at Uncle Ding, always looked a bit familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. So he had really seen him, only in his previous life. On the screen, Ding Shizhong, the future No. 1 brand of domestic shoes and apparel and founder of Amada Group. This is a real big shot. Someone who will be able to meet the leader and shake his hand in the future. He even called him Uncle Ding and asked him to make tea for himself. That's face. Enough said. Now he just wanted to travel back and yell at the old bean and mother who only knew how to collect rent. Dad. Mom, I've made it big. Ahem. Just kidding. Although Uncle Ting is very dense, we have to be calm. We can't lose in terms of momentum. After all, this would be a time when he didn't know that he could be that dense in the future. So wouldn't this give him a chance to fill his cup? Ayo. I've seen that giant clam of yours. The stuff is very good. I want to buy it. Name your price. Worthy of being a big man. Is direct enough and quick enough to come up and open the door for his own offer. If it were a different person, Chu Yang would have to make a big mouthful of money. But now, Chu Yang changed his mind. The giant clam is a small matter. Mainly I heard about Uncle Ding's deeds from Yo-Yo and admired them. Not to mention selling them. There is no harm in giving them to Uncle Ding. Oh, Ding Shizhong smiled faintly, not taking Chu Yang's compliments to heart. Now he has a prosperous career. Its industry is about to ring the bell on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Similar words of flattery I do not know how many times I heard. As for giving it away for nothing, it was even more impossible for him to accept it. At his level, sometimes favors are much more precious than money. Chu usually studies the mall too? Ding Shizhong asked. Chu Yang noticed that although the smile on Uncle Ding's face remained unchanged, his tone was already a bit cold, clearly intending to choke himself with a rhetorical question to end the day's conversation. But isn't this a chance to show your face? Research can't be talked about. It's just that sometimes I catch myself blindly grinding, such as Uncle Ding's amine tread. Sometimes I'm bored and I think in my mind, if I were you, how can I develop it to today's scale? Chu Yang smiled back. Oh, tell me about it. Ding Shizhong absently made tea. He understood the mentality of young people who wanted to show off, but he wasn't prepared to spend time listening to all those shallow opinions that weren't nutritious. If it wasn't for the face of the Kai family's little niece, he wouldn't want to delay for just these few minutes. Find a chance to interrupt later and give some money to get rid of it. Ding Shizhong secretly thought in his mind. On the other side, Chu Yang had already started performing. He knew that the big man's time was precious, and if he wanted to make a long speech, he guessed that he hadn't said half of what he wanted to say, and people would have to serve tea and send him away. So it's got to be every second of every day. In my opinion, the amine tread can develop to today. On the one hand, is a hero to create the situation, an enterprise can develop. The role of a good leader is difficult to measure. After all, the train runs fast. All rely on the front end with it. The curve of Ding Shizhong's mouth lifted upward by 2 more points. It's not nutritious, but unnutritious horse ***** is still pleasurable to listen to. Seeing that it was effective, Chu Yang continued. On the other hand, it's the classic playing style of stars plus CCTV, which does fit the current social situation. Since the accession to the World Trade Organization, the domestic economy has taken off, and the national demand for brand name clothing is strong. And Uncle Ding chose Kong Ling Gray as the spokesman, eating a great wave of national pride benefits. It's kind of fun. Ding Shizhong's figure sat slightly upright, and his gaze fell on Chu Yang. This young man, even though he was only on paper, had such an understanding. It was already very good. No wonder Kaio could look at him. But the spokesman's dividends can only eat a moment. The heat scraped a while will be over. Want to long-term development, or have to do a good job with the product. After hearing this cliched and empty statement, Ding Shizhong felt that it was almost time. He made a judgment on Chu Yang in his heart. Outgoing personality will come to things. There is a certain vision, but the idea is hollow. Lack of practical ability. Just as he was about to open his mouth to end this conversation, Chu Yang's next paragraph caused him to instantly straighten up. But I have another idea. To make a good product, it's crucial to have financial backing. So if I were Uncle Ding, the next step would be for me to seek an IPO by all means. Raise capital. Roll out my own specialty store channels nationwide. Seize market share in first and second tier cities. And promote the transformation from branded wholesale to branded retail. This, your own idea? Ding Shizhong's expression was serious as he stared at Chu Yang, his heart setting off a wild storm. Chapter 80, Tridacna? Dynasty Beads. This, your own idea? Ding Shizhong stared at Chu Yang, a trace of contempt long gone from his eyes. That's right. I think the model of shoe factories producing shoes and then wholesaling them to shopping malls has too many drawbacks. The lack of professional salespersons and the poor service attitude will bring bad repercussions to the brand's image and reputation. While first-class enterprises, what they sell is actually the value of the brand. Noticing the change in Ding Shizhong's attitude, Chu Yang knew that he had succeeded in leaving a deep impression in the big man's heart. But being impressed isn't enough. Not getting something like filling a cup in place all at once is about as hard as trying to explode halfway through a needlework project. So Chu Yang continued to speak eloquently. And there's no better way to quickly increase the brand value of Ameda than by sponsoring major events, such as next year's Olympics. I guess that's the most important reason why you're so eager to push for Amin to set foot in the city. Uncle Ding. Snap. Applause. On Ding Shizhong's face, a smile reappeared. Only this time, there was no more programmed politeness. There was just a full appreciation. Is Xiaochu working as a fisherman on the island now? Ding Shizhong asked. Aha. Chu Yang nodded slightly. It was Kai Yo. On the other hand, who didn't seem too happy with the word fisherman and corrected himself. Uncle Ding, Yang is the captain of a fishing boat and is about to have his own fishing boat. He blew up his cabin on his first trip 2 days ago and sold more than $100,000 in fish catches alone. Not counting that giant clam. Ha ha ha, I was the one who misunderstood. Captain Chu. Ding Shizhong didn't get angry and changed his words with a smile. So does Captain Chu want a new job? I'm still short of an operations supervisor here. Although you may not be able to give you a high salary of more than $100,000 at the beginning. You can activate the virtual shares and enjoy the right to dividends after the IPO. Do you want to try? Kaiyo's eyes lit up after hearing this. The man he saw was really outstanding. And the first time he met with Uncle Ding, he had aroused his love for talent, and even used the right to dividends to make a solicitation. To be honest, facing the big brother's solicitation, Chu Yang was a bit moved. If he can get into Ameda, with his foresight and Kaiyu's connections, he will be able to become a chief operating officer and sit on the board of directors in the future. But thinking about it, Chu Yang gave up. With the system as a golden finger, it was impossible for him to be short of money in the future. So why should he go work for someone else, even if that person was a big shot on the Forbes rich list in the future? Thank you Uncle Ding for your appreciation. But I'm okay on paper. But if you really ask me to do it, I'm afraid I'll let you down. In the face of Chu Yang's polite refusal, Ding Shizhong also smiled faintly and did not force himself. He was appreciating Chu Yang. But people have their own aspirations. What's more, with the help of the Kai family, people really don't necessarily lack the olive branch they handed out. Then let's talk about today's business. That giant clam of yours, I'll take it for $300,000. What do you think? Ding Shizhong poured a cup of tea and handed it to Chu Yang. This price, Uncle Ding, is given too high. Chu Yang sipped the soupy, clear-colored tea and smiled back. He later found someone to understand. In their own before crossing the giant clam although the high price. But this year the price is not up. Can sell a 170,000 or 180,000 is not good. I think it's worth it. Ding Shizhong appreciated Chu Yang more and more. This young man, with his outstanding vision and eloquence, is even more rare in that he is proud but not impatient, and loves money but is not greedy. It was just a pity that his own daughter was a bit young, otherwise he would have kind of wanted to set them up. Then thank you Uncle Ding, I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. Chu Yang still didn't know that he had almost become the emperor's son-in-law of Aminotred. Waiting for Ding Shizhong to take a sip of tea, he then proceeded to speak. I'm satisfied with the price. It's this payment method that I would like to change. Can it be changed to 50,000 shares of amidst? From memory, the issue price of the Amtrak should have been around $5. And amidst the momentum of these 2 years, the opening of the possibility of falling below the issue price is almost non-existent. Will certainly rise a little. Chu Yang's offer of 50,000 shares is very reasonable. Ding Shizhong laughed and asked, Aminotred has not yet been listed. Aren't you afraid that the basket will be empty by then? Fear not. I believe in Uncle Ding's strength, and I'm still counting on these stocks to buy a villa. Chu Yang hemmed and hawed and joked. Then I'll take your word for it. Now a random set of small villas in Quancheng have to be 3 to 4 million. Worth 300,000 shares for a set of villas. That is to say, Chu Yang is optimistic about the future market value of the amine trade at least 10 times. To be honest, Ding Shizhong himself did not have so much confidence. This will be the domestic sports shoes and clothing leading boss Li Ning's market value, but also just barely broke 20 billion. Negotiating the price. Ding Shizhong had 2 agreements typed up. This time Chu Yan was not polite and directly signed his big name on the agreement. Yo, ayo, let's eat here for lunch, called from Xiao Chu into Yang, but also took the initiative to stay for dinner. Visible Ding Shizhong is really treating Chu Yang as a son or nephew. Chu Yang was also happy to strike while the iron was hot and draw closer to the big brother, so he nodded his head and agreed. At noon, in the villa's dining room, a few people had a simple meal. Ding Shizhong also opened a bottle of Mauzi, and the two of them drank and talked. Drinking, Chu Yang is naturally not false. The cup comes empty. When the wine was 5 or 6 minutes old, the two of them pulled up their slack again. Yang, do you think Amino Tread will be able to go public successfully? Ding Shizhong suddenly asked. Chu Yang froze slightly, his mind rapidly setting off a brainstorm in his head. Can Amino Treads go public? That's a question put to a pre-crossover, and it's one that everyone in the country knows. But it seems from Ding Shizhong's questions that there are surprising twists and turns in this listing process. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of something, and he seemed to understand why Ding Shizhong had approached him to buy a giant clam. Definitely can. Even if there is a little bit of a small obstacle, can it be difficult to defeat Uncle Dingyu? The Chaozhou are sent up. Say what can also pass ah. Ding Shizhong laughed out loud and pointed at Chu Yang. You, spinning around, he shook his head to himself and sighed. Young people's brains turn just as fast. Uncle Ding, you're not old. After that, the two laughed together. Next to him, Kaio looked at the two talking and laughing riddlers with a confused look on his face. No, what were you guys just talking about? Why can't I understand? Saying goodbye to leave the Ding family villa. As soon as the car drove onto the main road, Kaio couldn't resist asking questions. Chu Yang patiently explained. Uncle Ding asked me if Amino Treads could go public smoothly, which actually means that it is stuck. And my giant clams, he's the one who bought them to give away for dredging. Who stuck him? Choyo asked again. Chu Yang shook his head. He is not a doohickey. He knows everything that is serious and immodest, but I guess it must be a lord, and not in a low position. For what? Because giant clams are the thing that grown-ups like the most. And in the old days the court beads worn by officials of the second rank and above when they went to court were made of giant clams. Do you think they're happy when Uncle Ding sends his lordship's court beads and wishes them a green cloud? Kaio then realized. No wonder Uncle Ding even asked my dad to help him find a master who knows how to turn beads. But how come you're so familiar with these? Chu Yang smiled crookedly. Can I tell you that all of this was once heard while drinking and blowing comparison with my old husband? Chapter 81 Sister you don't want the little kelp, either. Leaving the overseas Chinese new village, Chu Yang drove Kaio's big pickup truck and had a great time. Still, this car is a joy to drive. Although it can't compare to a sedan in terms of comfort, and can't compare to a supercar in terms of face value, this hard American muscle style does fit the manliness that Chu Yang displays. It is burning oil a bit. 100 kilometers of fuel consumption has to go to more than 15. The general small white-collar workers to send him cannot afford to drive. Why don't you take it and drive it? Kaio saw that he liked it, and the big hundreds of thousands of dollars of car opening is a gift. Where am I going to drive? Pulling back to the island? Chu Yang shook his head. He didn't have a place to stay in the city right now, and if he had a car, he didn't know where to park it, which was one of the reasons why he didn't buy a car for the time being. Also, why don't I buy you another suite in the city? Kaio thought very seriously. Chu Yang, you who? Are you planning to hide me as a dainty in a golden house? He teased with a smile. Bugger. I'm talking business. Besides you're a ing petulant, stinking man, said Choyo giggled. Chu Yang just drove to the side of an open field, a foot to the end, the car to the brake, and then turned around the ape arm like Shu, reached out and wrapped her soft waist. Kaio hold tight. Fine. Dare to call me a stinky man. Today I'll let you smell whether it stinks or not. Oops. My new Victoria's little secret. Yuck. It's okay. I'll pay you for 10 new sets some other time if they're broken. 5,000 words omitted below. In the afternoon, Shu Yang took Kaio to Xinhua-do and picked out several sets of Victoria's Little Secret in different styles for her. This white crushed one, that black lacy one, and those sets, all wrapped up. Eek, there's even dead stock water. Until the eyes of the shopkeepers all converged over. Looking at Kaio was embarrassed. She hatefully stomped Shu Yang, and then pushed him out of the boutique. Why don't you do some more shopping? I remember there's a Ronsars up ahead, just in time to see you barefoot and all out of socks. After leaving the Victoria's Little Secret boutique, Shu Yang took the initiative to suggest it again. Kaio blushed and clenched her small fists to pound him hard. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. That thing is stuffy and hot to wear in the summer. Don't even think about it. That's just it. Shu Yang's abacus crackles and hits the wise and dashing bookworms here. That's true. Shu Yang nodded and turned to smile evilly. How about the fishing nets? Get out. Ugh, gotta go. Although Chu Yang was always deliberately messing up, Kaio still had no intention of letting him go, dragging him around the women's clothing section for the whole afternoon. In the evening, when the lights came on, the two of them strolled around the nearby pedestrian street for another hour or so before leaving. By the time we got to the dock, it was 8 p.m. Sun Qingjun sat on the sampan boat, boredly fiddling with the snake in the SCT. Seeing Chu Yang appear, he immediately threw a sorrowful look over. Ahem, so what, Uncle Jun? Have you eaten yet? I brought you stinky tofu. Have a piece? Sun Chung-jun took the somewhat cooled stinky tofu and wolfed it down. The two returned to Bull's Ferry at 9 o'clock without reaching the point. Why are you so late? Aunt Sun asked in a muttered voice as she took the large bag from her man's hand. Sun Qingjun looked at Chu Yang, who opened his mouth with a smile. Auntie, it's all because of Uncle Jun. After we finished our business it was more than 5 o'clock. We were going to come back directly, but Uncle Jun had to go and buy something for you and Xiang. Look at that flower dress inside. Or he specially ran to Xinhua-do to buy it. Sun Qingjun froze. When did I run off to the mall? Why don't I know myself? But when he saw Chu Yang winking at him, he instantly understood that it must have been this kid who bought it and placed the credit on his head. Aunt Sun's side of the hearing, in the bag to find up, and indeed turned out a fuchsia floral dress, or brand name, Urban Beauty. You know how to spend money. I'm old. I can't wear such fancy clothes. Although her mouth complained, the smile between Aunt Sun's eyebrows could not be hidden, and she even stole a glance at the dead ghost man. Sun Qingjun instantly read it, and immediately felt his scalp go a little numb. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ayo, you're killing me. Chu Yang didn't have superpowers, so naturally he couldn't hear the cries in Sun Qingjun's heart. There's one more thing I have to trouble you with. Aunt Sun, please run over to Sister He's house and ask her to come over for a moment. Aunt Sun glanced at Chu Yang and thought, sure, I'll grab a flashlight and be right there. When Aunt Sun left, Sun Qingjun didn't hold back and asked, Yang, how many points are you going to share with her? Chu Yang returned, pick up the snail. Small kelp also contributed to the force, and her family situation you also know. I intend to give her a share of 5 points. Military uncle, you contribute more, take 10 points into it. There's no need for that much. I'll take 5 points as well. Sun Qingjun hurriedly waved his hand and said, he was along for the ride today and knows how much those sea mussels sold for. 35,000. 5 points is 1750, which is worth a month's salary for a small white-collar worker in the city. As for exertion, it took a total of just over half an hour to pick up and carry 200 pounds. So where can I get tired? There's still the cost of the ship's fuel and kung fu fees, so don't pull any punches with me. It's settled, Chu Yang insisted. After almost 20 minutes, Aunt Sun came back, followed by a plump young woman. Chu Yang, Auntie Sun said you had something for me? As soon as he entered, Shijun asked towards Chu Yang. Yes, originally I was going to make a personal appearance, but I thought it would be better to borrow Aunt Sun's land and call you over here to discuss things. Chu Yang explained. Shijun naturally understood the implication of his words, and her cheeks blushed slightly. As the old saying goes, a widow's doorstep is full of wrongs. Yourself a beautiful widow. If Chu Yang in the middle of the night to visit the door, the next day the village still do not know how to chew the root of the tongue. If Auntie Sun hadn't stepped in, she would have been too embarrassed to run to Sun's house at night. So what's up? She continued to ask. Chu Yang smiled faintly and walked over to bring both the courtyard door and the door to the hall closed before returning to the table. 2 wads of bills were removed from his pocket and yards were placed on the table. Yesterday's sea drive. Me, Uncle Jun, Creek, and Kelp together picked up 300 pounds of sea mussels and took them to the city today to sell them for a total of 3W5. Uncle Jun raises 10 points. 500. Kelp raises 5 points. 1. 750. This is Kelp's share. Sister you count it. With that, he pushed the thinly dotted stack of bills in front of Hishijun. Ha! Hishijun opened his mouth, confused. She never expected that Chu Yang would call out to herself to split the money. She subconsciously refused. How can this be done? What can the Kelp pick up? I'm already thankful that you guys are willing to take her to play. How can you still ask for money? But when the words were out of his mouth, he kind of regretted it. After all, that's 750. And she'd work her ass off planting cassava for a year and only make 1,000 or 2. Seeing her like this, Chu Yang suddenly had a wicked sense of humor and cleared his throat to speak. Take it. Sister you don't want little Kelpie to go without new clothes. Chapter 82. Chu Yang is going to be a father? Hishijun returned home in a daze. Sitting up in bed, he took the body-warmed bills out of his pocket and counted them again, just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Yeah, Amma, where did you get so much money? Kelp exclaimed, biting her index finger. Hishijun reached out and rubbed her daughter's brain, laughing. You earned it. I earned it? Kelpie pointed to his nose in disbelief. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Oh, I see. It must have been from Chuyo Ako, right? How do you know? Hishijun asked curiously. The little Kelpie smiled smugly. I just know. The last time Chu Yang a brother gave Xiaoxi pocket money, he was about to give me a share. But I refused. Because AMAU over. You can't just take other people's money. Hishijun compassionately twisted the little Kelp's nose. You're doing the right thing. Although we're poor, we have to keep to our roots. But what about the fact that I still have a little bit of wanting pocket money? Amma. The little Kelpie poked his finger. A little embarrassed. That won't work either. Only the pocket money that Abba and Abba give you can be collected. Hishijun said seriously. Oh, the little Kelpie's eyes dimmed. But suddenly, her little brain clicked, and she thought of something else, and blurted out. Then it wouldn't be enough to have Chu Yano as my Abba. Hishijun opened her mouth, her rosy lips pouting into a circle. Kelp, what did you say? She kind of couldn't believe what her ears were hearing. I said let Chu Yana be my Abba. Kelp angled her little brain and repeated it again. What makes you say that? Did you think of it yourself? Or did you hear someone talking about being your Abba? Hishijun's face was red, half in shame and half in anger. No one said that. I'm the one who wanted it. Kelpie returned with an innocent look in her eyes, giggling as she said it and seemed to remember something funny. If Chu Yang becomes my Abba, then won't Xiaoxi become my little aunt? Xiaoxi's little aunt. That's so funny. Hishijun was then slightly relieved that it didn't seem like Chu Yang was intentionally leading. Just as immediately, she was exasperated. This stupid daughter, even for a little pocket money, want to sell her own mother. Coaxing the hall big filial belongs to is. Kelp, don't you ever say that again. You hear me? Amma, I know. I'm not going to tell anyone. Not even Creek. The little Kelpie hugged Hishijun's arm and looked at her. His little eyes were so smug, as if saying I'm smart, aren't I? Praise me. Hishijun. On the other side, of course Chu Yang was not clear about the conversation between the little Kelp mother and daughter, or else he would definitely have to give her a big kudos. Bringing Chu Shi back home, Chu Yang turned the lights on and let Amei wash herself and sleep at home, while he went out with 2 boxes of gold match and a bag of snacks. When you get to Grandpa's son's house across the street, knock on the door. It's Yang. Just come and bring something. Grandpa's son chided. Chu Yang hemmed and hawed and said that he shoved something into Sun Ama's hand. Just 2 boxes of nutritional supplements and a little snack. Nutritional supplements for you two to drink, and little snacks for the kids at home to come to the door to sweeten the deal. Good boy. Or you have a heart. Come, sit down and talk. Grandpa's son pointed. The 2 men smoked cigarettes. Sun Ama made 2 cups of tea, and brought up the home-fried pumpkin seeds and peanuts, before taking the door and leaving. Ayo. I inquired about that incident yesterday. Sun Agong knew Chu Yang's intention and didn't hold back, opening the door. No one in the village has said anything about a leg or foot injury in the past 2 days, but I heard Jinju say at the head of the village that he seemed to have seen De Guang at the pier. Daiko? He's back. Where? Chu Yang was instantly alert. Guan named Lu Fuguan, Lu Chui Xian's nephew of the family, but also the predecessor of the important suspect in the water. Didn't see it, but the village is this big, so as long as he's back, it shouldn't be too hard to find. Unless, Grandpa's son took a drag on his cigarette and added in a tone tinged with deep meaning. Unless he's hiding somewhere and not coming out. Hiding? Why are you hiding if you haven't done anything wrong? Chu Yang's eyes were cold, and in his heart, he had already figured out how to pull him out from the island. It's not necessarily him though. I haven't asked about Boss Ge's gang yet. I'll have to wait until he comes to collect next time to see them. Shu Yang nodded his head. Gu Yuan indeed also had the possibility of failing to buy by force and sending someone to steal it in the middle of the night. He'd been a fishmonger for so many years that once he got his hands on the stuff, he could turn around and sell it through his own channels. I'll watch both sides. After discussing the main business, Shu Yang accompanied Grandpa's son to have a family talk. He mentioned that his son and daughter-in-law were working in the city and had good jobs, had bought a house and settled down, and were planning to take him to live in the city. That's a good feeling. In the future, Grandpa, you'll be able to hold your children and grandchildren and enjoy your life. Shu Yang laughed. Sun Gong waved his hand. Good what? They bought 100 square feet of small 3 homes. I do not bother to go and they squeeze, or stay on the island planting vegetables, playing fish comfortable, although the mouth said so, but Chu Yang understand. Sun Gong is afraid to give their children trouble. It is estimated that most of the money he sells every month fishing, but also have to subsidize his son's family. By the way Grandpa, what does my uncle Dahai do in the city? Grandpa's son's name is Sun Dahai, and he is the same generation as Sun Qingjun in terms of seniority. Your great-uncle Dahai sells cars and his daughter-in-law sells houses. Yo, that's a good feeling. I need to buy a car and a house in the city in the future. I can just go straight to Uncle Dahai and my aunt. Gong, you have to let them give me a cheaper price. Grandpa's son smiled and nodded. It's a must. They're all family. After returning home, he and Kaio boiled the phone porridge for a while before Chu Yang climbed into bed. After falling asleep, he had a dream that he was drowning, and he reached out and paddled as hard as he could. But he couldn't get to the surface. Just when Chu Yang felt like he couldn't even breathe, he opened his eyes violently and finally woke up. Hoo. Breathing heavily and tossing aside the pillow that was pressed against his chest, Chu Yang looked out the window and realized that it was already dawn. Ah brother, eat breakfast. Chu Shi shouted outside. Wildly dazzling 2 bowls of white porridge with rice oil knotted on the surface, with spicy radish and small dried fish. Chu Yang is soothing and wants to hum. After breakfast, Chu Yang went out and went straight to the head of the village. At the edge of the grassy slope, he found the purpose of his trip without incident. Anan, Sun Zion, who was lying on the grass and playing with paper bags with his buddies, heard a familiar voice calling out to him. His body subconsciously shivered and immediately shoved the paper bag towards his crotch, and then turned back and squeezed out a smile. What do you want from me, big brother? Chu Yang took a look at his bulging pants and smiled with a kind face. There's a favor to ask of you and your little brothers, and there's a big reward for getting it done. What is it? Upon hearing that there was a reward, Sun Xiang was immediately energized. Help me scrape out the big light. If you ask who is the best at gossiping in the village, it must be those long-winded women at the head of the village. But if you want to say that the one who is most familiar with the topography of the village, it has to be Sun Xiang's group of brats. As long as you're on the island, he can number you in an ant nest, not to mention a hiding place. Chapter 83, High Schoolers Playing with Flowers. Paying the price of 2 family buckets, Chu Yang managed to reach an agreement with Sun Zion. The latter led 7 or 8 of his little friends, and ran away in a puff of smoke. Chu Yang estimated that it might not be that fast, so he went home and took the sea-catching tools and walked towards the beach. Last night he opened the treasure chest, a black iron treasure chest painted along the South Beach, so he was just going to take a walk down to South Beach and see what he could open up, and in the meantime, see if he could pick up some nice-looking shells to throw at the bottom of the fish pond for decoration. But just walked to the South Beach. Surprisingly found a lot of young people gathered here. One hand also holding a sand shovel, small iron rake, net pockets and so on. Apparently also in the beach to catch the sea. One of the short, stout, rounded figures looked a little familiar. Waiting for Chu Yang to take a closer look at 2 eyes. Only then did he remember. This is not the boss of the soil fat round combination. He Yuanhan's brother He Yangfan. Hey, this one's really back. He Yangfan also discovered Chu Yang, and the eyes of the beans that were squeezed into a squint due to excessive obesity were suddenly filled with hostility. When he was close enough, he shouted, carrying the sand shovel in his hand. Hey, what are you doing over here? Chu Yang slanted a glance at him. It is true that if you are not a family, you don't enter a family door. The quality and intelligence of this goods are very consistent with the genetic inheritance of Lu Chui Xian's family. Don't call me brother when you meet me. Is that what your teachers taught you in school? And this beach is contracted by your family? Do I need to report to you where I'm going? Chu Yang face nonchalantly pulled down his face. Splitting his head is a reprimand. You. He Yangfan was so angry that his fists were clenched. but he didn't dare to make a move. After all, it was still a student. Although the tonnage was heavy enough, but it was still hard enough to touch a tall adult like Chu Yang. Trying to talk back was even more impossible. A move of generation suppression would make him mute. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. Yang suffocated his temples and could only roar in impotent rage. You go somewhere else. This speech my classmates and I were here first. Chu Yang keyed his ears. This medium chi is quite sufficient. Shocked his earwax fell out. I'll leave if you tell me to? Why do you have such a big face? At this time, next to Yang, a small wave next to him who was about the same height as him, with a figure that was only a tiny circle smaller than hers, and still wearing a light green head pill head, just came up to the front and opened her mouth. You this person how to be so thick-skin my family sail all and you said this place is our first occupation. Countryside fisherman is thick-skin, never went to school, do not know what is called first come first serve is it? Yo! Chu Yang was happy. Also, my family sail. He didn't think that someone would want a tiger tank like Yang. But look at this little boogeyman. Indeed the two are quite a match. It's just that if this guy isn't in high school in the city, how come he's in early love with Pogon? Seeing Chu Yang looking at himself with playful eyes, how could Yang not understand what he meant, and immediately became even more angry. Yes, his girlfriend is a bit of a one-trick pony, but what's with the eyes? Sympathy? Sarcasm? He couldn't help but bellow when he saw the woman still chattering. Leafan, what are you talking about this for? Don't mind embarrassing me. The girl named Leafan froze when she heard it and looked back at Yang, her face full of disbelief. Yang, what did you say? I'm embarrassing you? I'm speaking for you all right, you heartless thing. She crossed her waist, cursing, well, I know. You think I'm fat, think I'm ugly. To be your girlfriend to make you lose face is not it. But you also do not take a piss to see what they look like. If it is not for you every day 2 love letters. A mouth of a small sweet called, do you think I can look at you? I'm not pretty, but have I treated you badly? I bought you this dress, these pants, even these panties, and in order to make you look good, I even stole my father's private money and rented a boat to invite the whole class to your hometown to play. And you're treating me like this, and you don't think I'm a disgrace to you? The more she said, the more furious Leafan became, and she even reached out and scratched at his face directly. Chu Yang are smothered with laughter. Nowadays high school students already play so flowery. He had originally been quite contemptuous and looked down on Yang, but now he felt that he was quite promising instead. Really, the appetite is too good for soft rice fished out of a cesspool. If you lose some weight and go to a stick country to change your head and pack it, you might be able to walk up to the peak of your life with a pearl in your mouth and the freedom to move in and out of the country. Seeing Yang side fighting, a few students next to him couldn't stand it, so they went forward to pull the fight. But more than that, they stood around not knowing what to do. There was no way around it. This good show today had inflicted 999 points of bludgeoning damage to their minds, which were still in high school. Chu Yang laughed out loud and walked across the beach toward an intertidal area off the beach. When he arrived at the treasure chest refresh point, he mumbled open in a happy mood. The black iron treasure chest has been opened. Reward, randomly refreshed marine economic creatures, common, *3. Capture limit, 60 minutes. Seeing that the countdown to capture had already begun to beat, Chu Yang hurriedly began to look around the intertidal zone. Having dealt with Unity for so long, he was now experienced, and quickly found the light clusters from the water as suggested by the system, and still found 3 of them at once. But when he saw where these clusters of light were, he was stumped again. The 3 clusters of light unexpectedly all converged under a stone that was bigger than a bathtub, and the stone crevice was just the width of a child's palm, so his hand could only reach in for half a palm, and it couldn't accommodate his arm at all. Burying his head in the water, gurgling half a day, but did not see clearly what was inside, can only re-drill out of the water for air. Coincidentally, at this time, Yang also came over and took the hand of little Bo Gang. I don't know how he coaxed him, only a few minutes of work. Little Bo just this time actually not angry, and also accompanied him to catch the sea. The two saw Chu Yang's face full of water and a messy appearance. Freely, yo, this is not Chu Yang big brother. What's the matter this is? Did not pick up the seafood. Here to drink seafood soup ah? Saying this, Yang also carried the net pocket pinned on his waist and scoffed. Here, look at this. Learn from it. This is called catching the sea. Chu Yang really took a look and saw that there are half a bag of shells, and a few abalone, worth a small dozens. This harvest, for the student boy definitely belongs to the rookie protection period. No wonder he is so arrogant. However, He dared to remember to eat, not remember to fight. Arrogant to Chu Yang face to face. That can be spoiled? What's the dog barking at? Believe it or not, this rock of mine turned out to be worth more than all your mesh pockets put together. Chu Yang scolded with a sullen face. But to He Yang-fan, it was clear that he had broken his defense and was furious. Ha ha ha, I don't believe it. He Yang-fan laughed triumphantly. Chu Yang continued to grimace. Then do you dare to make a bet with me on which is worth more? The goods underneath this stone or the one in your pocket? Bet on. He Yang-fan was a bit hesitant because he didn't have any money in his pocket. Fan, bet with him. I'll help you out if you need money. Xiaobo Justlifen suddenly opened her mouth. It was all because of this stinking fisherman, who had just caused her to lose face so much. She had to teach her a lesson. Okay, then I'll bet you $1,000. Hey, this small wave just family conditions seem indeed good. Heard $1,000 just frowned a little. Did not say anything. Chu Yang nodded his head. Yes, but the money alone is not enough. Whoever loses will take off his pants and run a lap on the beach. Dare you? My fan would be afraid of you? Bet on it. Bo just agreed for He Yang-fan. It was Chu Yang's turn to laugh. It's a deal.